Chapter 1. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. Li Zixuan felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't help but wonder, didn't I just drink a little too much last night? Why is my whole body in so much pain? I won't drink again even if I'm beaten to death. Li Zixuan was an engineering graduate student at an ordinary university. He majored in precision instruments. This year, he was already in his third year of master's degree and was about to graduate. His school was just an ordinary university in Beijing. Facing the army of job seekers after graduation and the sky-high housing prices in Beijing, Li Zixuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Before graduation, a few of his roommates wanted to get together and have a farewell dinner. Li Zixuan, who had never drunk before, indulged himself this time and drank 2 bottles of beer. Then, he swayed and passed out. At this time, Li Zixuan used all his strength to open his eyes. The scene in front of him shocked him. He was lying in a bamboo house. Through the small window beside the bed, he could see a small bamboo forest outside. He could also hear the sound of flowing water behind the house. F***ck, shouldn't I be sleeping in the school dormitory? How did I end up in the wilderness? Could it be that someone took advantage of me being drunk and abducted me to this wilderness to do some shameful things? My God, thinking of this, Li Zixuan's chrysanthemum tightened. He quickly glanced around to see if he had any clothes on his body. Phew, fortunately, I'm not naked. But, these clothes don't look like the clothes I wore before. Sigh, but the air here is really good. It's 100 times fresher than the air in Beijing. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and felt that the PM2.5 in his heart and lungs were purified a lot. Unable to endure the thirst, Li Zixuan wanted to get up to find some water to drink. Just as he was about to use his arm to support himself, a sharp pain came from his arm. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, ouch. Then his body fell heavily on the bed. His whole body suffered a destructive impact. Misfortunes never come singly. At this time, Li Zixuan also felt a sharp pain in his head. Pieces of memories that did not belong to him appeared in his mind, just like a movie. The physical and mental pain finally made Li Zixuan unable to endure the torture, and he gloriously fainted. After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan finally woke up. Only then did he realize that he had encountered the melodramatic transmigration that was written in countless novels. Li Zixuan couldn't help but grumble, F***ck, I've been reading time travel novels every day. Who would have thought I'd encounter something like time travel? After sorting out the memories of this body, he discovered that this body actually had the same name as his. He was originally the only son of a wealthy merchant in Jianghu. Since childhood, he had been spoiled by his parents in every possible way. However, due to a congenital deficiency, he had been frail and sickly since childhood. His father, Li Zixuan, had visited all the famous doctors in Jianghu for him, but in the end, they were unable to cure him. Moreover, many famous doctors had said that Li Zixuan would definitely die young and would not live past the age of 8. How could Li Zixuan's father be willing to give up on his son? Later, he used his connections to invite an old imperial physician from the imperial medical department to treat him. The old imperial physician also said that Li Zixuan's weak body was incurable. However, if he could become the disciple of a master of internal energy and use internal energy to nourish his body, it might be able to make up for his congenital deficiency. Li Zixuan's father was originally a merchant. How could he know a true master of Jianghu? He used up all his wealth to invite a group of Jianghu swindlers. They were good enough to guard the house, but not a single one of them was proficient in internal energy. Seeing that his only son's health was deteriorating day by day, Li Zixuan's father was extremely anxious. Mrs. Li also washed her face with tears every day. When Li Zixuan was 6 years old, a white-haired old Daoist passed by the Li Zixuan residence to ask for a bowl of water. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan playing in the courtyard. Seeing that his lips were red and his teeth were white, he was honest and cute. However, his face was pale and his eyes revealed a hint of sickness. The old Daoist immediately felt tender affection for him. He told Li Zishuan's father that he was the great elder of the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu. His title was Spiritual Void, Spiritual Void. He had traveled to this place and saw that Li Zishuan was congenitally deficient. He wanted to take him in as a disciple and pass on his sect's internal energy to nourish him. Although Li Zishuan's parents were reluctant to let their son go to a faraway place to learn martial arts, it was rare to see an expert of Mount Longhu. If they didn't seize this opportunity, their son's life might not be guaranteed. Therefore, Li Zishuan's father had Li Zishuan kowtow to his master and asked Spiritual Void to teach him well. In the mountains, time was unknown. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Li Zishuan had already learned martial arts, but his master was already on the verge of old age and his time was almost up. In the spring of the first year of Jianghu, Spiritual Void passed away in meditation on Mount Longhu. Thinking of how his master had treated him like a master and a father for the past 8 years, Li Zishuan wept bitterly in front of his master's grave. After kneeling for a day and a night, Li Zishuan kowtowed and bid farewell to his master. He prepared to leave for Cheng and to visit his parents and then wander the Jianghu to become a chivalrous wanderer. Passing by Mount Zhongnan, Li Zishuan heard the sound of fighting ahead of him. Thus, he concealed himself and sped forward. He saw over 20 masked men fighting with a dozen or so servants and guards. There was also a pink-draped carriage in the middle of the field. The battle was almost one-sided. In the blink of an eye, a few more servants and guards had died. Could it be that some family's young miss ran into bandits when she went out? Li Zishuan was too lazy to think more. He used the cloud-piercing steps, pulled out the long sword at his waist, and stabbed at a burly man who seemed to be the leader of the bandits. In the blink of an eye, the sword was like thunder, and it reached the back of the bandit's neck. The bandit leader was also a master. Feeling a strong wind coming from behind him, he was alarmed and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, a bloody mark was still left on his neck. The bandit leader steadied himself and looked at the attacker. It turned out to be a 14 or 15-year-old boy. He immediately shouted angrily, "Where did this little boy come from? How dare you meddle in my blood-wind stockade's business? Second brother, third brother, go and chop this little bastard up." In an instant, 2 bandits on the battlefield turned to attack Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan had been trained by Spiritual Void for 8 years and had learned the authentic Taoist mental cultivation method, Taishian Sutra. How could these bandits compare to him? In a short while, the 20 or so bandits were knocked down one by one. However, he did not take their lives, only seriously injuring them. Li Zishuan was slightly satisfied that he had achieved his goal of being chivalrous. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a pleasant female voice behind him, "Young hero, be careful." It turned out that during the fight, she had felt the sudden change in the battlefield outside and that someone had come to rescue her. The girl in the carriage had lifted the curtain and secretly watched from the side. At this moment, seeing that the battle situation had been settled, she was about to get off the carriage to thank this young hero when she caught a glimpse of the heavily injured bandit leader on the ground suddenly exploding and launching a palm strike at Li Zishuan's back. The girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and she hurriedly warned him. Li Zishuan was in no hurry to dodge and was sent flying to the side of the mountain path by the bandit's palm. However, the side of the mountain path was a very steep hill, about 100 meters high. Li Zishuan had just entered Jianghu and was sent flying off the cliff. When he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was taken advantage of by a transmigrator. Li Zishuan painfully rubbed his head. He thought of his parents and girlfriend in his previous life. He really did not expect that after drinking some wine, he would be separated from them for 1,000 years. He could no longer go back. He could not help but feel sad. But this body is also quite unlucky. It originally had the life of a main character. Who would have thought that after practicing martial arts, it would die as soon as it entered Jianghu? It's because it doesn't have enough Jianghu experience. This hero saving a damsel in distress ended with his own death. He didn't even see what the beauty looked like. TSK, don't you think it's a pity? Alright, regarding the previous owner of this body, Li Zixuan felt that this child had experienced enough twists and turns. He also had the aura of a main character. Originally, he had just mastered his martial arts and might have been famous in Jianghu very soon. However, he still lacked experience. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan found some comfort in his heart. In any case, he had been reborn. This brother had lost his life in order to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. He was much more miserable than he was. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the house. After a while, an old man with white hair and a white beard and wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Li Zixuan. "Hey, little Lang Jun, you're finally awake. Don't move first. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Let this poor Taoist take your pulse first." At first glance, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart when he saw this sage-like Taoist. Perhaps it was because the master of this body was a Taoist, but Li Zixuan also felt a sense of familiarity with Taoism. At this time, the old Taoist finished taking Li Zixuan's pulse and said to Li Zixuan, "Little Lang Jun, since you've woken up, you're fine. However, your injuries were quite serious. When this poor Taoist found you, there were many fractures on your body. You still need to rest for a month to fully recover." Li Zixuan hurriedly propped himself up and cupped his fists at the Daoist priest. "Junior Li Zixuan thanks Daoist priest for saving my life. May I ask for Daoist priest's name and where is this place?" "This is Zhongnan Mountain. This is the thatched cottage where this poor Taoist temporarily stayed when he was picking herbs. 5 days ago, this poor Taoist found you at the foot of the mountain. At that time, you were seriously injured and unconscious. This poor Taoist saw that you were still breathing and brought you back to the thatched cottage. Little Lang Jun, did you encounter some bandits? How could you be so seriously injured?" The Taoist priest leisurely went to the wooden basin in front of the door and washed his hands. He turned around and said, "This poor Taoist is Sun Simiao. Little Lang Jun, where do you live? Why did you come to this deep forest alone?" "Sun Simiao? The king of medicine Sun Simiao, who has lived for 14 emperors, saved countless people, and lived for 141 years? Damn, I've just crossed over and met such a powerful person. I'm so lucky. Do I also have a protagonist's halo?" Li Zixuan was extremely shocked. After being stunned for a while, he respectfully clasped his hands to Sun Simiao and said, "So it's Dr. Sunday. I've been saving lives and healing the wounded for a long time. Countless people have admired you for a long time. Thank you for saving my life. If you have any orders in the future, I dare not refuse." Then, he told Sun Simiao about how he was weak when he was young and how he followed his master to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts to strengthen his body. When he returned home, he encountered bandits and accidentally fell off a cliff. Hearing this, Sun Simiao did not expect this little Lang Jun to have such a chivalrous heart after experiencing so many twists and turns. He looked at Li Zixuan with some admiration. "Little Lang Jun, I didn't expect your life to be so rough. When I felt your pulse before, I felt that you seemed to be congenitally deficient. Fortunately, your internal strength is quite good. Little Lang Jun, you should rest here for a few days. There is still some rice in this house. I was summoned by His Majesty yesterday and will go to Chang'an today. Little Lang Jun, you can leave on your own after you've recovered. Don't worry, Taoist priest. I've mostly recovered and can take care of myself. In the future, Zixuan will definitely repay you for saving my life." "Huh, it's nothing. Little Lang Jun, you don't have to worry about me. I'll go first." Sun Simiao laughed heartily and turned to carry the medicine basket out of the door. Chapter 2. Phew, it's so hard to learn how to speak like an ancient person. Li Zixuan sighed as he watched Sun Simiao leave. According to the memory of his predecessor, Li Zixuan was currently living in the first year of Zhengguan. Li Zixuan was still looking forward to this era. Thinking about the heavenly Khan, thinking about the tens of thousands of countries coming to court, and thinking about Chinatown in the United States 1,400 years later, Li Zixuan's heart was filled with passion. He couldn't wait to see this feudal dynasty that the Chinese people were most proud of. But why don't I have a cheat? Before transmigrating, Li Zixuan had read a lot of transmigration novels. The protagonists who transmigrated either came with an awesome system or had a photographic memory. They were familiar with many poems from the Tang dynasty and Song dynasty. When they had nothing to do, they would recite a poem and then countless beauties would throw themselves at them. TSK, thinking about it made Li Zixuan salivate all over the floor. But, why don't I have anything when I transmigrated? Li Zixuan was an engineering nerd in his previous life. After the college entrance examination, he returned all the poems from the Tang dynasty and Song dynasty to his language teacher. He could only vaguely remember some of the famous poems. Apart from writing programs, he usually went online to chat and play games. His girlfriends were all from the internet. Sigh, without a cheat, how can I survive in the Tang dynasty? Without a cheat, I have martial arts. Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that this body had been learning martial arts from a master for 8 years. Li Zixuan was energized. He forced himself to sit cross-legged on the bamboo couch and tried to meditate according to the method in his memory. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. Who knew that the process would be so natural? He even recited the Taishan Sutra without any awkwardness. At this time, Li Zixuan felt as if countless small flames had sprung up in his lower abdomen. As he circulated the martial arts, these small flames seemed to have received instructions. They followed a specific path over and over again, swimming in his limbs and bones. Li Zixuan felt warm all over his body. The places where his arms and knees were fractured were a little itchy, making him want to scratch them. Resisting the urge to scratch the itch, Li Zixuan continued to use the method in his memory. After 36 cycles, Li Zixuan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He looked up and saw that the sky was already dark. He couldn't help but sigh at how fast time passed. Feeling his body's condition, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His limbs no longer hurt as much as before, and he even felt his body brimming with strength. Didn't they say that it would take 100 days to recover from a serious injury? I fell down from the mountain and suffered multiple fractures. How could I recover in a few days? Could it be that running the Taishan Sutra could speed up the recovery of the injury? Unable to find any other reason, Li Zixuan could only attribute the recovery of his injuries to the miraculous Taishan Sutra. As a young man from the 21st century, Li Zixuan really didn't think that martial arts really existed. According to the memories of his predecessor, the Taishan Sutra was the top internal cultivation method in Jianghu. It was divided into 10 levels. Li Zixuan had practiced martial arts for 8 years and had already reached the 5th level. Just like that, his strength alone had the strength of 1,000 pounds. Li Zixuan's master, spiritual master Ling Su, had already reached the 9th level. His strength was one of the top masters in Jianghu. Phew, I didn't think that there would really be martial arts masters in this world like in TV dramas. Then I can be considered a hero in the future, haha. Li Zixuan excitedly thought. This Taishan Sutra is really a good thing. I have to practice diligently in the future and reach the 9th level as soon as possible. Then I can also go up and down. When I have nothing to do, I can go peek at some rich family's young lady. Hee hee. Goo goo. At this time, his stomach suddenly made 2 sounds of protest. Hey, I have to get up and get something to eat. Let's see what old son has here. Li Zixuan got up and walked towards the kitchen. There's only some flour and vegetables. There's no rice, no eggs, no chicken, duck, or fish. Good Lan Ru, looks like I can only eat 2 bowls of noodle soup. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was a child from the countryside. His family's conditions were not very good. As the saying goes, the children of the poor take charge of the family early. Li Zixuan had no problem cooking. Usually during the holidays, when he was with his little girlfriend, Wuxia Xianxia, he would cook because she liked to eat his cooking. In a small rented house of about 30 square meters, the two enjoyed the feeling of one person cooking and the other watching from the side. It felt like a small family. There was a touch of warmth. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much. Let's fill up my stomach first. After sighing with emotion for a while, Li Zixuan skillfully began to knead the dough. He rolled the dough, cut it into slices, boiled water, and then put it into the pot. After 5 minutes, he turned off the fire and put in some vegetables and salt. There was no oil, so he just ate it. After not eating for a day, Li Zixuan ate 3 big bowls of food before he put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. After cleaning up the dishes, Li Zixuan sat on the bamboo bed and began to think about what to do in the future. Become an official? Li Shimin had a lot of talented people under him. He had Feng Mao, Du Duan, Wei Zheng, and the like. He also had Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and other generals. What can I do if I go? Besides, Li Zixuan was an otaku in his previous life. He was not good at interpersonal relationships. If he wanted to mix well in the government, how could he do it without some tricks of the world? Become a wanderer? This body's wish when he was alive was to go home to visit his parents and then roam the Jianghu to help the weak. Although his martial arts were not bad, there was always someone better than him. What if he met an old monster in the Jianghu who slapped him and made him die? It was not easy to be reborn, so he had to cherish his life. Besides, there were no trains or planes in this era. Going out was bumpy and tiring. Running back and forth was tiring. After thinking about it, Li Zixuan still felt that it was better to go home and be a rich family son. After being reborn, Li Zixuan had lost the love and affection of his previous life. He cherished everything he had now even more. What was the use of living so hard to earn so much money in one life? Life was only a few decades. Many people came and went in a hurry, but they neglected the scenery of their journey. Li Zixuan decided that he would live well in this life. He would protect the people he cared about and live happily for the rest of his life. From the memories in his mind, Li Zixuan knew that his parents in this life loved him very much. In order to treat his illness when he was young, they did not hesitate to use up all their wealth. This made Li Zixuan very touched. Parents in the world were pitiful. The most selfless love in the world came from parents. Their love for their children was really unconditional. He could not help but think of his parents in his previous life. His father faced the yellow soil with his back to heaven and earth, digging for money in the soil to support his education. For more than 10 years, his father had never complained of hardship or tiredness. However, time was like a butcher's knife, urging people to age. No matter how much his father persevered, time still made his father's hair turn white and bent his waist. Thinking of his aging father, Li Zixuan felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Alas, it was not easy being a parent. Brother, go in peace. I will be filial to your parents. Dad, Mom, your son will not be able to go back. Take care of yourself over there. You don't have to support my education anymore. You don't have to work so hard. You have to live for yourself for the rest of your life. Zixuan is sorry. After making up his mind, Li Zixuan lay on the bamboo bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 3. In the early spring morning, the moist morning breeze crept in through the window, gently caressing Li Zixuan's handsome cheeks. Birds chirped happily outside the window, as if they were telling the joy of waking up early. The sun stretched lazily under the urging sounds of roosters crowing in the distance. Not long after, the first ray of golden light pierced through the clouds. Half an hour later, the sunlight finally passed through the window and shone on Li Zixuan's face. Feeling the dazzling light, Li Zixuan finally woke up. Oh, what time is it? Quickly wash up and go to the cafeteria to eat. Habitually, he reached under his pillow to take out his phone to check the time. Naturally, he found nothing. I forgot that I've already transmigrated. Hey, Tang Dynasty, your brother is here. Since he was already here, Li Zixuan felt that his mental state today was quite good. He could go and see this strange world. But the bed board was really hard. Oh, my old waist. After sitting cross-legged on the bed and circulating the Taishan Sutra for 2 cycles, Li Zixuan got up and walked to the stream behind the house to wash his face. He looked down. Wow, who is this pretty boy? He's so handsome. The reflection of the handsome guy in the water had fair skin. His facial features were delicate and youthful, but they were sharp and angular. His eyes revealed a sense of fortitude, and he had a unique kind of ethereal handsomeness, unlike the male idols in the future. He was about 1.78 meters tall, and he was wearing a white suit, looking handsome and spirited. TSK. I didn't expect to be reborn as a handsome guy. This face, this body, if placed in the future, it would completely crush those little fresh meats. Life is really lonely. I can obviously rely on my face to make a living, but I have martial arts skills and a belly full of talent. How can others live with this? Li Zixuan shamelessly narcissistic for a while, then squatted down, cupped the clear water of the stream, and washed his face. After washing up, he hastily made some food. After breakfast and cleaning up the dishes, Li Zixuan picked up his long sword and went out. This sword was called Wind-Chasing Sword. The sword was 3 feet long and weighed 42 pounds. It was made of extraterrestrial iron and could really cut iron like mud. Compared to the current smelting technology of the Tang dynasty, this sword had an absolute advantage. Wind-Chasing Sword was originally obtained by his master, spiritual master Lingxiu, in his later years when he traveled in Jianghu. Later, when Li Zixuan reached the primary level of the Taishan Sutra, his master passed the wind-chasing sword to him. Seeing this sword, the sword. If only his master was still here. In the early spring, Zhongnan Mountain was lush with greenery and beautiful scenery. Walking on the mountain path, one could feel the vigorous vitality of the entire mountain forest after the harsh winter. Li Zixuan rushed toward Chang'an city according to the direction in his memory. Well, I don't have a horse. This Mount Zhongnan should be at least 100 miles away from Chang'an. It would take more than a day to walk. The Tang dynasty seemed to have a curfew. If I can't reach Chang'an before dark, I can only stay outside the city for a night. Thinking of the curfew in Chang'an, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel anxious. Although this season wasn't as cold as the winter, the early spring nights were still quite cold. Yes, I'm someone who knows martial arts. How could I forget? Patting his head, Li Zixuan became excited again. His way of thinking was still stuck in the modern world. He had to adapt quickly. It was a good opportunity to try out the feeling of the martial arts masters in the TV series using Qigong. Everyone had a martial arts dream when they were young. They hoped that one day they could easily jump 2 feet high, walk on snow without leaving a trace, and float on water with their iron palms. I digress. Li Zixuan used all his strength to use the cloud-piercing steps. The trees on both sides quickly retreated. This speed is too fast. This should be equivalent to the speed of a motorcycle. I think I'll reach Chang'an by noon. Feeling the speed of the wind, Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He secretly used the Taishan Sutra to recover his inner breath. At noon, Li Zixuan finally saw the majestic Chang'an city in front of him. He saw the towering city walls. On the city walls stood a row of soldiers. Outside the city gates, there was an endless stream of people and merchants. From afar, he could see the towering buildings in the city. Rows upon rows of pavilions. What a prosperous scene. Following the flow of people, he successfully entered Chang'an city. Chang'an city was divided into more than 100 residential areas by 38 streets, which were called squares. Each residential area was surrounded by a wall. According to his memory, the Li family lived in Yongla Lane. Entering the city through the illustrious Virtue Gate, Li Zixuan headed north. Looking at the endless stream of people wearing ancient costumes on the streets, Li Zixuan felt as if he was in a costume drama. Wow, the girl in front of me has such a beautiful figure. The girl in front of him had long hair that reached her waist. Her waist was slender and her hips were full. She wore an orange open-collar dress that reached her ankles. As the dress was low, he could vaguely see the deep cleavage of the girl's breasts. Beauties in ancient costumes are still the best. Li Zixuan loved beauties in ancient costumes in his previous life. He even bought a similar open-collar dress for his girlfriend. His girlfriend looked even prettier in it. Looking at the beauties along the way, he rushed to Yongla Lane. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan entered the gate of Yongla Lane and walked towards his home. At the same time, in the backyard of the Li family. Miss, slow down. A 13 or 14-year-old maid was chasing a little girl who was pulling a kite. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her hair was tied in 2 pigtails. She was pulling a butterfly kite and running happily. Not far away, a couple was looking at the little girl lovingly. Master, look, Lan is always like a crazy girl. She can't stay idle. The older man patted the woman's shoulder and smiled. Madam, Lan is still young. It's fine as long as she's happy. This old man's biggest wish in life is for Madam and the children to be happy. Children, the purple-clothed woman's beautiful eyes trembled. Master, I wonder how Xian is. It's been 8 years and Xian hasn't sent a letter home. I wonder if this child's body has recovered. That's right, this couple was Li Zishuan's parents. Li Zishuan's father was Li Jingma and his mother was Yi Yuzhu. Li Jingma's heart trembled when he heard his wife's words. A trace of sadness appeared on his face but was immediately concealed. Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. I've asked around these years. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a true expert. I heard that he's one of the top internal experts in Jianghu. It's a rare opportunity for Xian to be his disciple. If he can't save Xian I don't think anyone else in this world can. At this moment, a young servant hurriedly ran over and bowed. Master, Madam, there's a young man outside the manor. He says he's Li Zishuan and wants to see you. Who? What did you say that young man was called? Madam Li asked the young servant with a face full of excitement. Her voice trembled. He said he was called Li Zishuan. The servant was also frightened by his wife's excitement and replied reflexively. Xian my Xian Madam Li ran excitedly to the manor door. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to see her child as soon as possible. Even Li Jingma couldn't keep up with her speed. Sometimes, a mother's love could make a mother burst forth with immeasurable strength. The little girl called Lan also noticed the commotion. Seeing her mother leave in a hurry, she hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 4. A quarter of an hour ago, Li Zishuan had been standing in front of the Li mansion for a long time. His emotions were complicated. He was excited to return home, but he was also worried about meeting his parents in this life. Although his soul didn't belong to this era, he couldn't give up the family bond of blood. In this life, Li Zishuan had been away from home for 8 years. Now that the soul of another era was in his body, Li Zishuan was worried that his parents in this life might notice something. Li Zishuan paced back and forth in front of the Li mansion for a long time. The servants in front of the gate looked at him strangely. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zishuan was handsome and didn't look like a vicious person, they would have taken him to the authorities long ago. Li Zishuan finally calmed down and walked toward the gatehouse, as if there was another force in his body pushing him into the Li mansion. Is your master and madam home? Li Zishuan didn't remember seeing this gatehouse before. He probably entered the Li mansion after he left home when he was young. Even if this gatehouse was an old member of the family, he probably wouldn't recognize Li Zishuan after so many years. Seeing Li Zishuan's stately appearance, the gatekeeper was afraid that he was a young master of some family, so he didn't dare to be rude. He said, "My master and madam are here." What business does young master have with my master and madam? This humble one will go and inform them. My name is Li Zishuan. I have something to discuss with your master and madam. You can go and inform them. Not long after, a beautiful woman in purple walked quickly to the gate. Looking at the woman in front of him, time didn't leave many traces on her face. However, many strands of silver could be seen in her beautiful hair. Blood was thicker than water. Mother and son were connected by heart. Even if their souls didn't belong to this era, Li Zixuan could still feel the silent call in his heart. He was very sure that this was his mother. Mrs. Li was also very excited at this moment. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, she could vaguely see the shadow of his childhood on his face. More importantly, her intuition told her that this was her son, and she didn't need any other proof. After staring at each other for a long time, Li Jingma finally caught up. Li Zixuan looked at the weathered couple in front of him and saw the deep love in their eyes. He thought of his parents in his previous life. He couldn't help kneeling on the ground and holding back the tears that were about to fall. Father, mother, your son is unfilial. I left home for 8 years and was unable to serve you both. With tears in her eyes, Madame Li Zixuan hurriedly knelt down and hugged Li Zixuan. My Xian, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. My son has grown taller, but your face is still the same as when you were young. It's just that you've lost some weight. As she spoke, she stroked Li Zixuan's cheeks with both hands. Li Jingma's face was also filled with excitement. He kept turning his head and using his long sleeve to wipe his tears. He kept muttering, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The family of 3 played out a heartwarming scene of mother and son reuniting in front of the door. The servant who went in to report just now was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this young man to be his young master. He thought to himself, I've never heard that master and madam have a son. But fortunately, I didn't treat the young master rudely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Li family anymore. The little servant couldn't help but feel proud of his quick-wittedness. Father, mother, who is this uncle? Uncle is already so old and still crying. Shame, 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 Lan didn't cry when I was 4. A childish voice suddenly interrupted this heartwarming scene, causing the warm atmosphere to become stifled. It turned out that Lan's legs were too short to keep up with her parents' speed. Now that she finally arrived at the door, she saw her mother and a young man hugging and crying. This man was obviously much older than Lan and was also much taller than Lan. But why was he crying at such a big age? Lan was puzzled. But she remembered that her parents had taught her to be polite when meeting outsiders. Thus, she said that sentence. Cough, cough. Li Jingma's face was full of black lines. His son had suddenly become his daughter's uncle for no reason. What the hell was going on? Li Zixuan also had an awkward expression on his face, but it wasn't because the little girl had called him uncle. After all, the soul in this body was 25 years old, and this little girl looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. In his previous life, Li Mingzhou was often called uncle by children of this age. What made Li Zixuan feel awkward was that he was being looked down upon by a little girl. He raised his head and looked at the little girl who was at the door. The little girl was leaning on the door frame and looking at him curiously with wide eyes. She looked very cute. Li Zixuan was also a little puzzled. Whose family did this little girl belong to? Why was she at his house? Lan, don't talk nonsense. This is your brother. Mrs. Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she scolded the little girl. She turned around and smiled at Li Zixuan. Xian, this is your little sister. She was born the 2nd year after you went to Mount Longhu. She's almost 6 years old. Your father and I named her Li Zilan. Lan, hurry up and greet your brother. Li Zilan. It seems that my parents have been thinking about me all these years. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart when he heard his little sister's name. Li Zilan's little face was full of smiles. She ran over and grabbed her mother's hand. She pointed at Li Zixuan and said, Mother, is this Lan's brother? Why didn't you play with Lan before? Why is brother so much taller than Lan? Li Zixuan's 1.78-meter height didn't look like a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Looking at this cute little sister in front of him, Li Zixuan's heart also melted. He also secretly blamed the previous owner of this body. After leaving home for 8 years, he actually didn't come home to visit and only knew how to cultivate. He completely didn't fulfill his responsibility as a son and as a brother. He went forward and hugged Li Zilan. He smiled and rubbed his little sister's bun head. Lan, be good. I'm Lan-er's big brother. Big brother used to be busy and couldn't come home. Now that I'm back, can you play with Lan every day? And Lan can also grow to be as tall as big brother if I eat more. Hearing that there was someone to play with her in the future, Lan excitedly waved her hands. Really? Lan wants to fly a kite. Lan also wants to go to Shi City to buy sweets, mud carts, and dolls. Big brother, will you accompany Lan? Accompany. Big brother will fly a kite with Lan in the afternoon. Tomorrow, big brother will accompany Lan to Shi City to buy things. Lan wants to pinky swear with big brother. Okay. Let's pinky swear. 100 years, no changes. Looking at the harmonious relationship between the siblings, Li Jingma and his wife were gratified. Their son, who had left home for 8 years, was finally back. The family of 4 was finally reunited. The two of them hadn't been as happy as they were today for more than 10 years. Their faces were glowing, as if they were a few years younger. Xian, quickly go in. Tell your mother how you've been all these years. Mrs. Li quickly walked forward and pulled Li Zishuan into the front hall of the Li family. Yes, mother. Chapter 5. In the front hall of the Li estate. Xian, how's your body? Do you still need to go to Mount Longhu to cultivate after you return? Li Zishuan's mother asked hopefully as she held on to Li Zishuan's hand, afraid that her son would leave her again in a few days. Mother, I've already made some progress in my cultivation. Master said that my weak body is no longer a problem and that I don't need to go to Mount Longhu anymore. I can just cultivate at home. That's great. Master, Xian's body is fine. He doesn't need to leave us anymore. Li Jingma's mother said happily, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Jingma was also very happy and couldn't help but want to laugh to the heavens, but he forced himself to hold it in. However, the slight smile on his lips betrayed the uncontrollable joy in his heart. He held on to his wife's hand and patted it lightly, trying to calm her down. Madam, you can finally rest easy now. He then looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, Xian, it's all thanks to your master that you're where you are today. Although our Li family is a merchant family, we still need to know how to repay kindness. Your master saved your life, so you must be filial to him in the future. Do you hear me? Hearing the mention of his master, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He recalled the bits and pieces of his memories. Towards the master of this body that he had never met, Li Zishuan still held a lot of respect. Father, master has already passed away half a month ago. Hearing this, Li Jingma and Li Zishuan were both shocked and saddened. After a long while, Li Jingma got up and patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder, saying in a deep voice, Xian, don't be too sad. When you have time in the future, bring me to your master's grave so that I can pay my respects. Your master is our Li family's great benefactor. Li Zishuan nodded heavily. Master, madam, it's time for lunch. At this time, a servant girl dressed in green came to the front of the hall. I was too busy talking. Xian, you must be hungry. Xiao He, tell the kitchen not to serve the food yet. I still need to make some of Xian's favorite dishes. Li Jingma's mother stood up and ordered the servant girl. Yes, madam. Xiao He hurriedly accepted the order and left. Xian, sit here and talk to your father for a while. Mother will be back soon. Mother, Lan wants to eat candied fruit pastries. Lan hurriedly requested from behind. Okay, mother will make it for you. Li Zishuan's mother went to the kitchen to cook. In the living room, Li Jingma picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xian, come and tell your father how you've been on Mount Longhu all these years. Hearing his father's question, Li Zishuan told him some of the important things that happened in his 8 years of learning martial arts. Of course, he didn't mention that he almost fell to his death on the way back. He just said that he encountered a group of bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was slightly injured. Father, How has the family been all these years? Father spent so much money to treat my illness when I was young. Has the family business been affected? Hearing that his son was concerned about him, Li Jingma's father felt gratified. He slowly recalled, back then, your health was deteriorating day by day. I only hoped that you would recover soon. I didn't have the heart to take care of the shops and restaurants in Shi City. The other owners took the opportunity to suppress us, and the businesses of those shops became worse and worse. I simply sold off those silk and clothing shops to treat your illness. Later on, your master said that he could teach you inner strength to nurse your body and bring you to Mount Longhu to practice martial arts to strengthen your body. Only then did I have nothing to worry about and began to manage the shops again. Li Jingma's father paused for a moment, then took a sip of tea and continued, those people who coveted your father's shops didn't even take a look at the meat in my bowl. Humph, to think that I, Li Jingma, started from scratch and was able to establish such a large family business. Why would I be afraid of them? Less than 2 years after you left home, I crushed those shops that were suppressing us. Speaking up to this point, Li Jingma smiled confidently and released a strong and domineering aura. Li Zishuan didn't expect his father to be so powerful. In modern times, he would be a proper business tycoon. It seemed that he could be content to be a rich second-generation heir in the future. He hadn't experienced the life of a rich family in his previous life. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased with himself for being born into a good family in this life. Who knew that his father would sigh again and say, I'm not afraid of my business enemies. I can defeat them, but time is unforgiving. I'm already 48 years old this year, and my physical strength is much worse than before. I still need you to take care of this family business in the future. He couldn't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Li Zishuan still didn't want to inherit the family business so soon. It would be great to be a rich second-generation heir. He hurriedly said, Father, you're only 48 years old and in the prime of your life. I've been staying at Mount Longhu all these years and rarely come into contact with the ways of the world. How can I help you take care of your business? Wait for me to learn from you for 2 years, then I'll help share your burdens. At least wait for me to experience the life of a rich second-generation heir for 2 years, Li Zishuan thought to himself. Father Li thought for a while and felt that his son's words made sense. He said, all right, then we'll wait for 2 years. Master, it's time to eat. At this moment, Li Zishuan's mother walked in with a group of servant girls carrying bowls and plates. She said to Li Zishuan, come quickly. Mother made your favorite base soup, mutton soup, and roast chicken. Come and try it. There's also Lan's candied fruit pastries, the little girl hurriedly said. There's everything. Lan, you're a little greedy cat. Motherly chuckled. The family sat down one by one. Looking at the dozen or so dishes in front of him, Li Zishuan realized that most of them were steamed or boiled. There were no stir-fried dishes. It seemed that stir-frying wasn't popular in the Tang dynasty. In fact, stir-frying had been invented long ago, but it hadn't been popularized. One of the main reasons was the lack of edible vegetable oil, mainly sesame oil. The earliest introduction of sesame oil could be traced back to the Western Han dynasty, but it hadn't been popularized. The main cooking methods of the Tang dynasty were still roasting, steaming, and boiling. Although they weren't stir-frying, these dishes smelled pretty good. Li Zishuan hadn't eaten properly when he was unconscious for a few days. Seeing these dishes stimulated his appetite, he lowered his head and began to eat. Big brother, try Lan's candied fruit pastries. Mother's candied fruit pastries are delicious. The little girl picked up a piece of candied fruit pastries and stood up. It took her a lot of effort to place it in Li Zishuan's bowl. Of course, there was a trace of reluctance on her face, like a child giving away her favorite food to someone else. It was very cute. Thank you Lan. What do you want to eat? Big brother will help you get it. Looking at the candied fruit pastries in the bowl and the expression on his little sister's face, Li Zishuan was very happy. It was good to be home. Lan also wants to eat fish. Mother's fish is also very delicious, but there are bones in the fish. It will hurt Lan Er's throat. Lan Er looked at the fish on the table. She had an expression of wanting to eat it, but she was also afraid. Hey, what's so difficult about that? Look at Big Brother. Li Zishuan picked up a piece of fish breast. There were fewer bones here. He infused his internal energy into the chopsticks. With a light shake, a few fish bones flew onto the table. Then, he dipped the fish into the fish soup and placed it in his little sister's bowl. Here, Lan Er, eat quickly. This piece of fish has no bones. The maids and servants at the side opened their mouths in shock. Lan Er looked at her brother with eyes full of admiration. She clapped her hands excitedly. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Father Li and Mother Li were also dumbfounded. Using internal energy to eat a meal. The two elders really didn't know what to say. Since ancient times, there had probably been no one who ate fish like this. If spiritual master Ling Su saw Li Zishuan using his martial arts here, he would probably climb out of his grave in anger and beat him up. However, Li Zishuan didn't care about this. As long as he could make his little sister happy, this was nothing. This young master had martial arts, so he was willful. Chapter 6. After the meal. Mother, I'm going to take a bath and take a nap. Last night, old son's bed was too hard, and Li Zishuan did not sleep well. He started to feel sleepy after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Li Zishuan tried to convince himself. Isn't there a saying that spring fatigue leads to autumn fatigue and hibernation? Yes, Xian Er. Mother has been getting people to tidy up your courtyard every day for the past few years. You can go there directly. Mother will assign 2 of my maids to your side and let them serve you. Xiao He, Xiao Shi, did you hear that? In the future, the 2 of you must serve Xian Er with all your heart. Mother Li said to the 2 pretty maids beside her. Yes, madam. The 2 maids hurriedly bowed and agreed. Their eyes were filled with joy. Their young master's martial arts was strong and he was handsome. All the maids in the residence were lining up to serve their young master. They didn't expect madam to send them. Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He was used to living a poor life. In the past, it was always him serving his girlfriend. Now that he suddenly had 2 pretty maids serve him, he was really not used to it. However, this was a feudal society. He didn't want to be too different. Besides, he didn't want to reject his mother's good intentions over such a small matter. Of course, there was another reason. These 2 maids were really beautiful. Li Zishuan also didn't want to reject them. Although they couldn't be eaten, the 2 maids were only 13 or 14 years old. Li Zishuan wasn't that beastly, they were still pleasing to the eye. Of course, the cold and inwardly passionate Li Zishuan would never admit that the last reason was the main reason. Yes, mother. I'll go back to my room. Li Zishuan turned around and said to his little sister, Lan Er, I'll go back to my room. When I wake up, I'll fly a kite with Lan Er. Yes, brother, you have to keep your promise. Although Lan didn't want her brother to go, she still let him go to sleep when she saw his tired face. The Li residence occupied a large area. It was a courtyard with 4 entrances. Li Zishuan lived in a small courtyard on the west side. He looked at the artificial mountains and ponds in the courtyard, the pavilions and terraces, and the corridors. Li Zishuan was deeply moved. In his previous life, he couldn't even afford to buy a place the size of a toilet in Beijing. He didn't expect that he would be able to live in such an antique supermansion. Even the small courtyard that he lived in was more than 10 times larger than those luxurious villas in his previous life. Sigh, having a rich father sure is great. Xiao He, go get the kitchen to boil some water and bring it to my room. I want to take a bath. Li Zishuan began his depraved life of having everything served to him. Yes, young master. Xiao He, who was behind him, quickly responded. Then, she lifted her green dress, and lightly trotted toward the kitchen. After a while, the kitchen staff brought the hot water over. Li Zishuan walked back to his room. What are you two doing here? Get out. Seeing the two girls following him in, Li Zishuan was speechless and hurriedly chased them away. Young master, this servant will help you bathe. Xiao He blushed and hurriedly argued. Li Zishuan looked at the two pretty girls. Xiao He was wearing a light green dress. Her two big eyes were very cute. Her chest was rather low, but he couldn't see her cleavage. He could only see the outline of two little buns. They hadn't started to develop yet. Xiao Shi was wearing a light yellow dress. There was already a faint cleavage on her chest. At this moment, her face was blushing. Heh, this is a shy girl. Facing these two cute little girls, Li Zishuan, who had always liked to look at beauties in ancient costumes in his previous life, really wanted to let them in at this moment. Forcefully suppressing the desire in his heart, Li Zishuan still drove the two little girls out. Go, go, go. I'll bathe myself. He was really afraid that if he let them in, he wouldn't be able to resist eating them up. Although he wasn't a lullicon, he couldn't resist such temptation. The two girls who were chased out looked at each other. They didn't understand why the young master would refuse their service. One had to know that the two of them had mustered up a lot of courage to suggest serving the young master in his bath. Inside the room, Li Zishuan quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. Facing his little brother, Li Zishuan said with disdain, Tsk. You still don't have enough self-control. It's just two little girls who haven't grown up yet and you're already so excited. Look at you. After taking a comfortable bath, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep on the soft mattress. Xiao Shi, why didn't the young master let us bathe? Outside the door, Xiao He was still thinking about the matter of being rejected as she whispered to Xiao Shi. How would I know? Is it because the young master doesn't like us to serve him? Xiao Shi was a little worried. In this era, the maids didn't have any human rights. If they made the master unhappy, it was common for them to be sold to the brothel. Master and Madame Li were very kind to the maids. If the young master didn't like them, they wouldn't have a good life in the residence in the future. That's not it. Xiao Shi, you're so pretty and have such big breasts. Why wouldn't the young master like you? I saw the young master sneaking glances at your breasts just now. Xiao He smiled mischievously at Xiao Shi. Li Zishuan didn't expect that Xiao He could still see through his deeply hidden eyes. Xiao Shi instantly blushed from her neck to her ears. She went up and scratched Xiao He. Xiao He, you're talking nonsense again. Xiao He giggled and quickly pinched Xiao Shi's arm to stop her from scratching herself. Xiao Shi, stop scratching. I won't say any more. Let's be quiet and not wake the young master up. Don't worry. I think it's not that the young master doesn't like us. He's just shy. I saw the young master blushing just now. Li Zishuan had a dream. In the dream, his girlfriend was crying. No matter how he coaxed her, she wouldn't stop crying. He was so anxious that he was sweating. His heart ached. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was neither tall nor handsome. He was also poor. However, his cute and petite girlfriend never left him. She was very attached to him. He was very grateful to her. They were together for 5 years. He had always doted on his girlfriend. Even if they quarreled sometimes, Li Zishuan would definitely apologize to his girlfriend and make her happy within an hour. Looking at his girlfriend in front of him crying without saying anything, Li Zishuan was really heartbroken. He couldn't stop his tears anymore. Brother. Why are you crying again? Brother, don't cry. Lan will give you all my delicious food. A crisp and tender voice woke Li Zishuan up from his dream. It turned out that Lan was bored by herself. She was very excited when she thought that her brother would accompany her to fly a kite in the afternoon. However, when she saw that her brother hadn't woken up yet, she came over to take a look. Who knew that her brother's eyes were closed but he was still crying? Lan immediately became anxious. Looking at his cute little sister in front of him, Li Zixuan realized that he was just dreaming. He couldn't help but think of the dream just now. He thought of his girlfriend's helpless crying. Perhaps that dream was real. He had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Then, he must have lost his soul and died. If his girlfriend knew about this, she would cry even more sadly than in the dream. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's heart was ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Brother. What's wrong? Seeing her brother staring blankly at her after waking up, Lan pulled Li Zixuan's arm worriedly. Seeing the unconcealable worry on Lan tender face, Li Zixuan secretly scolded himself for being a bastard. No matter how sad he was, he shouldn't let such a young sister worry about him. As for his ex-girlfriend Xiao Qian, Li Zixuan could only silently say in his heart, Xiao Qian, I'm sorry. If I could go back, I would definitely go back to find you. However, I really can't go back. I hope that you can quickly walk out of this shadow and find your next happiness. If Xiao Qian also came to the Tang dynasty, how great would that be? I would definitely marry you. However, his girlfriend obviously couldn't come to the Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan could only silently say goodbye to her in his heart. In the previous life, goodbye. Brother is fine. Let's go, Lan. Brother will bring you to fly a kite. After thinking it through, Li Zixuan carried Lan and left. Chapter 7. The next day. Early in the morning, before dawn, the morning drum on the gate tower of the Taiji Palace in Cheng had already sounded. Then, drum towers on the streets facing the north and south followed one after another. The sound of the drums spread from inside to outside. The gates of the palace and the gates of the markets were opened one after another. A new day had begun. The people and merchants of Cheng had begun a new day of bustling. At the same time, more than 100 temples in the city began to ring the morning bell. The sound of bells and drums intertwined, trying to wake up the whole city. But there was still one person who had not been woken up. It was Li Zixuan, who was still sleeping in his bed. As a glorious second-generation rich man, why did he get up so early? In the east courtyard of the Li mansion. At the moment, Mrs. Li was helping Li Jingma dress. Madam, I'm going to check the accounts of the clothing store in the West Market today. I won't be back at noon. You can eat first. Why did you suddenly want to check the accounts today? Mrs. Li asked curiously. Nothing, just a sudden whim. Li Jingma seemed to not want to say more. He was about to wash up when he suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. He frowned and said, Why hasn't Xian gotten up yet? Isn't he a martial artist? Shouldn't he get up early to practice martial arts? Would his master allow him to get up so late? Hey, why are you pinching me? What a scandal. Humph, Xian has suffered so much outside for so many years. What's wrong with enjoying life when he finally comes back? Are you still his father? You don't know how to care for your son at all. Mrs. Li pinched Li Jingma's soft waist with hatred. Okay, let go of me. I won't ask any more, okay? Let the brat sleep for as long as he wants. Li Jingma finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. He immediately walked out of the door, muttering as he walked. Unreasonable. Since ancient times, loving mothers have spoiled their sons. Mrs. Li naturally ignored Li Jingma. Since she had taken advantage of him physically, she would let him take advantage of her mouth. Otherwise, he would feel unbalanced, Mrs. Li thought. Late in the morning, in the west courtyard of the Li mansion. Li Zixuan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt his body sink as if something heavy was on him. He hurriedly opened his eyes. What he saw was a little angel in a pink dress sitting on top of him. Big brother is such a lazy bum. It's already so late in the morning and he's still not awake. Lan is already awake. As she spoke, she stretched out her small hand to pull Li Zixuan's cheek, giggling mischievously. Alright, since Lan dares to ride on Big Brother, let's see how Big Brother will deal with you. After saying that, he straightened his body and put his hands under Lan's armpits, throwing her high into the air. Then, when she was about to fall onto the bed, he used his hands to cushion her fall. Lan immediately screamed in fright. She used her hands and feet to move around. After landing on the bed, Lan immediately got off the bed. She pouted and frowned. She shouted at Li Zishuan, "Smelly brother, Lan will never talk to you again." After saying that, she was afraid that Li Zishuan would throw her again, so she quickly ran away. This little girl. Amused by Lan's cute expression, Li Zishuan began to get up and put on his clothes. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Shi hurriedly walked in from the outer room. There was a trace of a smile in their eyes. It was obvious that they had heard the sound of the siblings fooling around outside. "Young master, let us servants help you put on your clothes." Not allowing Li Zishuan to reject, the two little girls came up and got busy. Xiao He supported Li Zishuan's arms from behind while Xiao Shi helped him put on his clothes. As he was much taller than the two little girls, Xiao Shi had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to stand on his shoulders. Li Zishuan could even see the beads of sweat on Xiao Shi's nose. This little girl must be very nervous at this moment. After putting on his outer clothes, Xiao Shi bent down to help Li Zishuan fasten his belt. As she was bending over, Xiao Shi's well-developed body revealed a deep ravine. Li Zishuan's eyes inadvertently glanced down and saw this bloody scene. Seeing such an erotic scene early in the morning, this little brother naturally had to show his respect. Seeing the little tent below, Xiao Shi's tender face was so red that it was about to bleed. Before a servant was sold to a rich family by a broker, they would naturally be exposed to some kind of education. Li Zishuan was also extremely embarrassed at this moment. Cough cough, it's a natural reaction, a natural reaction. Xiao Shi, don't think too much. You have to keep your thoughts pure like this, young master. With this, Xiao Shi became even more flustered. When Xiao He heard her young master's strange words, she curiously looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi immediately hurriedly helped Li Zishuan fasten his belt and hurriedly ran away. "Young master, why did Xiao Shi run away?" Seeing her good sister running away in a sorry state, Xiao He curiously asked. Cough cough, nothing much. She was probably captivated by this young master's handsome appearance. Of course, Li Zishuan could not tell the truth. How beastly would he be if he had a reaction towards a 13-year-old girl? He could only shamelessly explain to Xiao He. Xiao He could not help but laugh out loud. Although her young master was indeed very handsome, who would praise himself like this? Her young master's skin was really thick. Xiao He silently cursed. If Li Zishuan could hear her, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. I am still a pure and innocent little virgin. How am I thick-skinned? Is it really okay for you to secretly talk about your young master like this? After breakfast, he greeted his mother and went to find Lan. He had promised to bring her to Shi City yesterday, so he could not go back on his words. When he arrived at the backyard, he saw Lan playing on the swing. When Lan saw her brother walking over, she pouted and lightly snorted. She turned her head and did not look at him anymore. This little girl was still angry about what happened in the morning. What a proud little loli. Xiao He, Xiao Shi, let's go. Today, this young master will bring you two to Shi City. I heard that a group of Persian people came recently. They even know how to perform magic and can make living people disappear. Let's go. I will bring you two to broaden your horizons. After saying that, Li Zishuan was about to walk out of the courtyard. Although Lan did not look over, her ears were always listening to the movements here. Originally, she was still waiting for her brother to come over and apologize to her. When she heard her brother's words, she immediately could not sit still. I want to go too, I want to go too. Stinky brother, you promised to bring Lan to Shi City to buy things yesterday. You didn't keep your word. Lan immediately chased after Li Zishuan and angrily said. Didn't Lan say this morning that she would not talk to me anymore? As long as brother brings Lan to Shi City, Lan will forget about the past and forgive brother for now. Lan Er's expression was saying that she was giving him face, so he should not fail to appreciate her kindness. Li Zishuan was defeated by this little girl's expression. Alright, let's go. Let's go to Shi City. San Bao, Ah Fu, the two of you follow us to Shi City. Look after the young miss and don't get lost. When they reached the entrance of the residence, Li Zishuan saw the two young servants who were guarding the door yesterday. As for their names, it was Xiao He who told him their names yesterday. Yes, young master. The two young servants had a happy expression. Going shopping with the young master was more interesting than guarding the door. Just like that, the group of people went out. Chapter 8. Shops were not allowed on the streets of Chang'an. The imperial court had specially designated two areas for trading. These were the eastern and western markets. The eastern market was considered a domestic market. There were more than 220 types of goods sold there, including rare treasures from all over the world. The western market was an international market, also known as the Golden Market. There were close to 1,000 shops that traded goods. It was the largest and most prosperous international market at that time. Yongla Lane, where the Li family lived, was closer to the eastern market than the western market. They had to pass through 5 lanes. Fortunately, they had nothing to do. Li Zishuan led a group of people to the western market. At the same time, they could admire the authentic ancient architecture of the Tang dynasty. Brother, Lan Er is tired. After walking for a short distance, Lan Er grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and refused to move forward. Li Zishuan, who was admiring the ancient architecture on both sides of the road, was speechless. They had only walked for a short distance, less than 2 miles, and this little girl was already complaining about being tired. However, he could not ignore her now. After all, she was his little sister. He should have hired a carriage in the morning. Lan Er, hang on a little longer. We'll be there soon. No, Lan Er really can't walk anymore. Lan said with a bitter face. How about this, let's walk slower. As we walk, I'll tell Lan Er a story, okay? Li Zishuan slowly tempted her. He had no choice. There was no way to hire a carriage here. He could not possibly carry Lan Er to the western market. When Lan heard that her brother was going to tell her a story, she immediately perked up. Her legs were no longer tired. She quickly stood up and held her brother's hand. Okay. Brother, tell me quickly. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. He held his little sister's hand and slowly walked forward. As he walked, he recalled, legend has it that a long time ago, the world was divided into the Dongxing Divine Continent, the Aparagodania Continent, the Nanbu Continent, and the Uttarakuru Continent. In the Dongxing Divine Continent, there was a mountain of flowers and fruits. There was a celestial stone on the mountain. One day, the celestial stone cracked and an egg rolled out of the stone. The egg turned into a stone monkey when it was exposed to the wind. The monkey's eyes shot out rays of golden light and worshipped in all directions. The monkey could walk and run. When it was thirsty, it would drink some spring water from the mountain stream. When it was hungry, it would eat some fruits from the mountain. He had a great time playing with the animals in the mountains all day long. One day, the weather was particularly hot. In order to avoid the hot weather, the monkeys ran to the mountain stream to take a bath. When they saw the spring water flowing, they walked along the stream to find its source. Li Zishuan planned to tell his little sister, Journey to the West. He had watched it countless times when he was a child, and he could still remember many of the plots very clearly. Moreover, the story was very long, and he could make it a long-term serial for his little sister. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about how to coax his little sister for a long time. Of course, he couldn't tell Lan Er and the others everything according to the original novel. After all, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Tang Xuanzang still existed. Li Zishuan decided to give Tang Xuanzang a new alias. He would call him Tang Yin for the time being. He also changed the name of the place. I wonder what Tang Bohu would think of Journey to the West in the Great Ming Dynasty hundreds of years later. Li Zishuan thought so mischievously. Just as he was talking about how the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and was imprisoned in the 8 trigrams furnace by Taisheng Lao Jun, they had arrived at the West Market. Alright, let's stop here for today. Let's go. Big brother will bring you to buy sweets and watch the juggling. Li Zishuan was prepared to experience this ancient market. Ah, we're here already? The little girl obviously hadn't heard enough and looked reluctant. Behind her, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, Ah Fu, and San Bao obviously didn't have enough and looked regretful. Dear friend, please wait a moment. May I ask which story you told me earlier came from? My little sister likes this story very much. Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old boy quickly walked out from behind him. Beside him was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan. In fact, Li Zishuan had already noticed that there were 2 people following them for a long time. After all, his kung fu wasn't for nothing. Since he felt that the 2 of them didn't have any bad intentions, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. They went their separate ways and he didn't have the right to restrict them. He just thought that they were going to the West Market like him. He didn't expect that they were following behind to eavesdrop on the story. Li Zishuan glanced behind the boy and found that there seemed to be more than 10 people disguised as pedestrians in the crowd. They seemed to be faintly protecting the boy. He's probably the son of an official going out to experience life. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. However, seeing that the boy was dressed luxuriously and had a polite attitude, and the little girl was looking at him with anticipation, Li Zishuan didn't want to be arrogant and offend them for no reason. Thus, he cupped his hands and returned the greeting. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. This isn't a story sold in the market. It's just a story that I made up to coax my little sister. Oh. The boy in luxurious clothes looked disappointed. In fact, he also liked this story. He was just about to ask for the name and send someone to buy a copy to read. He cupped his hands again and said, Brother, you're a genius. This story can't be made up without a wild imagination. I'm Li Gaoming. This is my little sister Li Lizzie. I want to make friends with you. How should I address you? Li Zishuan didn't expect to meet 2 brainless fans of Journey to the West when he went out for a trip. He was helpless. Seeing that the boy didn't look like an arrogant and domineering person, he thought that he could make friends with him. Thus, he smiled and said, Little brother, you flatter me. It's just a story that I made up. It's not elegant. My name is Li Zishuan. I live in Changlefang. I'll make friends with you. This boy was the current crown prince, Li Zishuan. His courtesy name was Gaoming. As a result, he wasn't lying when he called himself Li Gaoming. However, in his previous life, Li Zishuan was an engineering student. How could he have studied the history of the Tang dynasty so deeply? Naturally, he didn't know what Li Qingxian's courtesy name was. The little girl was Princess Changle, Li Lizzie. She was 7 years old this year. As her name suggested, she was a natural beauty. Her skin carried a sickly white color. Although she was only 1 year older than Lan, she was much taller. Li Lizzie had suffered from qi since she was young. This could be considered a hereditary illness in the Li family. Li Qingxian had seen his little sister sulking all day in the palace. As a result, he brought her to the Western market to relax. He didn't expect to meet a boy who told such an interesting story. Just as he and his little sister were listening to the story with great interest, their blood boiling, the story suddenly stopped. Only then did Li Qingxian have the intention to chat. After the 2 introduced themselves, they chatted for a while. Li Qingxian said, Brother Zishuan, there must be more to that story. Li Zishuan didn't expect that the charm of Journey to the West would be so great during the Tang dynasty. Of course there's more. What I told you just now was only the beginning. There's still more to come. Li Qingxian's face was filled with joy. In the end, he was only a child of about 10 years old. He excitedly said, Then this little brother will pay a visit another day. Brother Zishuan, you must continue to tell me the rest of the story. Li Lizzie's face was filled with regret. Her brother, the crown prince, could frequently leave the palace, but as a princess, she could not disregard imperial etiquette. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. Afterwards, he parted ways with Li Qingxian, taking his little sister to go shopping. Seeing Li Lizzie's melancholy expression, Li Qingxian understood what was going on after thinking it over. He then said to Li Lizzie, "Little sister, don't worry. In the future, after I finish listening to Li Zishuan's story, I will immediately return and tell it to you, okay?" Only then did Li Lizzie's expression change from gloomy to sunny. She happily smiled at Li Qingxian. Thank you, Crown Prince." Chapter 9. Li Zishuan and his group arrived at the Shi market. There were many inns, pavilions, taverns, and food stalls on the streets. Among them, there was an endless stream of tourists and merchants. In the distance, there were also some, who were from the western regions, Central Asia, and West Asia who came to Chang and to do business through the Silk Road. Some were selling gold, silver, and jewelry, while others were buying silk, porcelain, and so on. Looking at the bustling market in front of him, Li Zishuan was also a little shocked. One must know that the entire Tang dynasty only had a population of 20 million, far less than later. It was really not easy to have such a bustling market in this era. In a few years, the people of the Tang dynasty will welcome an unprecedented prosperity. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. He accompanied Lan to buy sweets, dolls, and her favorite toys. He even brought her to see the Persian juggling show that she had been talking about for a long time. It was already noon. After walking for half a day, Li Zishuan was also very hungry and wanted to find a restaurant to eat. Xiaohe, which restaurant nearby has good food? Not knowing which restaurant to choose, Li Zishuan decisively threw the question to Xiaohe, a native of the Tang dynasty. "Young master, Xiaohe also doesn't know. Xiaohe rarely leaves the residence and has never eaten here before." Xiaohe blinked her eyes and said carefully. Li Zishuan patted his head and thought that it was true. How could this little maid be willing to spend money to eat in a restaurant in the Shi market? "Young master, why don't we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant opened by old master?" Xiaohe suggested. My father opened a restaurant in the Shi market? Li Zishuan was very surprised. "Pfft, young master, how come you don't even know about your family's business?" Xiaohe could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan was also quite embarrassed. "Okay, then let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Does anyone know where it is?" "Lead the way." "Lan knows. Father brought Lan here last year," Lan said enthusiastically. The little girl was excited when she heard about food. She was simply a little foodie. He bought so many snacks for her in the morning and she was still not full. Li Zishuan was a little puzzled. "Then let's go." The group of people arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn under Lan's lead. This was a 5-story restaurant. It was very conspicuous among the low-rise shops. Just by looking at it from the outside, it looked quite grand. TSK, Dad is really rich. This is equivalent to a 5-star hotel in the future, and this is one of the family's businesses. TSK, I only knew that Dad was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Looks like the path of a rich second-generation prodigal has a long way to go. How can he spend so much money? Li Zishuan was just a poor loser in his previous life. He really didn't know how to spend this much money. When they entered the restaurant, the manager of the restaurant was a fat man in his 40s. When he saw Lanner, he immediately came up to her and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Miss, why are you here today? Please come upstairs." He had never seen Li Zishuan before, so naturally, he didn't know that this was his young master. "Shopkeeper Lu, this is my family's young master. He just returned from Mount Longhu yesterday. Why don't you greet him?" Xiaohe said angrily when she saw that shopkeeper Lu ignored her young master. Young master, please don't blame me. I was blind. Young master, please come upstairs." When shopkeeper Lu heard this, he repeatedly apologized to Li Zishuan. He had also heard that his young master had a son who went to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts. He didn't expect to bump into him as soon as he came back. He couldn't help but feel that he was unlucky. You don't have to be so polite, shopkeeper Lu. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard to help my father manage the restaurant all these years. Li Zishuan patted shopkeeper Lu's shoulder and tried to be as gentle as possible. After all, shopkeeper Lu was considered one of the upper management of the Li group. He had also made a lot of contributions. A few words of encouragement would let him continue to contribute to the Li group. There was no need to make things difficult for him over such a small matter. Li Zishuan wasn't such a petty person. Li Zishuan expressed that he was still very magnanimous. Young master, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. When shopkeeper Lu heard Li Zishuan's words, he was so happy that the fat on his face jiggled. I feel disgusted looking at him. Li Zishuan quickly turned his head away. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat later. The group went up to the 4th floor and entered a private room. After shopkeeper Lu served some of his signature dishes, Li Zishuan and Lan sat down to eat. 2 maids and 2 servants stood by the side to serve them. You guys should sit down and eat together. Why are you standing? Li Zishuan expressed that he couldn't eat when others were looking at him. He quickly waved his hand to the 4 people beside him. Young master, how can we do this? How can servants sit and eat together with their masters? Xiao Shi hurriedly waved her hand and said. Although Xiao He, Fu, and San Bao also wanted to sit down and eat, they all knew the rules. When they heard Xiao Shi's rejection, they nodded their heads in agreement. What are you talking about? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Since I asked you to eat together, then quickly sit down and eat. Li Zishuan said impatiently. He still didn't understand the concept of class. Seeing that their young master was about to flip out, the 4 of them looked at each other and carefully sat down. With no one staring at him, Li Zishuan picked up his chopsticks and wanted to try the dishes of this 5-star hotel's chef. In the end, he was disappointed. It was not as good as the shark fin soup made by his mother yesterday. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. It couldn't be helped. The main reason was that the Tang dynasty's cooking method was too simple. Li Zishuan ate a few chopsticks and didn't want to eat anymore. After eating these dishes every day, his mouth was getting bland. He had to think of a way to improve his diet. He planned to go to the kitchen of the hotel and see if he could get the chef to make something delicious. What should he make? Let's make KFC. It was suitable for both young and old. The key was that in his previous life, in order to please his girlfriend, he learned how to make KFC online for a long time. He still remembered the process of making KFC in detail. At this time, Lana also put down her chopsticks. She had eaten too many snacks in the morning. At this time, Li Zishuan said to Lana, Lana, Big Brother will go to the kitchen and ask the chef to make something delicious that you have never eaten before. Do you want to eat it? What is it? Lana opened her big cute eyes and asked expectantly. Lana, you will know in a while. Li Zishuan laughed and left. He went to find shopkeeper Lu and said that he wanted the chef to make something new. He asked shopkeeper Lu to bring him to the kitchen of the hotel. Wang Eru, come here. Come and greet the young master. The young master wants you to make something new. Do whatever the young master asks you to do. Do you hear me? Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand at a fat young man in his 30s. Yes, 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 shopkeeper. Wang Eru quickly replied. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly bent over and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, Young master, this Wang Eru is the best chef in our hotel. If you need anything, just ask him. Well, sorry to trouble you, shopkeeper Lu. If you have something to do, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Li Zishuan waved his hand at shopkeeper Lu. No hurry, no hurry. I also want to see what kind of new food the young master wants to make. Whatever. You can have a look if you want. The dish I want to make is called Kentucky Fried Chicken. Li Zishuan said indifferently. Then, he ordered Wang Eru, get me 20 pairs of chicken legs. Since he had already made it, he might as well make more. After a while, Wang Eru brought back a large pile of chicken legs. Li Zishuan continued to instruct. First, cut each drumstick into 3 equal pieces. Then, add some sugar, salt, and ginger to each piece. You can estimate how much to add. If it tastes good later, your salary for this month will be doubled. If it doesn't, I'll deduct your salary. Wang Eru suddenly felt a lot of pressure. His forehead was secretly sweating. He carefully controlled the ratio of seasonings with his years of cooking skills. Seeing that Wang Eru was done, Li Zishuan continued to instruct. Pour half a pot of wine into it. Yes, that's all. Well, bring it over and steam the chicken cubes first. After half an hour, the chicken cubes were steamed. Li Zishuan ordered again, roll the chicken cubes in the starch. Okay, go and beat 4 more eggs. Mix them well and add more eggs to the chicken cubes. After a while, Wang Eru was done. Do you have sesame oil? Li Zishuan remembered that there should be sesame oil in the Tang dynasty. Yes, how much do you want, young master? A pot. Half a pot will do. Ah. So much? Young master, sesame oil is very expensive. Wang Eru was a little distressed. It's okay. Go ahead. I don't lack money. Li Zishuan said that he was so poor that he only had money. Wang Eru had no choice but to get the sesame oil. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, he poured the sesame oil into the pot and boiled it. After that, he put the chicken cubes in and fried them until the skin was golden brown. Suddenly, a fragrant and crispy chicken smell filled the kitchen. The other cooks looked over and secretly swallowed their saliva. Wang Eru was also a little dumbfounded. Looking at the golden chicken cubes in front of him, he couldn't believe that it was made by him. Li Zishuan picked up the chopsticks and couldn't wait to pick up a piece. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The key was that it was neither salty nor bland. The taste was just right. It was not much different from KFC in the future. He happily patted Eru's shoulder and said, Eru, well done. Manager Lu, Eru's salary will be doubled in the future. Eru, work hard in the future. My Li family will not treat you unfairly. Don't think about changing jobs. I can give you what other families can give you. Li Zishuan valued a talent like Eru very much. After saying that, he ignored Eru's continuous declarations of loyalty and left with the KFC. Passing through the hall on the first floor, the fragrant smell of the fried chicken cubes immediately attracted the attention of all the diners. They all looked at the food plate in Li Zishuan's hand. They all fiercely sniffed and secretly swallowed their saliva. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to go upstairs, a dark and thin young man stood up and said, Wait a minute, little brother. What food are you holding in your hand? Why haven't I seen it in the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Li Zishuan heard this and stopped. He looked at the dark and thin young man and said, This is KFC. It's a new dish from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It will be available tomorrow. Today is only a trial. If you want to try it, you can try it tomorrow morning. In a while, I'll ask Manager Lu to add this dish to the restaurant's menu. Perhaps it will increase the restaurant's income. Li Zishuan was inwardly pleased with himself as he thought to himself, this can be considered as increasing my dad's income. After saying this, Li Zishuan ignored everyone's reaction and quickly went upstairs. His little sister was still waiting for him. Chapter 10. In the private room on the 4th floor. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and entered. Instantly, the gazes of the few people in the room all gathered on him. The smell was really too fragrant, and the appearance was also very good. Wow, is this the new delicious food that brother made? It looks delicious, Lan wants to eat. Lan excitedly went forward to take the chicken with her hands. Li Zishuan quickly pushed Lan's hands away. Go, it's hot, use chopsticks. Come, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, Ah Fu, San Bao, try it too. After saying that, he placed a large plate of fried chicken on the table. Lan impatiently picked up a piece of chicken and put it into her mouth. Her small mouth bit on the fragrant and soft chicken, and her cute big eyes narrowed into a line. While eating, she exclaimed, it's really delicious. Brother, what's the name of this? Brother named this food Kentucky Fried Chicken. Lan, don't speak when you eat, be careful not to choke. After saying that, he dotingly rubbed Lan's little head and said to the other 4 people, don't just stand there, come and try it. There's so much, Lan can't finish it all by herself. Don't care about so many rules, follow young master and you will have meat to eat. Xiao He, Ah Fu, and Sanbao impatiently picked up a piece of chicken and began to wolf it down. Only Xiao Shi was more reserved, and she ate in small bites. This little servant girl had always been more gentle and quiet, but from her slightly raised lips, it could be seen that she was eating happily. Sob, young master, this is the most delicious thing that Sanbao has ever eaten in her life. This chicken is really too delicious. The uncultured Sanbao suddenly cried while eating. Then why are you crying? If it's delicious, eat it. No one is stopping you. Li Zishuan was rather speechless. Eating a piece of fried chicken could actually make someone cry. Young master, but Sanbao can't eat anymore. Xiao He and Ah Fu at the side nodded with a bitter face. In fact, this was also difficult for the 3 of them. As servants, it was rare for someone to bring them to such a high-end restaurant for a feast, and the young master didn't dislike them and let them eat together. The food in this restaurant might not be considered delicious in the eyes of Lan and Li Zishuan, but in the eyes of these people, it was a delicacy. Therefore, when Li Zishuan and Lan put down their chopsticks and did not want to eat anymore, they opened their stomachs and ate boldly. When Li Zishuan came back from the kitchen, more than a dozen dishes on the table had basically been finished. Now, facing the even more delicious fried chicken, they really wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so empty plates in front of him and understood what was going on. Oh, that's a pity. Such a delicious thing is unique in the Great Tang. Lan little Shi, since they can't eat it, let's destroy it, haha. Lan's face was also filled with joy. Fortunately, she didn't eat too much just now. She didn't have time to talk and just kept eating. Xiao He and the other 2 looked at the tempting chicken and drooled. Although they were full, they still couldn't bear to part with such delicious food. The 3 of them resolutely attacked the fried chicken. With such delicious food, it was worth it even if they were stuffed to death. Sanbao thought so tragically. After a while, the 6 of them really couldn't eat anymore, but there were still 5 pieces of chicken left on the plate. At this moment, a voice came from the door. Little brother, since you can't eat anymore, why don't you give the rest to me? Li Zishuan turned his head and saw that it was the dark and thin man he met at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Although his clothes weren't gorgeous, he had an intimidating aura. Li Zishuan didn't dare to underestimate him and cupped his hands. Old brother, if you really want to eat, why don't you wait until tomorrow and let old brother eat the leftovers? This little brother is truly lacking in manners. It's fine, it's fine. Old Qing doesn't care about these things. Oh, this one is Qing Chumo. How should I address you, little brother? Qing Chumo repeatedly waved his hands to show that he didn't care. In truth, he didn't want to thicken his skin and come here. He was the eldest son of the Qing clan, so how could he be so shameless? But after smelling the fragrance of the fried chicken, he felt like his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. Looking at the plate in front of him, he found it tasteless. So this fellow was Qing Chumo, the son of the demon king of chaos Qing Yaojin. He couldn't offend him. Li Zishuan was inwardly alarmed and hurriedly cupped his hands. This little brother is Li Zishuan. This is my little sister, Li Zilan. Since brother Qing doesn't mind, then sit down and eat together. It's truly lacking in manners to let brother Qing eat this today. Tomorrow, I'll set up another banquet and treat brother Qing to a good meal. How about it? Hearing this, Qing Chumo grinned and heavily patted Li Zishuan's shoulder. Brother Li is straightforward. I, old Cheng, will definitely take you as a brother. Hey, little sister Lan, is really beautiful. Today, Brother Cheng didn't bring a gift, I'll make it up to Lan, or tomorrow. After saying this, he found a seat and sat down. He laughed and said, "Ha, just now you were imitating those literati words." It was so sour. Li Zishuan was speechless. No wonder he felt that the style was wrong. How could Qing Yaojin's son be so scholarly? After being praised by Qing Chimo, Lan shyly hugged Li Zishuan's arm and lowered her head, not saying a word. Qing Chimo saw that Li Zishuan was still unperturbed after being patted twice, and he was a little surprised. His 2 pats just now had the intention to test Li Zishuan, so he used 30% of his strength. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it, so he praised, "Brother Li's skills are not bad." Li Zishuan smiled slightly. "I know a little about martial arts. Brother Qing seems to be a straightforward person. Quickly sit down and eat together." At this moment, Qing Chimo remembered the purpose of coming over. He immediately shifted his target to the golden crispy fried chicken. He didn't hold back and immediately put a piece of chicken into his mouth. After chewing twice and tasting the flavor, he immediately swallowed it in big mouthfuls like a cow chewing on peonies. He even gave a thumbs up and praised. "This is really a delicacy. I've eaten so much food for so many years for nothing." Not long after, the pieces of fried chicken were completely devoured. Qing Chimo obviously wanted more and said, "It's really delicious. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life." Then he asked doubtfully, "Brother Li, why did the Drunken Immortal restaurant let you taste the new food they released today?" After eating the delicacy of his dreams, this guy's intelligence finally returned to normal and he thought of the crux of the problem. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I won't hide it from Brother Cheng. This Drunken Immortal restaurant is my father's business. Today, this little brother suddenly had an idea and taught the chef to make this new food. I wanted to try it and see if it was delicious." "Oh, so that's how it is. Brother, next time you make a new food, don't forget about me, haha." Qing Chimo patted Li Zishuan and said. At this moment, shopkeeper Lu came in and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. "Young master, this old man just tasted the chicken. It's really a delicacy. I just don't know if young master can sell this chicken in the Drunken Immortal restaurant." Old Lu looked at Li Zishuan with a hopeful expression. When Li Zishuan left, he impatiently asked Wang Eru to make some fried chicken for him. After tasting it, he almost swallowed his tongue. He had eaten many delicacies over the years, but he had never eaten anything that could be compared to this fried chicken. Thus, old Lu thought that if this chicken was sold in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Thus, he eagerly ran over and asked for Li Zishuan's opinion. "Yes, Uncle Lu, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. Tomorrow, you can put this KFC on the restaurant's menu. There will be a limit of 200 servings per day. It's first come, first served." Yes, young master is wise. Old Lu had been doing business for many years. He immediately understood Li Zishuan's intentions and his face was full of admiration. Then he asked, "Young master, how much is the price of this chicken?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and asked, "Uncle Lu, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of each serving?" Only then did shopkeeper Lu notice Qing Chimo in the room. He hesitated for a moment. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. This is my brother. If he comes to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in the future, Uncle Lu, you must treat him well." Qing Chimo was touched. Shopkeeper Lu then said, "Young master, the process of making this chicken is not difficult. The main problem is that the sesame oil used is quite expensive. The cost of each serving is about 200 copper coins. Well, then let's set the price as usual. Don't set it too high. I want all the people in Cheng and city to be able to eat this delicacy." Haha. Everyone in the room was speechless. A serving of this chicken was not expensive. "Do you think all the people in Cheng and city are as rich as you?" Shopkeeper Lu thought carefully. Such a delicacy could be eaten with money. It was indeed not expensive. He happily flattered, "Young master is so benevolent. But why is this dish called chicken nibbled? It's so strange." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this chicken need to be nibbled? Can't it just bite it with its mouth?" Li Zishuan also knew that the ancient people would find the name Kentucky Fried Chicken strange, but he did not expect old Lu to think so far. He said, "Kentucky Fried Chicken is quite good. Let's use this name. Well, we must respect the originality." What else could shopkeeper Lu say? He could only express his agreement and then leave. In the room, he chatted with Ching Chimo again. Feeling that it was time to leave, he asked Lan, "Do you still want to go to Shi City?" Lan rubbed her swollen belly and shook her head bitterly. She said, "Brother, let's wait a little longer. I'm so full that I can't walk." Hearing this, except for him and Ching Chimo, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan felt quite funny. "Well, then let's wait a little longer." Hearing this, Lan rolled her eyes and went forward to hug Li Zishuan's hand. "Brother, you haven't finished the story you told this morning. Why don't you tell Lan now?" Li Zishuan was a little reluctant. He only had a little stock in his stomach, and he had already told so much in the morning. At this rate, it would not be long before it was all gone. But seeing the hopeful faces of Lan, and the maidservants, he could not bear to not tell them. "Well, then let's talk for a while. Last time, when the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, he was locked in the 8 trigrams furnace by Taishang Laojun. He saw Wukong jumping around in the furnace and accidentally jumped to the position of the Sun Palace. There was only smoke and no fire, so the smell was very strong. He bent down and squatted inside. After 49 days, Taishang Laojun gave the order to open the furnace door. Suddenly, Wukong heard a sound from the top of the furnace. He looked up and saw a ray of light. He used all his strength to jump out of the furnace, kicked down the furnace, turned around, and ran. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively. Although Ching Chimo did not hear the first 3 times, just listening to the latter part was quite interesting. Soon, he was conquered by this unconstrained story. Tang Sanzang saw that he already knew his mistake, so he stopped talking. Wukong's head immediately stopped hurting. He thought that this incantation must have been taught by Guanyin Bodhisattva, so he clamored to go to the South Sea to find Guanyin Bodhisattva to settle the score. Tang Sanzang said, "Since she can teach me this band-tightening incantation, she must also know how to chant the incantation." Wukong took a deep breath and stopped messing around. He swore that he would listen to his master in the future and protect Tang Sanzang in his journey to the west. Alright, that's all for today. After telling them 2 more chapters of Journey to the West, Li Zishuan saw that it was getting late. He guessed that Lan and the others should be able to walk, so he stopped talking. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. After bidding farewell to Ching Chimo and making an appointment to meet again tomorrow, Li Zishuan left the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Lan, and the others. As for the money for the meal, Li Zishuan chuckled. Did it cost money to eat in his restaurant? Chapter 11. Young master, look over there. Isn't that old master? Shao, he pointed at a nearby shop. That's Daddy. That's Daddy. Big brother, let's go see Daddy. Lan glanced in that direction and immediately grabbed Li Zishuan's hand as she cheered. Actually, after Shao he finished speaking, Li Zishuan saw that the person was his father. The shop had a signboard with the words, Li Jiqing Clothing Shop, written on it. His father was talking to a middle-aged scholar with his back facing them. Seeing that Lan wanted to look for his father, Li Zishuan could only let her pull him in that direction. Li Zishuan was now completely obedient to his younger sister. When the group of people was about to reach the clothing shop, Lan let go of Li Zishuan's hand and ran towards Li Jingma. Daddy, Lan is here to see you. The little girl was bouncing around like a beautiful butterfly. Hearing the sound behind him, Li Jingma hurriedly turned around and saw his daughter bouncing over. When Li Jingma was talking to the middle-aged scholar, his face was originally very serious. However, when he saw his daughter, his face instantly melted and a smile blossomed on his old face. Worried that his beloved daughter would fall, he quickly went forward and held Lan Er's small hand. Bending down, he patted Lan Er's head and asked worriedly, Lan Er, why did you come here alone? Lan came with Big Brother. After saying that, she pointed at Li Zishuan who had just entered the door. Only then did Li Jingma see Li Zishuan and his group. His heart was slightly relieved. Thinking about how he had been pinched by his wife this morning because he had said a few words about his son in front of his wife. Even now, the soft flesh on his waist was still faintly aching. He couldn't help but want to rebuke this brat. Oh, Xian, you're up so early. Why don't you sleep more? When Li Zishuan saw Li Jingma's heartfelt love for Lan he was still sighing at how warm this family's atmosphere was. However, when he heard his old man's sarcastic words, he couldn't help but look outside the door. Seeing that the sun was shining brightly outside, it was almost 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon in modern times, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He didn't expect to be scolded by his old man for sleeping in the morning. Naturally, he didn't know that his father had been pinched by his mother this morning because he had slept in. Li Zishuan coughed dryly, wanting to change the topic as soon as possible. Father, what are you doing here today? Do you want to buy clothes for your mother? When he saw that this shop was a ready-made clothing store, he thought that his father was here to buy clothes for his mother. He didn't expect his father to be so affectionate towards his mother, hee. Brat, this is my family's shop. Do I need to buy anything here? When Li Jingma heard Li Zishuan's teasing words, he knew that this brat was up to no good, so he said angrily. Lan Xiao He and Xiao Shi at the side couldn't help but laugh. Ah Fu and San Bao didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so they lowered their heads to hold back their laughter while looking at the ants on the ground. Li Zishuan was even more embarrassed. He quickly said, then why did father come here today? After scolding his son, Li Jingma's mood improved a little. When he heard that, he said, father came to Shi City today to check the accounts of our family's shops. This is the last shop. You guys wait at the side first. Once I'm done, we'll go home together. Although Li Zishuan wasn't willing to wait, he didn't want to provoke his father now, so he quickly agreed. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar walked over with the account book and said to Li Jingma, Brother Li, I've already checked the accounts of this shop. Brother Li, this Su has just finished checking the accounts of this clothing store, but there's still something that doesn't match up. As for where exactly it doesn't match up, this foolish brother really can't find out. I'm ashamed. When Li Zishuan heard this person call his father Brother Li, he was a little surprised. He thought that this person was the bookkeeper of the shop. Li Zishuan then introduced him to Li Zishuan. Xian, this is Mr. Su Hongji. He's an old friend that I made when I traveled to Chang and in my early years. Mr. Su studied under Dr. Lu of the Imperial College. He's a real master of mathematics. You have to learn from Mr. Su. I also invited him to help me check the accounts today. When he heard that it was his father's good friend, Li Zishuan also gave his father some face. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed, looking as if he had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. Hello, Mr. Su. I've admired Mr. Su's talent for a long time. Mr. Su smiled reservedly and said, You flatter me. However, his expression clearly showed that he enjoyed Li Zishuan's flattery. Scholars were always somewhat arrogant. After seeing that his son and Mr. Su had finished greeting each other, Li Jingmo returned to the topic at hand. He frowned and said to Su Hongji, Even Mr. Su can't find out where the problem is. What should we do? Su Hongji was a little ashamed at this moment. His old friend trusted him, but he had failed him. He explained, the person who made the accounts is also a master of mathematics. I have little talent and knowledge. It's really difficult for me to find the loophole in the accounts in such a short time. I've really failed Brother Li. I'm ashamed. When he heard this, Li Jingma hurriedly said, Sir, please don't blame yourself. It's all that old thing's fault for making fake accounts. After saying this, he angrily said to the middle-aged man in gray standing by the door. Wang Zhengkuan, how dare you? This old man handed this shop over to you to manage, but you falsified the accounts to fool this old man. Master, I've been wronged. I've been wronged. How could I dare to deceive you? When the middle-aged man in gray heard this, he immediately bent over and complained tearfully. Li Jingma clearly knew that there was a problem with the accounts, but he couldn't find any evidence. Since the other party refused to admit it, he couldn't beat him into a confession. Li Jingma was very depressed. Father, let me take a look at the accounts. At this moment, Li Zixuan suddenly came forward and said. His father could make up a few things in private, but he couldn't stand others maliciously deceiving his father. Li Zixuan still respected and loved his father very much. Seeing that the old man next to him wanted to use this number game to fool his father, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Humph, you dare to play math with me? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red today. When he heard that his son wanted to help him, although Li Jingma was touched, he couldn't help but frown. Don't mess around. What do you know about mathematics? Even Mr. Su couldn't find a problem with the accounts. How could his son, who had never gone to school, do it? Father, Master has not only taught me martial arts for the past 8 years, but he has also taught me arithmetic and the art of investigation. Master is very knowledgeable and can be considered a master in many aspects. Father, please let me try. Li Zixuan tried to convince his father. Fortunately, his master was considered an expert. Ordinary people rarely came into contact with him, so no one knew what his master was capable of. Li Jingma couldn't help but hesitate. Then you can try. Li Zixuan took the accounts book and walked to the counter at the side. Xiao Shi, come and grind the ink for this young master. In his previous life, Li Zixuan's father was only a farmer with a junior high school diploma, but his calligraphy was very good. When he was young, all the couplets at home were written by his father. Li Zixuan also asked his father who taught him. His father said that Li Zixuan's grandfather taught him when he was young. Therefore, although Li Zixuan didn't attend any calligraphy classes when he was young, under his father's urging, he still practiced calligraphy for a few years. The words he wrote were still acceptable. When Wang Zhengkuan saw that Li Zixuan was going to check the accounts, he lowered his head. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he sneered in his heart, Humph, this little brat is overestimating himself. This old man has been doing accounting for so many years. How could you possibly find out? At this time, Su Hongji also walked over with interest. Although he didn't believe that this young man's mathematical ability was better than his, this young man was his good friend's son. He could give him some pointers and treat it as helping a younger generation. Chapter 12. The sun was setting in the west. In less than an hour, the gongs and drums would sound and the shops would be closed. The customers would have to go home. Chang'an City had a very strict curfew. The peddlers outside shouted even louder. They wanted to sell more goods in the last hour. Li Jiqing's clothing store was quiet. Su Hongji stood beside Li Zixuan and watched Li Zixuan write and draw. He drew some horizontal and vertical lines on the paper, and these horizontal and vertical lines formed a grid. The daily expenses and income were separately listed in the grid and categorized. Finally, a comprehensive calculation was done. Su Hongji praised in his heart. This accounting method was unprecedented. But what were those tadpole-like words? Su Hongji, who wanted to help the younger generation, looked at the Arabic numerals in front of him. He wanted to ask the young man, but when he saw Li Zixuan writing and drawing seriously, he resisted the urge to ask. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan exhaled deeply. He stood up and said to Li Jingma, All right. All right, father, I've found out what's wrong with the accounts. Su Hongji was shocked. He had calculated for more than 2 hours and still couldn't figure it out. But this young man found the problem in less than a quarter of an hour? Su Hongji suspected that the young man was fooling him. Although he had never seen this accounting method before and it looked very clever, it was impossible for him to calculate so many numbers in such a short time. Of course, he didn't know that these simple operations were a piece of cake for Li Zixuan, who was always bombarded with power series calculus and even more complicated matrix convolution operations. Wang Jingquan panicked when he heard this, but then he sneered inwardly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he found the problem with his accounts. Who was he trying to fool? Li Jingma also couldn't believe it. He hesitated and said, Are you serious? Li Zishuan took the report and walked to Li Jingma. He nodded and said, Of course. Li Zishuan then turned his head to look at Wang Jingquan. Although Wang Jingquan's face was filled with fear, the mockery in the corner of his eyes was still caught by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan sneered in his heart. Humph, old man, if you still don't believe me, I'll expose your crimes today and put you in jail. Li Zishuan didn't waste any time. He took the financial report and said to Wang Jingquan coldly, Wang Jingquan, on the 20th of the first month of this year, the clothing store was short of 16 strings of cash, 3 fun. On the 25th of the first month, it was short of 9 strings of cash, 9 fun. On the 5th of the second month, it was short of 8 strings of cash, 5 fun. On the 20th of the third month, which was yesterday, it was short of 13 strings of cash, 4 fun. In less than 3 months, Wang Jingquan, you secretly embezzled money 26 times, totaling 280 strings of cash, 6 fun. Do you admit to your crimes? Li Zishuan's voice was like thunder. Every sentence was shocking. Lan Er looked at her brother with admiration. Although she didn't understand the twists and turns between adults, she felt that her brother was just right. He was so powerful. Xiao He and Xiao Shi's eyes were also full of splendor. In their hearts, they were praising their young master for his handsome appearance and excellent martial arts skills. Now, he even knew arithmetic and was better than that student from the Imperial College. He was simply a master of both the pen and the sword. The 2 young maidservants were now a little infatuated. However, Wang Jingquan was not in such a good mood right now. As Li Zishuan reported the accounts one by one, even though it was still spring, his sweat could not help but drip down. The ridicule in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by endless fear. When Li Zishuan finished, his back was completely wet and his legs were trembling. He couldn't help but kneel down in front of Li Jingma and cry, Master, Master, I know. Master, Master, this old servant knows his mistake. It's all the fault of this old servant's unfilial son. He was swindled into the gambling house and owed a debt. If this old servant didn't help him pay his debts, those people would break his arms and legs. This old servant only has one son. Master, this old servant was blinded by greed. Master, please forgive this old servant this time for the sake of this old servant's conscientious work in the clothing store. At first, Su Hongji didn't believe that Li Zishuan found the problem with the accounts. However, seeing Wang Jingquan like this, it was obvious that Li Zishuan was right. He was shocked and eager to try. He wanted to grab Li Zishuan and ask him about his accounting method and the strange words. However, it was obviously not the right time. His old friend still had family matters to deal with. Li Jingma saw Wang Jingquan pleading guilty and was very surprised by his son's arithmetic ability. He was angry at Wang Jingquan's malicious deceit. If it wasn't for his son's help today, he would have been deceived by this old servant. He was very angry and was about to send this old servant to the officials. However, after hearing Wang Jingquan's words, he was a little soft-hearted. He also had a son. As a father, he sympathized with Wang Jingquan's experience. However, since he embezzled so much money, it would be unreasonable to not send him to the officials. Seeing that Li Jingma was a little soft-hearted, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Father, don't be soft-hearted. Father, please don't be soft-hearted. Even if he wants to repay his son's debt, he can't harm the interests of the boutique. He can borrow money from you. Taking money without permission is stealing. He falsified the accounts to avoid responsibility. If he really knows that he was wrong, he should have taken the initiative to admit his mistakes when you questioned him just now. He shouldn't have waited until the irrefutable evidence to admit his mistakes. If the price of committing a crime is so low, then who will abide by the law in the future? A pitiful person must have something hateful. Father, you should send him to the officials. You should choose another honest shopkeeper for the clothing store. Su Hongji nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Zixuan finished speaking, he said to Li Jingma, Brother Jingma, what your son said is true. People like Wang Jingquan must not be condoned. After that, he looked at Li Zixuan and praised Li Jingma, Brother Jingma, you have a good son. Your son is knowledgeable in mathematics and is sensible. His reasoning has impressed even your foolish brother. It's true that a hidden dragon in the abyss will turn into a dragon when it encounters the wind and clouds. Li Zixuan hurriedly said that Mr. Su was overpraising him. He didn't deserve such praise. Li Jingma also felt that his son's words were quite reasonable. When he heard his old friend's praise, he was also very happy. However, he couldn't show it in front of others. He said in a reserved manner, Mr. Su is overpraising. My son is lazy and needs to be polished. Then he ordered, San Bao, Fu, you two send Wang Jingquan to the officials. After that, you two can go back to the mansion directly. The two of them accepted the order and went forward to support Wang Jingquan, who had fainted from fright. Father, it's time to go home. Shi City will be closed soon. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zixuan urged. And, then let's go home together. Li Jingma nodded and invited Su Hongji, Mr. Su, do you want to come to my humble abode for a chat? Su Hongji hurriedly waved his hand and said, not today, but I will definitely pay a visit another day. Your foolish brother still wants to ask your son for advice on how to keep accounts. When the time comes, I hope your son will not be stingy with his teachings. Li Zixuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. The few of them parted ways in Shi City. Li Jingma hired a carriage. The family of 3 sat in the carriage and slowly drove towards the Li mansion. On the way, Li Jingma asked, Xian, why did you come to Shi City today? Don't tell me you came here to see your father. I don't believe it. Li Jingma immediately added when he saw that Li Zixuan wanted to flatter him. Li Zixuan really wanted to say that just now, but he didn't expect that his quick-witted father would see through him. He had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a while, he said, I saw that my younger sister was rather bored at home, so I accompanied Lan, to Shi City today to watch the juggling. That's right, father. That vaudeville was really good. Big brother even made Lan, a chicken that Lan had never eaten before at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It was so delicious that Lan's stomach became big. In the end, there were still a few pieces of chicken left that we couldn't finish, so they were snatched away by a black-faced big brother. That black-faced big brother ate so much that he almost licked the plate clean. Big brother even asked shopkeeper Lu to take out the chicken to sell tomorrow. Lan immediately chattered like a little sparrow and shared the happy events of the day with her father. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely when he heard this. What was bloated? Was this something that a girl should say? There were also those words about Qing Chimo's brother Blackface. If Qing Chimo heard this, would he vomit blood? When Li Jingma heard about the chicken, he didn't think much of it. He only thought that it was his child playing around. He didn't care whether it earned him money or not. However, this name was very strange. The curtain of night slowly fell and the carriage gradually moved further away. Chapter 13. The next day. Once again, Li Zixuan slept until the sun was high in the sky before he woke up. Thinking about how he had woken up too late yesterday and hadn't been able to cultivate, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Previously, he had wanted to cultivate the Scripture of Supreme Mystery to the 9th level. It wouldn't do for him to slack off like this. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the bed and circulated the Scripture of Supreme Mystery a few times. Brother, brother. Lan Er's soft voice came from outside. Then, he heard light footsteps walking towards the door. Sigh, this girl would wake him up every morning like an alarm clock. Every time, she would barge in without even knocking on the door. This was not a good habit. What if one day he was in the room with Xiao Shi? Bah, wrong. What if one day he was in the room with his future wife doing something embarrassing and this girl barged in and ruined it? Li Zixuan would never admit that he had feelings for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was still a 13-year-old child. He was definitely not a lolicon. In order to get rid of his sister's bad habit, Li Zixuan decided to punish her a little. In a flash, he hid behind the door. Just then, he heard Lan Er's footsteps walking towards the door. As expected, Lan Er didn't have the habit of knocking on the door. She directly pushed the door open and ran towards the inner room. "Brother, big lazy worm, wake up quickly." Lan Er started shouting before she reached the bed. When she reached the bed, she naturally found that it was empty. Where is brother? Why is he gone? Lan Er was about to turn around and ask Sister Xiaohe when she suddenly saw a face with white eyes. Naturally, it was Li Zixuan who was rolling his eyes. A big tongue was sticking out and moving towards her little face. After 3 seconds, an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang through the Li residence west courtyard. "Ah!" Lan Er screamed in horror. She closed her eyes and used her hands to hit the monster in front of her. She didn't want him to eat her. She prayed that her brother would come quickly to save her. Lan Er, what's wrong?" Li Zixuan was shocked by Lan Er's reaction. He was afraid that Lan would be too scared, so he quickly held Lan Er's shoulders with both hands and spoke gently to Lan Er. Lan Er only dared to open her eyes when she heard her brother's voice. When she saw that her brother was really in front of her, she hurriedly ran over and hugged her brother. "Big brother, where did you go?" Just now, there was a demon with a big tongue who wanted to eat Lan Er. Li Zixuan didn't expect that he would scare Lan Er to tears. He secretly blamed himself, but now that things had come to this, he could only make the best of it. Otherwise, Lan wouldn't let him off easily. "Lan Er, did you not knock on the door when you came in?" No. Lan Er sobbed. "Lan Er, the monster you saw just now is actually a door demon. If you don't knock when you enter the room, he will come out if he's in a bad mood and will only eat young ladies." Li Zixuan began to trick her. Don't eat Lan Er. Lan doesn't taste good. Lan will knock on the door next time. Lan immediately became scared. As long as Lan knocks on the door, the demon won't come out. Lan Er, don't cry." Li Zixuan was very happy to trick children now, but when Lan Er grew up and remembered this incident, he would regret what he did today. But that's a story for the future, so let's not talk about it for now. After coaxing Lan Er, Li Zixuan went to wash up and eat breakfast. Li Zixuan woke up late every morning, so Mrs. Li told the kitchen to leave a portion of breakfast for the two of them and Lan Er, who woke up early, to eat together. At this moment, Li Zixuan was eating breakfast alone in the front hall. He happened to see his parents walk in. His father even had dark circles under his eyes. "Father, mother, why are you here? Let's eat together." Li Zixuan greeted his parents as he ate. "Xian Er, hurry up and eat. Your father and I have already eaten," Mrs. Li said with a smile as she and Li Jingma sat on the bench next to him. Mrs. Li sat down and looked at Li Zixuan with a smile. Her face was full of love, and the more she looked at him, the wider her smile became. Li Zixuan felt his hair stand on end under his mother's gaze. He thought to himself, "I haven't done anything bad recently. Mother, if you have something to say, just tell me. I can't eat with you staring at me like that," Li Zixuan said helplessly. He really couldn't eat with his mother staring at him. It's nothing. I just came to ask if you're short on money recently." Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his parents were here to give him pocket money. Generally, people would ask their parents for pocket money. Which parents would take the initiative to give pocket money to their children? Li Zixuan was a little touched at this moment. He smiled and said, "Mother, I don't lack pocket money recently." Mrs. Li was a little disappointed. Last night, she heard her husband tell her everything about Li Zixuan at the ready-made clothing store. As a mother, she was happier than anyone else that her son was successful. However, she was a little too happy. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well the whole night. She kept asking Li Jingma about the details. Li Jingma had already told her about it 7 or 8 times, but she still didn't get tired of it. Just like that, Li Jingma was tormented the whole night and woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Hearing that her son had woken up, Mrs. Li hurriedly pulled Li Jingma over. She wanted to give her son some motherly love. After all, her son had been away from home for so many years. As a mother, she was trying her best to treat her son better. If you're short on money, just tell me. You have to spend money to eat and drink with your friends. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't worry about money. Your father has plenty of money. He earns so much money for you to spend. Don't be afraid of spending money. Mrs. Li got up and patted Li Zishuan's back. Her face was full of love as she encouraged him to be a prodigal son. Hearing this, Li Jingma almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to object, he was glared at by Mrs. Li. Of course, Li Jingma didn't dare to glare back. He could only glare fiercely at his son. He thought angrily in his heart. Ever since this brat came back, his status in the family had plummeted. Yesterday, he told Mrs. Li that this brat knew how to do mathematics. After that, this brat's status rose again. Now, he was the ancestor of the family. In the future, he definitely couldn't tell Mrs. Li about this kind of thing. Li Zishuan was also dumbfounded after hearing his mother's words. What does this mean? Is she telling me to quickly become a prodigal son? Li Zishuan felt that the world was changing too quickly. He couldn't understand it. He muttered to his mother. Thank you, mother. If I'm short on money, I'll ask mother for it. Seeing that his father didn't say a word, Li Zishuan thought that his father was unhappy because he was only talking to his mother. He shamelessly struck up a conversation with his father. Father, why didn't you go to the shop today? Li Jingma originally planned to go to the shop in Shi City this afternoon to take a look. After all, the clothing shop hadn't found a new shopkeeper yet. He was also a little worried. However, after hearing his son's words, he remembered that Mrs. Li had just said that she earned so much money for Li Zishuan to spend. Suddenly, his motivation to earn money was not as strong as before. His old face darkened as he said in a bad mood, "Why do you need to care? I'm not going today. I think there's nothing going on at the shop today, so I don't plan to go." It was Li Jingma's father who felt the slight murderous intent in his wife's eyes. He changed his words and used a gentle tone to speak. Li Jingma's father felt that he couldn't stay in the front hall any longer. He hurriedly put his hands behind his back and went back to sleep in the east courtyard. Li Zishuan could see that his father was afraid of his mother. His father's status in this family was really low. He even sympathized with his father. He didn't know what was wrong with his mother today for her to suddenly be so enthusiastic, but he couldn't be bothered to care about it now. Under his mother's loving gaze, he hurriedly finished his breakfast and fled to the backyard to play with Lan. Chapter 14. In the backyard of the Li residence. Li Zishuan was pushing Lan on the swing when Xiaohe suddenly ran over and said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, Qing Chimo, who ate with us yesterday, is here. He is waiting for you in the front hall. He said that you owe him a meal and is waiting for you to treat him." Speaking of this, Xiaohe couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan was stunned. He almost forgot about this. However, Qing Chimo was really interesting. Who would run to someone's house and ask them to treat him? However, Li Zishuan also quite liked this guy's straightforward temperament. At least he was better than those who appeared to be amiable with you on the surface but stabbed you in the back. This kind of brother was worth having. Li Zishuan brought Lan to the front hall and saw Qing Chimo sitting there casually drinking tea. Hey, this guy really didn't treat himself as an outsider. "Oh, brother Chonyo, why are you here today?" Li Zishuan pretended to be confused and said. Qing Chimo heard this and stared at Li Zishuan. This guy clearly owed him a meal and yet he pretended to be confused. He didn't believe that the servant girl didn't say why he came today when she went in to report. He really didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. Li Zishuan's skin was even thicker than his. He could say in private that Li Zishuan owed him a meal. After all, everyone in Chang'an knew that he, Ching Chimo, was a straightforward guy. However, he couldn't say in front of others that he was here to ask them to treat him to a meal, right? Ching Chimo huffed and puffed there for a long time. He didn't know what to say and his face turned red. Li Zishuan didn't want to tease him anymore and hurriedly said, "Oh, I was just about to invite Brother Ugly Bull to eat KFC at the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday. I almost forgot. My bad, my bad. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant now. Today's KFC is limited for others, but for Brother Ugly Bull, you can eat as much as you want." Ching Chimo also knew that Li Zishuan was deliberately teasing him. It was normal for brothers to joke around, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly felt that this joke was worth it. If possible, he didn't mind Li Zishuan joking with him a few more times. He stepped forward and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his might. He laughed and said, "Brother, you're very kind. If you ask me, you're good in every way, but you're too polite. However, I, old Sheng, like it." Li Zishuan was speechless. In his previous life, when he watched the TV series, The Legend of the Sui and Tang Heroes, he often heard Ching Chimo call this person Old Sheng. He didn't expect that his son also liked to call himself Old Sheng. Li Zishuan wondered if Ching Chimo would still dare to call himself Old Sheng if Ching Chimo was here. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Li Zishuan brought Lan, and Ching Chimo out of the house. They saw a strong black horse at the door. "Brother Ugly Bull, you came here on a horse." Li Zishuan originally wanted to walk over with everyone, but when he saw that Ching Chimo came here on a horse, he suddenly felt awkward. "Aren't you talking nonsense? My house is so far away from yours. If I didn't ride a horse here, how long would I have to walk?" Ching Chimo said unhappily. The Lu public house was in Huaid Lane, which was west of Shi City. It was quite close to Shi City, but it was quite far from the Li public house. It must have been hard for him to come all the way here so early in the morning to have a meal with Li Zishuan. "San Bao, do we have a horse in our house?" Li Zishuan had no choice but to ride a horse. Although he didn't ride a horse in his previous life, he was confident that a horse wouldn't be able to do anything to him now that he was highly skilled in martial arts. "Yes, young master. Old master has a few horses in the past. San Bao will go get them for you now." San Bao quickly went to get the horse for Li Zishuan. After a while, Li Zishuan carried Lan, and rode together with Ching Chimo to Shi City. The Tang dynasty wasn't like the other dynasties after it, where one could ride a horse in Chang'an City. When they arrived at Zuaxian restaurant, Li Zishuan was surprised to see a long line outside. After all, this was only the first day of KFC. What he didn't know was that before they arrived, several groups of people had already ordered KFC at Zuaxian restaurant. After eating it, they were naturally shocked by the deliciousness of the world. However, a serving of KFC was only about 10 pieces of chicken. How could it be enough? They quickly asked the waiter to bring another serving. The waiter could only say with a bitter face that each table was limited to one serving. The entire Zuaxian restaurant was limited to 200 servings a day. This made the people who had just finished their KFC suffer. After eating the delicious fried chicken, they immediately lost their appetite when they looked at the other dishes on the table. However, there were some smart people among them. When they saw that there weren't many people eating at Zuaxian restaurant at this time, they immediately paid the bill and went out to find their attendants. They asked them to go back and find a few more servants. Then, they came in and each took a table and ordered a serving of KFC. Of course, those servants definitely wouldn't be able to eat it. They could only leave it for their old master. This caused Zuaxian restaurant to be full. There was a long line outside. Some passers-by who didn't know what was going on asked around and also joined the line out of curiosity. The line became longer and longer. Shi City was originally a place with a lot of people. With such a long line, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Just like this, KFC became completely popular on the first day of its launch. Ching Chimo looked at the long line and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced that he found Li Zishuan to eat with him. Otherwise, he would also have to painstakingly wait in line. Don't think that just because he was the son of Lu Guogong, he could cut the line as he pleased. It must be known that those who could afford to eat at Zuaxian restaurant were generally rich and respectable. If he went up and cut the line and offended the second generation of the imperial censor, everyone would make a fuss. Naturally, he couldn't avoid being impeached. Although the emperor wouldn't do anything to him for such a small matter, from another point of view, if he were to be reprimanded by the emperor for such a small matter, wouldn't it be worth it? Li Zishuan naturally didn't need to wait in line. It didn't make sense for him to have to wait in line when he was going to his own restaurant. Therefore, he directly held Lan Er's hand and pulled the horse along with Ching Chimo as they bypassed the crowd and walked towards Zuaxian restaurant. "Hey, brother Zishuan." Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone calling him from the line. Li Zishuan quickly turned his head and saw Li Qingxian pulling Li Lizzie from the line and walking towards them. "Oh, so it's brother Gao Ming and sister Lizzie. Brother Gao Ming also came to eat at Zuaxian restaurant?" Li Zishuan went forward and greeted. "That's right. The two of us saw that Zuaxian restaurant was quite popular in Shi City today. It seemed like they had withdrawn from some new food, so we came to join in the fun." "That's good. If brother Gao Ming doesn't mind, why don't you come with us?" "I won't hide it from brother Gao Ming." Li Zishuan also felt that the second generation of the imperial censor in front of him didn't have any heirs and was worth befriending, so he invited him. However, he didn't notice Cho Ox behind him. When he saw Li Qingxian, his expression changed slightly. "That's what I was thinking. Then let's go in together." After Li Qingxian returned to the palace yesterday, he had someone investigate Li Zishuan's background. Naturally, he knew that this restaurant was the property of Li Zishuan's family. When he saw Li Zishuan just now, he was quite happy and decisively gave up on waiting in line for half a day to hitch a ride with Boss Li to go in and have a big meal. "Hey, Cho Ox, why are you with brother Zishuan?" Li Qingxian noticed Ching Chimo at the side and asked with a strange expression. "Li Zishuan is a brother that I just met yesterday. He's treating me to a drink today," Ching Chimo said matter-of-factly. "Brother Cho Ox, you know Gao Ming?" Li Zishuan asked with some confusion. "Yes, because of my father's generation, I know him." Ching Chimo saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to know Li Qingxian's true identity. At this moment, it wasn't good for him to point it out, so he could only give a vague answer. "Oh." Li Zishuan suddenly understood and said with an "oh." It wasn't strange that the second generation of the imperial censor knew each other. The group didn't waste any more words and directly entered Zuaxian restaurant. Chapter 15. Shopkeeper Lu also saw Li Zishuan and hurriedly came out to greet him with a smile. "Hey, the young boss is here." Seeing Li Zishuan make the KFC so popular today, Boss Lu was naturally happy at the moment. "Well, I brought my friend here for dinner." "Uncle Lu, are there any seats upstairs?" Yes, there are seats on the 4th floor specially reserved for young master." "Young master, please come in." Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly responded. At this time, someone in the line outside the door was unhappy. "Shopkeeper Lu, why do we all have to line up, but this person directly goes in?" Li Zishuan didn't say anything. He crossed his arms and waited to see how old Lu would deal with it. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Dear guests, this is the young master of our restaurant. Today, he is here to check the accounts, not to eat. Please forgive him." Of course, old Lu didn't dare to say that Li Zishuan was here to eat. Everyone in front of him was a big boss. It wouldn't be easy to deal with if he angered everyone. Hearing Shopkeeper Lu's nonsense, Lan and Li Lizzie couldn't help but turn their backs and smile at each other. Everyone knew that Shopkeeper Lu was talking nonsense. Who would bring two little girls to check the accounts? However, they couldn't say anything. The restaurant was his business. It seemed that there was no need to line up to eat in his own restaurant. Shopkeeper Lu deliberately lied to give face to everyone. The people in the line weren't so unappreciative. When they entered Zoetian restaurant, Li Zixuan saw that there was a new dish on the hanging plate. It said, nibbled chicken. Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that old Lu had misheard. Forget it. Nibbled chicken is nibbled chicken. It's troublesome to change it again and again. Li Zixuan was too lazy to correct him. After entering a private room on the 4th floor, they all sat down. Li Zixuan waved at shopkeeper Lu and said, Uncle Lu, give us 10 servings of gnawed chicken, 8 light side dishes, and a pot of good wine. Put the gnawed chicken in a food box, pick a clever servant, and let him secretly bring it up. Li Zixuan knew that Chingchimo would definitely drink, so he ordered a pot of wine. He would not drink it himself. He came to the Tang dynasty because he drank too much. If he drank too much and traveled to the primitive society, then it would be terrible. The reason why he asked the servant to secretly bring up the chicken was to prevent the people downstairs from getting angry if they saw it. After all, other people only had 1 serving per table. Why did he have 10 servings per table here? No matter what era it was, making an exception would be hated by others. Hearing this, shopkeeper Lu hurriedly agreed, and then went downstairs to have people prepare. Not long after, a servant dressed in green walked in with an extra-large food box. The servant opened the food box and put the dishes on the table. He smiled at Li Zixuan and said, Young master, you ordered the gnawed chicken. Young master, this is the chicken you wanted. Because there were too many of them, 1 plate couldn't fit all of them, so I packed 4 plates for you. I was very careful when I came up so no one noticed. Well done. I'll ask shopkeeper Lu for a reward later. Li Zixuan praised. In modern times, he was used to not bringing money when he went out, so he didn't have any money on him now. It was not good for him to reward people directly, so he could only be generous. Naturally, the servant left happily. After a few pleasantries, everyone started to eat. It was the first time Li Qingxian and Li Lizzie had eaten the gnawed chicken. Just looking at the appearance made them drool. The 2 siblings couldn't help but pick up a piece and taste it. After tasting it, Li Qingxian couldn't stop and said that it was delicious. Although Li Lizzie also felt that the gnawed chicken was delicious, she didn't like greasy food. After eating a few pieces, she stopped eating and turned to eat the light side dishes. Although Lana ate a lot yesterday, she obviously didn't get tired of it. Her small mouth was constantly chewing. Li Zixuan had eaten yesterday, so he wasn't so addicted now. After eating a few pieces, he also ate the light side dishes with Li Lizzie. Chingchimo didn't know what was polite. When he saw the gnawed chicken on the table, his eyes lit up. He immediately took a plate and put it in front of him, eating happily. He only ate a few pieces yesterday and craved it all night. Now that he had an unlimited supply of food from Li Zixuan, he immediately turned into a glutton. His cheeks were like small motors that kept trembling. Just as Chingchimo's mouth was dry from chewing, the servant in green came over with a jar of wine. Chingchimo's eyes lit up. He went forward and grabbed the jar of wine. He broke the seal and poured a bowl for himself. He couldn't wait to drink 2 mouthfuls. Then he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Little Xian, you haven't drunk with me yet. You must drink 2 bowls with me today. This idiot didn't drink with people by cup, but by bowl. He wouldn't drink with this guy even if he was beaten to death. Li Zixuan secretly frowned and quickly refused. I really can't drink. The martial arts I practice can't touch alcohol. Brother Chou Nyo, don't force me. You should drink with Gao Ming. Chingchimo naturally didn't believe this strange reason. He still insisted on drinking. Lana was unhappy. Brother Blackface, you can't let brother drink. If brother gets drunk, who will tell Lana stories? Hearing the story, Li Lizzie's eyes lit up. She quickly agreed. Brother Chou Nyo, since brother Xian doesn't drink, don't force brother Xian. Seeing the 2 girls like this, Ching Chimo couldn't persuade them anymore. He could only say to Li Qingxian, "Gao Ming, drink with me." He didn't dare to call himself brother in front of Li Qingxian like Li Zishuan. Li Qingxian was also quite thirsty from eating fried chicken. Ching Chimo's words were to his liking, so he agreed. While the two of them were drinking, Lanner and Li Lizzie were rather bored. Lanner said, "Brother, the two of them are drinking. Why don't you tell me and Sister Lizzie a story?" The little girl had recently become addicted to listening to stories. However, Lanner's listening speed was faster than Li Lizzie's, so it wasn't easy to tell her. You've already heard this story for the 5th time. Your big sister Lizzie has only heard it for the 3rd time. Why don't you tell your big sister Lizzie the first 2 chapters you heard yesterday? I want to see if listens to my stories seriously. Clapped her hands and said, Okay. Sister Lizzie, I'll tell you first. Lanner was very happy to be able to tell stories to others. Li Lizzie smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Lanner." After saying that, she also smiled at Li Zishuan. When they were eating, Li Zishuan saw that Li Lizzie's movements were elegant and refined. Now that he saw her generous and decent behavior, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. How is this like a 7 or 8-year-old girl? I don't know which official cultivated such an outstanding girl. She's only 7 or 8 years old, and her temperament and appearance are already so outstanding. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry such a proud girl when she grows up. Lanner excitedly told Li Lizzie the 2 chapters yesterday. When she talked about the passionate parts, she even gesticulated. Her dancing appearance was so cute that Li Lizzie couldn't help but laugh. Li Qingxian was also eavesdropping. He was also very interested in this story. There, he was pulled by Ching Chimo to play finger-guessing games while listening to Lanner's story. Naturally, he lost more than he won when he was multitasking. Ching Chimo forced him to drink a lot. Ching Chimo was unbearably thirsty, but he couldn't lose even if he wanted to. Seeing that all the wine had entered Li Qingxian's stomach, he said angrily, I'm not going. You go listen to the story." He snatched the wine jug and poured himself a drink. Although he felt that the story was interesting, it was still lacking compared to the chicken and wine in front of him. Moreover, he had already heard the 2 chapters yesterday. Li Qingxian naturally couldn't ask for more. He listened to the story attentively from the side. After a while, Lanner finished and hurriedly ran over to ask for credit. "Brother, was Lanner's story good?" Li Zishuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Lanner to be able to recite it so well after listening to it once. Her memory was pretty good. He praised, "Lanner's story is really good. It's almost the same as brother's." At this moment, a black-clothed brawny man hurriedly came in and whispered a few words in Li Qingxian's ear. Li Qingxian stood up and said, "Brother Zishuan, I have some family matters to attend to, so I'll go back first. In the future, I'll drink and chat with Brother Zishuan. Thank you for your hospitality today." "It's fine. Gao Ming, if you have something to attend to, go do it." Brother Zishuan, can I bring back a portion of the chicken for my father to try? My father's appetite hasn't been good recently." Li Qingxian was a little embarrassed. Wasn't this a typical case of not being able to eat the consequences? Li Lizzie also felt that her brother was a little embarrassing. Her tender face was slightly red. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. Gao Ming, since you have urgent matters to attend to, why don't you go back first and let your attendant stay? I'll have shopkeeper Lu prepare 2 portions of the chicken for your guard to bring back. How about it?" Li Qingxian hurriedly said gratefully, "Brother Zishuan is still the most considerate. Thank you very much. Wu San, did you hear that? Go to shopkeeper Lu and get the chicken. Go back later." The black-clothed brawny man bowed and said, "Yes." Li Lizzie stood up and smiled at Li Zishuan. She politely said, "Brother Xian, goodbye. Lizzie will listen to Brother Xian's story again next time." Li Zishuan was also very happy to have such a cute lowly fan. He hurriedly replied, "Okay, goodbye Lizzie sister." Li Qingxian then pulled his sister out of the private room. Chapter 16. In a private room on the 4th floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Seeing the Li siblings leave, Qing Chimo hesitated for a moment before nudging Li Zishuan's arm. Little Xian, do you really not know the identity of this Li Gaoming? Li Zishuan shook his head, somewhat hesitantly replying, I don't know. If they don't say, it wouldn't be good for me to take the initiative to ask. However, judging from the temperament of the siblings, they should be from an official's family. Qing Chimo somewhat admired his observation skills. Leaning over, he whispered, not only are they from an official's family. It's not just the families of officials. That Li Gaoming is the current crown prince, and that Li Lizzie is the emperor's most beloved Princess Changle. Li Zishuan was stunned. Isn't the current crown prince Li Qingxian? Are you stupid? Crown Prince Li Qingxian's calligraphy is brilliant. Don't tell me you don't even know this? Qing Chimo was speechless. He was actually being looked down upon by this uncultured fool. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for choosing engineering. He only knew that the crown prince was called Li Qingxian. Who knew what his calligraphy was? At this moment, Qing Chimo said somewhat worriedly, Little Xian, you have to think carefully. The matters of the imperial family are not as simple as you think. The waters are deep. It's best if you don't get too close to the crown prince. My father has told me to stay away from the crown prince and the Prince of Wei. His attitude towards them is to not offend them, nor to cling to them. Moreover, His Imperial Majesty is still in the prime of his life. If you get too close to the crown prince, the Prince of Wei, and the others, it will not be beneficial to your future. Li Zishuan was somewhat moved. For Qing Chimo to say these words to him, it proved that he truly regarded him as a friend, a brother. Smiling, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, Brother Chimo, don't worry. Don't worry, Brother Cho Nyo. I've been cultivating in the mountains with Master for 8 years, and I've long since become indifferent to these fights for fame and fortune. Leaving the mountain this time, I have no intention of pursuing an official career. I only want to stay at home and be a rich man, accompany father and mother, tease Lon, or drink with Brother Cho Nyo. If I'm tired of staying at home, then I'll go to the pugilistic world and find a confidant. Isn't life like this wonderful? Qing Chimo also admired his open-mindedness, but he couldn't live such a life. He was the kind of person who couldn't stay idle. Letting him stay at home was worse than killing him. Little Xian, since you already know how powerful it is, then I won't say any more. Li Zishuan nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Cho Nyo. If the Crown Prince continues to treat me as a friend like this, I'll naturally still treat him as a brother. If he feigns civility and wants to use me to achieve his own goals, then there's no point in having such a friend. Although Li Zishuan knew that in history, Li Qingxian had a violent temperament and was excessively extravagant, resulting in his rebellion being defeated, at the very least, the current Li Qingxian was still a humble and courteous youth. Although he didn't know why he became like this, perhaps he could be saved. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lon opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, so big sister Li Ji is a princess. Brother, isn't the position of princess very important? Li Zishuan patted Lan's head in amusement. The position of princess is indeed very important. In the entire Great Tang, only His Majesty the Emperor has such a position. Does Lan also want to be a princess? Lan frowned and thought for a moment before answering. Lan doesn't want to be a princess. Lan only wants to be brother's little sister. Li Zishuan laughed heartily. He didn't dote on this girl for nothing. Inside Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was currently flipping through a memorial. After reading the memorial, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire, carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge, gracefully walked over to Li Shimin's side. Seeing that Li Shimin was in a good mood, she smiled and asked, Why is your Imperial Majesty so happy? Li put his arm around the beautiful woman in palace attire and handed the memorial in his hand to her. He smiled and said, this is a report of victory sent by Jingda from Yuzhou. Maid Guanyin, take a look. In the first month of this year, Luo Yi rebelled in Yuzhou. Your brother and Jingda suppressed the rebellion in less than 2 months. With these capable ministers and generals, why should we worry about Great Tang's prosperity? Haha. Seeing that Li Er was so happy, Empress Zhangsun also smiled and said, that's all because Erlang has a good eye for people. Erlang, you've been reading memorials for so long. It's time for you to rest. This is the lotus seed porridge that your imperial concubine made. Erlang, have a taste. At this moment, an eunuch hastily entered and bowed to Li Er and the Empress. Your Imperial Majesty, Imperial Concubine, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Tranquil are waiting outside. Li Er curiously said to the Empress, these 2 children have been hard to find in the palace recently. Today, they have finally come to see us. He then said to the eunuch, quickly let them in. Not long after, Li Qingxian and his sister entered the palace. Bowing to Li Er and the Empress, they said, this son pays respects to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Dispense with the formalities. Tranquil, quickly come to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Li Er beckoned to Tranquil. He doted on this eldest daughter of his. When Tranquil was born, Li Er viewed her as the apple of his eye and named her Li Lizzie. The history books were full of praise for Princess Tranquil, praising her as bright as the night moon illuminating the jasper forest, rotten as the morning glow reflecting the pearls. At this moment, Li Er saw the box of food in Li Qingxian's hand. Curious, he asked, Qingxian, what is that in your hand? Li Qingxian promptly bowed and replying to Imperial Father, this is a delicacy that this son and younger sister Tranquil encountered at a restaurant in the Western Market today. The price of this item is the same as usual, with a limit of 200 servings per day. However, many people are scrambling for it like a flock of ducks. By the time this son arrived, there was already a very long line in front of the restaurant. This son asked a friend that this son had just met to obtain 2 servings. Seeing that Imperial Father's appetite has not been good recently, this son wanted to bring it over for Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to try. Li Er and Zhangsun glanced at each other, smiling with gratification. Li Er said, it is rare for Qingxian to show such filial piety. Hearing you say this, we are rather curious. What is so miraculous about this delicacy? Despite the price being so expensive, it still causes so many people to scramble for it. Zhao Song, go and bring out the box of food. An old eunuch behind Li Er bowed and accepted the order. At this moment, Tranquil, who was beside Empress Zhangsun, also smiled at Li Er and said, Imperial Father, the method of cooking this food is indeed rather peculiar. This son has also tasted it. It is indeed delicious. This son also saw Qing Chimo of Duke Lu's family in the restaurant. He ate 16 servings by himself. Finished speaking, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Tranquil naturally did not know that not long after the 2 of them left, Qing Chimo had almost eaten 20 servings. At this moment, Zhao Song brought out the box of food and was about to test it for poison when Li Er waved his hand to stop him. No need. Would Qingxian harm us? Finished speaking, he looked at the box of food. Inside, he saw pieces of golden and tender chicken lined up on a plate. Bursts of crispy chicken aroma wafted into his nostrils. Li Er couldn't help but feel his appetite increase. He picked up a piece of chicken and sent it into his mouth. The charred aroma of egg and starch mixed with the freshness of the chicken. Li Er couldn't help but smack his lips and praise, this thing is indeed delicious. Guanyin maid, you should also try it. The crispness of this fried chicken will be paired with the Empress's lotus seed porridge in a moment. It doesn't appear greasy. It really whetted our appetite. Seeing that the Emperor finally had an appetite, Zhangsun was also happy. She picked up a piece and tasted it. The taste was indeed rather peculiar. In the future, she could have the royal chef try it and see if they could make it. Zhangsun was not a greedy person. After eating 2 pieces, she put down her chopsticks. It was rare for Li Er to have an appetite, so she left the rest for the Emperor to eat. The Empress turned her head and looked at Li Qingxian. Qingxian, what is the name of this delicacy? Imperial Mother, this food is called nibbled chicken. Li Er interjected as he ate. Nibbled chicken? This name is very strange and rather inelegant. After eating the piece of chicken in his hand, Li Er asked again, Qingxian, where have you and Tranquil been these 2 days? Li Qingxian hurriedly replied, Imperial Father, I saw Sister Tranquil in the palace a few days ago. Furthermore, Tranquil's health has always been poor. I was worried that she would fall ill from boredom, so I took Tranquil out of the palace to relax in Chang'an. Hearing this, a rare trace of warmth appeared on Li Er's face. After the Xuanwu Gate incident last year, although he had taken the throne, he had also lost a lot at the same time. There was no familial love in the royal family, but he really needed it. He was most worried that his children would live under the shadow of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now that he saw his eldest son's heartfelt care for his eldest daughter, he was very gratified. Li Er said to Li Qingxian, Yes, Qingxian, as the elder brother, you should indeed be more concerned about your younger siblings. However, you must not neglect your studies. You are the future crown prince, so you should prioritize your studies. You can leave first. Tranquil will stay with Imperial Father. Li Qingxian hurriedly excused himself from Li Er and the Empress. Zhang Sun smiled and nodded. She had seen the warmth in Li Er's eyes just now. She and Li Er were husband and wife and had helped each other in difficult times for 15 years. They had long known each other deeply. She was also quite satisfied with what her son had done this time. Tranquil, has your chi flared up recently? Why did Qingxian say that you were depressed a few days ago? Li Er asked with some worry. Tranquil and Zhang Sun had always had chi. The imperial physicians in the palace were all helpless. A few days ago, they had asked Sun Simiao to enter the palace to treat the two. Sun Simiao had also said that he could only help the Empress and Princess recuperate, but could not cure them completely. The two's chi had now become Li Er's mental illness. Imperial Father, my chi has not flared up recently. However, a few days ago, I did feel that my chest was stuffy. These 2 days, Brother Crown Prince has taken me out of the palace. I have seen many interesting things, and my mood has improved a lot. Imperial Father, don't worry. Thinking of the stories she had heard outside the palace these 2 days, the delicious food she had eaten, and the interesting siblings she had seen, the corners of Tranquil's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Li Er saw that his daughter was in a good mood and was truly happy. He said, Tranquil, then tell Imperial Father what interesting things you have seen these 2 days. It just so happens that your Imperial Mother is here today. Tranquil, you haven't chatted with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother for a long time. Yes, Imperial Father. Chapter 17. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Private room on the 4th floor. There were already a dozen plates in front of Qing Chimo. Lan and Li Zishuan had already put down their chopsticks and were watching Qing Chimo eat and drink to his heart's content. According to Drunken Immortal Restaurant's portions, 10 chicken pieces were counted as a portion. Li Zishuan estimated that Qing Chimo alone had eaten 18 portions. Without Li Qingxian and Li Lizzie by his side, he had even less scruples and ate as if he was flying. Lan asked curiously, Big Brother Blackface, you've eaten so much. Why hasn't your stomach gotten bigger? Where did you put those gnawed chickens? Pfft. Qing Chimo had just taken a sip of wine, but upon hearing this, he choked and spat it out. Li Zishuan's figure flashed, pulling Lan to avoid this fellow's saliva. Luckily, I'm agile. Li Zishuan secretly rejoiced. Qing Chimo felt wronged. Lan you can't say that about Big Brother Cho Nyo. Your big brother Cho Nyo can eat so much and still not get fat. Isn't that also a skill? Pfft, Big Brother Cho Nyo, you're really thick-skinned. Lan giggled. Qing Chimo finally couldn't eat anymore after eating 20 portions. The three of them laughed and joked for a while before leaving Drunken Immortal Restaurant, each returning to their own homes. When they left, shopkeeper Lu looked bitterly at Qing Chimo. This fellow had eaten 20 portions of gnawed chicken by himself. When he left, he even took away 5 portions, saying that he was taking them back to show filial piety to his father. Drunken Immortal Restaurant only provided 200 portions a day, and this beast alone had taken 25 portions. Shopkeeper Lu wailed in his heart, hoping that the young master wouldn't bring this beast to Drunken Immortal Restaurant to eat next time. Taiji Palace. At this moment, Changsun and Chang'e were no longer present. Li Er sat alone on the dragon throne, frowning and deep in thought. The hall was silent. After a long time, Li Er's voice rang out in the hall. Zhao Song, send someone to investigate Li Zishuan's background, especially his activities in the past month. See if he deliberately approached Qingxian and Chang'e. As an emperor, Li Er was very careful in everything he did. Of course, if Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely say that Li Er had a persecutory delusion. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm his children. The old eunuch floated out of nowhere and bowed to Li Er, saying, yes. Then, in a flash, he disappeared again. Silence was restored in the hall. But today, Chang and city was not quiet. In the afternoon, the popularity of the chicken at Zuaxian restaurant in the West Market had spread through the entire Chang and through word of mouth. Those who had eaten it naturally praised it as a rare delicacy in the world. Those who had not eaten it naturally salivated after hearing the descriptions of those who had eaten it and looked forward to buying a serving to try it the next day. Although one serving would cost a lot, there were many rich people in Chang and city who could afford it. The gnawing chicken finally became famous in Chang, and after a day of being popular, the Zuaxian restaurant's reputation was also thoroughly established. By the time Li Zishuan and Lan arrived home, Li Jingma had also heard the news of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant eating the chicken. It was shopkeeper Lu who had sent the news to him. He really hadn't expected that it would cause such a huge commotion in Chang and also thoroughly make the name of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant famous. Even more surprising was the profit from the gnawing chicken itself. The price was 5 times the cost. Even if there were only 200 servings a day, the profit from the gnawing chicken alone was 160 strings of cash. This could be considered a huge profit. In the long run, the profit from the gnawing chicken would be an astronomical figure. During dinner, Li Jingma finally could not help but ask Li Zishuan, how did you come up with that gnawing chicken? Madame Li also knew that her son had made a new dish called gnawing chicken and that it had become popular throughout Chang and city. She was also very happy and looked at her son curiously. ****, can I say that I learned it from Baidu? Of course not. Li Zishuan could only continue to bluff. Father, I've told you before that my master is not only proficient in martial arts, but also in cooking. This gnawing chicken is one of the delicacies I learned from my master. You don't have to make a fuss about it. My master is very knowledgeable and the disciples he taught are naturally outstanding. It's just that my master's nature is indifferent and does not like to interact with outsiders, so the world does not know of my master's talent. So, father, mother, if your son has any amazing performance in the future, you too don't have to make a fuss about it. Just slowly get used to it. In order to not be questioned by his parents over small matters in the future, Li Zishuan could only throw away his face. Li Jingma unhappily glared at his son who did not have any sense of shame. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Child, why are you speaking as inappropriately as your father when he was young? Did your master also teach you how to be thick-skinned? Mother found that your face is much thicker than when you were young. Father Li's old face darkened. He was innocently implicated again. Li Zishuan was also embarrassed by his mother's teasing. At this moment, Lan also jeered, brother is thick-skinned, hee. Duke Lu's estate. A black-faced man with a face full of beard was eating gnawing chicken and drinking wine in the front hall. He was extremely satisfied. Chonyo, where did you buy this thing? How come I, old Cheng, have never eaten it before? Cheng Chimo took credit and said, Father, this is a brother I just made. His restaurant just released a new dish called gnawing chicken. You don't know, but the line in front of the restaurant today was very long. Moreover, it was limited to 200 servings a day. If it was not for my brother, father, you would not be able to eat such delicacies today. Qing Yaojin laughed in a rough voice and said, yes, my Chonyo is filial. However, your brother is too stingy. He only gave me this little. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Later, you have to talk to him properly. How can he be so stingy to his own brother? Next time, ask your brother to send me a plate of gnawing chicken. Qing Chumo was sweating profusely. The emperor only ate 2 servings, and you ate 5 servings alone. Qing Chumo did not expect his father to be even more shameless than him. Qing Yaojin said again, Chonyo, tell your father about your brother. Old Qing is quite interested in the person who can think of this gnawing chicken. Qing Chumo knew that his father wanted to check him out. He was afraid that he would not be careful in making friends, so he told Qing Yaojin about the things that happened in the past 2 days, as well as the information he had gathered in private about Li Zishuan's situation. After a long time, Qing Yaojin nodded and said, yes, from what you said, this child is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Not bad, not bad. You said that he also knows martial arts? Yes, father. I heard that he studied martial arts at Mount Longhu for 8 years. His master is Mount Longhu's great elder, spiritual master Ling Su, who is also a great grandmaster expert in the martial arts world. Moreover, I saw that Li Zishuan's lower body was very stable and his steps were vigorous. I'm afraid that his martial arts skills are above mine. Oh. Then invite him to the manor some other day. I, old Sheng, will exchange a few blows with him. The world is at peace, and there are no more wars to fight. I, old Sheng, am sick from boredom at home every day. You can ask that Li family boy to come over. This old man will treat it as giving pointers to the younger generation. When old Sheng heard this, he was suddenly very interested in Li Zishuan. At this moment, Qing Chumo could only mourn for his good brother in his heart. Chapter 18. The popularity of the gnawing chicken continued. On the second day, when the Western market opened, many people went straight to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the seats in the Drunken Immortal restaurant were taken. Those who couldn't enter the restaurant began to line up outside. Brother Wang, are you also here to eat the chicken? A short youth in white in the line saw that the person in front of him was an acquaintance and began chatting with him. Yes. Yesterday, after Chen Eru ate the chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant, he bragged to me the entire afternoon. His Chen family is just a nouveau riche, yet he dares to come to my house and show off. It's not like I can't afford to eat this chicken. The one surnamed Wang had a face full of arrogance. We came so early. How come there aren't any seats left? This Drunken Immortal restaurant is really too small. I heard that the chicken is only limited to 200 servings a day. We should be able to get in with our position. Those behind us are miserable. Today, we'll have a taste of what the chicken that everyone talks about tastes like. 2 hours later, the 200 servings of chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant were all sold out. However, there was still a line of at least 100 people outside. Those who did not get in immediately became unhappy and began to make a ruckus. The order was in chaos, even alarming the Marquis of Chang'an. Helpless, shopkeeper Lu could only announce that the supply of chicken for the day would be increased by 100 servings. Only then was the chaos resolved. Taiji Palace. The old eunuch Xiao Song was reporting to Li Er everything he had found out about Li Zishuan's background. He also presented a piece of paper to Li Er. After hearing this, Li Er stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. He said, according to what you said, Li Zishuan did not intentionally get close to Qingxian and Chang'e? Finished speaking, he picked up the piece of paper and said with interest, this Li Zishuan is actually proficient in mathematics, and even better than Su Hongji. I didn't think that this kid would have so many skills. But what are these squiggly words on the paper? If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely recognize that the piece of paper was the financial statement he made at the ready-made clothing store that day. He didn't expect that the old eunuch would even get this. This old servant doesn't know either. According to the servant who was present at the time, Su Hongji didn't know what the word was either. Li Zishuan didn't explain either. While Li Er was still confused by the Arabic numerals, Li Zishuan was lying on a recliner in the west courtyard of the Li residence, flirting with two servant girls. No, he was telling a story. This recliner was made by carpenter Zhou from the east of the city by Sanbao 2 days ago. The blueprint was naturally drawn by Li Zishuan. Such a simple thing was a piece of cake for an engineering student like him. Li Zishuan told them Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. In fact, he didn't have many stories in his head. He only remembered some TV dramas that he had watched many times when he was young. He basically didn't watch TV dramas during his university days. He felt that they were all the same, and it was heart-wrenching to watch. If he wasn't playing games every day, he would be chatting with his little girlfriend online. Being in a long-distance relationship was also very tiring. Young master, this Liang Shanbua is so stupid. He slept with Zhu Yingtai for so long, yet he didn't know that she was a girl. How is this possible? Young master, you are making things up again. Not long after, Xiao He protested. How is it impossible? How am I making things up? Li Zishuan wasn't convinced. How could the love classics in his previous life be made up? Young master, a girl is a girl. Even if she is dressed as a boy, she can still be seen through. Young master, you must have watched too many TV dramas. Xiao He said as if she was very experienced. Who said that? Some girls dressed as boys can be easily seen through. For example, Xiao Shi. But for a girl like you, if you dress as a boy, it will be very hard to see through you. He. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he looked at Xiao He's small chest with some bad intentions. Young master, Xiao He followed Li Zishuan's gaze and looked down. She instantly jumped up and blushed. She mumbled something to Li Zishuan for a long time, but she didn't know what to say. She stomped her feet in embarrassment, turned around, and ran away. Xiao Shi's face was also red. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Li Zishuan again. She thought in her heart, did young master just compliment my big chest? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. At this moment, Li Zishuan noticed a tall servant girl in green walking into the courtyard. Li Zishuan recognized this servant girl. She was his mother's servant. She seemed to be called Qing. Seeing that she was almost here, Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Why is Sister Qing here? Is my mother looking for me?" Qing nodded with a smile and said, "Madam invites young master to the front hall." After a while, Li Zishuan came to the front hall and saw his mother sitting in front of the hall. There was also a skinny old man in the hall. This person was the Li residence's housekeeper Wang. Li Zishuan had met him a few days ago. "Xian, you're here. Come sit with mother." When Madame Li saw her son coming, she quickly smiled and waved her hand. Li Zishuan walked over and sat down. He said, "Mother, why did you ask me to come over?" Madame Li handed a small booklet to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and flipped it open. It seemed to be an account book. He asked curiously, "Mother, what is this?" Madame Li smiled and said, "This is the rent account that Steward Wang just sent over from the Han Manor in the eastern part of the city. Originally, the rent should have been paid a long time ago, but last year's harvest was not good, so Mother gave them a few more months. Originally, they should have been charged 50% of the rent, but Mother only charged them 40%. Isn't this because my Xian is good at reading? Mother asked you to come over and help Mother do the reading. In the past, every time Mother collected rent, Mother had to do it for a few days. This year, Xian happened to be here, so Mother saved a lot of trouble." Madame Li was very gratified when she said this. Her son could now help her share her worries. After Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled and said, "Yes, Mother. In the future, leave these things to me. Mother, just relax and enjoy your life. Mother's heart is really good. You reduced the rent for those farmers by 10%. But then again, those farmers don't have it easy." After saying this, he asked with some doubt, "Mother, why does our family still have so much fertile land? Why haven't I heard father mention it? Madame Li unhappily rolled her eyes at him and said, these are all land that mother bought in the past few years and rented to those farmers. Mother saw that there was so much spare money at home and couldn't just leave it lying around, so she took out a portion and bought some land. TSK, he didn't think that his mother's awareness was so advanced. Even in the Tang dynasty, she knew to invest money to buy land. He asked curiously, then mother, how much land have you bought in the past few years? Not much, only about 3,000 mu. Your father's shop often needs a lot of money, so mother only bought this much. Pooh. Li Zishuan almost knelt down in front of his mother. 3,000 mu wasn't a lot, but he didn't think that he could be considered a big landlord. Mother, then I'll take this account book with me. I'll give it to you after I finish the reading tomorrow. Li Zishuan said as he flipped through the account book. Yes, then Xian will have to work hard. Mother will make something good for you at noon to nourish your brain. Madame Li smiled and said. Mother, it's not hard. In the future, let me do these things. Actually, it's really easy for me. I don't want mother to waste her energy on these things. Yes, mother knows. Xian is so filial. Go quickly. Chapter 19. The next morning, Li Zishuan took the account book and went to the east courtyard. Mother, I have finished calculating the account book you gave me yesterday morning. Please take a look. After saying that, he handed over the account book in his hand. Mrs. Li took the account book and said happily, I heard from your father that you are very knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly. You have saved me a lot of trouble. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mother, I want to go to the Han village to take a look. Mrs. Li was curious and asked, that place is so far away from home and the road is not easy. Why do you want to go there? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, I want to see how the villagers are doing. I have been learning martial arts at Longhu Mountain for 8 years, but I don't know the hardships of the world. Master also wants me to do something for the people of Tang Empire. So I want to go to the Han village today. Mrs. Li thought about her son's words and said happily, since you want to go, I will go with you. Housekeeper Wang will go with you. Xian, bring some pastries. I don't think you will be able to make it back in the afternoon. Don't go hungry. Okay, thank you mother. I will go now. Li Zishuan went to the front courtyard and found steward Wang Zhong. He told him that he wanted to go to the Han manor and asked him to prepare a horse first. The Han manor was about 30 li away from the Li residence, so they couldn't walk there. Brother, where are you going? Lanner saw housekeeper Wang going to the stables to get the horse and knew that her brother was going out. I want to go to the village to take a look. Lanner, can you wait for me at home? Li Zishuan said helplessly. This sister of his was too clingy. No, Lanner is bored at home alone. Mother doesn't want to play with Lanner. Lanner wants to go to the village with brother. Lanner shook her head like a rattle drum. Okay. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, you two go too. Take care of Mississippi San Bao, go get a carriage. These girls definitely didn't know how to ride a horse. Li Zishuan asked San Bao to get a carriage. Not long after, the group set off for the Han village. They left Chang and city from Yanqing Gate and headed east. The road became more and more difficult. Li Zishuan and Wang Zhong didn't feel anything on their horses, but the carriage behind them kept shaking, which made the 3 maidservants cry out in surprise. San Bao, slow down. Don't overturn the carriage. Li Zishuan didn't know if San Bao was an experienced driver, but he was afraid that the carriage would overturn. He and steward Wang slowed down the speed of the horse so that San Bao could drive slower. Just like that, the group walked for more than 2 hours on the 30-something mile road. At this time, he saw a village not far ahead. He could vaguely see a few people working in the fields. Young master, that's the Han village. Wang Zhong stopped his horse and pointed at the village. Well, then let's go quickly. It's almost noon. Uncle Wang, can you find a family and give them some money? We'll have lunch in the village, Li Zishuan ordered. Wang Zhong was more familiar with this place than him. His family often sent him to collect rent, so it was best for him to arrange it. Yes, young master. Why don't we go to Han Lijing's house at noon? Every time madam sends me here to collect rent, Han Lijing is very cooperative. Wang Zhong suggested. Okay, then Uncle Wang, you lead the way. The group of people rode into the village. It was the spring plowing season. At the entrance of the village, they could see many people pulling oxen to plow the fields. There were also 2 or 3 children chasing and playing on the ridges of the fields. Occasionally, there would be a few roosters and dogs barking in the village. Li Zishuan often saw this scene in his previous life. He was born and raised in a village. Lan was very new to this scene. She had been the little princess of the family since she was born. She had never seen such a scene in a village before. She got off the carriage and held her brother's hand, looking around as they walked. Li Zishuan left the horse and carriage at the entrance of the village and asked San Bao to take good care of them. He led the group into the village, and under Wang Zhong's lead, they went straight to Han Lijing's house. Young master, we're here. This is Han Lijing's house. After a while, Wang Zhong pointed to a rundown farmhouse in front of them. Li Zishuan was a little surprised. In his opinion, if this place was in the future, it would be equivalent to a village chief. How could the place be so run down? Since they were in front of someone's house, it was not good to say much. He immediately walked in with Wang Zhong. Oh, Butler Wang, you're here. A dark-skinned middle-aged man in the courtyard saw Li Zishuan and the group and quickly went up to greet them. However, Li Zishuan noticed that the man's right leg seemed to be a little disabled, and he was limping as he walked. However, from the thick muscles on his arm, it was obvious that this middle-aged man's body contained a lot of strength. Han Lijing, this is my family's young master and young mistress. My madam has calculated the rent that your farmstead paid this year, and there's no problem. Today, my young master wants to come to the Han Manor to take a look. Wang Zhong introduced to Han Lijing. When Han Lijing heard this, he quickly bowed respectfully to Li Zishuan and Lan, and said, "Greetings to young master and young mistress." Li Zishuan quickly returned the greeting, and said, "Uncle Han, you don't have to be so courteous. We'll be bothering Uncle Han later. Seeing that it's almost noon, I'll bring this group of people to Uncle Han's house for lunch. Uncle Han, don't worry, we've brought our own ingredients and pastries. We only need to borrow Uncle Han's kitchen to heat them up, and we'll pay the corresponding remuneration." When Han Lijing heard this, his face instantly turned red, and he straightened his neck and said, "Young master, you're flattering me. My Han Manor's harvest last year wasn't good, and not only did Madam Li reduce our rent by 10%, she also extended the deadline of half a year. If it weren't for Madam Li's benevolence, who knows how many people in my Han Manor would have starved to death. Now that young master is coming to my house for a meal, how could I let young master bring his own ingredients? How could I dare to take young master's money? If the villagers knew, they'd poke at my spine. Young master, you must never say such things again. Although I, Han Tianhu, am a boor, I still know how to repay kindness." Well, he accidentally hurt the other party's self-esteem. Li Zishuan quickly explained, "Uncle Han, don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions by giving you money. This is what you deserve. There's no such thing as not paying for a meal in this world." Seeing that Han Lijing straightened his neck and wanted to decline again, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Since Uncle Han doesn't want to accept it, I won't force you. Thank you for your hospitality today, Uncle Han. If the Han Manor has any difficulties in the future, Uncle Han can look for Steward Wang. I'll try my best to solve it. Use our ingredients for lunch. After all, the ingredients we brought will definitely spoil if we don't eat them. It's just that we'll have to use some of Uncle Han's firewood." Only then did Han Lijing reluctantly accept. He waved his hand and said, "It's just some firewood, it's not worth much money. Young master, use it as much as you can. Once you're done, I'll go to the mountains to chop some more. Young master, young miss, please come in and have a seat." The group of people then entered the house. Chapter 20. My humble abode is too simple and crude. I'm sorry for neglecting young master and young mistress. After entering the house, Han Lijing said embarrassedly. Li Zishuan looked around. It was indeed very simple and crude. The only valuable thing was probably the Mo sword hanging on the wall. However, Li Zishuan was a little confused. This kind of sword was usually only found in the army. Why did Han Lijing have one in his house? It's okay, Uncle Han. We don't mind. Uncle Han, where's your kitchen? I'll ask my maid to heat up the food. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said unconcernedly. Han Lijing quickly shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare to trouble young master's people. I'll ask my brat to call my daughter back to cook for you. Young master and young mistress, please take a seat here. After saying that, he cupped his hands and walked out. Outside the courtyard, Han Lijing roared towards the east, Tai Dan, you stinking brat, get back here. After a while, a young child's voice could be heard outside the courtyard. Father, why did you call me? Han Lijing said, Brat, quickly go up the mountain and call your sister back. Tell her that there are important guests at home. Tell her to come back and cook. Oh, father, who's here? Brat, you talk too much nonsense. Go. Then, they heard a series of hurried footsteps gradually fading away. Han Lijing returned to the house and smiled apologetically at Li Zishuan. Young master, please take a seat for a while. My daughter went up the mountain to pick wild fruits and mushrooms in the morning. She'll be back soon. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Uncle Han, how have the people in the manor been these years? Han Lijing said, in the past few years in the village, most of the families were living precarious lives and did not have enough food to fill their stomachs. At that time, the rent for the main house was very high, and every year, they had to pay 70% of the rent. In addition, during those years, the world was not peaceful, and the harvest was not good, which made the situation even worse. During the slack time, I had to bring a few hunters into the mountains to hunt and deliver them to the city to exchange for money. 3 years ago, young master's family bought the land of the Han family manor. Not only did Madame Li allow us to continue farming, she even reduced the rent to 50%. In addition, in recent years, the world has gradually become peaceful, so life in the manor has become much better. At the very least, no one will starve to death now. This is all thanks to Madame Li. After saying that, Han Lijing's eyes were filled with gratitude. Li Zishuan was somewhat speechless. These villagers weathered wind and rain year after year, working themselves to death just so that they wouldn't starve to death, just so that they could survive. It was such a simple request, but it was difficult to satisfy in this era. It wasn't because of natural disasters or war, but because of the oppression from the noble class. Li Zishuan felt that it was unfair for these villagers, and his heart was very vexed. Perhaps it was because he was also the son of a farmer in his previous life. At that moment, a very clear and pleasant voice came from outside the house. Father, your daughter is back. Then, he heard a series of footsteps coming into the house. At the door, a young girl of 13 or 14 years old came in. She was wearing rough clothes that had been washed until they were white, and there were a few neat red patches on her sleeves. The patches were quite artistic, and they were arranged in the shape of a plum blossom. From afar, it looked like a plum blossom that was embroidered on. The young girl had an oval face with extremely delicate facial features. Her skin was smooth, and she had a sharp chin. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she had a beautiful figure. Just by looking at her face, she was as pure as a fairy from the heavens. However, her pair of lively eyes were not like those of a fairy from the heavens who did not eat the food of mortals. Her pair of eyes contained the wind and frost of the world. The simple hemp clothes matched the young girl's beautiful face, but it did not reduce the young girl's peerless elegance. It made people feel that she was a peerless fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Just her current appearance was more beautiful than any of the pure girls he had seen in his previous life. If she were to wear the fresh and beautiful clothes of those celebrities, Li Zishuan could not imagine how beautiful she would be. Li Zixuan didn't expect that he would be able to see such a stunning woman in such a remote and desolate place. The two little maids by his side were already very beautiful, but in front of this young girl, they were somewhat overshadowed. Xiao He's beauty was a kind of lively and cute beauty. Xiao Shi's beauty was a kind of beauty from a small family in Jiangnan. The girl in front of him was a kind of beauty that was fresh and refined, like a poem or a painting. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment when he saw her. It was only when Lan'er tugged at him that he woke up. Father, daughter heard from Iron Egg that there are guests in the house? The young girl asked Han Lizheng. Yushi, come here. This is Steward Wang. You have seen him before. This is the young master of Chang An's Li family. This is the young miss of the Li family. Young master, young miss, this is my daughter. Her name is Han Yushi. Yushi, quickly greet the young master and young miss. Han Lizheng pulled Han Yushi and introduced them to each other. Han Yushi, what a beautiful name. Li Zixuan inexplicably praised in his heart. Yushi greets young master, greets young miss. Han Yushi bowed to Li Zixuan and Lan'er. Li Zixuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said, Hello Miss Han. Lan'er saw Han Yushi and happily jumped up and said, Wow, Sister Han is so beautiful. It would be great if Lan'er could be as beautiful as Sister Han when she grows up. Han Yushi was a little embarrassed by Lan'er's praise. Her pink cheeks were slightly red. However, seeing that Lana was really cute, she couldn't help but like this little girl. She squatted down and touched Lan'er's little face. She smiled and said, Young miss will definitely be 100 times more beautiful than Yushi when she grows up. Really? Really? Lan heard this and became even more excited. At this moment, Han Lizheng said to Han Yushi, Yushi, young master and young miss will be having lunch at home. Father knows that your cooking skills are excellent. Quickly go to the kitchen and prepare a few dishes. Stew the pheasant that father hunted yesterday. Go quickly. Don't let the guests wait for too long. Okay, father. I will go now, Han Yushi responded crisply. She then turned to Li Zixuan and Lan'er and said, Young master and young miss, please take a seat. Yushi will be back soon. Listening to her gentle voice, Li Zixuan felt that his heart was about to melt. It was as if the dry land was moistened by the spring rain. Xiao He, quickly go to the carriage and get the ingredients and pastries that we brought. Send them to the kitchen and let Miss Han heat them up, Li Zixuan said to Xiao He. Xiao He was about to accept the order and leave when she heard Han Lizheng say to the door, Brat, quickly come in. What are you hiding outside the door for? A little boy with a strong head walked in. He was about 6 or 7 years old. When he saw so many strangers, he was still a little shy. The little boy said to Li Zixuan and Lan'er, Hello, young master and young miss. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside for a long time. Li Zixuan nodded at him. Lan'er smiled mischievously at him. When the little boy saw this, he became even more shy. He then said to Han Lizheng, Father, you called me. Han Lizheng pointed at Xiao He and said to him, This young miss is going to the carriage at the entrance of the village to get something. Accompany her. Be careful and don't run around. Do you hear me? Yes, father. I got it. Li Zixuan smiled. This Han Lizheng was quite thoughtful. Xiao He might really get lost in the village alone. He smiled kindly at Han Lizheng and said, Thank you, Uncle Han. He then said to Xiao He, quickly go with Iron Egg. Be careful. Yes, young master. Xiao He will go now. Chapter 21. After Li Zixuan chatted with Han Lizheng for a while, he saw Han Yushi and Iron Egg coming in with dishes. Young master, young miss, father, it's time to eat. Han Yushi placed the dishes on a square table that was very old but very clean. She smiled and called for everyone to eat. Young master, young miss, sit down and eat. Han Lizheng quickly greeted. Well, Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down too. Miss Han, you have worked hard cooking. Come and sit with Iron Egg, Li Zishuan said. Han Yushi was a little hesitant, but Iron Egg was very happy. He had been drooling over the pheasant meat on the table and the chicken that Li Zishuan brought over. He had not eaten meat for a long time. When he saw the golden and crispy chicken, he could not control himself. Just now, he wanted to stretch out his hand to steal a bite in the kitchen several times, but he was discovered by his sister and was chased out of the kitchen. Now that he heard Li Zishuan invite him to eat together, he could not hold back anymore. He lifted his foot and was about to walk over, but Han Lijing glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that he immediately retracted his foot. Young master, you and young miss eat first. There is still food in the kitchen. Iron Egg and my daughter can eat in the kitchen. Although Han Lijing also wanted his son and daughter to eat together, the Li family was a great benefactor to the Han village. This time, the young master and young miss could come to his house for dinner. He was also very happy. He specially asked his daughter to stew the pheasant that he was going to sell yesterday to treat the guests well. At this time, he could not be rude. How can this be? We came to Uncle Han's house to eat. Uncle Han, you did not charge us for the meal. How can we steal the limelight at this time? If Miss Han and Iron Egg do not eat together, we will not eat this meal. Li Zishuan firmly disagreed. He saw how Iron Egg looked at the table and drooled just now. He could not help but sympathize with the people of this era. They might not even be able to eat meat during the new year. Li Zishuan's abilities were indeed limited. He couldn't make the people of the world live a good life, but he could still make Iron Egg's family eat a good meal. Another reason was that it was indeed a great pleasure to be able to eat at the same table with such a beautiful woman like Han Yushi. Of course, our upright Li Zishuan would never admit this reason even if he was beaten to death. Han Lijing was helpless. He could only nod at his son and daughter. Since young master is kind, come and eat with us. Iron Egg cheered and immediately sat in the empty seat next to Lanner. Han Yushi smiled gratefully at Li Zishuan and sat beside Han Lijing, which happened to be opposite of Li Zishuan. She was not greedy, but she also hoped that she could let her little brother eat meat. Only then did the group of people take their seats and start eating. At this moment, Han Lijing suddenly patted his head as if he had thought of something. He stood up and said, I haven't brought the wine for young master. Young master, there isn't any good wine in the countryside, but the fruit wine made by my family's Yushi tastes quite good. I'll bring it for young master and young mistress to try. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan to refuse, he ran into the inner room to get the wine. Li Zishuan originally wanted to refuse. He did not drink. Later, when he heard that it was just fruit wine, and it was made by Han Yushi herself, he hesitated. Seeing that Han Lijing went in to get the wine without waiting for him to speak, he did not say anything. Instead, he was somewhat expectant. After a while, Han Lijing came out with a wine jar. He said to Li Zishuan, young master, this is the fruit wine made by my family's Yushi. It is made with wild strawberries and hawthorns on the mountain. I'm not boasting, but the taste is really good. Yinshi restaurant buys this wine every year in Jianghu city at a high price of 10 copper coins per caddy. As he spoke, he poured a bowl for Li Zishuan and the others. Father, Iron Egg also wants to drink it. Iron Egg licked his lips and looked at Han Lijing eagerly. Obviously, he must have drunk it before and still could not forget it. Han Lijing glared at his son angrily. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Han, since Iron Egg wants to drink it, let him drink it. We can't finish so much. Well, this guy thought that Han Lijing carried such a big jar of wine for them to drink. In fact, Han Lijing also knew that such a big jar of wine could not be finished by Li Zishuan and the others. He even planned to take the rest to the city to sell. However, when he heard Li Zishuan's words, it was even harder for him to explain anything. He poured a bowl for his son and daughter and said, since young master said so, Yushi, Tai Dan, you guys can accompany young master for a drink at noon. Iron Egg was very happy. He did not expect this young master from the city to be so easy to talk to. He was much more modest than the son of the landlord Lu. He was very grateful to Li Zishuan. How could he know that Li Zishuan was interested in his sister? Li Zishuan looked at the fruit wine in the bowl. It was bright red and very beautiful. He sniffed it gently and found that there was no smell of alcohol. Only then did he feel relieved. He picked up the wine and took a sip. It was sweet and sour, with the sourness of hawthorns and the sweetness of strawberries. It was much better than the fruit juice of the future. After all, the ingredients of this fruit wine were all natural and pollution-free. Li Zishuan smacked his lips and exclaimed in admiration. Miss Han's winemaking skills are really superb. The taste of this wine is really great. If you ask me, I'd say that Hao Xinxi has made a great bargain by selling this fruit wine for 10 copper coins per caddy. Lan Er also took a sip and could not stop. This sweet and sour taste had a fatal attraction to children. When she heard her brother's words, she quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Brother is right. Sister Yushi, you are so good. This fruit wine is so delicious. Lan has never drunk such delicious fruit wine in her life. Li Zishuan was a little amused. This little girl was only 6 years old and she still had the nerve to say that she had grown up. Han Yushi said shyly and modestly, "Young master and miss, you flatter me. Actually, this winemaking is very simple. These ingredients are originally some worthless things on the mountain. Yushi is already very satisfied to be able to sell it for 10 copper coins per caddy." Li Zishuan shook his head. He had an idea. If he slightly modified this mountain fruit wine, it would definitely sell well in the summer. He said to Han Lijing, "Uncle Han, do you know the Zuaxian restaurant in Chang and West City?" Han Lijing nodded, "I know. I went to the West City yesterday and saw that the Zuaxian restaurant's business was very good. There was a long line in front of the door. I don't know what they were queuing for." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "To be honest, Uncle Han, the Zuaxian restaurant is my family's business. Those people queuing in front of the Zuaxian restaurant yesterday were precisely to buy this gnawed chicken." Li Zishuan pointed to the plate of gnawed chicken and saw that there were only a few pieces of chicken left on the plate. It turned out that Iron Egg saw that the adults were talking happily at the side. After he tasted a piece of the golden gnawed chicken, he could no longer stop. While the few of them were talking, this brat wretchedly developed at the side and gorged himself on the food. Han Lijing was instantly furious. "Iron Egg, you little bastard." After saying that, he stood up and was about to beat him up. Li Zishuan quickly pulled Han Lijing back. "Uncle Han, don't be impulsive. This gnawed chicken is not something valuable. I have a lot of it at home." Iron Egg ate it. "Today, everyone is eating happily together. Don't be angry." Li Zishuan persuaded Han Lijing for a long time before he finally stopped. Han Lijing sat down and glared at Iron Egg fiercely. When Iron Egg saw that his father was angry, he was about to run away. Seeing that Li Zishuan stopped his father, he didn't want to run away. He was a little embarrassed and whispered, "Thank you, young master." Lan Er was watching from the side and was quite interested. She said to Iron Egg, "Brother Iron Egg, what do you want to eat? Call me sister and I will get it for you. Then, your father won't be angry at you." Seeing that such a beautiful and cute little girl like Lan Er was talking to him, Iron Egg instantly blushed and said, "Miss Lan Er, you might not be older than Iron Egg, right?" Lan Er picked up a piece of chicken and stared at Iron Egg when she heard what he said. She shook the piece of chicken in her hand and threatened him. Iron Egg looked at the piece of chicken and swallowed his saliva. He had never eaten such delicious chicken before. After hesitating for a long time, he bitterly shouted, "Sister Lan Er." Lan Er smiled and replied, "Brother Iron Egg, good boy." After saying that, she put the piece of chicken into Iron Egg's bowl. Iron Egg looked at the piece of chicken in his bowl and thought to himself, "It's worth it to call me sister." Li Zishuan ignored his little sister's nonsense and continued to talk to Han Lijing. "Uncle Han, as you can see, Drunken Immortal Restaurant's business is very good. In the future, if you sell fruit wine to Drunken Immortal Restaurant, we will buy it for 30 copper coins per caddy. We will buy as much as you have. You can also ask the villagers to go up the mountain to help you pick wild fruits. You can give them some compensation. After all, Miss Han can only pick a limited amount, and if there are wild beasts in the mountain, Miss Han won't be safe alone. Don't you think so? Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan was faintly concerned about her and felt happy for some reason. She lowered her head and ate without saying anything. When Han Lijing heard that Li Zishuan was offering 30 copper coins per caddy, his breathing quickened. However, after a while, he still rationally refused. No, how can we do business like young master? Young master will lose money if he does this. We will sell the wine to young master in the future, but we will still only sell it for 10 copper coins per caddy. We, the people of the Han village, cannot do such an unkind thing. Alas, why were the people these days so simple? Li Zishuan said, Uncle Han, listen to me. Since I dare to buy it for 30 copper coins per caddy, I will definitely not lose money. I will even make a lot of money. As long as Uncle Han sees that I have made so much money and doesn't regret it, it will be fine. Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. Han Lijing heard this and his face turned red. He stood up and said, Young master, how can I, old Han, be the kind of person who goes back on his words? Seeing him like this, Li Zishuan quickly comforted him, Uncle Han, don't worry. I am just joking with you. I know that Uncle Han is a person who values loyalty. Uncle Han, there is a reason why I am offering 30 copper coins per caddy. Look, you hired the villagers to pick wild fruits for Miss Han. You can't not pay them, right? This is all part of the cost. This will also increase the income of the villagers of the Han family village. When Han Lijing heard this, he carefully thought about Li Zishuan's meaning. As Lijing, he naturally knew that the villagers of the Han family village lived a very poor life. Although compared to the villagers of other villages, it was still much better. However, he also wanted the villagers to live a better life. Li Zishuan's suggestion also moved him. After thinking for a while, he said to Li Zishuan, since young master is kind enough to give us a way out, then I, old Han, will represent the entire village to thank young master. After saying this, he stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan with cupped fists. Li Zishuan quickly came over to support him and told him not to be so polite. At this time, Han Lijing added, however, if young master loses money in the future, then the purchase price will automatically be reduced to 10 copper coins per caddy. At that time, the wages will also be reduced. When the time comes, I, old Han, will be responsible for persuading the villagers. Young master, if you don't agree to this, then this business deal will end here. I, Han Lijing, would rather starve to death than harm young master. Li Zishuan could only helplessly agree. This Han Lijing was really too straightforward. Chapter 22. After talking about business, Li Zishuan and Han Lijing began to eat. Naturally, the two of them didn't mind that most of the dishes on the table were almost finished by the two little fellows. Han Lijing was very happy to meet such a good young master who took the initiative to bring him business. He pulled his daughter along and toasted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan also didn't refuse anyone. This meal was very enjoyable for everyone. Of course, it had to be said that Han Yushi's cooking skills were really good. The mushroom and pheasant stew was very delicious. Li Zishuan, who didn't like to eat stew, ate a lot. Of course, it was unknown whether the pheasant was made by Han Yushi. After lunch, Han Yushi began to clean up the dishes. Li Zishuan quickly asked Xiaohe to help. At this time, Iron Egg said to Han Lijing, Father, I'm going to the threshing field at the entrance of the village to play. At this time, Lan was also eager to try. She also felt that the scenery of the countryside was very novel. She said to her brother, Brother, Lan wants to go out and play with Brother Iron Egg. Well, then you can go with Iron Egg. Remember to come back in 2 hours. Li Zishuan thought about it. Since Iron Egg was Iron Egg's son, there shouldn't be any accidents if Lan followed Iron Egg to the village to play. At this time, Han Lijing said to Iron Egg solemnly, Iron Egg, listen to me. You must take good care of the young miss. If anything happens to the young miss, I will skin you. Iron Egg quickly nodded in agreement. Even if his father didn't say it, he would do it. He wasn't a completely ignorant child. He naturally knew that the young master and the young miss were so good to their family. He was very grateful to them in his heart. Just like this, the two little brats went out. Li Zishuan chatted with Han Lijing in the front room. Not long after, Han Yushi finished cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen and came to the front room with Xiao He. She sat next to Han Lijing and listened to them quietly. After chatting for a while, Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Uncle Han, please tell the farmers about the business I told you about this morning. I want to go to the farm alone. When it's time for us to go back, I'll come and say goodbye to Uncle Han." Han Lijing hurriedly said, "Young master, you are not familiar with the manor. Let Yushi accompany young master." Li Zishuan declined. "How could I trouble Miss Han? I'll just walk around and come back. I won't get lost." In fact, he also hoped that he could go out with Han Yushi, but he couldn't show it so obviously. When it was time to decline, he still had to decline. Han Lijing waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Yushi has nothing to do at home in the afternoon. It's just nice to go out with the young master." After saying that, he said to his daughter, "Yushi, accompany the young master to walk around the manor in the afternoon." Han Yushi softly replied, "Okay, father." Li Zishuan was a little happy in his heart, but his face was calm. He cupped his hands and said to Han Yushi, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Han." Han Yushi hurriedly bowed and said, "It's okay." Li Zishuan then said to Xiao He and the others, "Xiao He, Xiao Shi, housekeeper Wang, the journey this morning was bumpy. You must be tired. Rest at Uncle Han's house for a while. After I finish walking around the manor, we'll go back." The few of them naturally agreed. However, Xiao He looked at her young master suspiciously. The way Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi in the morning was caught by the quick-witted Xiao He. Xiao He was wondering if her young master had deliberately shaken them off and secretly went out with Han Yushi for a rendezvous. Li Zishuan naturally didn't know what the servant girl was thinking. He brought Han Yushi out. Li Zishuan walked side by side with Han Yushi on the small road in the countryside. He breathed in the fresh air, listened to the occasional crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the village, and watched a group of naughty children chasing each other and playing not far ahead. At this moment, his heart was incomparably peaceful. It was as if he had returned to his previous life. It was the same small road in the countryside, the same crowing of chickens and barking of dogs, and the same village urchins. He couldn't help but have a deep sense of nostalgia in his eyes. Unfortunately, I can't go back anymore. Even if I build trains and planes in this era, I can't go back, Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Han Yushi lowered her head and walked with Li Zishuan for a while, but Li Zishuan didn't say anything. She was a little curious and raised her head to look at Li Zishuan. She saw that Li Zishuan's expression was complicated, and his eyes were confused. His gaze seemed to be nostalgic, but also seemed to be sad. When Han Yushi saw that gaze, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She whispered, young master, what are you thinking about?" When he heard Han Yushi's soft inquiry beside him, there seemed to be a faint trace of concern in her tone. He quickly woke up from his memories, sorted out his emotions, and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Nothing. It's just that when I saw the peaceful and comfortable scenery of the countryside, I thought of my master." Han Yushi asked curiously, "Young master, you have a master?" Li Zishuan recalled and said, "Yes. When I was young, my body was weak. All the doctors said that I wouldn't live past the age of 8. When I was 6, my master came to my house and told my father that he could cure me. He needed to take me to Mount Longhu to learn from him. That year, I went to Mount Longhu with my master. A few years ago, regardless of whether it was cold or hot, my master forced me to practice martial arts. My hands and feet were blistered, and my face was frostbitten, but my master didn't let me stop. At that time, I hated my master for being so cruel. Later, I finally learned something, but my master was old. At that time, I kind of understood my master's painstaking efforts. The conditions in the mountains were poor, but my master was always able to get me meat all these years. Before my master died, he told me that because my body was weak, I would die if I didn't practice martial arts well. He didn't want me to die, so he forced me when I was young and told me not to blame him. In fact, in the later years, I became more sensible and understood my master's painstaking efforts. I never blamed him. I became his disciple when I was 6 years old, and I spent my childhood with him. To me, he was more like a father than a teacher. For 8 years, he taught me top-notch martial arts without asking for anything in return, allowing me to live to this day. Before I could even repay him, he had already passed away. Of course, Li Zixuan couldn't tell her that he was thinking about his family more than 1,000 years later, so he told her what happened to this body when he was young. However, he spoke with sincerity. As he spoke, he couldn't help but put himself in the role of this body. When he got emotional, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but moisten. As Li Zixuan spoke, Han Yushi's heart also became sad. When she heard the end, she couldn't help but cry. She originally thought that Li Zixuan was a rich young master who didn't eat the hardships of the world. She didn't expect his life experience to be so rough. Looking at Li Zixuan's wet eyes, she saw Li Zixuan's bruised soul under his strong appearance. She couldn't help but feel her heart ache. Young master, your master will definitely be very happy if he sees that you're doing well from the heavens. You said it yourself, your master treats you like a father treats his own child. Parents treat their children well, and they don't want their children to repay them. Young master, don't blame yourself. You living well now is the best way to repay your master, Han Yushi comforted gently. That's right. When parents treat their children well, why would they think about their children repaying them in the future? Their love is the most selfless love in the world. They only hope that their children will live well in the future. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Father, Mother, your son is unfilial and can't be filial in front of you. However, in this great Tang dynasty, I will live well. I will live well. You don't have to worry. Thank you, Miss Han. I'm fine. After thinking it through, Li Zixuan looked seriously into Han Yushi's eyes and thanked her. You're welcome. Han Yushi was a little flustered by Li Zixuan's serious gaze and hurriedly said. Chapter 23. The two of them chatted and soon finished touring the village. Li Zixuan was a little reluctant to part with her. Miss Han, where do you usually go to pick wild fruits? Li Zixuan, who was reluctant to part with her, began to find a topic to talk about. Han Yushi pointed to the mountain behind them and said, It's on that mountain. Li Zixuan looked in the direction of her finger and saw the dense forest on the small hill. He said, Aren't you afraid when you go alone? What if you meet a wild beast like a tiger? Han Yushi smiled and said, A few years ago, there were indeed some fierce tigers and fierce beasts in this mountain. But during those years, the world was in chaos and the harvest was not good. Many people in the village were starving. My father organized the villagers to go into the mountain to hunt. In the past few years, all the large beasts in the mountain have been hunted. Li Zixuan heard and said, Oh, then let's go up the mountain to take a look. Han Yushi nodded in agreement. The two of them walked up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a few peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was very beautiful. A few butterflies danced in the wild flowers by the roadside. A few birds chased each other and played in the forest on the mountain. Li Zixuan was very happy with the beauty by his side and the beautiful scenery in front of him. Miss Han, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Li Zixuan asked. Young master, if you have something to say, Yushi will tell you everything she knows. Li Zixuan hesitated and said, Why didn't I see your mother at your house? Han Yushi's face instantly turned pale. Deep sadness flashed in her eyes. Li Zixuan saw this and immediately apologized, I'm sorry, Miss Han. I took the liberty. Don't be sad. Han Yushi shook her head and was silent for a while before saying, My mother passed away after giving birth to the iron egg. I was 7 years old at that time. My father was still fighting in the front line. In order to support my brother, I went to help Master Lu in the nearby plum village to herd cattle and sheep. I fed the horses and chopped firewood. When I earned money, I bought goat milk for my brother. This Master Lu's family was the previous owner of the Han village. They were very harsh and often bullied the villagers in the village. Everyone was angry but didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that landlord Lu wouldn't let them plant the land. Iron Egg was very naughty when he was young. He would cry whenever I left, so I could only take him to work. Later, when I couldn't hold on any longer, my father finally came back. It was when I was 9 years old, which was the 6th year of Wuda. My father came back with a limp. My father, Wuda, joined the army in the first year of the Yuan dynasty. Later, he was transferred to old General Qin's personal guard. In the 6th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the borders of our Great Tang, and my father accompanied General Qin to battle. Later on, I heard my father say that during a pursuit, General Qin was ambushed by the Turks. The Turks' great general Wuxia Xianxia wanted to kill General Qin with a bow and arrow. At the critical moment, my father rushed over on his horse and threw himself at General Qin, but the arrow pierced through my father's thigh. At that time, he didn't have time to treat his wound. My father limped and followed General Qin to kill the enemy. Coincidentally, General Yuqi led the army to help. My father and General Qin fought their way out of the encirclement and followed the reinforcements to destroy the enemy. After returning to the camp, although the arrow wound on my father's thigh was healed, because the treatment was too late, his right leg became disabled and it was difficult for him to return to the battlefield. My father knew that General Qin would definitely not abandon him, but my father didn't want to be a burden to General Qin. Thus, he left a letter and secretly came back alone. Following Han Yushi's recollection, Li Zishuan's thoughts also returned to the era where the flames of war raged and human lives were like grass. In his heart, he also admired a tough man like Han Lizheng. Without countless people like Han Lizheng fighting bloody battles, the Great Tang would not have its current peace. Perhaps the Han people's clothes would have been slaughtered by the armored cavalry of the foreign race. No wonder he saw Mo's saber in Han Lizheng's house. He didn't expect him to be a respectable soldier of the Great Tang. He also didn't expect Han Yushi to be so strong on the inside despite her weak appearance. At the age of 7, she raised her infant brother alone. One could imagine the difficulties and hardships she went through. Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi's eyes were still filled with sadness. He couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder and said, "Miss Han, don't be sad. At least you, Iron Egg, and your father are all doing well now. If your mother knew in the netherworld, she would definitely be gratified. Besides, with me around, the people of the Han family village will live better and better lives in the future." As he spoke, Li Zishuan didn't know how to continue. He wasn't very good at comforting people. Pfft. Seeing Li Zishuan racking his brains to think of words to comfort her, Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She said, "I just comforted young master. I didn't expect young master to comfort me again." Hearing Han Yushi's words, Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that it was rather interesting. He smiled and said, "In that case, let's not comfort each other. We'll be happy in the future. This way, we can let the ancestors who love us live at ease." Han Yushi agreed softly, "Yes." At this moment, she felt the weight on her shoulder. It turned out that Li Zishuan's hand had been resting on her shoulder. Han Yushi turned her head to look and immediately blushed. Li Zishuan followed her gaze and found his hand. He secretly blamed himself for forgetting to take it off when he patted her shoulder to comfort her. Of course, whether it was because he forgot to take it off or because he couldn't bear to take it off at that time, it wasn't for others to know. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips and smelling the feminine fragrance on Han Yushi's body, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, seeing that the tears at the corner of Han Yushi's eyes had not dried, Li Zishuan secretly scolded himself for being a beast. He quickly took his hand off and explained awkwardly, sorry. I wanted to comfort you just now. I didn't mean it." Han Yushi's face turned even redder when she heard that. She clenched her small hands and looked down at her toes. She said softly, "It's okay. Yushi knows that young master is not a frivolous person. The ambiguous atmosphere filled the mountain. Li Zishuan didn't know what to say at this moment. Although he had a girlfriend in his previous life, he met her online. In reality, he was still clumsy when he spoke. He was an out-and-out otaku. He wasn't like the playboy in his dormitory. When he saw a girl, he could make her happy with just a few words. He couldn't wait to marry her immediately. He had always been envious of his roommate's ability to flirt with girls, but this thing couldn't be envied. Han Yushi naturally wouldn't speak. At this moment, her heart was also in a mess. Li Zishuan was tall and handsome. He was also very gentle to her. Although she didn't love Li Zishuan very deeply, after all, they had only been together for a day, she still had a good impression of Li Zishuan. After a long time, Li Zishuan finally broke the silence and said, "Miss Han, let's go down the mountain. It's getting late. I should go home." When Han Yushi heard that, her face darkened slightly. She felt a little disappointed for no reason. She didn't know when they would meet again after parting today. She replied softly, "Okay." The two walked down the mountain side by side. Chapter 24. Li Zishuan was about to go down the mountain with Han Yushi when they suddenly heard a muffled tiger roar behind them. The two of them looked at each other in shock and hurriedly turned around. They saw a huge white tiger slowly walking out of the forest. Its ferocious eyes stared coldly at Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Han Yushi was so scared that her face turned pale. "Young master, you go first. Nothing can happen to you. I will hold it back for a while." Han Yushi was extremely frightened. She had never seen such a huge tiger before, but she immediately thought of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan absolutely could not have anything happen to him in the Han village. He was the hope of so many villagers in the Han village to live a good life. Li Zishuan was actually a little scared. It was his first time seeing such a huge tiger. Moreover, this tiger was emitting a bloody smell. It was obvious that it had just finished hunting. He did not know if his martial arts could deal with this huge tiger. After all, he had experience fighting with people, but he had never fought with a tiger. However, when he heard Han Yushi's trembling voice, he was really touched. He did not expect this girl to ask him to go first even though she was clearly scared. Of course, Li Zishuan wouldn't leave. Although he didn't have any experience in fighting a tiger, he was quite confident in his martial arts. Besides, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't let the girl he liked sacrifice herself to protect him. Seeing that the tiger was getting closer and closer to the two of them, Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushuan's soft and boneless hand. At this time, he was not in the mood to feel the beautiful girl's hand. He said in a very serious tone, "Miss Han, when you encounter a tiger, you must not turn around and run. That will only lead to death. A human cannot outrun a tiger. In a while, you will face the tiger and slowly retreat. I will deal with this beast. I, Li Zishuan, will not let a woman stand in front of me." Han Yushi shook her head and refused to leave. She thought that Li Zishuan was going to use his life to buy time for her to escape. At this moment, the little girl's tears flowed freely. Li Zishuan was also a little helpless, but there wasn't much time left for them. He squeezed Han Yushi's hand and said very seriously, "Miss Han, listen to me. I have the confidence to deal with this tiger, but if you stay by my side, I'm afraid that the tiger will hurt you. I can't take care of you. Stay away from here. You have to believe me. I really can deal with it." Perhaps Li Zishuan's calmness had infected her. Han Yushi composed herself and nodded at Li Zishuan. She looked at the tiger and began to retreat step by step. When the tiger saw that someone was retreating, it was about to chase after him when it heard Li Zishuan shout, "Evil creature, your opponent is me." It was Li Zishuan who picked up a long stick from the ground with the tip of his foot and blocked in front of the tiger to buy some time for Han Yushi to retreat. After all, the tiger was extremely fast. If they fought and the tiger turned to attack Han Yushi, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save her. Li Zishuan didn't bring a sword when he came out in the afternoon. He could only pick up a stick as a weapon. After all, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to meet a big tiger when he went out. When the tiger saw that the person in front of it actually took the initiative to provoke it, it was furious. It roared angrily and kicked its hind legs hard. It flew towards Li Zishuan's face. It wanted to crush the head of the person who dared to challenge its dignity. Although the tiger was fast, it was not enough in Li Zishuan's eyes. He had full confidence that he could dodge this attack, but he couldn't. Han Yushi hadn't retreated far behind him. "How dare you!" Li Zishuan roared. Holding the long stick, he flew towards the big tiger and ruthlessly smashed it in the head. However, the tiger was quite intelligent. It was unwilling to use its head to receive this blow. It immediately turned its head in the air. Li Zishuan's fatal blow hit the tiger's butt. The tiger fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Not only did this blow not scare it away, but it also aroused the tiger's ferocity. The tiger bared its teeth and slowly moved, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Li Zishuan didn't want to give it a chance to think. He used the orchid butterfly steps and arrived in front of the tiger in a flash. The cloud-piercing steps that Li Zishuan used before was a light body technique. It was more useful for long-distance travel and climbing over high ground. The orchid butterfly steps was a close-range footwork technique. The instantaneous burst of speed was very shocking. It was very useful in close-range combat. It was like a vigorous butterfly moving left and right in the battlefield, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish. The big tiger didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so fast. At this time, it was too late for it to dodge. It used its head to take the blow and was immediately sent flying 10 meters away. Its eyes were seeing stars. The tiger was furious. Since its debut, it had never suffered such a big loss. With a leap, it pounced towards Li Zishuan again. Li Zishuan didn't expect the tiger's head to be so hard. It could still counterattack after being hit by his stick. Therefore, he held the stick in front of his chest with both hands and waited for the tiger to rush over to give it a ruthless blow. Unexpectedly, the tiger changed direction in the air and used its foreleg to block Li Zishuan's long stick. Its hind leg fiercely kicked Li Zishuan's arm and flew straight towards the retreating Han Yushi. It saw that Li Zishuan was not to be trifled with, so it changed direction and wanted to bite Han Yushi. When the tiger kicked his arm, Li Zishuan had a bad feeling and guessed its intention. He secretly cursed this beast for being so cunning, just like a tiger demon that had turned into a spirit. Ignoring the burning pain in his arm, Li Zishuan hurriedly turned around. He couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Han Yushi die in the tiger's mouth. He saw that the big tiger was now less than 5 feet away from Han Yushi, and he was now more than 10 feet away from Han Yushuan. Li Zishuan's eyes were about to split open. He used all his strength to activate the 5th level of the Taishian Sutra and poured all his inner strength into his legs. His lower clothes couldn't stand the violent power of the true essence. His trousers were immediately torn apart and blood seeped out of his calves. Li Zishuan roared and used the orchid butterfly steps with all his strength. His speed had reached the limit in an instant. Like a sharp arrow, he flew towards the tiger. Li Zishuan even heard a sonic boom at this moment. The air rushed back from his cheeks and scraped his face painfully. Seeing that the tiger's front claws were about to grab Han Yushi's face, Li Zishuan arrived first. He had already reached the top of the tiger's head. He held the long rod tightly with both hands and poured his inner strength into the long rod. Then, he ruthlessly pierced the tiger's neck. The tiger let out the last scream of its life. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Li Zishuan and the tiger fell at Han Yushi's feet. When the tiger jumped from Li Zishuan's body to her, Han Yushi was already a little scared and didn't know what to do. She couldn't move her legs. When she saw that the tiger's front claws were about to touch her face was filled with despair. Although her heart was filled with the fear of death, at this moment, she still prayed in her heart that the young master could escape. Just as she was about to close her eyes and welcome death, she saw a man holding a long rod above the tiger. It was Li Zishuan. Because he was too fast, the wind blew Li Zishuan's long hair. His handsome face was full of anxiety and worry. He held the rod with both hands, like a hero. When the tiger was about to grab her face, he stabbed the tiger's neck. Han Yushi, who was in despair, couldn't help but be a little dazed when she saw this scene. She would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. Bang! Two muffled sounds came from the woods. All the dust settled, and the mountains returned to peace. When the tiger's warm blood splashed on Han Yushi's face, Han Yushi came back to her senses and realized that she was saved. She looked lovingly at Li Zishuan, who was kneeling on one knee on the tiger's stomach but still holding the long rod on the tiger's neck tightly with both hands. At this moment, Han Yushi felt that a person had entered her heart, a man that she would never forget for the rest of her life. "Young master, are you okay?" Seeing the bloody scratches on Li Zishuan's arm, Han Yushi hurriedly squatted down and cried. Seeing this peerless beauty crying in front of him, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Miss Han, I'm fine. I was just scratched by that beast. It's not a big deal. Don't cry." Han Yushi grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and looked at his bloody arm and calf. She couldn't help but cry out, "What do you mean you're fine? You've lost so much blood. How can you be fine? Why are you in such a hurry to save me? I won't die if I'm scratched by that tiger." Boo! As she spoke, she couldn't help but throw herself into Li Zishuan's arms and cry bitterly. Li Zishuan didn't care about enjoying the beauty in his arms. He wanted to pat Han Yushi's back with his hand, but seeing that his hand was full of blood, he was afraid of dirtying her clothes. He could only give up and comfort her softly, "Miss Han, I'm really fine. This is all the blood on the tiger's body. I'm not seriously injured. I'll be fine after I go back and bandage it. Don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you keep crying." After comforting her for a long time, Han Yushi stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. "Young master, can you not call me Miss Han in the future?" Li Zishuan was stunned for a while before he reacted. He was a little happy and said, "Then I will call you Yushi, okay?" Han Yushi's face was slightly red as she replied in a low voice. His relationship with this beautiful girl had finally improved a little. Li Zishuan was a little excited. At this moment, seeing Han Yushi's blushing face, he wanted to tease her a little. He smiled and said, "Then Yushi, can you not call me young master in the future? As a good friend, isn't it too distant for you to call me young master?" Han Yushi also felt that what he said seemed to make sense, so she asked, "Then what should I call you? Why don't you call me Brother Xian, Yushi?" Li Zishuan shamelessly suggested. "No way, I'll call you young master." Han Yushi's face suddenly looked as if a big red cloth was hanging on it. Sigh, the revolution had yet to succeed. He still needed to work hard. After failing to fool her, Li Zishuan was not discouraged. He continued, "Yushi, let's go down the mountain now. Lan and the rest must be waiting anxiously. Are we leaving just like that?" Han Yushi felt a little sad. After all, she was not someone from the same world as him. Li Zishuan used the long rod to pick up the big tiger and brought Han Yushi down the mountain. However, he did not know that something big had happened at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 25. 2 hours ago, at the threshing field of the Han village. "Brother Iron Egg, what's so fun about the threshing field?" As soon as they arrived at the threshing field, Lan couldn't wait to ask. "I made an appointment with Denyo, Ernyo, and Zhu Zi this morning to fight grasshoppers in the threshing field in the afternoon." Iron Egg replied. At this time, they saw that there were already 3 children squatting on the ground waiting for them on the threshing field, so they hurried over. "Iron Egg, why are you so late?" A chubby boy with a runny nose pointed at Iron Egg and said discontentedly. "Hee, Ernyo, I have something to do at home today." Iron Egg touched his stomach and said embarrassedly. In fact, the chicken he ate at noon was too delicious, so he ate happily and forgot that there was such a thing in the afternoon. "Iron Egg, who is she?" A slightly taller chubby boy next to Nyo pointed at Lana and said, "Hello, my name is Lana. I'm Iron Egg's elder sister." Lana didn't wait for Iron Egg to speak and hurriedly introduced herself. Didn't Iron Egg have an elder sister? The children were a little confused, but seeing that Iron Egg didn't refute, they just thought that Lana was Iron Egg's distant elder sister. The taller chubby boy said, "Oh, hello, Iron Egg's elder sister. My name is Danyo." Another dark skinny boy also introduced himself. "My name is Zhu Zi." At this time, Nyo said, "Iron Egg, you and your elder sister came late and haven't caught grasshoppers yet. Go and catch them quickly. The three of us have already caught them." After saying that, he proudly showed the grasshopper in his hand. Iron Egg heard this and immediately pulled Lana to the field to look for grasshoppers. At this time, grasshoppers haven't grown up yet. They were all small green grasshoppers, so it was difficult to find them in the green grass. Lana looked for a long time but couldn't find one. She was a little anxious. At this time, she heard Iron Egg exclaim, "I caught one." Lana hurriedly went over and saw a medium-sized green grasshopper in Iron Egg's hand. In this season, such a big grasshopper was already considered big. Lana quickly said, "Brother Iron Egg, give this to me. Go and catch another one." Before he could finish speaking, he quickly snatched the grasshopper from Iron Egg's hands. Iron Egg had a bitter expression on his face. It was not easy for him to catch this, but it was snatched away before he could even warm it up. At this moment, Lana whispered, "The next time you come to the Han Manor, I'll bring you 2 plates of nibbled chicken." Hearing this, Bruiser was immediately overjoyed. He eagerly went to catch more grasshoppers. Lana looked at the little grasshopper in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She said to the grasshopper, "Wow, you look so mighty. You look like a general. I'll name you Wei Qing." After naming it, Lana was quite pleased with herself. After a while, Iron Egg caught another grasshopper. Although it was not as majestic as the one in Lana's hand, it was not small either. Lana looked at it and said to Iron Egg, "Brother Iron Egg, your grasshopper will be called Wuxia. Let's go and kill them all." The two of them brought their grasshoppers back to the threshing field. After greeting Danyo, Nyo, and Zhu Zi, the 5 of them took out their grasshoppers and started to fight. After a while, as expected, only Lana's Wei Qing and Iron Egg's Wuxia were left. At this moment, Lana picked up Wei Qing and said, "There's no need to fight anymore. My Wei Qing is first. Brother Iron Egg's Wuxia is second." Iron Egg heard this and had a bitter expression. He was about to object when Lana raised a finger to signal him. "A plate of nibbled chicken?" Iron Egg understood Lana's meaning and swallowed his saliva. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Oh, I was wondering who this was. Iron Egg, are you fighting grasshoppers?" At this moment, everyone heard a male duck's voice coming from the village entrance. Iron Egg looked at the person who had come. It was a wretched fatty around 10 years old with 3 moles on his face. He frowned and said, "Lu Haojian, why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Lu Haojian raised his eyebrows and said, "This young master is here to fight your grasshopper today. It just so happens that you just finished fighting those 3 brats. Quickly take out your grasshopper and fight with this young master." "I won't fight with you." Iron Egg frowned and said. After saying this, he pulled Lana back home. "Heh, you won't fight with me? This little girl is quite cute. If you don't fight with me, this young master will capture her and make her my maid," Lu Haojian said with ill intentions. After he said this, a few servants went up to block Lana and Iron Egg's path. Iron Egg heard this and was furious. "You dare? This is the Han Manor. My father will beat you to death when he comes." Hearing Iron Egg mention his father, Lu Haojian's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. He said hatefully, "Bah, your father is a lame old thing. A few years ago, every time I came to collect rent with my father, that old thing, your father just had to meddle in other people's business. Sooner or later, I will kill that old thing. Iron Egg heard the other party cursing his father and his eyes were spitting fire. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. He said angrily, "That's because your rent scale is not following the rules. That's why my father stepped in." Lu Haojin waved his hand and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If you don't, I will capture this little girl and make her my maid." At this moment, Lan pulled Iron Egg's hand and asked in a low voice, "Who is this ugly fatty?" Bruiser almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He quickly explained in a low voice, "He is the son of our Han Manor's previous owner, Lu Haojin. This person used to bully the people in our manor and is very bad." Lan heard this and suggested, "Brother Iron Egg, you should fight with him first. Your Huatsubing will definitely not lose. Let's stall for time and wait for my brother to come and beat him to death." Iron Egg heard this and felt that it made sense. He nodded and walked out. "Lu Haojin, I will fight with you." When Lu Haojin heard that he had finally agreed, he grinned. The fat on his face was piled up with wrinkles. Lan who was watching from the side, felt a little disgusted. She couldn't help but think to herself that when her brother came later, she would definitely ask him to smash this disgusting fatty's face. Iron Egg and Lu Haojin took out their grasshoppers and placed them together. Huatsubing was obviously stronger and killed Lu Haojin's grasshopper in a few rounds. Lu Haojin saw this and was furious. "You cheated. I want to see your grasshopper." Iron Egg naturally had a clear conscience and placed the grasshopper in his hand for him to see. Who knew that Lu Haojin would snatch Huatsubing away and throw him on the ground and stomp him to death? "You!" Iron Egg saw that his favorite had been stomped to death and was furious. He wanted to fight. "What about me? You want to hit me? Come and hit me, come and hit me." Lu Haojin pointed at his own face and taunted Bruiser. Iron Egg was furious, but when he saw the 6 or 7 servants behind Lu Haojin, he calmed down. If he was alone, he would run. If he could not win, he would just be caught and beaten. However, he had Sister Lan by his side. His father had told him to take good care of Sister Lan, so he could not take the risk. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Iron Egg hatefully said in his heart. "Humph, coward, you don't even dare to hit me." Lu Haojin spat at Iron Egg's feet in disdain. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. "Lu Haojin, you are so despicable." Lan could not bear to see Iron Egg's brother being bullied and scolded from the side. Lu Haojin heard this and his eyes turned red. In the past, there were people who used his name to make fun of him, but that person's legs were broken by Lu Haojin's servants. He did not expect to be scolded by a little girl today. Lu Haojin glared at Lan and roared, "You guys, go and grab this little girl and beat her until her mouth is swollen." Chapter 26. A group of servants rushed over to surround Lan in an aggressive manner. "Who dares?" Iron Egg was shocked when he saw this. He picked up a bamboo stick from the haystack next to him and stood in front of Lan, waving the bamboo stick in his hand fiercely. The servants were a little hesitant. Lu Haojin shouted from behind, "Hurry up and attack him. There are so many of you who are afraid of this little brat." Iron Egg didn't wait for them to come up. He took the initiative to attack, waving the bamboo stick in front of him. Immediately, a servant's head was hit. Iron Egg continued to use the crazy devil stick technique to rush towards Lu Haojin. Lu Haojin saw this and ran away, cursing as he ran, "You bunch of trash. You can't even take him down with so many people. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." Ow! Iron Egg hit the back of Lu Haojin's head with the stick. Seeing Lu Haojin being hit, Lan jumped up happily and clapped, "Little brother Iron Egg, come on, hit him hard." Lu Haojin was completely angry. He shouted at the servants, "Hurry up and attack him. Even if you get hurt, take the stick from that brat for me." Sure enough, when 2 of the servants heard this, they pushed against Tai Dan's rod and approached him. No matter how much strength Tai Dan used, the 2 of them could only endure it. Finally, the two of them got close to Iron Egg. One of the servants grabbed the stick from Iron Egg's hand. The rest of the servants immediately rushed forward and held Iron Egg down. Iron Egg was anxious and shouted at Sister Lon, hurry up and go back and call my father. Lon didn't try to be brave. She quickly ran to Iron Egg's house to get help. Lu Haojin saw this and sneered, want to run? You two go and catch that stinky girl for me. The two servants quickly chased after Lon. Soon, they caught Lon. They didn't notice that Ernia had secretly run away. Lu Haojin walked in front of Iron Egg and ruthlessly slapped the Iron Egg's face twice. He hatefully said, "You little bastard, hit me, hit me." Then he spat at the Iron Egg. Iron Egg's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and stared at Lu Haojin's fat face. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Especially when he was beaten up by this fatty in front of Sister Lon. He felt even more humiliated. He secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge. Li Zishuan carried the big tiger and finally walked to the front of the Han family's courtyard with Han Yushi. Just as she was about to enter, she saw a little fatty with snot running towards Han Yushi. Sister Yushi, quickly tell your father to go to the village entrance. Iron Egg was beaten up and someone called Lon, was also caught. The little fatty ran in front of Han Yushi and said while panting. Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't dare to talk nonsense. He threw down the tiger on his shoulder and hugged Han Yushi's slender waist. He used all his strength to use the cloud-piercing steps and rushed towards the village entrance like a gust of wind. Ernia put his hands on his knees and lowered his head to catch his breath. He didn't hear Han Yushi speak for a long time. When he looked up, there was no one in front of him. He muttered, "Am I hallucinating?" Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he saw two young girls and an old man come out of the house. The young girl in green grabbed him and asked, "Little brother, who did you say was caught?" Ernia replied, "Iron Egg and Lon, The three of them turned pale with fright. They heard the old man say, "Xiao He, quickly go to the village and find Han Lijing. Tell him to go to the village entrance quickly. Xiao Shi and I will go first." After saying that, the three of them hurriedly split up. These three people were Xiao Shi, Xiao He, and Steward Wang, who were resting in the Han family. They heard the noise outside the courtyard and hurriedly rushed out to investigate. Village entrance, threshing field. After Lu Haojin humiliated Iron Egg, he was about to rush towards Lon. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Lu Haojin, if you have the ability, come at me." "What kind of ability is bullying girls?" "Oh, you haven't been beaten enough? Then I'll fulfill your wish." After saying that, he kicked Iron Egg's stomach twice. Iron Egg was on the ground holding his stomach in pain, but he still stubbornly said, "Lu Haojin, if you have the ability, come at me. Don't bully Lon, Lu Haojin couldn't be bothered with him. He turned around and was about to teach Lon a lesson. When Lon saw Lu Haojin hitting Iron Egg, she was so angry that her face turned red. She said angrily, "Lu Haojin, stop. When my brother comes, he'll beat you to death." Lu Haojin scolded, "Stupid girl, you dared to scold me before. See if I don't tear your mouth apart." After saying that, he reached out to pull Lon's mouth. "Stop." At this moment, a loud roar came from outside the crowd. Lu Haojin saw a young man in a servant's uniform walking over. He sneered, "Which family's dog servant dares to meddle in my business? Are you blind? How dare you touch my young miss?" This servant was San Bao. Previously, Li Zishuan asked San Bao to watch the carriage at the village entrance. In the afternoon, San Bao took a nap on a haystack at the side. When she woke up, she saw many people gathered at the threshing field and wanted to take a look. Just as she walked over, she heard Lon scolding Lu Haojin. Her young miss was being bullied. San Bao quickly ran over. When she saw Lu Haojin about to pull Lon's mouth, she immediately stopped him. Lu Haojin was furious when he heard that. A stupid servant dared to speak rudely to him. He shouted to the two servants beside him, "The two of you, go and beat this dog servant to death. Beat him to death." After being angered one after another, Lu Haojin was losing his mind. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Sanbao was quickly beaten down by the 2 servants. Lu Haojin came over and kicked Sanbao more than 10 times. Sanbao felt something sweet in her throat and finally couldn't help but vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Lan saw Sanbao vomiting blood on the ground. She was so anxious that she cried, "Stop beating him. Lu Haojin, stop." Lu Haojin walked towards Lan and sneered, "Stupid girl, no one will come to save you now, right?" Lan snorted, "My brother will be here in a while. When he comes, I'll smash your ugly face." Hearing this little girl call him ugly, Lu Haojin was furious. He reached out to tear Lan's mouth. At this moment, Lu Haojin suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Following that, he saw a foot getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. Lu Haojin instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi to the threshing field. He saw a fat man with 3 moles on his face. He was about to reach out to pinch Lan's face. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be furious. He usually couldn't even bear to speak harshly to his sister Lan, let alone hit her. Now that he saw this fat man wanting to hit Lan, Li Zishuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He put down Han Yushi and used his movement technique. He dashed to a spot not far behind Lan, in a few steps. He leaped up and kicked the fat man's face. Then, Li Zishuan gently landed on the ground. Without stopping, he kicked the 2 servants who were holding onto Lan's arms and sent them flying. Li Zishuan pulled Lan to his side and carefully looked at her. When he found that Lan was not injured, he was slightly relieved. He secretly rejoiced that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, who knew how much his little sister would have suffered? Li Zishuan's series of actions happened in a flash. The other servants didn't even have time to react before their young master was kicked to the ground. The servants were shocked. They quickly helped Lu Haojin up and protected him in the middle. Lan saw that her brother had finally come to save her. She hugged her brother's arm excitedly and cried, "Brother, this damn fatty bullied Lan." Li Zishuan patted Lan's shoulder and wiped her tears. He couldn't help but feel his heart break. He comforted her in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, Lan. Brother will avenge you." Lu Haojin's face was covered in blood. He looked ferocious. Li Zishuan's kick almost knocked him out. Even if he didn't faint, Lu Haojin was seeing stars. He had never been hit like this before. He shook his head and chased the stars away. He pointed at Li Zishuan and shouted incoherently, "All of you, go. Cripple him." Chapter 27. Iron Egg. Suddenly, a sorrowful cry was heard. Han Yushi rushed to Iron Egg, who was lying on the ground and clutching his stomach. She squatted down and helped Iron Egg sit up. Looking at Iron Egg's red and swollen face, Han Yushi couldn't help but cry out, "Iron Egg, how are you? Does it hurt?" "Sister, Iron Egg is fine. Iron Egg doesn't hurt." Iron Egg didn't hurt Sister Lan. His Iron Egg tried hard to squeeze out a smile to comfort his sister, but it affected the wound on his mouth. At this moment, Li Zishuan also saw Iron Egg, who was lying on the ground with red and swollen cheeks, and Sanbao, who had blood on the corner of her mouth and her clothes were dyed red. When he heard Iron Egg's weak voice, he guessed that the 2 of them were injured while trying to buy time to protect Lan. His heart ached. He liked Iron Egg, this clever child, very much. He wanted to bring him to his shop to learn something in the future, but he didn't expect him to be so seriously injured today. Sanbao was also loyal to him, but today, she was beaten to the point of vomiting blood to protect Lan. Li Zishuan's anger rose. He stared at the servants and Lu Haojin in front of him with murderous intent. If he hadn't rushed over in time today, the consequences would have been hard to say. They dared to bully Lan and hit the people around him. They must pay the price. The servant saw Li Zishuan's murderous gaze and the blood on Li Zishuan's body. This was the blood from the tiger on the mountain. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. At this moment, Li Zishuan made the servants feel that this person was like a demon from hell. They usually ran amok in the village and had never seen such a terrifying person. Hearing Lu Haojian's roar, the servants didn't dare to step forward. They were just paid to be servants. There was no need to put their lives on the line. At this moment, Lu Haojian's mind was slightly clearer. Looking at the murderous Li Zishuan, he felt that this person was not easy to deal with. Today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He pulled over a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. That servant immediately ran away like a wisp of smoke. Li Zishuan knew that this fatty wanted to call for reinforcements. He looked at them coldly and did not stop them. It just so happened that there were not enough people in front of him to vent the anger in his heart. However, before the fatty's reinforcements arrived, there were many things he could do. Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and asked, "Iron Egg, who is this fatty? Why did he hit you?" When Iron Egg saw that Li Zishuan had come to the rescue, he let out a sigh of relief. The task given to him by his father was finally completed. Now that he heard the young master's question, he stood up with the help of his sister and told Li Zishuan everything that had happened in the afternoon. After he finished, he stared at Lu Haojian with eyes full of hatred. After hearing this, Li Zishuan could no longer hold back his anger. He stared coldly at Lu Haojian as if he was looking at a dead man. "Lu Haojian, how do you want to die today?" Lu Haojian trembled under this cold stare. He had never felt that death was so close to him. He did not care about Li Zishuan's scolding and trembled in fear. You can't kill me. I only beat up these two brats. You can't kill me. My father is Lu Shuren. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. Let's see if I dare to do it today." Li Zishuan dodged to the side. Lu Haojian didn't even see his movements clearly. He only heard the miserable screams of the guards protecting him. He saw those guards fly a dozen or so meters away like kites with their strings cut. They crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to crawl back up. Then, Lu Haojian's vision blurred. He only felt a sledgehammer ruthlessly hit the left side of his face. Before he could scream, he was sent flying. "Brother, hit that fatty's face." He just wanted to tear Lan Er's mouth. Brother wants to avenge Lan Er and brother Iron Egg. Lan Er jumped up and said to her brother. She was not as scared as before when she saw her brother showing off his power. "Young master, you also want to avenge San Bao." San Bao was almost kicked to death by this fatty. San Bao saw that Lan did not mention her, so she quickly added. Li Zishuan naturally wanted to avenge his sister. He went forward and picked up Lu Haojian who was lying on the ground. Lu Haojian shouted in fear. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll give you money, a lot of money. Don't hit me." Li Zishuan could not be bothered with him. He used 10 dragon-subduing slaps on his fat face. Li Zishuan's palms flew left and right. It was dazzling. Lu Haojian's head was twisted rapidly. Soon, his cheeks were swollen. His already fat face became even fatter. His face was even taller than the bridge of his nose. Lan Er, Iron Egg, and San Bao were watching from the side. They were very satisfied. Lan waved her arms and jumped up. "Good hit, brother, good hit." Li Zishuan slapped more than 10 times. He was tired and felt that it was meaningless. The main reason was that these people were too weak. They were not even as powerful as the big tiger on the mountain. If Lu Haojian heard Li Zishuan's words, he would definitely vomit blood. If he was half as powerful as the tiger, would he just stand there and let you hit him? Lu Haojian's face was so swollen that he could no longer speak. Li Zishuan picked him up with one hand and threw him in front of Iron Egg and San Bao. "Iron Egg, San Bao, how did he hit you just now? Give me 10 times the amount." "Young master, what happened to you?" A worried voice came from outside. Li Zishuan looked and saw that it was Xiaoxi. Behind her was Wang Zhong. Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan was covered in blood and was shocked. She quickly ran over and asked worriedly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. The blood on me is not mine." He then looked at Wang Zhong and said, "Uncle Wang, why are you here?" Wang Zhong was also worried. When he heard that the blood was not his, he was slightly relieved. He said, "Young master, we heard that something happened to young miss at Han Lijing's house, so we rushed over." "Oh, I also saw a dead tiger at Han Lijing's house." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Uncle Wang, that tiger was killed by me. Lan is fine now." At this moment, a series of footsteps came from afar. Li Zishuan turned his head to look and saw a chubby middle-aged man leading 50 or so servants to protect the courtyard. Surprisingly, the servant who had just escaped was among them. The group of people rushed over in an aggressive manner. These should be the reinforcements that Lu Haojin had called for. Li Zishuan sneered. "Humph, they came at the right time. I haven't finished venting my anger." Xiaoxi and Wang Zhong saw that there were so many people coming over aggressively. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. They were very worried. Wang Zhong could not help but say, "Young master, you should hide in the village first. I have already asked Xiaohe to find Han Lijing. Everything will be fine when Han Lijing comes." Xiaoxi also quickly nodded in agreement. Iron Egg, Han Yushi, and Lan were not very worried. They had seen Li Zishuan's martial arts. They felt that even if Li Zishuan could not defeat so many people, he would definitely be able to hold on until the villagers came to help. With such a big commotion, the villagers would definitely notice it. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Wang, Xiaoxi, don't worry. These dozens of clowns will not be able to hurt me. Stand aside." After saying that, he took the initiative to go up to those people. Chapter 28. Li Zishuan walked a dozen steps towards the group of people and stopped when he was about 20 to 30 feet away from them. He crossed his arms and waited for them to come over. When the distance was about right, Li Zishuan shouted at the group of people, "Is Lu Shiren here? If you are, come out and say something. Today, I will turn you, Lu Shiren, into a dead man." Li Zishuan was also speechless at the Lu family's naming skills. The father was called Lu Shiren, and the son was called Lu Haojin. How uncultured. How scary. When Wang Zhong heard Li Zishuan call out Lu Shiren, he was slightly stunned. He was only concerned about his young master and young miss, so he didn't know who the other party was. At this time, he looked at Lu Haojin, who was lying on the ground with his face swollen. After looking at him for a long time, he recognized that he had seen this person before. His face was ashen. When the leader of the group of people saw Li Zishuan, a 14 to 15-year-old child, speak rudely, he was so angry that he shouted, "Where did this stinking child come from? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. I will teach you how to behave. All of you, go and beat him to death." This person was Lu Shiren. He was originally at home with the concubine he had just taken in, but he was interrupted by a servant. When he heard that his precious son had been beaten up in the Han family manner, he was shocked and angry. He put on his clothes and led all the servants and guards in the family to storm towards the Han family manor. When Li Zishuan saw that this person was so angry, he concluded that this was most likely Lu Shiren. When he heard his unpleasant words, he was furious. He didn't wait for the servants to come and took the initiative to attack. He was mainly afraid that so many people would hurt Lan, and Yushi. Using the orchid butterfly steps, he flashed in front of Lu Shiren and fiercely punched his chin. Then, he flew up and kicked his round stomach. Lu Shiren was like a heavy artillery shell, smashing into the group of servants behind him. The group of servants didn't even have time to dodge and were all injured. When Li Zishuan landed on the ground, his expression was not good. He originally wanted to kick the middle-aged fatty more than 10 meters away to intimidate these people. Who knew that he underestimated Lu Shiren's weight and kicked the wrong place? At that time, when he kicked Lu Shiren's round belly, he used too much strength. Although he kicked Lu Shiren away, the rebound from Lu Shiren's belly almost sent him flying. He spun twice in the air before stabilizing his body and landing on the ground. Li Zishuan's expression turned ugly as he had almost failed to act tough. The servant who had gone back to report the news was horrified. It was so fast again. He thought it was a fluke that his young master was kicked away so fast. Now, he kicked away his master who was obviously several tons heavier than his young master. Moreover, the speed was so fast that no one could react. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew that he had encountered a legendary martial arts master. At that moment, he didn't care about his master and those servants. He turned around and ran away, wailing in his heart, "Go back to your hometown. I'm not going to be a servant here in Chang'an anymore. Whoever falls in love with this god of killing can have him." Lu Shiren was in so much pain that his face turned the color of pig liver. There was still blood on his chin. After he landed on the ground, he was like a turtle that flipped its shell. He twisted his buttocks a few times but couldn't get up. This made the dozen servants under him suffer. Originally, when he smashed them, a few of their bones were broken. Now that Lu Shiren was twisting his buttocks and trying to get up, they instantly howled in pain. A few servants who were not injured rushed over and spent a lot of effort to pull their master up. Lu Shiren's face was in a mess. The hat on his head was long gone, and his hair was disheveled. Most importantly, his head was bald, and only his hair was around. Lan who was watching from the side, couldn't help but giggle. Xiao Shi and Yushi also couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shiren was furious at this moment. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he saw Wang Zhong. He was shocked and didn't bother to tidy up his appearance. He staggered over and said flatteringly, "Butler Wang, why are you here?" Wang Zhong's face was ashen. He pointed at Lu Shiren's nose and roared, "Why am I here? Lu Shiren, you have guts. Your son dared to bully my family's young miss, and you brought people to beat up my family's young master. You have guts. Just you wait, my master won't let you off." Lu Shiren was confused at this moment and said, That young man just now was your family's young master?" Wang Zhong snorted and said, "What do you think?" Lu Shiren staggered back 2 steps when he heard this, and his face turned even paler. He had met Wang Zhong many times before. Back then, when he sold the Han family manor, he had contacted Wang Zhong. He naturally knew that the master Wang Zhong mentioned was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He was just a landlord in the countryside, but Li Jingma was a tycoon in Chang'an. He knew many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. He could crush the Lu family with just a finger. Just now, he heard Wang Zhong say that his bastard son bullied Li Jingma's daughter. It's over, it's all over. Lu Shiren sat on the ground in despair. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the village. Li Zishuan saw Xiao He and Han Lijing running over with a group of farmers holding hoes and machetes. Well, Li Zishuan also saw a fool holding a rolling pin. He couldn't help but feel speechless. "Damn it, did you come to fight or to roll dough to make dumplings?" Before this, Han Lijing had gathered the farmers and told them about the big deal that Li Zishuan had told him. When the farmers heard it, they couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. After confirming it over and over again, they thanked the master's family's young master and young miss for their kindness. At this moment, Xiao He hurriedly ran over and told Han Lijing that someone at the entrance of the village had caught the young miss. Han Lijing was furious when he heard this. A burly man with a full beard stood up and shouted, "Han Lijing, what are you waiting for? Kill them. The master has been so good to us. Not only did he reduce our rent, he even brought us such a business deal. Yet, the young miss was caught here. We can't let down the master and Madam Li, kill them. I, old Hu, will be the first to go. That's right, no matter who the other party is, kill them. I, old Han, will go too. Kill them, kill them. Count me, Han in." Instantly, the crowd was enraged. They all shouted that they wanted to save the young miss. The master's family had always been good to the Han village. This time, they had brought them such a good business deal. They were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the young miss was in trouble at the Han village, the Han village's good days would be ruined. How could they tolerate this? Alright, our Han village doesn't have any cowards. If they dare to bully us and want to ruin our good days, we will fight it out with them. At this moment, Han Lijing stood up and shouted. Fight it out, fight it out. Han Lijing led these angry villagers, picked up the farming tools beside them, and the group of people majestically charged towards the threshing field. When Han Lijing arrived at the threshing field, he saw from afar that the young miss was still safe and sound. His heart was slightly relieved. When he saw Li Zishuan covered in blood, his heart was filled with fear. He quickly walked to Li Zishuan's side and anxiously asked, young master, are you all right?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled, "Uncle Han, I'm fine. The blood on my body isn't mine. It's just that I came late and caused your family's iron egg to be injured." Han Lijing looked at Iron Egg and saw that his face was only a little swollen. He said, "It's good that young master and young miss are fine. Otherwise, this Han would have died 10,000 times. Iron Egg being beaten up is fine. That stinky brat's skin is thick." When Li Zishuan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He silently mourned for Iron Egg. Was this Iron Egg's father really his own? At this moment, Han Lijing held his sickle and walked in front of Lu Shiren. Facing the dozens of servants beside Lu Shiren, he was not the least bit afraid. Thinking that if the young master had come a little later, the young miss might have been in trouble, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. A monstrous murderous aura filled the air. This was the murderous aura that he gained from killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Lu Shiren. The Han family manor had finally welcomed such a kind-hearted master. If something happened to the young master and young miss here, the consequences of the Han family manor could be imagined. Han Lijing coldly said, "Lu Shiren, what do you mean? When you were in the Han family manor, you maliciously bullied us villagers. Now that you've left, you came back to beat up our young master and young miss. Do you really think that the people of the Han family manor are made of mud? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" After he finished speaking, he placed the sickle in his hand in front of Lu Shiren's throat. At this moment, Lu Shiren's heart was filled with fear and grievance. He brought so many people here, but before he could even say a few words to Li Zishuan, he was already beaten up. Who was the one bullying who? Kill him, kill him. The surrounding villagers all waved the farming tools in their hands and roared angrily. Lu Shiren was scared out of his wits by the angry roars of the crowd in front of him. He fearfully said to Han Lijing, "I was wrong, I didn't know that this person was your young master. Don't kill me, please spare my life." A trace of warm liquid flowed out from the bottom of his trousers. He was so scared that he actually peed his pants. The surrounding servants also did not expect that the villagers that they used to bully so casually would be so fierce today. They were so scared that they did not care about their master and young master anymore and scattered in all directions. Han Lijing pressed down with his other hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. He said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, how do you want to deal with them? If young master wants to kill them, I, old Han, will do it myself. After that, I, old Han, will go to the government to take the blame." Han Yushi was a little touched at this moment, but she was also a little worried. She was really worried that Li Zishuan would let her father take the blame after killing them. However, this was her father's decision, and she could not stop it. Before Li Zishuan could speak, a big man with a full beard stood out and said, "No, young master, let me do it. I, old Hu, will take the blame. I, old Hu, have long disliked this Lu Shiren." The villagers immediately stood out and shouted, "Let me do it, I will take the blame." Li Zishuan looked at the scene in front of him and was a little touched. This was the simple people of Tang Empire. If you were good to them, they would repay you tenfold or 100-fold, even at the expense of their own lives. However, he did not want to kill the father and son of the Lu family. It was not worth it. He wanted to make them suffer a fate worse than death. Li Zixuan pressed down with his hands and waited for everyone to be quiet. Li Zixuan pushed the sickle away from Lu Shiren's throat and said to Han Lizheng, "Uncle Han, even if I want to kill them, I won't let you take the blame. Moreover, I don't want them to die. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Uncle Han, get someone to break the father and son's hands and feet, then send them back." Han Yushi looked at him gratefully when she heard that. She thought to herself that she had not misjudged him. Young master was not that kind of selfish person. Li Zixuan said to Lu Shiren, "Lu Shiren, if you are not convinced, you can go to the government and sue me. I, Li Zixuan, will accompany you to the end." After saying that, he ignored the father and son of the Lu family who had fainted from fright and brought Han Yushi, and the others back to Han Lizheng's house. Such a bloody scene was not suitable for them to see. The rest was left to Han Lizheng and the villagers. Chapter 29. Wow, what a big tiger! Li Zixuan and the others returned to the Han family's courtyard. Lan saw the big tiger at the door and was shocked. She screamed and immediately hid behind Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan patted Lan's head and said gently, "Lan, don't be afraid. That tiger is dead." Lan heard this and stuck her head out from behind Li Zixuan. After making sure that the tiger would not move, she slowly walked forward and observed the tiger. Iron Egg was also very curious. He ran over and touched the tiger with Lan. Li Zixuan did not care about them and entered the house with Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. "Young master, I'll go boil some water. You can take a bath later. I'll bring my father's clothes for you to change into," Han Yushi suggested when she saw Li Zixuan covered in blood. Li Zixuan looked at his dirty body. It was indeed time to take a bath. If he went home like this, his mother would faint from fright. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Yushi. Xiao He, go and help Yushi." Xiao He had already noticed that the young master had changed the way he addressed Han Yushi from Miss Han to Yushi. The little girl looked at the young master suspiciously. When she heard the young master instructing her, she quickly agreed. She did not dare to ask the young master face to face. Moreover, how could a servant casually ask about the young master's feelings? After a while, Han Yushi and Xiao He carried a bucket of hot water into the house. Then, Han Yushi handed Li Zixuan a set of clothes and said, "Young master, please take a bath in my room. Young master, you can wash in my father's room. These are my father's clothes when he was young. They might not fit you well. Young master, please wear them first." Li Zixuan looked at her beautiful little face and smiled. "Okay, Yushi, it's been hard on you. You must have been frightened today." At this moment, there were only the two of them in the room. It was a little ambiguous. Han Yushi blushed and said, "Young master, what are you saying?" "Young master, quickly take a bath. Yushi will go out first." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the door. Li Zixuan closed the door, took off his clothes, and sat in the bathtub. He shook his head and said to himself, "I didn't ask you to take a bath with me. Why did you run away so quickly? Could it be that this young master is not handsome? This shouldn't be the case." Li Zixuan finished showering, put on his clothes, picked up the bathwater, walked out of the door, and poured it out. Then, he walked back into the house. Han Yushi happened to see Li Zixuan wearing clothes that were obviously one size bigger than his body. He looked quite funny as he walked. She couldn't help but laugh. Li Zixuan turned around when he heard the sound. He knew what Han Yushi was laughing about. There was nothing he could do. He was only 14 years old. He would definitely look big in Han Lizheng's clothes. So be it if she laughed. It was a good opportunity to admire the smile of a beauty. Han Yushi was shy from his stare. She quickly stopped smiling and her little face was a little red. She went forward to help Li Zixuan tidy up his collar. As Li Zixuan was taller than her, she was tiptoeing and tidying up the collar behind Li Zixuan's neck with both hands. This posture was very ambiguous. Li Zixuan looked at her lively eyes, white nose, and red lips. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times. He was very tempted. Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan staring at her. She smelled the strong masculine scent on his body and thought about how he flew over to save her from the tiger's mouth on the mountain. For a moment, she was also a little moved. Li Zixuan was about to lower his head and kiss her when he heard a child's voice. "Well, brother, sister Yushi, what are you playing?" "Lan wants to play too." Lan finished touching the tiger and was looking around for her brother. When she came to the room, she saw her brother and sister Yushi hugging each other. She shouted excitedly. When Han Yushi heard that, she immediately pushed Li Zixuan away as if she had been electrocuted. She retreated to the corner and blushed. She lowered her head and did not speak. Li Zixuan was helpless. He said to Lan, your sister Yushi is helping brother tidy up his collar." "Lan, why didn't you knock when you came in? Aren't you afraid of the door demon?" When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan mention the door demon, she raised her head and looked at him curiously. She did not know what story was inside. Lan said a little fearfully, "But brother didn't close the door." "Do I have to knock?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He had made a mistake. He had actually forgotten to close the door. After a long time, Han Lijing finally came back. Wang Zhong and San Bao followed behind. Li Zixuan did not ask how Han Lijing had handled it. He stood up and said goodbye to Han Lijing. "Uncle Han, sorry for disturbing you today. It's getting late. We should go back." "Oh, right, you need money to buy the mountain fruits." "Uncle Wang, how much money did we bring this time?" "Young master, we only brought 10 strings of cash." "Okay, then give it all to Uncle Han. If Uncle Han doesn't have enough money in the future, you can ask Uncle Wang for more. This money can be deducted from the money from selling alcohol in the future," Li Zixuan said. Han Lijing did not expect his young master to be so thoughtful. He took the money and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust, young master." Li Zixuan waved his hand and looked at San Bao. "San Bao, how are you? Can you still walk? I'll give you a raise when we go back this time." Previously, Wang Zhong had brought San Bao to the village doctor for some simple treatment. After such a long time, she had recovered. When she heard her young master's question, she felt warm in her heart. "Young master, San Bao is fine. San Bao is strong." After saying that, he even showed off his biceps. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go." "Lan, let's go home." "Coming." Lan ran over. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said to Han Lijing, "Uncle Han, we'll meet again someday." He turned back and looked at Han Yushi deeply. Li Zixuan would be lying if he said that he was not moved by this gentle, brave, and fairy-like girl. Although they had only known each other for a day, Han Yushi had left an impression on him that could not be erased for the rest of his life. Li Zixuan waved at her and said, "Yushi, goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Han Yushi silently watched Li Zixuan's back from the side. She was very reluctant to part with him, but so what? God could not help her make him stay. Perhaps God had heard the call in her heart. At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A muffled thunder came from the sky. Wang Zhong looked at the dark clouds in the west and said worriedly, "Young master, I'm afraid that the rain is not light. We can barely make it back by horse, but it's very dangerous for a carriage to take the mountain road in this weather." Li Zixuan remembered the bumpy mountain road when he came back. He also felt that it was dangerous to take the mountain road in the rain. He hesitated and joked to Han Lijing. "Uncle Han, it seems that we have to keep guests in this weather. We can only trouble Uncle Han for one more night. We'll leave tomorrow when the rain stops." After saying that, he was secretly happy. Was it because he could stay with Han Yushi for one more night? He could not explain it. Han Lijing laughed heartily and said, "Young master, what are you saying? It's my honor that you can stay in my house." I still need to trouble Uncle Han with one more thing. Uncle Han, find a strong man with good skills to go to Chang'an City and tell my mother that I'll be back tomorrow. I'm afraid that my mother will be worried. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of his mother and quickly told Han Lizheng. Yes, young master, don't worry. I'll arrange it. Han Lizheng nodded and replied. Han Yushi was still sad about parting. When she heard them talk, she was happy. She thanked God in her heart for letting Li Zishuan stay. She even thought that it would be great if the rain never stopped. Chapter 30. After dinner, Han Lizheng brought Iron Egg, San Bao, and Wang Zhong out. There were only 3 rooms in his house, and they definitely couldn't fit so many people. He had no choice but to bring the 3 of them to another house to sleep for the night. He had already made arrangements with those families. When they heard that they were the young master's people, they welcomed them with open arms. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Li Zishuan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep as he listened to the pitter-patter of the rain. Moreover, it was too early now. It was almost 6:00 in the evening in the modern world. In his previous life, he would only sleep at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. However, in this era, there were no cell phones or computers. There was nothing else to do other than sleep at night. Brother, are you asleep? Lan knocked on the door. Li Zishuan got up and opened the door. Lan squeezed in agilely. Li Zishuan looked at her and said, Lan why aren't you asleep? Lan and Han Yushi slept in one room while Xiao He and Xiao Shi slept in another room. Lan came over and held her brother's hand. Brother, we can't sleep. Why don't you come over and tell us a story? Li Zishuan was puzzled. You guys? Lan nodded. That's right. Sister Yushi, Sister Xiao He, and Sister Xiao Shi can't sleep. We're all in Sister Yushi's room waiting for you to come over and tell us a story. Li Zishuan was really tempted. He also wanted to go to Han Yushi's room to take a look. To be exact, he wanted to go to Han Yushi's room to see how charming Han Yushi looked when she was lying on the bed. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Lan didn't wait for her brother to agree. She pulled her brother's hand and dragged him out of the room. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's room. A faint girl's fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Li Zishuan couldn't help but greedily take in a breath. The 3 girls in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. Young master. Li Zishuan nodded at them and then began to look around Han Yushi's boudoir. Although the furnishings in the room were not luxurious, they were placed very neatly. In addition to the dressing table, there was also a small table in the room. Han Yushi naturally wouldn't lie on the bed and wait for him to come over like he had just fantasized. In fact, Han Yushi didn't want Li Zishuan to come to her room, but she couldn't stand the coaxing and pestering of Lan, and the 2 little maidservants. Moreover, she was quite curious about what story Li Zishuan wanted to tell them, so she agreed to those maidservants half-heartedly. At this moment, the 3 girls and Lan were sitting around a small table, waiting for Li Zishuan to tell them a story. Li Zishuan looked around. There were no more stools. His heart skipped a beat. He sat on Han Yushi's fragrant couch without any trace of politeness. When it was time to make a move, he had to make a move. There were no extra stools in this room. Han Yushi had no reason to blame him for sitting on the bed. Of course, he had to take advantage of this. When Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan sitting on her bed, she blushed shyly. She also realized that there were no other stools in the room. She couldn't help but blame herself for being too careless. Lan didn't notice the small movements of the 2. When she saw her brother sit down, she said excitedly, Brother, quickly tell me. Lan was almost taken away by bad people today. Brother, quickly tell Lan, a journey to the west, to calm Lan down. When Han Yushi and the other 2 heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. No one had ever taken the initiative to ask others to calm them down. Li Zishuan was also very speechless. Lan's lively and excited appearance didn't look like she was frightened at all. Han Yushi was frightened on the mountain today. Since they were here, the story still had to be told. He shook his head and said, Lan, let's not talk about Journey to the West tonight. Your sister Yushi hasn't heard of many of the previous stories. Today, let's talk about another story. Lan wasn't disappointed. Anyway, since her brother made it, it must be the best. At this moment, she shouted even more excitedly, okay, okay. When Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had to think about her even when telling a story, she felt very sweet in her heart. Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He and Xiao Shi and said, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, you have heard the first part of this story before. When Xiao He heard this, she immediately remembered that afternoon when the young master said that no one could tell that she was a man dressed as a woman. Her face suddenly turned red. She swore that she would definitely not mention the question that afternoon again today. Li Zishuan didn't tease her anymore. He looked at Han Yushi and said, the story that we are going to tell today is called Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. It was said that during the Eastern Jin dynasty, there was a woman named Zhu Yingtai by the Zhu family's village in Jianghu County, Zhejiang Province. She was beautiful and smart. She had been learning poetry from her brother since she was young. She admired Ban Zhao and Kai Wenji's talent and learning. She only hated that her family didn't have a good teacher. She wanted to go to Hangzhou to study. Li Zishuan used his own words to tell them the plot that he saw from the TV series in his previous life. Although the words weren't beautiful, the story was beautiful and touching. As Li Zishuan told the story, Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi were all immersed in the story. Zhu Yingtai disguised herself as a man to study. Liang Shanbua didn't find out that she was a woman after sleeping with her for 2 years. Zhu Yingtai returned to her hometown to visit her relatives and was forced to marry by the Ma family. With the story's twists and turns, the hearts of the 3 girls rose and fell like a boat on the sea. Very quickly, Li Zishuan reached the climax of the story. Zhu Yingtai's bridal sedan was carried halfway when a gust of wind suddenly blew. The people carrying the sedan couldn't move anymore. At this time, the servant girl told Zhu Yingtai that Liang Shanbua's grave was in front of them. Zhu Yingtai didn't care about other people stopping her and walked out of the sedan. She insisted on going to Liang Shanbua's grave to mourn. Zhu Yingtai came to Liang Shanbua's grave and cried loudly. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She threw herself onto the grave. In a split second, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind and rain raged. A big crack suddenly appeared in the grave. Zhu Yingtai shouted Liang Shanbua's name and jumped into the grave. Then, the grave automatically closed. After a while, the rain stopped. The clouds parted and a rainbow appeared in the sky. A pair of beautiful butterflies flew up from the grave and danced around the grave. People said that this pair of butterflies was Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. When they heard the part where Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, Xiao He and Xiao Shi both burst into tears. Han Yushi's eyes were wet. She looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. She thought, although Zhu Yingtai and Liang Shanbua's love life was bumpy, they had lived happily together for 2 years. Although they didn't have the same quilt, they died in the same cave in the end. Wasn't that a kind of happiness? However, her status was so different from the young master's. Could they really be together in the end? After Li Zishuan finished telling the story, he stood up and said, "All right, it's late. Let's go to bed early." Lan said unhappily, "Brother, the story you told today wasn't good." Lan didn't understand love, so she naturally felt that this story wasn't as good as Journey to the West. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Then I'll tell Lan, Journey to the West, tomorrow. It's time to sleep now." He turned his head and waved his hand at Han Yushi and said with a smile, "Yushi, rest early." Han Yushi's mind was still in the story. She forced a smile and said, "Young master, you should rest early too." Chapter 31. The next morning, Li Zishuan woke up from his sleep. He pushed open the window and found that the rain that had been raining all night had stopped. The fresh smell of the soil after the rain hit him in the face. He immediately felt refreshed. After practicing the Sutra of Supreme Mystery for a while, Li Zixuan walked out of the room. In the front room, Han Lizheng, Wang Zhong, and the others had returned and were chatting. Li Zixuan went forward to greet them and went to wash up. After eating the breakfast that Han Yushi had carefully prepared, Li Zixuan said goodbye to Han Lizheng in the yard. Uncle Han, sorry for disturbing you these 2 days. Uncle Han, please pay attention to the business. If you have any problems, please find Uncle Wang or go directly to Chang'an to find me. I'll be waiting for your fruit wine in Chang'an. Young master, don't worry. I'll take care of the fruit wine. The road is slippery after the rain. Young master, please be careful. Well, it's okay. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Han Yushi, who was leaning against the door frame and silently watching him. This girl had noticed that her eyes were red since she saw her in the morning. Could it be that the story she told last night was too sad and she cried all night? He was also reluctant to part with this beautiful girl, but he had to go back. This was not his home. Li Zixuan actually enjoyed the quiet and elegant feeling when talking to Han Yushi, but he didn't know what Han Yushi thought of him. Maybe she had a little affection for him. He had a lot to say to her at this moment, but it was obviously not the right time. Thousands of words turned into a sigh in the end. Yushi, take care. After that, he turned around and left with the group. Back home, Li Zixuan was dragged by his mother to enjoy her mother's love. He also told his mother about the purchase of the fruit wine. Mrs. Li didn't care much about the business. Since her son felt that it could make money, she would certainly support him. She gave Li Zixuan 1,000 strings of cash for him to use first. As for his father, his mother would talk to his mother. Li Zixuan was very happy to receive 1,000 strings of cash from the chairman of his family. It was good to be a rich second generation. If he liked a business, he could just ask his mother for money to invest. It was not like the time travel novels he read in his previous life. Some protagonists traveled to ancient times and had no money. They had to work hard to make glass and perfume to get their first venture capital. Li Zixuan said that it was too brain-intensive. He didn't want to do it for the time being. His family was already so rich. He didn't need to invent those inventions. What he needed to do now was to think of ways to spend money. A few days ago, his mother was still encouraging him to be a prodigal son. He had a long way to go. When he arrived at the West Court, he was about to go back to the study to plan the modification of the fruit wine when he found Lon, waiting for him in the side hall of the West Court. Lon, what's in the thing you're holding? Li Zixuan pointed at a thick bamboo tube in Lon, hand and asked. This is Lon, general, Wei Qing. He's amazing. Brother, let me show you. Lon handed over the bamboo tube in her hand as if she was presenting a treasure. Li Zixuan was puzzled. Wei Qing? What the hell? He took the bamboo tube and lifted the lid slightly. When he looked inside, he saw a green locust. Only then did he remember that the source of the conflict in the threshing field of the Han family village yesterday was the few of them fighting the locust. He didn't expect Lon, to name this locust Wei Qing. Li Zixuan couldn't help but find it funny. However, Li Zixuan's smile froze on his face before it could bloom. Then, his expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Wei Qing became a little uncertain. Li Zixuan didn't study the history of the Tang dynasty in detail in his previous life. However, he still knew some of the major events that happened in the Tang dynasty. Some of them were from novels, and some were from television dramas. Li Zixuan remembered that in the second year of the Zhongguan era, the Tang dynasty had an unprecedented locust plague. At that time, the locusts covered the sky and swept across the entire Guangzhou plain. The locusts covered the sky and poured down in torrents. Everywhere they passed, the land was barren. Even the trees and weeds couldn't escape from the locusts, not to mention the crops. Last year, Li Ergang and Shili of the Turks had signed the humiliating Wei River Pact precisely to buy time for the Great Tang to breathe. The people of the Great Tang had just welcomed the peace that they had longed for. Who would have thought that they would have to face this apocalyptic disaster? In his previous life, Li Zixuan saw on some forums that when the locusts came, there were rumors among the people that this was God's punishment for Li Ergang killing his brothers and imprisoning his father to seize the throne. Li Ergang couldn't defend himself. The history books recorded, Taizong entered the garden to inspect the crops. When he saw the locusts, he plucked a few of them and cursed, "Man's life is the grain. If you eat it, you will harm the people. The people have sinned. You have spirit, but when you eat my heart, you will not harm the people." When he was about to swallow the locusts, he admonished him to the left and right, "I am afraid it will become a disease." "You must not." Taizong said, "I hope to remove the disaster, why should I avoid the disease?" When Li Zixuan saw this, he was quite shocked. It was not without reason that Li Er had become an eternal emperor. His breadth of mind, his bearing, and his charisma were things that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Li Zixuan remembered that under the post, there were some keyboard warriors who commented that Li Ergang swallowed the locusts for show, to show that he loved the people like his own children. Li Zixuan snorted at this. Li Ergang swallowed the locusts despite the danger. No matter what his purpose was, he was worthy of respect. Li Zixuan asked himself if he was himself, he wouldn't dare to swallow the locusts. Although the Tang dynasty was beginning to show its prosperity, with the current foundation of the Tang dynasty, it obviously couldn't withstand this catastrophe. Once the locusts came, starving people would be everywhere. There might even be a tragedy of people swapping their children for food. Then the question was, before the locusts came, what could he do for this era? Although he hadn't been in this world for long, there were already many people who cared about him and the people he cared about. For example, his family, Han Lijing, Han Yushi, and the simple and adorable villagers of the Han family village. At this moment, he realized that he had fallen in love with this era and the people of the Tang dynasty. "Brother, brother?" Lan noticed that Li Zixuan was staring at her, Wei Qing, without moving. She pushed his arm. "Oh, Lan, go play with Xiaohe and Xiaoxi first. I have something to do now. I will tell you a story tonight." Li Zixuan was interrupted by Lan, and said to Lan, "Oh, then you must remember to tell Lan, a story tonight." Lan was a little unhappy. She wanted to come over to show off her invincible general, Wei Qing, to her brother, but now that her brother seemed to have something to do, she could only leave. Inside the house, Li Zixuan was alone, frowning. He was thinking about how the main characters of the novels who had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty solved the locusts problem. He remembered that some people had brought potatoes with them when they transmigrated and promoted potato farming in the Tang dynasty. This helped the people of the Tang dynasty survive the locusts. This was a good idea. But he had transmigrated. Before he transmigrated, he couldn't have brought potatoes with him. What should he do? Should he tell Li Er directly and ask him to prepare in advance? No, first of all, he couldn't even see Li Er now. Even if he saw him and told him, he wouldn't believe him. Instead, he would be charged with the crime of misleading the public. Secondly, even if Li Er believed him, other than stockpiling food in advance, there were limited ways to do so. Li Zixuan rubbed his head in frustration. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a practical solution. Forget it, let's think about it slowly. After all, there was still more than a year before the locusts. Chapter 32. This morning, Li Zixuan was practicing his sword on the lawn of the west courtyard. Yes, he was practicing his sword. Not only did spiritual master Ling Su teach him internal strength, he also taught him sword skills. Daoist sword skills were quite diverse and there were many powerful sword skills handed down from generation to generation. But spiritual master Ling Su was afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew, so he only taught him one sword skill, which was what Li Zixuan was practicing now. It was called the 9 Taishian swords. 9 swords didn't refer to 9 swords, but this sword skill contained 9 consecutive sword moves. The 9 Taishian swords was a supreme sword skill derived from Li Zixuan's internal strength. When it was used, the 9 consecutive moves were like a violent storm. The 9 moves connected in an endless stream, making people unable to cope. Moreover, each move would superimpose on the power of the last move. Under the superimposition of layers of power, the last move would be accompanied by the sound of thunder. Its speed would be like lightning and very difficult to block. After Li Zishuan obtained the memories of this body, he studied this sword skill in his heart for several days. As a modern person, Li Zishuan used to scoff at internal strength sword skills and the like. But after obtaining the memories of this body and looking at this sword skill again, he naturally had some understanding in his heart. This feeling was very magical. The 9 Taishian swords were: first sword riding wind, second sword fleeting swan, third sword treading snow, fourth sword breaking waves, fifth sword leaving dust, sixth sword flowing cloud, seventh sword phantom, eighth sword returning to origin, and ninth sword rushing thunder. The 9 sword skills matched the 9 levels of the Taishian Sutra. With Li Zishuan's current power, he could only use the first 5 moves of the 9 Taishian swords. But this was already very powerful. According to his master, with his current cultivation, no one in the younger generation in Jianghu could match him. Unless he met a reclusive master like his master, his life was not in danger under other circumstances. Spiritual master Ling Su had already practiced the 9th sword rushing thunder when he was alive. According to him, when he used the 9 swords in succession, even a great grandmaster expert could only hold back his hatred. But using the 9 swords in succession consumed a lot of energy. After using the 9 swords, he basically collapsed. Currently, the commonly recognized strength levels in Jianghu were Qi drawing, body tempering, Qi forming, master, and great master. According to his master's introduction, there were only 3 martial grandmasters in the world today. His master was naturally one of them, and he was a peak existence. The other 2 were Shaolin abbot Xian Kong and Tujue imperial advisor Wu Jie. As for the number of grandmasters, there were no clear records, but his master estimated that there were only a few dozen grandmasters in the world. In his memory, the current martial arts world wasn't as exaggerated as what was written in modern cultivation novels. Even a great grandmaster expert couldn't extend their lifespan by several hundred years. At most, they wouldn't get sick easily. Although his master had been a great grandmaster for many years, he couldn't escape from old age, sickness, and death. He passed away at the age of 125. In short, martial arts could only make people stronger and more agile. It would not allow people to transcend the category of humans and become immortals. They were just a little stronger than ordinary people. However, even a great grandmaster expert would not be willing to fight with a small army. Moreover, a great grandmaster wasn't an invincible existence. The gap between great grandmasters wasn't very large. If a great grandmaster was besieged by a dozen great grandmasters, he would still die. Li Zishuan's predecessor had reached the 5th layer of the Taishian Sutra a year ago. Currently, he was an expert at the peak of Qi forming. When he reached the 6th layer of the Taishian Sutra, he would enter the ranks of great grandmasters. The Taishian Sutra had 10 layers, but the Taishian 9 swords only had 9 sword moves. In his memory, his predecessor had asked his master why. Spiritual master Ling Su only said that in the 1,000-year history of Taoism, no one had practiced the Taishian Sutra to the 10th layer, so at present, there was only the Taishian 9 swords. At this moment, in the west courtyard, Li Zishuan's figure changed. The 5 major sword moves, wind riding, graceful grace, snow treading, wave breaking, and dust parting, were used one after another. The grass around him swirled. Even the peach blossoms that had just bloomed on the 2 peach trees next to him were swept away by the strong wind brought by his sword qi. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with sword light and the falling petals were a riot. It was very beautiful. Wow, brother is so powerful. Lan also wants to learn swordsmanship. Lan saw her brother flying around in the field with sword light shining in all directions. He was like a peerless sword immortal. She jumped and jumped around excitedly, shouting that she also wanted to learn this handsome swordsmanship. Xiao He and Xiao Shi's eyes were also filled with extraordinary splendor. They knew that their young master knew martial arts, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Especially when their young master was dancing with the sword, he was so handsome that their hearts were beating wildly. After practicing these 5 sword moves, Li Zixuan was also sweating slightly. He took the silk handkerchief that Xiaoxi handed over and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then, he said to Lan, practicing martial arts is very tough. Do you really want to learn? Li Zixuan didn't want to teach his sister martial arts because it was too troublesome. This girl was obviously only enthusiastic for a short period of time. Moreover, to practice martial arts to his level, one must suffer a lot. He couldn't bear for his sister to suffer. Yes. Lan wants to learn. Lan is not afraid of suffering. Lan seemed to be very determined as she nodded her head. She was just captivated by her brother's handsome swordsmanship and really wanted to learn this swordsmanship. But to learn this swordsmanship, you have to wake up at 3 in the morning to practice. Moreover, you have to continue practicing regardless of whether it's winter or summer. When that time comes, our cute little Lan will become a tanned girl. Lan, do you still want to learn? Li Zixuan said in distress. Lan was a little hesitant. Which girl didn't want to be beautiful? Although Lan wasn't even 7 years old, this little girl had already started to want to be beautiful. She often asked Xiaoxi for advice on how to dress up. When she heard that practicing martial arts was so scary and that she had to get tanned, Lan was a little scared. Although the swordsmanship was handsome, she would become ugly if she got tanned. No matter how good the swordsmanship was, it was useless. Seeing that Lan was a little scared, Li Zixuan was a little proud. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, he heard Lan shouting. No, smelly brother, you are lying. You wake up at 3 in the morning every day. You wake up later than Lan. Also, brother, your face is so white. You didn't get tanned at all. After Lan reacted, she immediately grabbed onto Li Zixuan and didn't let go. Damn, I didn't expect to be used as a model by my sister because I slept in. Li Zixuan was a little embarrassed. He could only justify himself. He lowered his body and looked into Lan's eyes. He tried to make his eyes look more sincere. Li Zixuan brewed his emotions and said to Lan, Cough, Lan, your elder brother is one of those rare martial arts geniuses that only appear once in 100 years. It only took me 8 years of hard work to learn this martial art. It's very difficult for others to learn it as quickly as I do. As for why I didn't get tanned in the past 8 years, it can only be said that there is a type of skin that belongs to the natural beauty type. No matter how much you get tanned, you won't get tanned. Do you understand? As he spoke, Li Zixuan was a little embarrassed to continue. Damn, I have never seen such a shameless person. At this moment, Lan looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Her wide eyes were very cute. Lan held back for a long time, but she still said what was in her heart. Brother, why are you so shameless? Lan is embarrassed to be your sister. Li Zixuan was speechless. There was silence all around. Then, there were 2 giggles. Xiaohe and Xiaoxi saw that their young master had failed to fool around in front of Lan and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Zixuan was instantly attacked. His old face darkened. He glared at the 2 young maidservants who were gloating at his misfortune. He then looked at Lan and said sadly, My heart hurts. Little sister, I have always been so nice to you. Is it really okay for you to insult me like this? Hearing her brother's strange words, Lan was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Sanbao walking over. Young master, the eldest son of the Qing family is waiting for you in the front hall. He said that he has something to talk to you about. Master is accompanying him at the side. He wants you to hurry over. Sanbao came over and bowed to Li Zixuan. Qing Chumo. Why is that guy looking for me? Does he want me to treat him to my chicken again? Li Zixuan shuddered when he remembered the resentful look shopkeeper Lu gave Qing Chumo last time. He hoped that it wasn't like that. Lan, go play with Xiaohe and Xiaoxi. Brother has something to do and will leave first. After Li Zishuan finished speaking to his sister, he turned around and rushed to the front hall. P.S. Regarding this book, Swordsman would like to say that the main plot of this book is still history. The addition of some martial arts is just to let the main character act cool in the Tang dynasty. This book doesn't give the main character a heaven-defying system, but it's not too much to give him some martial arts. Furthermore, the Tang dynasty originally had a culture of chivalry throughout the country. From the Li Tang dynasty's rebellion against the Sui dynasty, to the Xuanwu Gate incident of Li Shimin, and then to the Tang dynasty's foreign wars, there were the shadows of chivalrous men in the Jianghu. It was not nonsense to add elements of chivalry into the book. This book will use history as the main plot and describe the magnificent history. There will also be some chivalrous and tender feelings in the Jianghu. Martial arts is not the same as fantasy. There won't be any nonsense like summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Wanderers were a respected profession in the Tang dynasty. Without wanderers, the Li Tang dynasty would not be able to overthrow the Sui dynasty. Li Shimin would not be able to rely on a coup d'état to take the throne. After the Tang dynasty was unified, wanderers started to join the army to prove their worth. Many wanderers walked the path of joining the army, making contributions, and receiving titles. Chang and returned to wanderers. Luoyang was rich and talented. Jade sword and floating cloud ride, golden saddle and moon bow. Fighting cock over Weibei, riding horse to Guangdong. Sunbin waits from afar, Guojie secretly communicates. Without 1,000 gold titles, who would talk about 10,000 miles of merit? The general descends from the sky, riding into the clouds. The fire of the beacon is like the moon at night, the aura of the soldiers is like a rainbow at dawn. Running amok with friends, carrying feathers to join the army. Dragon banners dim the fog, bird formations sweep up the cold wind. Chasing to the Hanhai Pass, after the battle the mountains are empty. Returning to thank the Son of Heaven, why not ride a horse? One of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty, Lu Xiaolin's journey to the youth field was the most realistic portrayal of the Tang dynasty wanderers joining the army to defend the country. It reproduced the heroic scenes of wanderers fighting on the border, fighting on horseback, and not fearing death. Apart from that, wanderers were also a spiritual idol with symbolic meaning in the Tang dynasty society. In the strong and prosperous Tang dynasty, the chivalrous spirit of the people who worshipped martial arts was in line with the spirit of the times. Hence, it was not surprising that there were many wanderers in the Tang dynasty. Adding martial arts elements in this book was also reasonable. As for the division of martial arts in this book, it was purely made up. Scholars should not take it seriously with the swordsman. Chapter 33. In the front hall. Li Jingma was chatting with Qing Chumo. He was quite happy that his son was able to make friends with the son of Duke Lu. It wasn't that he liked to cling to the rich and powerful, but that his son had Qing Chumo as a friend. His son's safety would be much better in the future. However, Qing Chumo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although Li Jingma was only a merchant, he had a wide range of knowledge and experience, and his style of conversation was quite good. Qing Chumo was an old man with a rough temperament, and was not suitable for such a scholarly conversation. "Nephew, is Duke Lu still in good health?" Li Jingma asked gently. In fact, he was also anxious. After chatting with Qing Chumo for so long, he was almost done with all the polite greetings. Why was that brat still not here? He was really itching for a beating. He would teach him a lesson later. Qing Chumo tried his best to pretend to be a well-read and modest young master. He replied politely, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. My father is well. As long as he's healthy." Li Jingma stroked his short beard and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had met Qing Chumo. He had already said everything he needed to say. Father Li was secretly anxious. Finally, at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Qing Chumo thought to himself, "I'm finally free. If it were anyone else who dared to dawdle with me for so long, would have beaten them up long ago. Unfortunately, this is my good brother's father." I can't beat him up. Li Zishuan walked through the door and greeted his father first. Old man Li nodded, stood up, and smiled. Since you're here, treat nephew Cho Nyo well. You mustn't be rude. You youngsters should have a good chat. This old man won't be an eyesore here, hee. The two of them stood up to send Li Jingma off. After he left, Ching Chumo sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. He didn't seem to be sitting upright at all. Li Zishuan did not care about these things. He asked, Brother Cho Nyo, why are you looking for me today? Knowing that Ching Chumo didn't like beating around the bush, Li Zishuan simply asked directly. A trace of helplessness flashed in Ching Chumo's eyes as he said, My father wants to see you. He wants you to come to my house for a meal. Li Zishuan was a little suspicious. Why would Lu Guogong want to see me? Could it be that you said something bad about me in front of him? Then, he silently stared at Ching Chumo. Ching Chumo felt a little guilty under his stare, but he still stiffened his neck and said, What are you talking about? How could I, Ching Chumo, harm my own brother? It's really just a meal. Li Zishuan stared at Ching Chumo for a long time. Although he still felt that something was wrong, he couldn't find any flaws for the time being. All right then, I'll pay a visit to Duke Lu. What does your father like? It's not good to go empty-handed on my first visit, right? Ching Chumo impatiently waved his hand. You don't need to bring anything. Come with me. Then, he suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. He licked his lips and said embarrassedly, my father likes to eat that gnawed chicken. Xiao Xian, do you want to bring some? Li Zishuan laughed heartily. No problem. I was wondering what it was. I'll tell the kitchen to make 10 servings of gnawed chicken and bring them to Uncle Cheng. Then, he went out to instruct the kitchen. The cook of the Li family, Auntie Zhao, had already learned how to make gnawed chicken under Li Zishuan's guidance. Although it couldn't compare to the taste of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, if one didn't taste it carefully, one wouldn't be able to taste the difference. Wait. Ching Chumo pulled Li Zishuan back. His face was full of shame. He carefully gestured with one finger and said, This, my father said, to let you make a pot of gnawed chicken and bring it over. A pot? Damn, were all the people in old Cheng's family animals like this? Did they eat by the pot? Li Zishuan staggered and almost sprained his waist. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the two of them rode their horses toward Huaid Lane. However, Ching Chumo's riding posture was very strange. He held the reins in one hand and a super large food box under his waist with the other. Under the strange gazes of the passers-by, he used his leg to lightly kick the belly of the black horse under him, urging it to go faster. There was no other way. Ching Chumo felt a little embarrassed for his father. Who would invite someone to a meal and then plunder a pot of delicious food from someone else's house? It was so embarrassing. Li Zishuan looked at Ching Chumo from behind. It was rare to see the usually carefree Ching Chumo embarrassed. He found it quite interesting. The two of them, one in front and one behind, urged their horses forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Ching mansion. Looking at the two majestic stone lions and a pair of drum stones in front of the gate of the Ching mansion, Li Zishuan felt a little envious. Previously, he also wanted to get 2 stone lions in front of his house, but he was scolded by his father when he found out. These things could not be bought with money. Although the Li family was rich, they were still businessmen and did not have the qualifications to buy such things in front of their house. Walking into the Ching mansion, Ching Chumo pulled a servant over and asked where his father was. Then, he turned to Li Zishuan and said, Xiao Xian, my father is now practicing martial arts in the backyard. It's still early for lunch. Come with me to pay a visit to my father. Li Zishuan nodded and agreed, well, there's no hurry to eat. We should pay a visit to the old duke first. He was also very curious about the famous historical figure Qing Yaojin. He had seen many versions of Qing Yaojin on TV, but he had never seen the real person. Li Zishuan felt a little excited that he was about to meet this amazing person who had left a deep mark in the history of the great Tang Empire. Although the Qing mansion was not luxurious, it still occupied a large area. The two of them passed through several pavilions and buildings before arriving at the backyard of the Qing mansion. Contrary to Li Zishuan's expectations, the backyard of the Qing family was rather large. There was even a martial arts stage in the middle of the lawn. On top of it were 18 different types of weapons. A black-clothed brawny man with a full beard was currently wielding a pair of giant axes. He was swinging them up and down in a vigorous manner. Even from afar, Li Zishuan could feel the strong wind coming from the axes. An expert. This was an expert whose skills were at least not below his own. Li Zishuan instantly made this judgment. Seeing that the black-clothed man's face was somewhat similar to Qing Chimo's, Li Zishuan guessed that this man was most likely Qing Yaojin. Following Qing Chimo, he walked towards the man. When the burly man sensed someone approaching, he put down his axe and turned his head to look. He saw his son and a tall and handsome young man walking over. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily and jumped down from the martial arts stage. His voice could be heard even before he reached the stage. "Huh, you must be the new brother that my Cho Nyo has been talking about. Not bad, not bad. Your body is strong and healthy, and you are born with good looks." When Qing Yaojin came forward, Qing Chimo called him father. Li Zishuan hurriedly came forward and clasped his fist respectfully. "Greetings, High Duke Lu." Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Don't be so courteous. My Qing family doesn't like these complicated formalities. Since my Cho Nyo has acknowledged you as his brother, we will be family in the future. Come, let's talk in the front hall." The three of them walked towards the front yard. Chapter 34. Qing Yaojin was chatting with Li Zishuan in the front hall, mainly to learn about Li Zishuan's past. At this time, a pretty servant girl came in and bowed to Qing Yaojin. "Master, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now?" Qing Yaojin waved his hand. Then serve the food." The servant girl accepted the order and left. At this time, Qing Yaojin said to Li Zishuan, "Today, thanks to nephew, I can eat chicken again." Your family's drunken immortal restaurant is too stingy, limiting the amount every day. I can't eat enough." Li Zishuan stood up and said, "This nephew didn't think it through. Since Uncle Qing wants to eat, why don't you send a cook to my house to learn how to make this dish? This way, Uncle Qing can eat as much as you want in the future." Qing Yaojin was moved, but he still pretended to be reserved. "How can this be? This method of eating chicken is your family's drunken immortal restaurant's business secret. How can it be spread? I, old Qing, will not do such an unkind thing." Finished speaking, he looked at Li Zishuan. His eyes were clearly saying, "Come and refute me, come and convince me." Sure enough, Li Zishuan was very cooperative. "Uncle Qing, what are you saying? This little bit of food can at most be exchanged for some stinky things. Since Uncle Qing likes to eat it, there's no harm in teaching it to the Qing estate's kitchen maids. In addition, this nephew believes that the Qing family servants will not spread the method of eating chicken. Moreover, there was one point that Li Zishuan did not mention. Although the method of eating chicken was novel, in less than a month, there would be other restaurants that could imitate it." Qing Yaojin was a little surprised. Merchants valued profits. Previously, he had looked down on Li Zishuan because of his family's business. He did not expect that this child would value profits more than righteousness. What he said before was also a test for Li Zishuan. "Good, you are an interesting child. You are not like other merchants who stink of money. Come and eat. The two of you are not allowed to fight with me for the chicken for lunch. You must have eaten enough before, Qing Yaojin saw the servant girl bring in the dishes. He happily patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and invited him to the table to eat together. Li Zishuan only felt a huge force on his shoulder. If it wasn't for his good martial arts, with Li Zishuan's physique in modern society, Qing Yaojin's slap would definitely have slapped him to the floor. As for Qing Yaojin's shameless words, he didn't care at all. He was indeed a little tired of eating chicken. However, Qing Chimo was not tired of eating it. On the way back, he was carrying a big box of food. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still secretly happy. He thought that his father would not be able to finish all the chicken and that he would be able to get a share. He did not expect that before the chicken was even served, his father would mercilessly extinguish his hopes. He did not dare to argue with his father. Old Sheng would not reason with him and would only talk with his fists. Ching Chimo sat next to Li Zishuan and ate the rest of the dishes fiercely while looking at his father eating. Delicious. Little Xian, you don't have to be polite. Other than this, you can eat whatever you want. Ching Yaojin stuffed a mouthful of chicken meat into his mouth and chewed as he called out to Li Zishuan. Then, he felt that his mouth was a little dry, so he poured himself a bowl of wine and ate the chicken meat while drinking by himself. He even forgot to call out to Li Zishuan to drink. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. However, he was happy that Ching Yaojin did not persuade him to drink. Otherwise, if Ching Yaojin insisted that he drink, he really could not think of an excuse to refuse. He definitely could not use the excuse he used to fool Ching Chimo. If he dared to say that to old Cheng, Li Zishuan believed that Ching Yaojin would definitely beat him to death. After the meal, everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Ching Chimo was an exception. This fellow did not have a good meal. After the servant girls removed the banquet, Ching Yaojin rubbed his swollen belly and let out a comfortable groan. He picked his teeth and said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, your chicken is so delicious. Little Xian, the chicken you gnawed on is really too delicious. I, old Cheng, have lived for more than half of my life and have never eaten anything so delicious. How did you think of this thing?" Li Zishuan looked at Ching Yaojin, who did not care about his image, and said, "This was taught by my master. My master not only taught me martial arts, but also taught me some cooking, arithmetic, and the art of investigating things." "Oh. That Taoist priest spirit void?" Ching Yaojin had heard Ching Chimo talk about Li Zishuan's master before. Li Zishuan nodded. Ching Yaojin said curiously, "I only heard that Taoist priest spirit void has great achievements, but I have never heard that he also knows how to cook." Was his lie about to be exposed? Li Zishuan was a little flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm and asked, "Uncle Cheng, you know my master?" Ching Yaojin shook his head, a look of reminiscence on his face. "How could I know such an immortal? I only heard of your master when I was in Wagong more than 10 years ago. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Turks wanted to take advantage of the situation in the Central Plains. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of crimes. But at that time, the Central Plains was in chaos. There was no extra force to resist the harassment of the Turks. Once, a small group of over 200 Turkic wolf riders was raiding a village to the south of the Ain Mountains. An old man in a green Daoist robe came with a sword in his hand. He fought the 200 Turkic wolf riders alone and killed them one after another. Then, he piled the heads of the Turks on the border between the grassland and the Ain Mountains. He set up a huge rock and wrote a cross on it, "Those who offend the Central Plains will be killed." Spirit void. When this news spread, the world was shocked. In those years, although a large number of powerful martial artists emerged from all over the world, no one dared to face a regular army of more than 50 people, not to mention more than 200 Turks with outstanding combat power. This kind of combat power was simply shocking. Taoist priest Spirit Void became famous because of this battle. After that battle, Taoist priest Spirit Void floated away and no trace of him could be seen. Later, although the Turks occasionally went south to take advantage of the situation, they did not dare to act like before. At best, they would massacre villages and cities. At most, they would rob the food of the people at the border. "Brat, you're quite lucky to have such a godly figure as your master." Speaking of this, Ching Yaojin's face was full of emotions. He touched the big beard on his chin and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. He said with interest, "Since your master is Taoist priest Spirit Void, your martial arts must be quite good. Come and spar with me, old Sheng." After saying this, he began to rub his fists, eager to give it a try. Li Zixuan was listening to Qing Yaojin talk about his master's bravery from the side. His master had never told him about these things before. Who knew that Qing Yaojin would then propose to spar with him? Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. This Qing Yaojin was like an elder, but with his rough temper, he did not know how to control his strength. Li Zixuan was not willing to spar with him. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and declined. My martial arts are low. How could I dare to spar with Uncle Qing? Qing Yaojin patted him on the shoulder and said carelessly, You're so wishy-washy like a girl. What are you afraid of if your martial arts are not good? Just as well, old Qing can give you some pointers. I'll teach you a few moves, haha. Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan's agreement, he pulled Li Zixuan to the practice field in the backyard. Qing Chumo also followed quickly, worried. Chapter 35. Duke Lu's Mansion, Martial Arts Practice Field. Qing Yaojin took a lance from the weapon rack and said to Li Zixuan, The 2 axes from before were too heavy. I was afraid they would hurt you, so I will use this lance to spar with you. Boy, what weapon are you going to use? Go and pick one. Li Zixuan did not bring his sword with him, but even if he did, he was too embarrassed to use it because it was too sharp. Since he could not refuse this duel, Li Zixuan had no choice but to pick a long sword. Isn't there a saying? Life is like that. Since you can't refuse it, then you should enjoy it. It just so happens that Li Zixuan needed some real combat experience to improve his martial arts. This sword was slightly light in his hand, not as heavy as his chasing wind sword, and not as sharp as his chasing wind sword. However, it was still a good sword. Li Zixuan casually swung the sword a few times to get used to the weight of the sword. Qing Yaojin saw Li Zixuan's standard movements and his eyes lit up. He praised, Hey, boy, you are also a sword master. Li Zixuan's forehead was full of black lines. He almost cursed out loud. In his heart, he cursed, You are the one who is a sword master. When Li Zixuan saw Qing Yaojin practicing in the martial arts practice field, he knew that Qing Yaojin's skills were not below his. He did not waste any time and poured his internal energy into the long sword. He took the initiative to attack. The first style of Taishian 9 swords, Ride the Wind. Li Zixuan held his sword and rode the wind. Qing Yaojin's pupils shrunk as he thought to himself, What a fast sword. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great disciple. He put away his contempt and held his lance as he flew up to meet the enemy head-on. No matter how fast this sword was, he, Qing Yaojin, would not retreat. The sword and lance collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound of metal. Then, both of them were sent flying back. Qing Yaojin was forced back 2 or 3 steps, while Li Zixuan was forced back 10 steps. It was clear that in the first round of confrontation, Li Zixuan was completely defeated in terms of strength. Li Zixuan was not discouraged. As soon as he landed and stabilized his body, the second style of Taishian 9 swords came right after. The sword in Li Zixuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. Qing Yaojin was also unable to predict the trajectory of the sword. He could only wield the lance in his hand in a vigorous manner, not allowing even a drop of water to leak out. At this moment, Qing Yaojin suddenly felt a chill behind his back. He immediately knew that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around. He could only rely on his many years of experience in life and death battles to thrust the lance in his hand behind him with all his strength. A loud and clear sword hum could be heard from behind him. Li Zixuan's sword had been blocked. Li Zixuan also knew that this was not enough to stop Qing Yaojin. He immediately changed his move. The third style of Taishian 9 swords, Snow Treading, left no trace. Li Zixuan's footsteps constantly changed. He waved his sword in all directions. For a moment, only the sound of sword and lance clashing could be heard. After more than 10 attacks, Li Zixuan changed his move again. He used the fourth style of Taishian 9 swords, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker was furious. Li Zishuan's momentum changed. He stepped on the ground and his whole body soared into the air. He raised his long sword and bent his waist. His whole body bent into a circle. Then, he and his sword were like a large wheel with sharp blades. He spun rapidly. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. He flew towards Cheng Yaojin. Facing this ferocious and bizarre sword, Cheng Yaojin turned pale with fright. He no longer dared to hold back. Both of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the martial arts stage to rumble. Cheng Yaojin also soared into the sky, using his horse lance as a battle axe. He used the flying axe to attack Li Zishuan. The two collided fiercely in the air. It was like a comet hitting the earth. The rumbling sound spread throughout the Qing mansion. The sword and lance separated upon contact. The two were once again sent flying. The difference was that this time, Cheng Yaojin retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zishuan only retreated 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zishuan used 4 swords in succession. The power stacked layer by layer. In terms of strength, the gap between him and Cheng Yaojin became smaller and smaller. After stabilizing himself, Li Zishuan did not stop. Using the power of the first 4 swords, he continued to use the 5th sword of the 9 Taishian swords, Absolute Dust. After fighting for so long, he could see that Cheng Yaojin was a master. Even if he was not in his prime, he could still block his sword. Therefore, he used the 5th sword with all his strength. The sword was bleak and cold. The cold light at the tip of the sword emitted a bright light. This sword, Absolute Dust, arrived in a flash. Cheng Yaojin had fought for many years, but he had never seen such a fast sword. He roared. Relying on his many years of battle experience, he predicted the direction. Using all his strength, he fiercely smashed the lance in his hand towards the sword tip. Suddenly, the stage was filled with smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The two people in the stage were standing facing each other. However, the lance was broken and the sword tip was damaged. Both sides were injured. Cheng Chimo was below the stage. Since Li Zishuan used the first sword, his mouth had not closed. He had judged that Li Zishuan's martial arts were above his, but he did not expect that his martial arts would be so powerful. He could even fight his father to a standstill. His father was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles on the battlefield. People called him the devil incarnate. What kind of monster was this brother of his? He was younger than him by 2 years, but his martial arts were comparable to his father's. Watching Li Zishuan's dazzling swordsmanship raining down like a torrential storm, his father was barely able to resist by relying solely on his advantage in strength and years of battle experience. No matter how stupid Cheng Chimo was, he knew that Li Zishuan's martial arts were not on the same level as his own. Li Zishuan had already begun to draw closer to the masters of the older generation. Comparisons were odious. Cheng Chimo's little heart had received tens of thousands of blows. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian, you've reached the peak of qi transformation at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time, ha ha ha. Cheng Yaojin threw away the broken lance in his hand and laughed loudly. His laughter was so loud that it reached the clouds. He stepped forward and squeezed Li Zishuan's shoulder, sighing with emotion. In this battle, Li Zishuan had used his full strength for the first time. He had also fought to his heart's content. He threw the sword in his hand into the weapon rack and wiped the sweat off his face. He modestly said to Cheng Yaojin, "Uncle Cheng is too kind. Thank you for holding back. Otherwise, this nephew would not have been able to last until the end." He was right. If Cheng Yaojin had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have had the chance to use these 5 swords. After all, there was an absolute gap in strength. In the end, he was able to tie with Cheng Yaojin. On one hand, Cheng Yaojin was old and definitely not as strong as he was in his prime. On the other hand, he relied entirely on the mysteries of the 9 Taishian swords. Every move was linked and the power was constantly superimposed. Qing Yaojin laughed and waved his hand. If I say you're strong, then you're strong. What's there to be modest about? You're too hypocritical. Young people should be arrogant. Don't be like those old scholars who are sour. What else could Li Zixuan say? These words could be said by Qing Yaojin, but he could not say it himself. He was also very helpless. He could only bow and accept the advice. Uncle Cheng is right. Qing Yaojin sighed in admiration. Your swordsmanship is exquisite. On the battlefield, I have always liked to use my strength to defeat 10 people. No matter who the opponent is, I'll smash them to death with an axe. I didn't expect that when you fully used this sword move, the power that erupted would not lose to mine. It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Qi transformation realm at such a young age. I never expected that you would be able to fight a great master with your Qi transformation realm cultivation. You really are worthy of being the disciple of an immortal. I, Qing Yaojin, am completely convinced by priest spirit void. Li Zixuan bowed and cupped his fists. Uncle Cheng is too serious. How can my insignificant martial arts compare to Uncle Cheng's? My master also praised Uncle Cheng's courage and loyalty when he was alive. He often mentioned you in front of this nephew. Qing Yaojin's expression shook, and he asked urgently, What? You're saying that priest spirit void has passed away? He had heard from Qing Chumo that Li Zixuan had taken spiritual master Spirit Void as his master when he was young, but he really did not know that he had passed away. Hearing this, he was extremely shocked. Li Zixuan's expression also darkened, and he replied, My master passed away 3 months ago from Mount Longhu. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin's expression was complicated. He pinched his beard and sighed heavily. I didn't expect that even an immortal like Priest Spirit Void would not be able to escape death. Alas. Chapter 36. In the backyard of the Qing mansion. Qing Yaojin sighed with emotion. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Li Zixuan with a smile. Boy, your kung fu is so good. Are you willing to go to the army to gain some military merits and be bestowed with a title? Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He quickly shook his head and said, Uncle Cheng, I've been away from home for many years and have yet to fulfill my filial duties. I really don't want to be away from home. After a pause, he continued, but if one day, the foreign tribes in the north dare to covet the national treasure of the Central Plains, I'm willing to go to war and be a small soldier in the border army. Just like my master, I'm willing to go to war and protect the country. The main reason was that Li Zixuan was lazy and didn't want to be restricted by the army. Thus, he declined Qing Yaojin's offer on the grounds of filial piety. But the second half of his sentence was also sincere. If the Turks really attacked the Tang Empire, he would also go to war in armor. He couldn't disgrace the reputation of Priest Spirit Void. Besides, if the Central Plains were to fall into the hands of the foreign races, the tens of millions of Han would definitely be massacred. He had many loved ones in Great Tang, and if he wanted to live a peaceful life as a wealthy man, he needed a stable external environment. When Qing Yaojin heard Li Zixuan mention filial piety, he frowned slightly but didn't insist. He knew the situation of Li Zixuan's family. He was the only child. Although he was good at kung fu, the battlefield was ever-changing. No one could guarantee his safety. If anything happened to him, Qing Yaojin would be too ashamed to tell his parents. When he heard the second half of Li Zixuan's words, Qing Yaojin's heart warmed. He secretly thought that this boy was a good seedling. After pondering for a while, he said to Li Zixuan, Since it's like this, I, old Cheng, won't say anything more. If you change your mind one day, come and tell me. How can a dignified man stay at home and wait for death? My Tang Empire's men naturally have to earn military merits. Go back and think about it. After saying that, he patted Li Zixuan and left alone. At this time, only Li Zixuan and Qing Chumo were left in the backyard. Li Zixuan stood on the side and carefully considered Qing Yaojin's words. After a long while, he shook his head and said to himself, I'll just be a rich man. At present, the Great Tang is still filled with fierce generals and powerful soldiers. The borders are safe and secure. There's really no need for me. He knew that Qing Yaojin was saying these words to him because he cherished talent and wanted to guide the younger generation. He was very grateful to Qing Yaojin for thinking highly of him, but he had no plans to join the army at the moment. Having lost the familial love, friendship, and love of his previous life, Li Zixuan wanted to live well for himself in this life. Qing Chimo walked over and touched Li Zixuan's shoulder. He looked at him with a strange expression and said, he looked at Qing Yaojin and said with a strange expression, Xiao Xian, you really hid it from me. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Brother Chou Niu, I didn't hide it from you. You didn't ask me about my martial arts before, right? Qing Chimo looked up and thought about it. It was true. He had only estimated Li Zixuan's martial arts based on his experience. He thought that even if Li Zixuan was better than him, the difference wouldn't be too big. Now it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. Qing Chimo patted Li Zixuan's shoulder dejectedly and said, Xiao Xian, your martial arts are really good. Other than Uncle Qin and Uncle Yuqi, I haven't seen anyone who can force my father into such a difficult situation. Moreover, you're younger than me by 2 years. Today, I've been dealt a blow by you. Li Zixuan saw that Qing Chimo's mood seemed to be a little down. He patted his shoulder and comforted him, Brother Chou Niu, what are you saying? You and I are brothers. If you need help, how can I not help? No matter how good my martial arts are, I wouldn't use it against my own brother, right? Qing Chimo thought about it. That's right. If that's the case, won't I have such a great master to help me when I fight in the future? Thinking of this, Qing Chimo chuckled and said, Xiao Xian, I like your words. You're indeed a good brother. If one day I get into a fight with someone, you have to remember to help me. Li Zixuan was speechless. This idiot, he really didn't know what to say to him. Qing Chimo was happy for a while. He then touched Li Zixuan and asked, Xiao Xian, what my father said, are you really not going to reconsider it? My father wants to send me to the Northern Army next year to gain some military merits. Do you want to go with me? With our martial arts, we'll definitely be able to gallop on the battlefield and kill the Turks until they piss their pants. Haha. Li Zixuan shook his head expressionlessly and said, I don't want to join the army for the time being. I have to stay at home and fulfill my filial duties. When I change my mind, I'll come and talk to Uncle Cheng. Qing Chimo chuckled and said, make it up, keep making it up. Do you think I don't know you? You're just lazy and don't want to go to the battlefield. That's why you're using this excuse to fool my father, right? If my father finds out, he'll beat you to death. After saying that, he looked at Li Zixuan with a gloating expression. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect this idiot to see through him. He said unhappily, Oh, I just remembered that my cook went home to visit her parents. I'm afraid she won't be back for the next 2 months. The cook from the public house shouldn't come to my house for the time being, right? This idiot just called him brother, and now he wanted to betray him. Qing Chimo immediately panicked and said shamelessly, Don't, I said the wrong thing. Xiao Xian, you're really a filial son. The heavens can be my witness. At this moment, Qing Chimo really hated himself for speaking the truth. If because of this sentence, his family could only eat chicken 2 months later, even if he was not beaten to death by his own father, he would regret it to death. Looking at this scoundrel, Li Zixuan laughed and said, But why did I hear someone say that I'm lazy by nature and that I'm using filial piety as an excuse to avoid joining the army? Qing Chimo stuttered for a while, then he stretched his neck exaggeratedly and looked around. He said, Who said that? Why didn't I hear it? Xiao Xian, you must have heard wrongly. Oh, there was a dog barking here just now. You must have heard wrongly. Li Zixuan looked around and asked curiously, Where's the dog here? Qing Chimo stretched his neck and said, Why not? Look, it's right behind you, woof, woof. Li Zixuan had just turned around when Qing Chimo immediately mimicked a dog and barked 3 times. Qing Chimo shouted, The dog ran away. It barked just now. Did you hear it? Li Zishuan was speechless. This idiot was going all out in order to eat the chicken as soon as possible. He said helplessly, "Okay, I just remembered." I seem to have remembered wrongly. It wasn't my cook. It was my mother's maid who wanted to go home to visit her parents. Qing Chimo was furious. He didn't expect to be tricked by Li Zishuan. He pointed at him and shouted, "Good boy, you dare to lie to me." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him up. But he didn't think about it. With his martial arts, he didn't know who would be the one to beat who. In an instant, the backyard of the Qing residence was filled with smoke and dust. Then came Qing Chimo's wailing and howling. "Ow, damn it. We agreed not to hit people in the face. You're really shameless. I'm going to cut ties with you. Ow." Chapter 37. The sun was setting. Li Zishuan was in a very good mood after beating up this idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Under the strange gaze of the Qing family's housekeeper, he left Qing Chimo lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. How many people in Chang'an City could beat up Lu Guogong's son without fear of retaliation? "I'm just that awesome, humph." Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early for the first time. He didn't know why he couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because he had been home for so many days and slept in every day. Plus, there wasn't much entertainment at night, so he went to bed early. After washing up, he went to the front hall. His parents and Lana were preparing to eat. "Hey, let's eat together." Li Zishuan quickly went in and sat beside Lana. "Oh my, did the sun rise from the west today? Our young Master Li woke up so early." Father Li saw Li Zishuan coming over to eat breakfast with them and teased him as if he was an alien. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He didn't know what was wrong with his father. Last time he woke up late, he scolded him. This time he woke up early, he was still scolding him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that his mother couldn't sit still. "How can you talk to Xian like that? Speaking so strangely early in the morning. You'll sleep in the study tonight," Mrs. Li said angrily as she pinched Father Li's waist. Father Li grimaced from the pinch. His face darkened when he heard his wife's last sentence. He secretly hated himself for having such a cheap mouth. He stopped talking and buried his head in the food. Li Zishuan was amused, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Lana didn't care so much. Seeing this scene, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. "Ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. Lana can finally sleep with Mom tonight." Father Li almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had doted on his daughter for nothing. "Father, Mother, yesterday at the house of High Duke, Lu Guogong saw that I was good at martial arts, so he asked me if I wanted to join the army. He wants me to go to the army to gain experience." The family laughed and joked for a while before Li Zishuan began to talk about business. A trace of worry and anxiety flashed across Mrs. Li's face. Mr. Li was stunned for a moment. He pondered for a while and said slowly, "Since Lu Guogong said so, it means that he thinks highly of you and wants to promote you. It's your fortune. As the saying goes, scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. Although my Li family is rich, in the end, we are only merchants. My great Tang was founded on martial prowess. Duke of Lu, your actions are to pave the way for your future. I didn't think that Xian would have such an opportunity." "Xian, did you agree with him?" Sigh, listening to Dad's words, it further proves that the status of merchants is indeed low. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to make a contribution and become a marquis or a duke so that Dad and Mom can be happy. Does this guy think that marquis and dukes are cabbages? Interrupting his thoughts, Li Zishuan shook his head at Dad and said, "I didn't agree. I've been away from home for 8 years and have just returned. I haven't fulfilled my filial duties in front of my parents, so how can I go to the battlefield?" Mrs. Li heard and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was gratified and happy. Her son had been away from home for so many years and finally came back. She was really worried that her son would go to war. She didn't expect her son to be successful, just safe and sound. Mr. Li heard and sighed softly. He was a little disappointed, but also relieved. He asked, "Then Lu Guogong didn't blame you, right?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Father, Lu Guogong is such a person. Why would he blame me for such a small matter? Besides, Qing Chimo and I are good brothers. He treats me like a nephew." Mr. Li heard and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was also happy for his son's encounter. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then little Xian, you should interact more with the House of Duke in the future. Don't treat this friendship coldly." He was already old and didn't care about fame and fortune. However, he had to consider Li Zishuan's future. "Father, I'm not the kind of person who fawns over those in power." Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said proudly and playfully, "Little brat, I'm doing this for you. Who are you calling a fawning over those in power? I think you're itching for a beating again, aren't you?" Old man Li was furious. He. Lon giggled happily at the side. Mrs. Li looked at them and smiled. This is what a family should be like. It's good to have a family reunion. Brother, it's so boring. Why don't you tell Lon some more stories? Lon followed her brother to the west courtyard after breakfast. However, she didn't see anything interesting. She just wanted to listen to stories. This girl had been sticking to him all the time recently. Li Zishuan squatted down and casually plucked a weed in front of him. He twisted it a few times in his hand and said gloomily, "Didn't I already tell you, Journey to the West? What else is there to tell?" The journey to the west, in his stomach, had already been tricked by Lon with all kinds of excuses. For example, one day, Lon ran over to him with a frightened expression and yelled, Brother, Lon just saw such a big rat in the room." Lon was scared to death. Brother quickly tell Lon the journey to the west to calm her nerves. This girl's expression and actions were really on point. They were so vivid and lifelike. It would be a pity if she didn't become a child star in the modern era. Li Zishuan knew that the girl was lying. How could there be a rat in her room? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering. He could only obediently tell her the story. Another example was one day, Lon ran over while wiping her tears. She cried and said, "Brother, little Gray is dead. Boo-hoo, Lon is so sad." Lon wants to listen to brother's story. Boo-hoo, Little Gray was a little gray dog that Lon had raised for more than 2 years. Li Zishuan saw Lon crying so sadly. His heart was broken. He didn't care if Lon was lying or not. He told her 2 chapters of A Journey to the West without hesitation. Who knew that the next day, when Li Zishuan went to the backyard to look for Lon, he saw Little Gray wagging its tail and intimately biting the hem of his clothes, trying to worm its way into being friends with him. Li Zishuan, who felt that his IQ had been crushed, flew into a rage and kicked Little Gray away. Little Gray rolled on the ground and whined pitifully at him. Sigh, if this girl was in the modern era, she would definitely be a movie queen. Recalling what had happened in the past few days, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lon came over with a smile. She shook Li Zishuan's arm intimately and said slyly, "Since Journey to the West is finished, brother can tell Lon something else. As long as you don't tell Yang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai from last time." Li Zishuan rubbed his head in distress. He still had many stories in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything suitable for children. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Lon, let's not tell stories today. Brother will make you something fun, okay?" Lon's eyes lit up. She excitedly agreed in a crisp voice, Okay. What is brother going to make for Lon? You'll know in a while.
Chapter 276. There was only one factor that could not be controlled, and that was luck. This was the only thing that a sniper could not control. But what was luck? Luck was built on your daily training and your sniping skills. So, in Principal Chen's words, if you failed, don't blame it on bad luck. It was because you were not good enough. Bad luck was just an excuse. The next 2 weeks of dynamic training were even more arduous than before. Principal Chen no longer stood beside Yi Qian to guide her on what to do. Instead, he personally took the role of the enemy's sniper and confronted Yi Qian. Later on, Yi Qian recalled the training she had gone through in the past. She felt that this period of training was the most arduous and difficult. That was because she was facing a world-class sniper, not an ordinary sniper. On the first day, Yi Qian could not even find where Principal Chen was in disguise. He was clearly less than 100 meters away from her, but she did not know where Principal Chen was until she was hit by a blank bullet. Natural camouflage and artificial camouflage must be combined perfectly. Spring as the trees, summer as the shrubs, autumn as the dead leaves, and winter as the snow. This is the perfect natural camouflage. Headmaster Chen, who was wearing a camouflage suit, sat cross-legged. The sun was so hot that the skin on his lips peeled off. There was no water to drink, and there was no wind. He just sat there and gave advice to Yi Jian. Your sense of smell is very sensitive, so I deliberately rolled in the mud to cover up the smell on my body. This is also a way of disguise. Girl, remember this. Camouflage is a basic skill that a sniper must master. The quality of the camouflage skill determines whether a sniper can successfully complete the mission. This was what Principal Chen had learned from his own personal experience. He was so strict that it was almost harsh when it came to training Yi Qian. Yi Qian entered the true hellish training and approached the level of a world-class sniper. Her perception was extremely good. Even though she was sometimes killed by Principal Chen, she had only been using guns for a little more than a year. She was not like Principal Chen, who was a world-class sniper with decades of experience. 1 month after the summer vacation, Principal Chen left Shuiku village with Yi Qian. No one knew where they went, not even Uncle General. The school's acceptance letters began to be sent out. When Yi Qian, Yi Ying, Zhong Wenli, and the other third-year students from the same village received their acceptance letters, there were only 15 days left until the end of the summer vacation. Village Chief Zhong Defu took the 6 notices from the postman, counted them, and said uncertainly, "There are 11 children in the village who are in junior high school. These 6 notices, all of them?" Village Chief, there will be a notice for those who are admitted to high school. Even if there are 20 people in Shuiku village who are in junior high school, if only 6 of them are admitted, there will only be 6 notices. The postman laughed. Every year at this time, when the acceptance letters for high school and university were sent out, the villagers would ask about it. Zhong Defu sighed and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Sigh, only 6 of them are admitted to high school. This year, none of them are admitted to university. Sigh, it's been hard on you. Come in and have a cup of tea before you leave. Village Chief, has my Yingying's acceptance letter arrived? I just saw the postman coming. Sun Dongqing's voice floated in from the yard. It was full of energy, as if she was afraid that no one would know that the postman had come. The postman, who was about to say something, got on his green bicycle when he heard the voice. He waved at Zhong Defu and said with a smile, "I won't be drinking water. I still have to go to other villages to deliver the acceptance letters. You should treat the mayor's wife well." Chapter 277. The postman was from the town, so he knew a lot about the mayor's wife. Sun Dongqing wasn't the only one who came to get the notice. Everyone who had a child in their family came. The adults were more eager to get the notice than the children. Yi Ying was wearing a floral dress. She hadn't been out in the sun for the whole summer, so her skin was much fairer than before. She wasn't as flamboyant as before. She stood beside Sun Dongqing and looked very well behaved. Everyone in the village knew about the incident on the 3rd day of school last year. Yi Ying didn't come back during the winter break. She stayed in the provincial capital to study English. Now that a year had passed, the villagers didn't say anything. Yi Ying had also kept a low profile, so the villagers forgot about it. Zhong Defu took out Yi Ying's notice and handed it over. "This is for your family." He then handed over the other 4 notices. Come. These are for your families. The rest, go away." 11 children and 6 notices. Naturally, those who didn't get in. Oh, Ying. She's from the provincial first high school. She's really from the provincial first high school. I knew it. My Ying will definitely get into the provincial first high school. Sun Dongqing looked at the school on the notice and smiled. She was not only proud, but also disdainful. She glanced at the other villagers who didn't get the notice and comforted them with a fake smile. It's okay. Studying isn't the only way out for this child. There are 360 professions. Every profession has its own master. It's good that she can work to earn money. It was easy for her to say that. If she really wanted her child to work, she wouldn't have come here to get the notice. No one argued with her. They had no choice. She was the mayor's wife. Go away, go away. We're all from the same village. Can you stop arguing? Zhong Defu looked at the smug Sun Dongqing and sighed in his heart. Jifan's wife was looking down on people more and more. Sun Dongqing looked at him with disdain and said coldly, I'm just telling the truth. You need talent to study. My Ying was born to study. How can she be compared to them? She then turned to the other 4 villagers who got the notice. Look, which school did you get into? Uncle Jen came in just in time to hear this. He walked over with a gloomy face. Defu, give me Miss Jen's notice. As soon as the old man spoke, Sun Dongqing and her mother both stiffened. Zhong Defu smiled in his heart and said respectfully, I was just about to deliver it to you. Is Miss Jen not back yet? He said he would be back in 10 days. Uncle Jen took the notice and looked at the school on it. He smiled. Yi Ying glanced at him and greeted politely, Grandpa General, yes, I'll do better if I get into the provincial first high school. It didn't mean to study hard, but to learn well. The order of the words was slightly different, but the meaning was completely different. One simply meant to study hard, while the other meant to learn how to be a good person. Uncle Jen didn't like adults, but for a child, no matter how bad his character was, he wouldn't mind. Even someone as smart as Yi Ying could tell. She lowered her eyes slightly to hide the coldness in her eyes and said obediently, You're right. It wasn't easy for me to get into a good school. I have to study hard. Otherwise, I won't be able to get into a university. My Ying is so sensible. Uncle Jen, how did the little girl do? She had originally thought that she must be amazing since she had won an international award and the first place in the cohort. But in the end, she didn't come back with any good results. Chapter 278. Sun Dongqing waved the letter in her hand and smiled like a flower blooming on her face. Our Ying's grades are still the best. She got into the provincial number 1 high school without a hitch. Mom, don't say that. Yi Ying seemed unhappy. She took the letter from her and stuffed it back into the envelope. She said to Uncle Jen, Grandpa Jen, my mom's words are unpleasant. Actually, she's quite concerned about whether my sister got into a school or not. Uncle Jen glanced at Yi Ying, who thought she was smart but didn't have any sense of responsibility. He said calmly, It's not bad. Number 1 high school in the city. It's as expected. Number 1 middle school isn't bad either. Although it's not as good as the provincial number 1 high school, with my sister's intelligence, it's the same no matter where she goes. Yi Ying knew that she was relieved. She really didn't want to be in the same school as Yi Qian, there was no other reason. Yi Qian knew too much about her. If he told others in high school, she would have to live like she did in high school. She would have to live a repressed life. Hearing this, Sun Dongqing held back her pride and pretended to be concerned. She sighed and said, As long as she gets in, number 1 middle school will be number 1 middle school. She'll just suffer a little when she gets into university. This is great. I can finally answer to my sister. It wasn't strange that Sun Dongqing could shamelessly take credit for herself. Another boy from the village got into the same school as Yi Qian. When he heard that Yi Qian was in the same school as him, he was very happy. He said, That's great. We'll have a companion when we come back to the village in the future. We won't be afraid when we come back together. Of course. My poor Ying. She has to stay in school for 3 years in high school. No matter what others said, Sun Dongqing would naturally turn the topic to her own daughter and praise her a few more times. A figure stood at the entrance of the courtyard and listened quietly for a while. When he saw that the people in the courtyard were about to leave, he lowered his head and looked at the high school study materials in his hands. He turned around and left without disturbing the people in the courtyard. Yi Ying turned around nimbly. She seemed to have seen a familiar figure flash past the entrance of the courtyard. Her eyes lit up slightly as she stopped in her tracks. She wondered if she had seen wrongly. He only stopped for a moment before he quickly chased after her. There was no one outside, only the sound of a bicycle passing by could be heard. After delivering the package, the postman asked the boy sitting behind him with a smile, "Didn't you just enter the village to look for your classmate? Didn't you find it?" "Yes, he's not at home." Jiao Yang, who should have gone to Australia a long time ago, was already a big boy. Although his expression was cold, he still looked very educated. "Uncle, you can just drop me off in the car in front. Someone is waiting for me in the car." He already has a car at such a young age. When the postman saw the license plate of the car, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. This car must be expensive. It's long and big, and there's even a leopard on it. Tiger. It was an indiscernible symbol. Jiao Yang, who needed to go to Australia in 3 days, came with a pile of high school study materials. When he heard from Uncle Jen that Yi Qian would be back in about 10 days, he knew he wouldn't be able to see Yi Qian this time. His eyes were filled with deep disappointment as he looked out of the car window. His indifferent expression made the driver not dare to ask more questions. Jiao Yang, who left with regrets, boarded the plane to the capital. Perhaps he would settle down in Australia, or perhaps he would return to China after he finished his studies. But he knew in his heart that he would never see that girl again. She was so determined that she would give up the chance of survival to others in the face of danger. She would be like a cinnabar mole, forever fresh in his heart. Chapter 279. When Yi Qian received the notice, it was the day before Jiao Yang left for Australia. To him, she was the cinnabar mole in his heart, but to Yi Qian they were just classmates, not even friends. Yi Ying was the only one in the village who knew that Jiao Yang had visited. She even called him the day before he left. Yi Ying wanted to salvage her image, but Jiao Yang still treated her coldly. At this time, Yi Ying realized that not everyone could forgive her mistakes. Even Jiao Yang, who used to like her a lot, would not let himself get to know her again just because she lowered herself and took the initiative to contact him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ying threw all the clothes in her wardrobe onto the floor and the bed as if she had gone crazy. She no longer screamed or roared like before. Instead, she vented her anger in silence. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Every time she threw a piece of clothing, she hated Yi Qian. It was as if she treated the clothes as Yi Qian for her to vent her anger on. Every time she went crazy, she seemed to become gentler. In addition, Yi Zhifan did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to send her to the province to participate in all kinds of training. This made her temperament even more refined. Yi Ying, who was about to become a high school freshman, became slender and elegant. She gave off a refreshing feeling like a lotus flower. She constantly pretended to be a noble person in the south, while Yi Qian underwent dangerous and arduous training in the north. Yi Qian never knew that a person's potential was so limitless. He also did not know that after this summer vacation, her willpower had been tempered to be as strong as steel. From the south to the north, crossing more than half of the motherland, Yi Jian came to this plateau where there were herds of wild horses. Less than 10 days after coming here, Yi Jian felt so tired that she felt like she had shed a layer of skin. She was tired both physically and mentally. After climbing into the herdsman's carriage, Yi Qian collapsed on the thick grass. He was so tired that he could not even lift a finger. Principal Chen chatted happily with the herdsman. He spoke Tibetan very fluently, as if he had returned to his hometown. The moment he entered the Tibetan area, he was completely different from before. It was as if he was a native Tibetan. Yi Qian did not understand this language, which sounded like a paradise to him. He only knew that he wanted to rest, but his cerebral cortex was exceptionally excited. That was because in today's confrontation, Her shooting speed was faster than Principal Chen's by about 2 seconds and she hit the target. This was the first round of dynamic training, and he was faster than Principal Chen. No matter how tired he was still excited. In July, the Tibetan area was as beautiful as a painting. During the day, the green grass, snow mountains, and blue sky were connected. At night, the sky was full of stars. Every star was shining with the brightest light, like a diamond that could be picked at any time. When the sky gradually darkened, the herdsmen began to sing. Their deep voices were powerful and high-spirited. Even if they did not understand the meaning of the simple melody, they could feel the passion for life and hear their happiness. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Qian and Principal Chen disassembled their 2 sniper rifles and put them in their bags after every training session. They only carried a pistol with 12 bullets. From the south to the north, not a single bullet had been fired. "Miss Jen, we can sleep in the tent tonight." In front of them, Principal Chen, who was chatting with the herdsman until he seemed to have forgotten about Yi Qian, turned his head and said to her, "You are sleeping with Uncle Xija's daughter, Yang Jin. You are about the same age, so you can communicate." Chapter 280. Yi Jian, who was about to fall asleep due to the rocking of the carriage, heard the conversation in a daze and laughed. "That would only work if there is no language barrier. I don't understand Tibetan at all. I'm afraid it will be difficult to communicate." She didn't understand Tibetan, and the people in the Tibetan area, especially the Tibetans who were around 30 years old, couldn't understand them either. It was better when they were outside, but now that they were in the heart of the Tibetan area, Mandarin was like a foreign language to the Tibetans. They had to rely on Principal Chen to communicate with them. "We will stay here for about 7 days. Girl Jen, you have to remember my wolf survival rule. As long as you have a wild nature and an enterprising spirit, there is nothing you can't do." When Principal Chen came here, the border between the 2 countries was at its most unstable. It was also the time when the lives of the Tibetans were at its most turbulent. At that time, the first requirement of the soldiers sent by the army was that they must learn Tibetan within a month. Learning Tibetan within a month, in the eyes of ordinary people, was something that was simply impossible. The Han people stayed in the Tibetan area for a year and still couldn't learn it. But for the soldiers, there was no task that couldn't be completed. They had to learn it within a month if they were given an order. If they couldn't learn it, they would be punished by military law. Principal Chen learned it within a month, and Yi Qian had been in the Tibetan area for more than 10 days. She would leave in another 10 days. Although he didn't ask her to learn it, since Yi Qian mentioned the communication barrier, how to solve it was up to Yi Qian. The wolf survival rule: first, you have to know what you need. Under the premise of what you need to get, you have to know if you need to have something. Sharpen your fangs, sharp claws, and develop excellent survival skills and a strong physique. These are the prerequisites for what you need. You need to possess them. Language communication is also a survival skill. Since you found it troublesome, then if you want to communicate with the Tibetans without any barriers, you have to learn Tibetan and clear the barrier. Yi Qian immediately understood. She had a ready-made teacher beside her, but she didn't think of it. My home is right in front. There's warm milk, fragrant beef jerky, and endless mutton. Eat whatever you want. The herdsman was about the same age as Principal Chen, but he looked more than 10 years older than Principal Chen. This had a lot to do with the local environment. Principal Chen laughed and replied, "And the strongest liquor." This sentence ignited the passion of the herdsman, because this was the first time he met a Han Chinese who said that he wanted to drink the strongest wine in the no man's land. It must be known that the greatest danger to the Han people living in the plains was altitude sickness, and drinking alcohol was absolutely forbidden. The laughter in the carriage never stopped, and it was blown far away by the night wind. The temperature in July was neither hot nor cold in the no man's land, but it was also the rainy season. There would be occasional showers during the day and at night as well. The rain came at the drop of a hat. One second, it was a starry sky, and the next, it was a torrential downpour. The Tibetans were already used to it, but Yi Qian was still not used to it even after so many days. The rain beat against the tent, and the temperature dropped sharply. Yi Qian put on thick Tibetan clothing, and the Han girl became a Tibetan girl. Chapter 281. Although she had been basking in the sun for more than 10 days, her skin, which was naturally resistant to tanning, was as white as a peach blossom petal. Dressed in a gorgeous kuba costume, she was so beautiful that Yang Jin's eyes widened. She said the same words several times in a row, which made Principal Chen laugh out loud. "Girl, Yang Jin said that you are a goddess who came down from Tianshan Mountain. You are very beautiful." How could she not be beautiful? She didn't need to draw on her dark, willow-like eyebrows. Her lips were vermilion, her eyes were like stars, and her teeth were like cinnabar shells. Her palm-sized face had beautiful facial features. She was a natural beauty that didn't need any makeup. However, when she smiled, she was as gorgeous as a peony blossoming. She was beautiful without being seductive. In the kuba costume, Yi Qian was indeed much more beautiful than usual. What made people unable to take their eyes off her was her temperament. She stood upright with a valiant aura that made people feel at ease. However, she also had the gentle beauty of a girl. She was both strong and soft, and it was hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman. Yang Jin smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. She took Yi Qian's hand and made her sit on a natural wool mat. The nimble girl began to braid Yi Qian's hair. She generously took out a Tibetan headdress and put it on Yi Qian. Yi Jian had once read a piece of news saying that the things that the Tibetans wore on their heads were all historical and could not be measured by money. When she saw Yang Jin holding an extremely beautiful agate headdress, Yi Qian quickly pointed to a headdress made of leather, indicating that she preferred this one. Yang Jin pursed her lips and smiled. She replaced the agate headdress with leather. On the other side, Principal Chen, who was drinking Highland barley wine, saw this and secretly gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. She was quite knowledgeable. She knew that it was an expensive headdress and only chose a leather headdress. After the rain, the entire night sky became clearer after being washed by the water. The stars appeared again, allowing the few people who were taking shelter from the rain to walk out from under the rocks. They wiped away the rainwater that splashed on their faces, looked up at the starry sky, and started walking again. "Looks like it's going to be difficult to find them tonight," Xia Jinyuan said coldly. Under the night sky, his posture was like a sword that had been unsheathed, bringing with it a sense of dominance. Z7, check the coordinates. Han Zheng, codenamed Z7, took out a military compass. After looking at it, he calculated his position and quickly found their exact location on the military map. He spread the map on his big map, turned on the headlight on his helmet, and said in a low voice, "The east side is the river, we can't go that way, it's a dead end. The south side is our military depot, we can't go there either, there's only this way, north. There's a small village of nomads. If I were this group of people, I would choose to go to the village at night. There are still 20 kilometers to go. The journey will take about 3 to 4 hours. These guys had good stamina, so they would arrive in about 3 hours. No man's land, this was the only place to stay. Also, this area is where the snow wolves are active. Be careful." J5 took off his boots and poured out the water. He smiled and said, "We can't enter the village after them. We have to enter the village before them. Z7, see if there's a shortcut we can take." "We have to take a shortcut." No one objected to his suggestion, but there was a big problem. The shortcut after entering the no man's land was not as simple as taking a shortcut on the plains. The no man's land was full of unknowns at night. There were dangers that you couldn't see. The mountains you saw during the day were magnificent, but at night, they gave you fear, the fear of approaching death. Chapter 282. If they took a shortcut, they might get lost, or they might walk into a dangerous area with falling rocks. These were all things that were very likely to happen. Han Zheng looked at the map carefully again and said, "Let's take the main road. We can't take a shortcut. Brothers, it's better to be careful. We'd rather speed up and stop them than take a shortcut." He was a living map. He could remember all the maps sent back by the satellite. If there were any discrepancies, he could combine it with the military map and it would be almost accurate. But even so, they couldn't take a shortcut. The unknown in the dark was impossible to defend against. Fighting in the cold areas of the highlands emphasized on light weapons to reduce the burden of weapons on the soldiers. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, they carried carbon fiber cases, stainless steel barrels, and carbon rifles with an empty weight of less than 178 kilograms. G3 slung the rifle over his shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, "Stop wasting time. They must have run away by now." He turned around and looked at K7. "Can you still hold on? If you can't, let J5 stay with you. The three of us will chase after them." K7 was injured and was not suitable for long-distance tracking. However, the situation of the people chasing this time was special. K7 was the most proficient in Tibetan among the 5 of them. With him around, communication was not a problem. "Let's go. If we can't, I'll rest." K7 waved his hand. In the dark, there seemed to be something burning in his eyes. A total of 7 people. They injured 6 of the border guards and killed 4 of them. There must be a master among them. This was also the reason why the Snowfield Brigade was sent out. To be able to kill 4 soldiers and injure 6 of them. This was not something a normal person could do. The country had always been strict with the border guards training. First, it was to protect the border. Second, it was to survive, not to sacrifice. The 20-kilometer highland road was much more difficult than the plains. No man's land was called the main road, but sharp rocks were everywhere. If the military boots walked too fast, not only would they cut through the leather, but they would also cut their feet until they bled. After chasing for about 5 kilometers, they found a few empty bullets and a few drops of blood on the side of a rock. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand, and the 4 of them stood guard in front and behind them. He squatted down and bent down on one knee to pick up the empty bullets. He took off his gloves and gently wiped the bloodstains with his fingers. North Korea's .556 caliber bullet is the same as the one found at the border station. When someone was injured, they pried open the bullet and took out the gunpowder inside to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. They don't have any common medical supplies. Picking up the bullet in his hand, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were as sharp and cold as an eagle circling in the sky. "You won't be able to walk fast with an injured person. Speed up. Tell me if K7 feels uncomfortable." G3 put away his carbon rifle and pointed it down. He said sternly, "There's enough time to catch up. Z7, you accompany K7. Xia Jinyuan and J5 nodded lightly. Their military boots stepped on the gravel. Their tall and slender figures were as strong as snow leopards in the highlands. They chased after the murderer for thousands of miles with a murderous aura. The soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were not soldiers from the military station. They had killed people before. When they moved, they had a murderous aura that could sometimes make wolves retreat. K7 was injured in his calf. The stitches had just been removed, so it was not suitable for him to chase after the murderer for thousands of miles. But for the murderer and to avenge his fallen comrades, he had to persevere no matter how painful it was. Chapter 283. The wind blew from the edge of the snowy mountain. There was a faint smell of blood in the wind that had the smell of snow, which made the 5 people chasing after the culprit look cold. They were less than 10 miles away from the village. If there was a strong smell of blood, it meant that either something had happened to the culprit, or something had happened to the herder. The 5 of them were more inclined towards the latter. Alert. K7, bring up the rear. J5, cover. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice came from the headset. He graduated from the Combat Command faculty and was more professional than G3. In the past year or so, he could be said to be the team leader of the Snowfield Brigade. His sensitivity to danger, his ability to command battles, and his ability to deploy troops perfectly fused his expertise with practice. Not only did he allow this group of soldiers to complete their own missions, but he also allowed the military to assign them to some confidential military projects in the depths of the snowy mountains. The culprit this time was a group of mercenaries with bad intentions. They had shot and killed the sentinels. It was normal for mercenaries to kill civilians. Similar incidents happened all over the world. Following the smell of blood, they saw the body of a herder lying quietly by the sharp rocks. His Tibetan uniform had been taken away, as well as his accessories. Mercenaries had always been good at anti-reconnaissance. Not only did they take off the herder's clothes, they also took his hat, shoes, waist knife, and flint scythe. Disguising as a Tibetan, we can definitely enter the village. Xia Jinyuan opened his military backpack, took out a medical bandage, and gently placed it on the herder's face. They couldn't bring him back to the village. They could only come back after they dealt with the mercenaries. On the other side, K7 found a few drops of blood with some white powder floating on them. He used a military dagger to pick up some of the powder and rubbed it with his hand. Sterilized crystal sulfonamide. Check if the herder has any injuries. Sterilized crystal sulfonamide was commonly known as anti-inflammatory powder. It was a prescription drug used to prevent wound infections. If mercenaries used gunpowder from bullets to treat wounds, then it was very likely that the anti-inflammatory powder came from the herder. After checking that the herdsmen were not injured, they did not delay for too long. 2 minutes later, they started to walk again. On the road, they saw the grass that had been thrown on both sides of the road, as well as the wheels on the ground. Robbing the carriages, killing the herdsmen, taking away the anti-inflammatory powder that the herdsman brought home, and then throwing away the herdsman's pasture to settle the wounded. From this, it could be inferred that the wounded had a certain status, and the mercenaries could not abandon the wounded. At midnight, there was no light in the Tibetan village. Occasionally, the low whines of the Tibetan mastiffs could be heard. They were protecting the safety of the village. Yi Qian was awakened by the Tibetan mastiff's howls. Because of Hagar, Yi Qian could also tell what the Tibetan mastiff's howls were trying to convey. Now, what they heard was a somewhat violent and anxious warning that a stranger had entered the village. Yang Jin was sleeping soundly. Yi Qian, who was sleeping outside, groped in the dark and picked up the Tibetan girl's clothes that Yang Jin had given her. She put on her shoes, picked up her gun, and quietly walked out of the tent. The village was not big, and it was a nomadic village. Most of the tents were at a certain distance from each other. Yi Qian could tell where the Tibetan mastiff's howls were coming from. She held her gun tightly and the dagger that Yang Jin had given her in her hand. The sound came from the front, which was equivalent to the tents at the entrance of the village. She could faintly hear the angry voice of a woman. Principal Chen had said that Tibetan families were very united and friendly. They rarely quarreled. However, when she heard the angry voice now, she felt a little scared. Domestic violence. No, if it was domestic violence, the Tibetan mastiff would not roar at strangers. Wait. The Tibetan mastiff that had been howling just now was now silent. Chapter 284. When Yi Qian realized that a stranger who might harm the herdsman had entered the village, she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from her left. Her eyes turned cold and she rolled onto the wet grass to avoid the hand that reached out from behind her. Her reaction scared the J5. This Tibetan girl was too agile. Come out. Yi Qian rolled onto the grass and laid down on the ground below the mani pile. Her eyes were cold as she shouted in Tibetan, "Who is it?" The first sentence was instinctively spoken in Mandarin, and the second sentence was Tibetan that she learned from Yang Jin. When her voice floated out, the 5 people hiding in the darkness were stunned. This voice, it sounded familiar. Han Zheng made a hush sound with his mouth and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Don't you find it familiar? Doesn't it sound like your little fox's voice? Did I hear wrongly? It does sound like her." After a year, her voice was clearer and more imposing, but he wasn't sure. Wasn't Yi Qian in Fujian town? How could she have come here? Thinking about it, it didn't seem possible. I'm not sure. Xia Jinyuan wasn't sure either. He gestured to the 5 people and they immediately surrounded the mani pile. No matter who it was, as long as she was a citizen, they had to ensure her safety. Yi Qian could already feel that someone was surrounding her, and there was a faint smell of blood on them. There was a slope in front of her, and below her was the problematic tent. There were people surrounding her on both sides, so she could only walk on top of the mani pile. But when she thought of the religious culture of the Tibetan area, Yi Qian gritted her teeth and decided to rush down the problematic tent. If the 5 members of the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces let a 15-year-old girl like Yi Qian escape, The 5 of them would doubt if they were qualified to be Special Forces soldiers. Xie Jinyuan was the first to make a move. When he saw a slender figure appear, he immediately used his own body to pounce on Yi Qian and grabbed one of Yi Qian's ankles with both hands. With a forceful trip, Yi Qian, who had rushed out, also fell to the ground. He didn't fall straight down. Instead, he bent his arms and fell on the wet grass in an extremely professional posture. Yi Qian grabbed his right foot. As he fell, his left foot kicked down. After failing to kick off, he placed both hands on the ground and rotated his body in a scissor kick style, facing the starry sky in an attempt to counterattack. However, Yi Qian was also shocked by the other party's reaction. She moved quickly, but the other party was even faster. Before she could stand up, her ankle was grabbed again. From crawling to protecting the fall, to kicking, and then to using the scissor kick to turn over, the series of movements were not only smooth, but the professional fierceness revealed made the 5 people tremble in fear. Where did this Tibetan girl learn? Xie Jinyuan's shoulder was kicked by Yi Qian. She used a lot of force, and his entire shoulder was in so much pain that his muscles twitched. When Z7 and J5 saw this, they quickly joined the battle and attacked together. They held down Yi Qian's left and right shoulders. Q King, suppress this little snow wolf. Damn, Tibetan girls are indeed hotter than us Han girls. This smell, it's strong. It's hot enough. K7, who was in charge of security, quickly said in Tibetan, Bo Ma, we're not bad people. We're soldiers from the military station. More than a year had passed. Yi Qian was no longer the thin and weak girl from last year. After 2 summers and 1 winter break, under Principal Chen's hellish training, her physical strength and combat skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if her shoulders were held down by 2 people, as long as her legs could move, she could still struggle. Chapter 285. When she realized that it was Han Zheng's voice, she froze for a second. It was at this moment that Xie Jinyuan, who was holding onto her ankle, had a chance to retaliate. He muttered, "Excuse me," before he pressed himself against Yi Qian's body and covered her mouth with his hand. Yi Qian was speechless. You guys have to let her say something. In the eyes of the 5 members of the Snowfield Brigade, they had finally subdued this Tibetan girl who was as fierce as a wild beast. After being pressed down and covered, Yi Qian saw 2 black figures wearing combat helmets appear in front of him. They were dressed in familiar clothes and had a familiar aura, and the person on top of him was a familiar person. With his mouth covered, Yi Qian could only mutter, which meant, Xie Jinyuan, let go of me. When Yi Qian realized who was on top of him, Xie Jinyuan naturally realized as well. At this moment, Xie Jinyuan wanted to let go, but he couldn't bear to do so. She was so close. Her faint fragrance was like a flower petal gently brushing past the tip of his nose, tugging at his heartstrings and touching his nerves. At this moment, he only wanted to hold on tightly to her fragrance. How could he bear to let go so quickly? Furthermore, this was the 2nd time he was pressing the little fox under his body. As for the feeling, he had to admit that this little fellow had developed quite well after not seeing her for a year. Especially the little ball on her chest. He could feel her softness even though he was wearing a combat uniform and she was wearing a crocodile. Little fox, this is such a big surprise. Xie Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Under the starry sky, there was a glimmer in his dark eyes. It was as if stars had fallen into his pupils, shining brightly. He laughed softly and said, the way we met was also very special. It took 5 of us to deal with you alone. Girl, you have hurt our self-esteem a little. As soon as he spoke, even K7, who was on high alert, wanted to look over. Little fox. Who? Han Zheng shivered inwardly. Damn it, so mushy. Little fox. Why don't you call her little girlfriend? Q King, let me interrupt you. Can't you see that we're all here? Can't you get up first? You're always pressing down on a little girl. Can't you have some self-awareness? You may not be ashamed, but the little girl is. A fine maiden like her is being held down by a big man like you. You're taking all the advantages. Then he said, oh my God, why didn't you just say a few words of Mandarin earlier? Han Zheng let out a long sigh and loosened his grip on Yi Qian's shoulder. Young lady, Why are you out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I heard that the Tibetan Mastiff's roar was strange, so I came out to take a look, Yi Qian said softly, a little embarrassed. He then asked Xia Jinyuan, does your shoulder hurt? I kicked you really hard just now. Lift your shoulder and see if your bones are hurt. She was naturally annoyed. How could she have known that they would be the ones entering the village? After all, that's not right. They were still here, so who was the person in the tent? It couldn't be one of their people. However, it was indeed a pleasant surprise to be able to meet him here. J5 also realized what was going on. He let go of his hand and said slowly, oh, little fox. No, it should be a little snow wolf. It's very fierce. It'll take the three of us to take it down. Chapter 286. The three of them took turns. Bah! Yi Qian's eyes widened. This was also a person with a loose tongue. He really had the urge to tape their mouths shut. But it was the truth. J5 and Han Zheng both had loose tongues. Therefore, when he and Han Zheng were in the army, the rest of the brothers would avoid them. Han Zheng released his grip and immediately went on alert with K7. When he heard Yi Qian quietly ask if he hurt Xia Jinyuan, he felt a lump of blood in his throat. Young lady, you're still concerned about whether he hurts or not. Why don't you care about yourself? Damn, why was there a sour taste in his mouth? It had been more than a year since anyone cared about him. Two people with sharp tongues were no match for Xia Jinyuan. He had always been thick-skinned in front of Yi Qian. Not only did he not stand up, he even purposely rubbed his hand over Yi Qian's mouth. He chuckled softly and said, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Keep your thoughts to yourself. The little fox hasn't retracted her sharp claws and teeth. I'm afraid that if I let go, she'll bite you again. I was bitten last time. You were bitten last time? Even someone as calm as G3 blinked. It had been at least a year since he was last bitten. Beast. A year ago, the young lady was even smaller. Originally, Yi Qian didn't have any other thoughts. She hadn't seen this dangerous and elegant man for more than a year. To her, he was like a stranger again. In addition, the situation just now was different. He pressed on top of her to subdue her, so how could she have any thoughts? But now that they said that, Yi Qian couldn't help but blush. Before she could calm down, her face was rubbed with his thumb. Yi Qian felt her brain explode. With so many people looking at her, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Xia Jinyuan, other people might not be able to see what you're doing, but she knows. Yi Qian was afraid that he would be misunderstood and shocked by Yi Qian's actions, so he couldn't help but struggle. If it doesn't hurt, then get up quickly. Didn't you hear what they said? She twisted her body slightly. Xia Jinyuan pressed his legs tightly against Yi Qian's legs and pretended not to hear her. He said with a faint smile, little fox, don't move. Then, he said to Han Zheng and J5 who were closest to him, she's not your little fox, she's my little fox. You guys, you can just call her by her name. Be polite, don't call her as if you're all very familiar with her. The only person she knows is me. Do you understand? Yi Qian felt his face heat up even more. He glared at her and gritted his teeth. Get up quickly. You're so heavy. What was his little fox? When did she become a fox? Hurry up, they're all watching. If he didn't get up now, the little fox would be angry. How sad. He had missed her for more than a year. The surprise of seeing her so unexpectedly made him feel as if flowers had bloomed in spring. Words could not express his feelings at this moment. Unfortunately, it was obvious that his little fox didn't think about him at all. Major Xia, who was thinking about her, used his extremely slow body movements to express how reluctant he was to get up. Even K7, who had a cold personality, was looking at them with interest. TSK, TSK, TSK. When Xia Jinyuan acted like a rascal, he really had the urge to kick him. Chapter 287. But it didn't work. His title as the all-round soldier king wasn't just for show. He was flirting with the girl, but his gaze was like a radar, not missing a single corner. As expected, Only an all-round soldier king would be able to handle such a difficult task while talking about love and being on guard at the same time. G3 glanced at him and began to ponder. Bachelors like them. Was it because they weren't shameless enough and weren't bad enough that girls didn't look for them? Should he change his tough guy style and become a rascal one day when he was on vacation? But Q King's shameless way of chasing girls was something he couldn't learn even if he wanted to. Moreover, he definitely couldn't find his little fox-like girl. So, there was no need to think about it. It was hopeless. Yi Qian wasn't as thick-skinned as Xia Jinyuan. She blushed from the intense gazes that swept her back and forth. Her fist landed on his shoulder. Xia Jinyuan, if you don't get up quickly, I'm going to get angry. Gently and quietly, her breath was like orchids spilling on the tip of his nose. It was faintly discernible and extremely seductive. Yes, get up, get up. Of course I have to get up. Aren't I standing up now? Sigh, I actually saw you from so far away. I was too happy and lost my composure. He said jokingly, his hawk-like eyes staring at the moving tent in front of him. He never relaxed. He slowly got up, making Yi Qian have the urge to kick him again. But he asked softly and calmly, why did you sneak into the village? This is a no-man's land filled with herdsmen. Did something happen? When she asked if something had happened, her eyes were even clearer than the stars, bursting with dazzling light. Do you want to know? Xia Jinyuan, who finally got up and squatted on the ground to observe, turned his head sideways and looked at Yi Jian, who obviously wanted to follow them. He smiled deeply and said, that won't do. It's not the guy we met last time. There were some things that couldn't be said easily. Yi Qian pursed his lips, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Good girl. She was so obedient to him, like a cub looking for a reassuring hug. Xia Jinyuan's heart softened as he raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. The steel like him gave all his gentleness to this obedient girl in front of him. Let's go back first. I'll come find you later. Actually, Yi Qian had only seen their equipment when she met with Han Zheng last year. He had vaguely mentioned it, so the quick-witted Yi Qian could vaguely guess that they were probably a special forces team. After more than a year of training, Yi Qian, who had learned a lot, immediately understood that the special forces were different from other units. Even if she saw them in action with her own eyes, it didn't mean that she could ask them why they were here. So, Major Xia was thinking too highly of himself. I'm in the 9 o'clock direction, the third tent with the windhorse flag on it. If you need anything, you can come to me. Yi Qian didn't delay their mission. Han Zheng and the other three had already taken action, so she couldn't delay Xia Jinyuan any longer. Last time, he didn't reject her for such a dangerous mission in Australia, but this time, he used such a joking tone to reject her. The danger factor was definitely higher than the mission in Australia. Chapter 288. To be honest, Yi Qian wasn't 100% confident in this operation. Because just now, he could see the difference between him and them. He was subdued in an instant and didn't even have a chance to escape. Therefore, he should be aware of his own limitations. Be careful. There are strangers in the tent, but the Tibetan Mastiff that was guarding outside has been taken care of by them. I didn't hear any gunshots or smell any blood. I suspect that someone might have carried the Tibetan Mastiff out to bury it. She was reminding him that there were still people outside. Her meticulous thoughts made Xia Jinyuan's heart soften even more. He didn't let Yi Qian leave immediately. He gestured for her to hide, and the two of them hid behind the mani pile. The moment Yi Jian squatted down, she was shielded behind his left hand. It seemed like a small action, but it made her heart tremble slightly. He was a person who could use both hands, but she knew that his left hand was actually the most agile. His left hand was faster and more agile than his right hand in terms of the speed of the gun and the strength of the attack. Being behind his left hand was safer than being behind his right hand. At the same time, it was equivalent to having two layers of protection in front of her. One was the mani pile, and the other was his body. Take this. Xia Jinyuan pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his combat backpack. His low voice was full of joy. I'll leave my back to you, little fox. It was fine to let her observe him for a while. Sigh, he had no choice. Looking at her eyes, he couldn't bear to reject her. Yi Qian raised her hand and gently pushed his left hand back. I have a gun. Principal Chen prepared a Type 54 pistol for me before we set off. And I have a sniper rifle. After a slight pause, she added, I have bullets too. You don't have to worry about me. She couldn't let him worry about her lack of equipment when he was protecting her. Little Fox would never put on a brave front in front of him. Xia Jinyuan understood that and smiled slightly. He whispered to G3 and K7 who were near the tent, there are about 2 people burying the mastiffs outside. How's the situation on your side? Q King, the situation isn't good. There are 4 hostages. G3's cold voice came through the earpiece. You can take care of the 2 players on your side first. Be careful. Yi Qian waited for him to end the call, then leaned closer to him and said softly, I can go back and look for Principal Chen first and find out how many Tibetans there are and how many tents there are. Why don't you wait here for me to go back and ask? It was a good thing that they could learn more about the village as soon as possible. With Xia Jinyuan's slight nod, Yi Jian's crouching figure really looked like a snow wolf walking in a snowy mountain. She disappeared into the darkness vigorously. Xia Jinyuan waited for Yi Qian to leave safely before approaching Han Zheng and the others with his gun. Yi Qian will cooperate with us to figure out how many people we have and how many tents we have. Now, let's change the plan slightly. They needed a more detailed annihilation plan. At the same time, they also needed to ensure the safety of all the herdsmen. They still have a lot of bullets. If they are alerted and fight with us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xia Jinyuan was gentle in front of Yi Qian, but in front of the enemy, he was bloodthirsty and cold. With a serious gaze, he said in a low voice, let's find out the situation in the tents first. Make sure 1 person enters the tents to protect the hostages. Chapter 289. It's impossible for the 5 of us to do it. The only people who can go in are Yi Qian and Uncle Chen. G3 looked up and was about to express his opinion when J5 held his arm and shook his head gently, indicating for him to continue listening to Q King and Xia Jinyuan's arrangements. In terms of battle command, Q King indeed had a talent that left them in the dust. While Xia Jinyuan was perfecting the annihilation plan, in the tent, Yi Qian stopped Principal Chen from lighting the oil lamp and said softly, I saw Major Xia and the others. There are 5 of them. I'm afraid something happened in the village. Even the Tibetan mastiff in the outermost tent is silent. Uncle Chen, there are strangers in the village, and Major Xia and the others are chasing after the culprit. Now, they need to know how many herdsmen there are in the village and how many tents there are. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Uncle Jia to help us. Also, they need to ensure the safety of the herdsmen. Do you think we should inform the herdsmen so they can be mentally prepared? Just as Xia Jinyuan thought, Yi Qian's meticulous thinking made their plan even more perfect and thorough. Yi Qian was doing his best to help them. Even though they didn't know who they were dealing with, judging from their expressions, the people they were after must be very difficult to deal with. It was even possible that the other party had guns. If they didn't have guns, they wouldn't have to be so careful and cautious. Principal Chen had carried out missions in the Tibetan area before, so he immediately understood that the people who entered the village were definitely not easy to deal with. He said solemnly, it's not a good thing to meet Captain Xia here. The people who came are also not easy to deal with. Lass, pack up our equipment. The bag that contained the sniper rifle had always been placed together with Yi Qian's luggage bag. After taking the bag out, Yi Qian, who had been trained by Uncle Zhen to be familiar with any part of a gun, quickly assembled the sniper rifle without even needing to light a lamp. The gun, the case, the barrel, the handle, and the stock were all in her hands. In less than a minute, she had assembled a sniper rifle. Finally, she installed the night vision scope, and it was a sniper rifle that could be used to snipe at night. After finalizing the plan with his comrades, Xia Jinyuan quickly found the second tent at 9 o'clock. He gave a signal from outside, and Principal Chen lifted the curtain and walked out. The girl is loading guns inside. How serious is the situation? Also, I found out from our conversation that the wife of the leader of the outermost tent is injured, so it's difficult for her to move around. Master Mu was injured. No wonder there was anti-inflammatory powder at the scene. Xie Jinyuan's eyes moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, "There are a total of 7 people, and they are all carrying light weapons. There are 3 XM-M4A1 carbine rifles, 4 M10 Ingram submachine guns, and 1 IMI barrack pistol. Each of them is carrying about 1. Their firepower is level 2. Xie Jinyuan didn't hide this from Principal Chen. If he needed Yi Qian's help, he had to tell him the situation inside. "Uncle Chen, I want to know how many herdsmen and tents there are here." After hearing Principal Chen's answer, Xie Jinyuan looked at his comrades who were hiding nearby with a serious expression. "There are a total of 14 tents, 72 herdsmen, 23 children, and 19 elderly. It's unrealistic to move them all together, and it will alert the mercenaries." Mercenaries? Principal Chen's eyes darkened. He knew that this was not an ordinary problem. Chapter 290. Facing a mercenary with level 2 firepower, the risk factor is relatively high. Moreover, there are about 5 of them in the tent and 2 outside. If we don't act in time, once the mercenaries notice us, they will definitely fight with us. Then, the safety of the 79 Tibetans in the village will be threatened, and they may even die. What's your plan? If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'm quite familiar with this no man's land. I've been here for more than 6 years. Principal Chen's words made Xie Jinyuan respect him. 6 years in the no man's land. Based on Principal Chen's experience, the time he spent on the mission was around 7 to 8 years. That was when the border was in chaos. G3's voice came from inside. He was reporting the situation. A few seconds later, Xie Jinyuan said, "Uncle Chen, there's no movement from the mercenaries now. It's very likely that they are resting in the tent. We have 10 minutes to inform the herdsmen within 20 meters of the tent in front of us. Also, we need to inform the Tibetans. Our guns are not equipped with silencers. Once we fire, the Tibetans will be alerted. We don't have much time. Inform them all within 5 minutes." Principal Chen had no objections to his arrangement. As he nodded, Yi Qian, who had assembled 2 sniper rifles, walked out. "Is there anything I can do to help? 2 sniper rifles, I think, will be of some help." Seeing her come out with 2 sniper rifles in high spirits, Xie Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his hand and pat her on the head. He said softly, "You." To her, danger didn't make her afraid, but excited. "You don't speak Tibetan, so little fox, your mission is to first go to the front with me and take care of the other 2 mercenaries. Second, guard the high ground. If you see anyone coming out, immediately snipe." "Mercenaries? Is it?" Yi Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, without thinking, he said, "They have rich combat experience, are ruthless, and fight for money. Then can I assume that as long as someone comes out with a gun, I can snipe them on the spot? Of course, I will see the hostages clearly. Yes, except for the hostages, you can snipe everyone." Xie Jinyuan smiled as he looked at Yi Qian's bright eyes. He took out 2 items from the first aid kit and handed them to Principal Chen. "If you can light a lamp, light it first so that we can see the furnishings inside clearly. These are anti-inflammatory drugs and hemostatic drugs, just what they need." After handing over the medicine, Xie Jinyuan said in a low voice, "On the way, we found that a herdsman had been killed. All the anti-inflammatory medicine he had with him had been taken away by the mercenaries. It meant that someone in the mercenary group was injured, and anti-inflammatory drugs were an urgent necessity." Headmaster Chen's face darkened when he heard that a herdsman was killed. He took the medicine and glanced into the tent. He said in a low voice, "Based on the current situation, this group of people won't kill in the village for the time being. They will rest tonight and leave the next day. Would there be a massacre at the moment? Would there be a massacre after they had rested enough and left?" No one knew, so it had to be solved immediately. Yi Qian pursed his lips. Dai Qing frowned and said to Xie Jinyuan, "Uncle Chen's knee has been hurting these days. I'll go and see." Chapter 291. "Girl, if you could speak Tibetan, it would be appropriate for you to go, but you don't." Principal Chen took the medicine and smiled. "I've been out of the army for so many years. I don't have the spirit of a young soldier like you. Girl Jen, work with Captain Xia to get rid of the people outside. Listen to Captain Xia's orders. No matter what kind of battle it was, when the battle plan was set, the commander was the soul of the battle. They had to listen to him and couldn't make decisions on their own. Xia Jinyuan could see that Yi Qian was worried about going in alone. He said softly to Principal Chen, "Don't worry, we have a way to get the people inside out. Uncle Chen going in is equivalent to protecting the hostages inside." Yi Qian was a little relieved when he said that. It seemed that they had a plan. This was a secret battle that couldn't be disturbed. Principal Chen and Uncle Caesar bent over and started to inform the sleeping Tibetans. Only the Tibetans closest to the 6 tents woke up. After hearing what was going on, they picked up their trident guns and wanted to fight with the mercenaries who dared to hurt the herdsmen in the village. The herdsmen were brave. If it wasn't for Uncle Caesar, who was from the Tibetan army, there was no way to stop them. Principal Chen put on his Tibetan uniform and a hat. He looked no different from a Tibetan. Plus, he could speak Tibetan fluently. As G3 and the others held their breaths, the world-class sniper walked calmly towards the tent. Principal Chen, who was standing outside the tent, raised his voice. His voice was clear and there was no trace of fear in it. K7 became the translator. He translated what Principal Chen said in a low voice. "Is Dima here? I brought back the medicine you asked me to bring. You came back so late. You met a snow wolf at night and almost lost your life. Fortunately, I had a trident gun that allowed me to come back alive." After translating, K7 said in a low voice, "This is a master. Is he retired from the frontline Tibetan army? He already went in. That's amazing." There were 2 meanings in one sentence. First, he came to deliver the medicine because he came back late. Second, he had a trident gun in his hand and could fight the snow wolf. That was why K7 said it was an expert talking. After Xia Jinyuan heard this, he smiled gently at Yi Qian and said, "All the brothers respect Uncle Chen. Little fox, we don't have much time. Take care of the first 2 in 5 minutes. What do you think?" The less time they spent outside, the more they could ensure Principal Chen's safety. Naturally, Yi Qian hoped to resolve this matter as soon as possible. The snowy wind in the no man's land blew close to the snowy mountains. At night, the wind howled like a monster, emitting a power that made people tremble. It was this kind of wind that not only concealed the sound of footsteps, but also brought the thick stench of blood to his side. It was the blood of a Tibetan mastiff. They had used some unknown method to kill the Tibetan mastiff. Hearing the sound of the stone falling, Yi Qian could not help but bite his lower lip. Through the night vision goggles, Xia Jinyuan, who had finished observing the situation, quietly whispered into Yi Qian's ear. The faint scent of mint and manliness enveloped her. "I'll take the right, you take the left. Let's attack together." He extended his clenched fist between the 2 of them. Yi Qian's lips curled up. He extended his fist. The big fist and the small fist lightly bumped together. The 2 of them moved to the left and right sides, each holding a military multipurpose bayonet. What the 2 of them needed to do was to silently take care of the 2 mercenaries who were about to return. Chapter 292. In order to match Yi Qian's speed, Xia Jinyuan slowed down his footsteps by half a beat. He waited for the rocks to fly up, then his slender figure and her slender figure appeared behind the 2 mercenaries at the same time. Yi Qian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. For Xia Jinyuan and the others to chase after the culprits, they must be unforgivable, not to mention that they had killed a herdsman. The wind was howling, as if it was adding momentum to the upcoming life and death battle. Every fight was a matter of life and death. No matter the situation, staying calm was the key to a battle of life and death. In close combat, not only did the opponent not have a chance to shoot, but they also did not have a chance to shoot. Therefore, it was important to stay calm and not panic. "Soldier, damn it!" One of the mercenaries cursed in an unknown language and threw a fist at Yi Qian. Soon, he realized that the person who dared to fight with him was actually a girl, and he burst into laughter. The biggest taboo on the battlefield was to underestimate the enemy. Facing Yi Qian, He had underestimated him from the beginning. For Yi Qian, this was a good thing, and her performance was also showing weakness. Yi Qian had memorized how to use his advantage on the battlefield from the beginning of training. He did not dare to forget. There was indeed a great disparity in strength, but it was not that Yi Qian was weaker than the other party. From the beginning of the fight, he could tell that the other party's training was not professional. Moreover, leaving the tent and risking being discovered to abandon the Tibetan Mastiff showed that their status was average. In the mercenary army, there was a certain disparity in status. The dagger in his hand swept across with a gust of wind, and he could feel the sharp blade cutting through his skin. The battle of life and death was just that cruel. It was either you die, or I die. Xie Jinyuan was fast and fierce. After a few sweeps, the dagger in his hand had pierced deeply into the other party's thigh. Before he could pull it out, the other party roared in pain and elbowed him hard in the head. This was a professionally trained mercenary. He surrounded Xie Jinyuan from both sides. Through the night vision goggles, he deliberately chose Xie Jinyuan and left the weaker one to Yi Jian. Xie Jinyuan was hit hard in the head. He felt a buzzing sound in his head. Relying on his instinct, he swung his fist and punched the man in the nose. When a person's nose was hit, not only would they subconsciously close their eyes, their brain would also go blank for a few seconds due to the pain. In those few seconds, Xie Jinyuan, as a soldier who had undergone rigorous training, performed bravely and fearlessly. Even though his brain had suffered a heavy blow, he was still able to accurately grasp the dagger in his opponent's thigh. He pulled it out, and warm blood spurted out, staining his combat gloves. The mercenary screamed. He raised his uninjured right foot and kicked Xie Jinyuan in the chest again. Unfortunately, his injured left leg slowed him down and he could not fight back. Xie Jinyuan, who did not retreat, directly used his right arm to block the other party's kick. He needed to finish off this trapped mercenary on the spot. Xie Jinyuan's entire right arm was in so much pain that his face tensed up. In the next second, he leaped up and stabbed the bloody dagger into the other party's neck again. Under the combat gloves, the muscles and bones on the back of his hand were exposed. He was exerting force, forcefully twisting the dagger that was stuck in the other party's neck. This was a fatal blow, one that left the other party with no chance of survival. Chapter 293. There was only coldness on Qing Huai's elegant face. She pulled out the military dagger that had crushed the opponent's throat. The blood was like a flower blooming in the snow and wind. In the darkness, the blood became one with the night sky and fell to the ground. The blood splattered on his face, and when it was blown by the wind, it condensed into blood frost on his face. Xie Jinyuan, who had just killed a mercenary, didn't have time to wipe off the blood frost on his face. He turned around and walked towards Yi Qian. However, he heard Yi Qian shout, "Go and support Uncle Chen, quick." With her own strength, Yi Jian knew that she could get rid of this mercenary who was not very strong. At the same time, she also saw how dangerous the fight between Xie Jinyuan and the dead mercenary was. She was very worried that the mercenaries left in the tent were all strong and powerful. Uncle Chen's shoulder and knee were suffering from rheumatism. How could he be a match for them? "Go. Don't make me worry." Yi Jian's clear voice was like a cold sword in autumn water, breaking through the wind and reaching his ears with a cold ruthlessness. Her dark eyes were filled with frost. Even her gaze was like Xie Jinyuan's, fierce and ruthless. Her eyes were filled with determination. In the face of life and death, in the face of a race against the Grim Reaper, her performance was the performance of an outstanding soldier. She would never back down. "Little fox, remember, you are a soldier. You must know your mission and responsibility. You are not allowed to panic under any circumstances. Do you know what a soldier is? A soldier is the country's last line of defense, and also the line of defense that walks at the forefront." He didn't come over, but his voice traveled over. His low voice was filled with biting cold, and every word traveled into Yi Qian's ears. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without hesitation. Because Xie Jinyuan knew that his little fox was like a wolf cub that had left the pack and was using its own strength to hunt. She was using her strength to prove that there was nothing wrong with her. His words were just to tell her that even if she killed him personally, it was because he was a soldier, a line of defense for the motherland. There was no need for her to have any psychological barriers. To this day, Xia Jinyuan still remembered that more than a year ago in Australia, when she saw Yi Qian's hesitant expression when he killed someone for the first time, he had solemnly and sternly told her that it was an honor for a soldier to fight for the country, even if their hands were stained with blood. It was Yi Qian's first time fighting without anyone by his side. Even if something happened, there would be no one to support Yi Qian. It was also something he had to go through. As soon as Xia Jinyuan left, Yi Qian calmed down and began to attack fiercely. Fighting for the country, even if their hands were stained with blood, they would still feel glorious. He put away the military dagger in his hand and gently swiped his wrist. The end of the silver wire that had been hidden all this time fell into his hand. This was the beginning of Yi Qian's counterattack. He was using his own abilities to deal with a mercenary. The moment the silver wire in his hand wrapped around the mercenary's neck, Yi Qian stepped on a 20-centimeter rock and leaped into the air. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he leaped over the mercenary's head and wrapped the silver wire tightly around the mercenary's neck. With one end wrapped around his arm, no matter how hard the mercenary struggled, he pulled out the military dagger and stabbed forward. Amidst the roars, Yi Qian heard gunshots coming from the front. The battle had begun. Yi Jian forcefully pushed the dagger into the mercenary's body. As the mercenary roared even louder and struggled even harder, Yi Jian's entire body was instantly flung out and she fell onto the sharp stone beach. The silver wire wrapped around her arm showed no signs of loosening. She didn't immediately get up. Instead, she planted her feet on the rocks and pulled out her pistol. Along with the gunshots coming from the front, Yi Qian fired the first of his 12 bullets. Chapter 294. Bang! After the gunshot, the silver wire wrapped around her arm suddenly lost its strength. Her blood seemed to have drifted into the snow and wind, turning into bloody snow beads that fell on her face. All of this happened as the mercenary from an unknown country fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Qian ended this one-man fight. The metallic smell of blood was stronger than before. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After resting, she felt a burning pain on her back. She had been thrown to the ground just now and her back had rubbed against the sharp rocks. She was afraid that her flesh had been injured. She took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath, as if she was exhaling all the blood that had floated into her chest. It's nothing. This is the path you chose, and it's also the path you must go through. She murmured softly and adjusted her panting breathing. When she retracted the silver wire and wrapped it around her wrist, her beautiful face was as calm as before. The path you must go through, you are good, they are evil. As Xia Jinyuan said, soldiers were the last line of defense of the motherland. Fighting for the country and the people was righteous and good. In front, the gunshots were particularly fierce. Yi Qian rushed to the front of Uncle Xija's tent. The sound of the bullets seemed to have brushed past her scalp. She rushed to the tent entrance and shouted, "Yang Jin." After hearing the answer from inside, she entered the tent. Yang Jin recognized the voice of the Han Chinese girl who came to stay in her house. She walked out from the dark and said quickly, "It's very dangerous outside." "Where are you going?" The only thing she could understand was, "Where are you going?" "Be careful, hide well. I'm going out." Yi Qian used the Tibetan language she had learned to gently remind Yang Jin, who was lying in a corner of the ground. She picked up the sniper rifle left in the tent and went to the sniping spot. She set up the gun, put her eyes close to the night vision sight, adjusted the distance, and searched for the target in the green world. A man in Tibetan clothing entered his line of sight. He zoomed in and slowly focused on him. As the other party retreated, he could see that the man in Tibetan clothing would cover his waist with his hands from time to time. Xia Jinyuan had said that a high-ranking member of the mercenary group was injured. At this time, she found that this Tibetan not only did not hide in the tent, but had been looking for a hiding place outside. His whereabouts were already very suspicious. However, he couldn't just assume that there was something wrong with the other party based on his own guesses. He didn't immediately take action and turn off the red laser. He just kept aiming at the other party. Perhaps it was because the herdsmen were all brave. No matter how loud the gunshots were outside, no one ran out in a panic. In this area, they believed in the uniformed soldiers. In the eyes of the herdsmen, the soldiers guarding the border were their guardians. Every year, they would offer countless harder as a sign of their passion and respect. It was this kind of trust that made them choose to stay in the tent and wait for the gunshots outside to pass. What did the soldiers fight for? Naturally, it was for their country and the people they protected. Every bullet that was fired was a sign of their fearlessness. They were fighting bravely without fear of death. Yi Qian hadn't put on his military uniform yet, but he had already placed himself above the soldiers. He believed that he was a soldier from the bottom of his heart. When he saw Han Zheng holding a gun and chasing in the direction where the man in Tibetan clothing was hiding, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger of his sniper rifle. The laser flashed, and the bullet was fired. Chapter 295. In 0.3 seconds, the brain of the target, who was still hiding, was pierced by the sharp bullet. After a few centimeters, the bullet burst out of the brain and pierced through the tent with the remaining force, landing somewhere unknown. The target was lying on the side. In order to hit the target with one shot, Yi Qian chose the most brutal way of sniping. The sound of the gunshot made Han Zheng stop in his tracks. He seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the high ground and made an okay gesture. He then pointed to the front and signaled Yi Qian to snipe the second target. The sound of the sniper bullet didn't sound too out of place in the gunfight. Han Zheng informed all his comrades of Yi Qian's position through his earpiece. Successfully sniped the first target. There's still one more person, Little Fish. Lure him outside. Yi Qian is at the high ground. He can take care of Little Fish in minutes. The death of the leader of the mercenaries was a good thing for the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan adjusted his earpiece and said, "What are Yi Qian's coordinates?" Z7, report. After Han Zheng reported Yi Qian's coordinates and direction, Yi Qian saw Han Zheng make another gesture through the night vision scope. There's a target at 10 o'clock. Requesting sniping. She immediately aimed her sniper rifle at the 10 o'clock direction and aimed. Soon, she saw a black shadow moving slowly among a pile of rocks. The corner of Yi Jian's mouth curled up slightly. The crosshair of the scope firmly locked onto the target and moved along with the target's movements. The 7.62mm bullet flew out of the fireproof cap and flew straight at a distance of about 300 meters. Her sniper rifle had a range of 800 meters. With the wind speed at a distance of 300 meters and Yi Qian's calculations, the sharp bullet pierced through the air and hit the target in the back. The target was hit within 300 meters. The shooting stopped and the butter lamps in the tent lit up one by one. It was very calm. It was as if the herders had just woken up. There were no panicked screams or cries of fear. They were the descendants of heroes, so they were very calm in the gunfight. When Yi Qian came down with his sniper rifle, he saw a black shadow standing quietly on the rocky beach. Behind him was a majestic snowy mountain. He was like a snowy mountain. He stood there quietly with a majestic aura. He made people feel at ease. He made people feel that he could protect the peace of the area. Xia Jinyuan now, he was even more charming than he was a year ago. He was wise and calm in the face of enemies. He fought side by side with him. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, he was willing to walk with Yi Qian. There was no way back, only forward. With him around, no matter how tough it was, they could walk side by side. This was Xia Jinyuan's charm. His charm was incomparable. Little fox, are you admiring the night view? Or are you waiting for me to walk over? She stood not far away and did not move. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. His black eyes were as bright as the stars, rippling gently. I think you're waiting for me to walk over and give me a warm hug. He could quickly walk out of the smoke and fire of war and be himself again. Yi Qian heard this and immediately jumped over a rock. Unexpectedly, he felt a tearing pain in his back. The sudden pain came. Even Yi Jian, who had always been able to endure it, couldn't help but gasp. It seemed that the injury was a little serious, especially the side of the waist. It seemed that the skin and flesh had split open. Chapter 296. The sound of pain was particularly clear in the quiet night. Xia Jinyuan, who had been smiling, immediately put away his smile and walked over. Sit down. Where are you hurt? He put his arm around her shoulders and turned on the headlights on his helmet. In the light, they could see Yi Qian's beautiful face and his elegant, handsome face. Yi Qian didn't even have a chance to refuse before he helped her sit on the rock. It was late at night, the rock was really, really cold. In August, the temperature in the no man's land would drop to a few degrees below zero. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a phenomenon where blood spurted out and fell to the ground. Soon, Xia Jinyuan also realized that it wasn't appropriate to sit on the cold rock in the cold wind to check where she was hurt. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm used to being rough in the military camp. I'm a little, not very good at taking care of girls. Please forgive me." This was definitely the truth. As Han Zheng said, Xia Jinyuan was born into an aristocratic family. He was humorous and witty, but he had always been conservative when it came to relationships. At 21 years old, he really wasn't good at taking care of girls. Yi Qian wouldn't let him take care of her. As soon as his hand left her, she immediately stood up and said, "It's not a big problem. Maybe it's just a scratch. Aren't you going to clean it up? They're all busy downstairs. You haven't gone back yet. How can I be at ease?" Her refusal made Xia Jinyuan's lips curve slightly. "Come, make a choice. Do you want to carry her? Or carry her on your back? Pick one of the two. There's no third option." Yi Qian. Why does he like to act shamelessly in front of me? She tightened her grip on the sniper rifle and looked away with a faint smile. "No, I can walk on my own." What a headache. She wasn't really a 15-year-old girl. How could she deal with Xia Jinyuan? She couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't be as cold as she was with Yi Jifan's family, and she couldn't be too enthusiastic either. She wanted to maintain a gentlemanly friendship, but he liked to cross the line. No matter how smart Yi Qian was, she had no idea how to deal with relationships between men and women. When faced with Major Xia, who was acting shamelessly and teasing her from time to time, she couldn't do anything about it. "That won't do. Just now, every step you took was so painful that you gasped. We're still a few hundred meters away from the village. Won't you feel pain every step you take?" He smiled at the little girl who kept trying to find ways to reject him. Even though his deep gaze was deep and gentle, it was just the right amount of a man. "Calm." Yi Jian looked up and stared at him. The major, who had just finished a battle, had not taken off his helmet. The light shone on him, revealing his elegance, just like that of a noble young master. His silhouette was perfect, and his eyes were clear. There was a warmth deep in his eyes that could drown people. This Xia Jinyuan vividly expressed the delicate feelings and tenderness of a soldier. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and she smiled helplessly. "Captain Xia, I did choose the third option. But I don't have a third option." Xia Jinyuan maintained the smile she was most familiar with. It was elegant, noble, and especially dangerous. Just when Yi Qian thought he would continue to insist that there were only two options, the man who had always been unpredictable said slowly, "However, I've always respected girls." "Okay, tell me what your third option is." "Oh, I know even without you saying it. You can walk on your own, right?" Chapter 297. Yi Jian, who felt that she couldn't keep up with his pace, pursed her lips, took a step forward, and said to him, "Indeed, I can walk on my own. As for the road that I can walk on my own, I hope that I can walk it step by step. As long as I can walk on my own, I will persist no matter how difficult it is." Her injury was indeed serious. Just a small step was enough to cause her back muscles to spasm in pain. This time, she was on guard and did not show it. Instead, she took one step after another and brushed past him, once again widening the distance between the two of them. The smell of blood on her body completely exposed Yi Qian's injury. Xia Jinyuan's smile slowly disappeared and his eyes darkened. He turned around and looked at the stubborn figure that brushed past him. He sighed softly. "It's so hard to walk on your own. Silly fox, why don't you think of relying on others? If you continue to walk like this, you will be the only one suffering." Xia Jinyuan chased after her with a slight pain in his heart. She had her third choice. Then, He would give her a fourth choice. Since she had chosen to walk on her own, he would walk with her. Judging from the way she walked, her back was injured. He could not hug or carry her, so he could only help her carry the gun. After catching up, Xia Jinyuan melted all his helplessness into a smile. Come, give me the gun. We can walk slowly. Not only did he leave her with some dignity, but he also showed his respect for her. Yi Qian did not refuse again. If he did, he would seem pretentious and pretentious. He handed the gun over and smiled. Helping each other on the battlefield is also a form of friendship. Thank you. For now, I don't think we are comrades. Xia Jinyuan took the heavy sniper rifle and raised his eyebrows slightly. He jokingly said, "The army would not dare to recruit an underage soldier like you." Yi Qian glanced at him. "Didn't you say we were comrades? Why did you change your mind so quickly? It seems like you don't understand what a comradeship is. Just now, I said that I would give you two choices. If it were Han Zheng, there wouldn't be a second choice." When it came to education and brainwashing, Xia Jinyuan had always been good at both. As such, he began to explain to Yi Qian what comradeship was. "You were injured, so it was necessary for me to help you. This is also a reflection of the camaraderie between comrades. In the end, you rejected me without a second word. Little fox, you're the one who rejected my comradeship first." He had to let her know that trusting him and giving him her hand was not a difficult thing to do. If she was too tired, she could rely on him for a while. If Yi Qian was really a 15 or 16-year-old girl, she would definitely be fooled by his serious tone. Fortunately, she wasn't. Therefore, he maintained his composure and answered, "Captain Xia, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and your ability to fool people has improved a lot. What is comradeship? Other than helping each other, there is also encouragement. I encourage my comrades to face difficulties and overcome them. Just like what I did just now, you wouldn't have given Han Zheng a second choice because you knew he would persevere. That's why this little girl said I was a fox. She saw things clearly at such a young age. She even knew what comradeship was. She must have done some research." Chapter 298. "But you're a special exception, so I can't treat everyone equally." Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. His handsome eyes were as bright as the moon in the sky. If he continued, it would be a complete rejection. He had to stop talking about this topic. After thinking about it, he naturally changed the topic. "When you really wear the military uniform one day, I will definitely treat everyone equally." Yi Qian also secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was really afraid that he would say something else that would make her want to run away. One was an astonishingly talented hunter, the other was a cunning and intelligent fox. This was destined to be an evenly matched contest. Sorrowful cries came from the tent. It was Dima's wife crying. She already knew that her husband had been killed. Yi Qian stopped in her tracks and looked sadly at the tent where the cries came from. She remembered that once, her mother also cried like this. It was after her father died in an accident, her mother hugged her and cried. Not long after, the gentle and beautiful mother in her memory no longer came back with a smile. Instead, she was covered by a national flag and returned to the village as a small jar. Although she had memories at that time, she did not know what sacrifice was. When she arrived at Yi Zhifan's house, she was dragged into the kitchen by Sun Dongqing and beaten with a stick for the first time because she snatched an egg from Sun Dongqing. Only then did she know that she had become an orphan without parents. In her previous life, because she knew early, she was afraid early and developed a cowardly character that did not dare to fight with Yi Ying. Don't underestimate the Tibetans. They are a brave people. Even if Dima is not around, his wife will still take care of this family. Her sadness made Xia Jinyuan raise his hand and gently rub her hair. "Everything will be fine. There is no hurdle in this world that cannot be overcome. You were able to grit your teeth and walk away from Yi Zhifan's family to live a wonderful life. Dima's wife is a mother and will also be strong for her child." Yi Qian nodded gently and did not say anything. She silently returned to Uncle Xija's tent. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that little fox was so sad because she thought about her past. He had sent her to the tent and was about to leave to deal with the follow-up matters in the team. However, he changed his mind at the last minute and chose to stay with her. As she turned around, she did not see Xia Jinyuan's downcast eyes. He sighed and felt sorry for her because of her sadness. He glanced at the swaying shadows in front of him and the nomads standing outside the tent. Xia Jinyuan pressed down on his headset and said to the team members who were cleaning up, "Yi Qian is injured, so I'll accompany her for a while. After cleaning up, accompany the herdsman to the rocky beach and bring the unfortunate Dima back to the village. If there's anything we can help with, we'll do our best to help the Demas." G3 and the others were cleaning up the corpses of the 7 mercenaries. From the investigation to the registration, they had to be very careful. Hearing this, they said in a low voice, "We'll take care of the rest. Take good care of Yi Qian." After all, it was rare to meet a girl who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the male soldiers. Moreover, she was still a student. Yi Qian walked into the tent. The adults were not there. Only young Jin was sitting alone in front of the butter lamp. There was an unsheathed waist knife on the table and a 3-pronged gun next to it. Seeing Yi Qian come in, young Jin immediately got up to greet him and asked, "Are you okay? I was very worried about you." Soon, she saw the strange man who came in after him and stopped in her tracks. Chapter 299. Yi Qian walked up to her and hugged her gently. Since they couldn't communicate in Tibetan, they could only express their feelings through body language. Young Jin, who had gone to primary school, didn't know how to speak Mandarin. She hugged Yi Qian gently and looked at him curiously. She only looked away when he smiled at her. "Her back is injured. You need to be gentler." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing behind them, smiled and communicated with young Jin in Tibetan. "Next, I need to treat her wound." What Yi Jian could understand was that he was saying, "Thank you, sorry for bothering you." When she was about to ask young Jin to help her again, the enthusiastic Tibetan girl said a string of sutras and left the tent with her sutras like a butterfly fluttering in the grassland in June. Once young Jin left, Yi Qian frowned slightly. "My back is injured. Captain Xia, it's not appropriate for you to stay." She was really vigilant, as if she was afraid of what he would do. "Why are you afraid of an injured little fox?" He picked up the sniper rifle beside him and didn't mention Yi Qian's injury. Instead, he asked, "Where should I put it after removing it?" "Give me the bag." Yi Qian didn't feel relieved when he didn't mention it. Instead, he felt even more uncomfortable. "I'll do it myself. Can you go out first? I want to treat my wound myself. Let's see how it goes. Weren't you very strong on the mountain just now? Why are you in such a hurry to treat your wound now?" He sat cross-legged on the sheepskin rug on the ground and removed the sniper rifle from his hands. He looked up and saw Yi Qian still standing there. He couldn't help but smile and teased, "What's wrong? Did I make you angry?" His handsome face was full of confusion. He didn't seem to understand what Yi Qian wanted to do. What did he want to do? Yi Qian couldn't explain it himself. But Xia Jinyuan was sitting there and not leaving. It wasn't good. How was she supposed to take off her clothes? She clearly said that she wanted to treat her own wound. She didn't believe that she didn't understand. However, with the way he was acting, it would seem that she was overthinking if she said anything else. Yi Jian was a little discouraged. "Captain Xia, don't play dumb in front of me. My meaning is very clear. I need to ask you to leave now because," she was a little embarrassed, but she still enunciated each word clearly, "because I want to take off my clothes." "You want me, a 15-year-old girl, to take off my clothes in front of an adult man like you?" In return, he laughed heartily. His deep and handsome eyes seemed to reflect thousands of mountains and rivers. "Firstly, the person I asked young Jin to invite hasn't arrived yet. Secondly, you're injured on your back. It's not convenient for you to treat the wound yourself. Thirdly," he looked Yi Qian up and down from head to toe, then met her gaze like a gentleman. "I still know what it means to look away from indecent things." The sadness in her eyes had disappeared, and she had returned to being a strong and energetic girl. Also, in the past, the little girl's eyes would inadvertently reveal a trace of hostility towards the opposite sex, and there was also a haze that was not easy to detect. This time, other than the clarity in her eyes, the haze that seemed to have been there for many years had completely disappeared. She didn't hide it deeper, but it had truly disappeared. Chapter 300. Such a little fox, full of wildness and vigor. He really wanted to sit quietly like this, quietly watch, and then tease her. He wanted to see her face filled with the vigor that a girl of her age should have because of his words. She would be embarrassed, she would laugh, she would be flamboyant. She would be full of vibrant colors. There were hurried footsteps outside. Someone was coming towards the tent. Wuxia Xianxia stamped his feet and stood up from the sheepskin blanket. I heard the footsteps. It should be Yang Jin's men. I will wait outside. Call me if anything happens. Yi Qian rubbed her forehead. In her previous life, she had been forced to observe others secretly and carefully avoid minefields. But Wuxia Xianxia, she had never seen through him. Wuxia Xianxia walked out and saw Principal Chen walking towards him hurriedly. When he saw him, he immediately asked, "Is Miss Jen injured? Where is the injury? Is it serious?" "You?" He asked a series of questions. It was obvious how worried he was. "The injury is on her back. She told me that she fell on her back when she was fighting. I'm afraid it's serious. As for where it is, I don't know. She's like a porcupine. She's afraid that I'll stay." Wuxia Xianxia said helplessly, "I'll have to trouble this Tibetan girl to invite a herdsman's wife who knows a little. She won't refuse." When Headmaster Chen heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He gave some instructions to Yang Jin, who had already called people over, and then stayed outside the tent. He shook his head and laughed. This girl is really vigilant. When she goes to the front lines in the future, she won't differentiate between men and women. But it's good that she has some awareness. The herdsman's wife's scream came from inside the tent. Wuxia Xianxia, who was about to say something, was so shocked that he lifted the curtain and rushed in. At a glance, he saw a bloody wound on the side of his waist that was facing away from him. That injury made his pupils constrict. He walked to Yi Jian, who was lying on the bed because of his intrusion. He pressed one hand on her smooth shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Then, he immediately informed his team members, "Bring the first aid kit, including hemostasis, anti-inflammatory drugs, and normal saline over here. Hurry. Is it serious?" "Right away." J5 was the first to respond. He took out his first aid kit and G3's first aid kit. "I'm coming." K7 also took out his first aid kit. Han Zheng said, "You're injured too. Save some. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more." J5 position. "All right, I'll be right there." Han Zheng's crisp voice came through the earpiece. Not long after, the J5 rushed over with the first aid kit that Han Zheng had sent over. "Q King, come out and get it yourself." J5, who was already standing outside the tent but was blocked by Principal Chen, said in a low voice. Then he straightened his back and saluted to Principal Chen, "Sorry for making you worry." Wuxia Xianxia had said that Uncle Chen had spent 6 years in the Tibetan area. As a soldier, he could tell at a glance that this retired veteran had a pair of eyes that were sharper than any of them. And his hands, they were a pair of hands that could hold a gun. He stopped J5 because he didn't want him to rush in. If her back was injured, she would definitely take off her clothes. This girl even resisted Captain Xia, who was familiar with her, let alone other male soldiers. He took the first aid kit and said in a deep voice, "You guys have worked hard. We're here, so don't worry. Let's deal with the herdsman first. Don't leave any disputes." Chapter 301. If there are any financial losses, you can write it down first. But remember, don't ask for compensation in person. They don't need money. Headmaster Chen gave a few more words of advice based on his experience. It could be seen that even though he had retired from the army, his heart would always remain in the army. The herdsman's wife came out to get the medicine. After taking the 3 first aid kits, she hurriedly returned to the tent. Her expression was serious. It was obvious how deep Yi Qian's injury was. The J5 nodded slightly, saluted again, and strode away. In the tent, Yi Qian was lying on the bed. His back was illuminated by the butter lamp. His uninjured skin was fair and delicate. The curve of his back was slender and beautiful. It rose and fell like a mountain range. However, Such a perfect back was ruined by a bloody 5 centimeter long wound on the right side of his waist. It was like a landscape painting that was torn in half. Yi Qian closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to check his wound. He bit his lower lip lightly. He was so embarrassed that his whole body was stiff. Xia Jinyuan took off his helmet, gloves, and even his multipurpose combat vest. His expression was solemn. He said coldly, "Relax. If you're so tense, it'll shrink the wound. Not only will it hurt you, but it'll also cause you to lose more blood." Hearing his cold voice, Yi Qian gently exhaled. She was thinking too much. "I'm sorry to have troubled you in the end." He washed his hands in the Highland barley wine and put on the medical gloves in the first aid kit. Without looking up, he said softly to Yi Qian, "There's no need to apologize or say that it's troublesome. After all, you were injured because of us. Bear with it. I'll use normal saline to debridement and stop the bleeding." If it really hurt, Yi Qian felt that he was probably numb from the pain, so he didn't feel much pain. Her whole face was already as red as an apple. She nodded. She didn't even want to speak. Just now, he had rushed in like that. Luckily, she reacted quickly and threw herself on the bed. If she had been a second slower, her upper body would have been seen by him, but now, even his voice was so serious. It really saved her from embarrassment and helped her adjust her mentality as soon as possible. Yi Qian had the mentality of a little girl, but Xia Jinyuan's gaze had been fixed on her wound from the moment he rushed in. Such a long and bloody gash attracted all his attention, so how could he possibly look elsewhere? Yi Qian's body stiffened when the saline solution was poured on her. Her entire wound started to twitch. It was so painful that she had to bite her lower lip to stop herself from making a sound. "I'm afraid the bandage isn't enough. If it hurts, bite your sleeve tightly. I don't want to treat the wound on your lower lip after treating the wound on your back." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to clean the wound. His handsome face was so calm that there was not a trace of emotion. He calmly faced the wound that was even more hideous after being cleaned with normal saline. Cleaning the wound was an essential process. In order to reduce infection and inflammation, it was necessary to repeatedly rinse the wound with normal saline solution until the bleeding was completely stopped. After the debridement, he would then start to suture the wound. Silk thread was suitable for suturing skin tissue. Without anesthesia, when the first needle pierced the skin, Yi Qian's forehead was dripping with sweat. She bit the corner of her shirt tightly and endured the immense pain. After a while, Yi Qian's face was as white as a sheet. Chapter 302. 3 more minutes. Amidst the excruciating pain, Xia Jinyuan's voice was like a morning bell, carrying the power of encouragement through the heavy fog. Yi Qian, who was in a trance, gently blinked his eyes, murmured, He waited for the 3 minutes to pass. Field bandaging, field suturing, and wound management were all skills that every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to learn. Yi Qian originally wanted to remind him to use the simple interrupted suture technique to close her wound, but when he started stitching, he could feel that he was using this technique. The procedure was simple. Every stitch was tied individually, which was the most suitable for her current wound. 3 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan used cotton dipped in saline to disinfect the wound again, covered it with sterile gauze, and fastened the gauze with a bandage. The whole process took about half an hour to complete. It's about 6 centimeters long and 2 centimeters deep. You can see the texture of the skin. Little fox, oh little fox, you can really endure it. He took off the blood-stained gloves and put away all the medical equipment. He sighed to Yi Qian, who was still in a daze. "The male soldiers in the army don't seem to be as tolerant as you are. Come, tell me the truth. Did you reject my help just now because you don't like to be helped? Or because you don't like my help?" Yi Qian closed his eyes and answered with silence. How was she supposed to answer? Both. But if she really said it out loud, based on her understanding of Xia Jinyuan, he would probably get angry. Her intuition told her that angering a dangerous man was not a good thing, so it was best to keep silent. It was rare for her to be so shameless. Plus, she was injured and in pain for so long. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. He had enough time to wait for her answer. There was no way to put on the clothes again. Xia Jinyuan, who had tidied everything up, took a look at the environment of the tent and furrowed his brows. She couldn't move, nor could she put on her clothes. Even if she covered herself with a blanket, she couldn't cover her wound. If everyone slept in the same tent, they would more or less notice her naked back. There's no way to put on clothes. When Uncle Chen and the others come in, I'll sit in front of you and block them for you. Xia Jinyuan could only choose to use his body to block Yi Qian's smooth, jade-like, but flawed back. Girls should be more careful. At this time, he was reminding her that girls should be more careful. What was he thinking when he was on top of her and didn't get up? Xia Jinyuan, who was about to wipe her sweat with a bandage in his hand, found it funny that she was still silent. What do you mean by not saying a word? Are you giving me full authority to handle this? Or do you don't need me to block? His body had already gently leaned down, and his slender body perfectly covered her jade-like back. Then do you want me to go out? Xia Jinyuan, I'm injured right now. Yi Qian, who was completely covered by his body, was so embarrassed that her pale face turned an abnormal shade of red. In the past, she could have pushed him away, but now she didn't even dare to touch him. Moreover, her back was still bare. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yi Qian exposed her back in front of a man. Her embarrassment greatly pleased Xia Jinyuan. This humorous man only felt that it was his fortune to be able to see her embarrassment. Chapter 303. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that Yi Qian had exposed her back in front of a man. Xia Jinyuan, who was humorous and witty, felt that he was lucky to be able to see her shyness. He was glad that he was there during her most youthful years. His body temperature spread to the skin on her back through his combat uniform. It was hot and scalding, as if his scent had seeped out of every pore on her body. Yi Qian, whose expression was completely unnatural, closed his eyes. After he steadied his breathing, he calmly said, "Can you stay a little further away from me? Even if you're trying to shield me, you don't have to use such a method." "Captain Xia, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" "Misunderstood? How so?" Under the illumination of the butter lamps, Xia Jinyuan could clearly see that Yi Qian's ears were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. The bandage used to wipe her sweat was gently pressed against the side of her forehead. His deep and magnetic voice sounded like the strings of a zither. "What misunderstood? I'm just wiping your sweat so that you can sleep more comfortably. Don't think too much, little fox. How old are you? Why do you always think too much? Don't think too much, mature too early, and grow old too early." It took a lot of effort to make her remember him from time to time. Eating away at her shyness every day would probably make her unable to be shy in front of other men in the future. She would be able to maintain her cold and arrogant composure. Major Xia had indeed put in a lot of effort to make sure that Yi Qian would think of him when she was alone. For the time being, he couldn't say that he loved her. Love was equal, it was waiting for him, and it was loyalty. He couldn't afford to ask her to wait for him. He just needed her to remember that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, the first person she would think of was Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian knew that he was teasing her again. She decided not to say anything and let him wipe her sweat. In her heart, she was secretly pondering whether she should go back to the bookstore to buy a few books on men's psychology to read, so that she wouldn't be at a loss when facing such a man. Xia Jinyuan knew when to stop. She fell silent and put away the teasing look on her face. She said sternly, "You can't get out of bed for the next 3 days. I will keep an eye on you at all times. If you need anything, you can call me anytime within 24 hours, including going to the toilet. Jiao Yuan is injured. This is the most dangerous thing. I need to protect your safety at all times. After 24 hours, you can ask Yang Jin to help you. After 72 hours, you can slowly move around by yourself. 7 days later, I'll send a car to pick you up and leave the no man's land." 3 days later, he would rush back to the army to report on the completion of his mission. He would stay for 1 day in between, and on the 7th day, he would drive back just in time to pick her up and leave. After he finished speaking and wiped off his sweat, he stood up and allowed Yi Qian to take in a long breath of air that was free of his scent. If she could, She really wanted to run out and get some fresh air. I asked Uncle Chen to come over. The guys in my earpiece also said that they wanted to come over and take a look. Lie down and don't move. I won't be responsible if you're exposed. His stern tone only lasted for a while. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief, but she heard him teasing her again with a half-smile. Yi Qian raised her eyes and gently closed them again. She had an idea and smiled coldly. I won't let you take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for myself. You worked hard just now. I wanted to help you, but I didn't expect to cause trouble for you. Chapter 304. No, I don't think you're causing trouble. You left the wound to me without any hesitation. Little fox, I should be the one thanking you for trusting me. Xie Jinyuan had already sat down elegantly. He faced the tent and hid his gentleness, revealing a cold expression. I'll ask them to come over and take a look. You can sleep. As for taking responsibility, do you think I'll take responsibility? Yi Qian couldn't hold back anymore. She turned her head and stared at the man who had reverted to his old ways. She glanced at his arrogant sideburns and smiled. Then, Major Xia, are you willing to take responsibility? If you're willing to take responsibility, I've already shown you my back. You'll have to take responsibility. Little Fox was starting to argue with him again. Not bad, she completed the suture without anesthesia and still had the energy to stay calm and argue with him. Very good, at least she was in good spirits. Although it was ungentlemanly for a man to argue with a woman, what could he do? Little Fox was the only girl that he was interested in teasing both with her words and her actions. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. You can make a guess. Whether I'll take responsibility or not depends on your guess. Are you trying to turn the tables? TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Fox, you're still too inexperienced. He lifted the quilt and placed it under Yi Qian's waist. Then, he picked up a blanket and gently placed it on her shoulders. Only her waist, which was wrapped in a white bandage, was exposed. Even so, before Xie Jinyuan let Han Zheng and the others in, he sat up straight. When they wanted to check on the wound, he immediately blocked them. This made the other four little friends dumbfounded. What a shameless behavior. He didn't even see the wound and he chased them away. Was this what you call a visit? A man's head and a woman's waist. Even if Yi Qian is a student, she's still a female student. Just one look is enough. Looking at her more than once won't help her recover. His explanation was so dignified that his friends were speechless. K7 chuckled and gave Xie Jinyuan a meaningful look before leaving the tent. Outside, Principal Chen and Uncle Caesar were talking. K7 came out and joined the conversation. He was good at Tibetan and had no difficulty communicating. Soon, Uncle Caesar patted him on the shoulder and welcomed him to come back next time. A dog that bites doesn't bark. I bet K7 said something bad after washing socks for a week. I bet Uncle Chen will talk to Q King when he comes out. As a former instructor, J5 was very familiar with this tactic. The first step was to snitch, the second step was to provide examples, the third step was to distance oneself, and the fourth step was to sacrifice one's friends rather than oneself. Based on the current situation, K7 was in the fourth step. G3 put on the combat gloves he had taken off and slowly said in a gravelly voice, "What are you best at when you're a forensic doctor? So, don't be surprised." He turned around and glanced at the tent with a faint smile in his eyes. She was indeed an extraordinary woman. No wonder Q King treasured her so much. If she wasn't injured that night, Yi Qian wouldn't have felt sleepy. When he told her to sleep, she actually fell into a deep sleep. Usually, she was so alert that she would wake up at the slightest movement. Now, she was so asleep that she didn't even know when Han Zheng and the others came and left. Chapter 305. Yang Jin blew out the oil lamps one by one, plunging the entire tent into darkness. She slept on the new blanket, not daring to sleep with the injured Yi Qian. Outside the tent, Xie Jinyuan said with a cold expression, "Uncle Chen, Yi Qian's injury is not suitable for him to move. I will watch over him tonight and let Yang Jin take care of him after 24 hours. Although his injury is serious, he has a good physique." As long as the wound is not inflamed, he will recover quickly. Okay, I can rest assured that you will take care of him, but... Principal Chen glanced at Han Zheng and the others, who had not left, and said to them directly, I want to have a private conversation with him. You can all go and rest. It was definitely not convenient for them to listen in on private conversations. Moreover, they could vaguely guess what the topic was. Han Zheng smiled and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. Before he left, he said softly, extreme joy begets sorrow, young Master Xia. He was hugging a little girl and calling her my little fox, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. He was afraid that they would take a second look. Just now, his gaze accidentally fell on Yi Qian's exposed shoulder. Damn! He was sitting by the bed and glanced over as if he wanted to eat someone. His expression was one of prioritizing love over friendship. He had to let Uncle Chen teach him a lesson. What Principal Chen wanted to say was indeed related to Yi Qian. As for what he said, Han Zheng and the others did not know. Even Yi Qian did not know. It was already past 1 in the morning. Although the temperature outside was very low, it was still very warm sitting in the tent. They were not at Uncle Xija's house now, but at another herdsman's house. The master and mistress had both gone to Dima's house, leaving the 3 children to be taken care of. Principal Chen promised to take care of them until the master's family returned. There was a fire in the fireplace and it was burning brightly. Sitting by the fire, they felt so comfortable that they felt lazy. Xia Jinyuan did not speak. He waited for Principal Chen, who wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, to speak first. You have other thoughts about Zhen Yiling, don't you? Principal Chen did not beat around the bush. After sitting down, he directly cut to the chase. I can see that Major Xia is interested in Zhen Yiling. If it's a spur-of-the-moment thing, Major Xia, I advise you not to provoke an orphan. These words were a bit harsh. However, it was true that he truly cared about the little fox, which was why he was so direct in protecting her. Junyang smiled and said calmly, Uncle Chen, I have no intention of provoking Yi Qian. It's not a spur-of-the-moment thing moment. In the past year or so, although I've been outside, I've been thinking about myself and Yi Jian the most when I calm down. But thinking too much, it doesn't mean I have a relationship with Zhen Yiling, Yi. I think you also know that Yi Jian is still too young and is still a high school student. Even if I have feelings for her, I will prioritize taking care of her. I will not have any improper thoughts. Moreover, she has always been very vigilant, especially when interacting with foreign creatures. Occasionally, she would show an expression that would hurt people. This is similar to social anxiety. A year ago, her situation was considered serious. Now, it seems that she has improved a lot. However, she is not good at handling relationships with the opposite sex. This is her weakness. You and Uncle Zhen want to send her to the military to develop. With her ability, she will not be assigned to a place with many female soldiers. After many rounds of selection, she will definitely be sent to the front lines. However, if there are any obstacles in her path, it will greatly affect her military career. It had to be said that Xia Jinyuan was an excellent lobbyist. He was also very good at analyzing and thinking from their point of view. Everything he said just now was exactly what Headmaster Chen wanted to hear. Chapter 306. Xia Jinyuan would never fight a battle that he had no confidence in winning. He was already prepared to talk to Principal Chen and Uncle Zhen at any time. Therefore, every sentence he said now was watertight. Every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. When he saw that Principal Chen's originally cold expression had eased, he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He also understood that as long as he was considerate of Yi Qian, neither Principal Chen nor Uncle Zhen would stand up to stop him from getting close to Yi Qian. With a heavy gaze, he calmly continued, also, Yi Qian is too outstanding. In the future, she will definitely meet all kinds of outstanding men who will be attracted to her. I have to walk around her more in advance so that she will be more picky when choosing a boyfriend in the future. He was just short of saying, who told her to be so picky that Xia Jinyuan is the most suitable boyfriend for her. Headmaster Chen, whose expression had softened a little, instantly darkened when he heard this. This Major Xia was really scheming. No matter how intelligent Miss Zhen is, She may not be his opponent. She will definitely be at a disadvantage in front of him. No wonder when he was in Fujian town, as long as he was around, Miss Jen would definitely spar with him or be his sparring partner. So this was his plan. Even if Miss Jen wanted to find a boyfriend in the future, she could only look for him. Captain Xia, do you think you are suitable for Miss Jen? She is an intelligent but simple-minded girl. Do you think she will think you are the most suitable? Principal Chen was not an ordinary person. Thinking about Yi Qian's personality, he was able to pinpoint the crux of the problem. Xia Jinyuan did not immediately speak. His lips curled up into a smile. His elegant and handsome face was as calm as ever. He sat there casually, his deep eyes looking at the flames in the fireplace. His gaze and the fire intertwined and burst out with scorching heat. He raised his head and smiled at Principal Chen, who had a cold expression on his face. He slowly said, "I don't know if she will like me, but Uncle Chen, what I can tell you is that I am definitely a man worthy of her. Moreover, I am a soldier who has fought for the glory of our country all my life. There is only one Xia Jinyuan like me in this world. That kind of Yi Qian, smart, patriotic, loyal, that's the kind of person she needs in life, Xia Jinyuan." In front of the elders, Xia Jinyuan had always been gentle and elegant, and rarely showed his strong side. But this time, Xia Jinyuan instantly showed his oppressive side. His eyes were smiling, but they were arrogant and awe-inspiring. His expression was calm, but it was extraordinary. Even if he was smiling, it made people feel that this man was really dangerous. Principal Chen, who felt a chill in his heart, narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked over with a deep and probing gaze. It was as if it was the first time he had seen this gentle and elegant young major in front of him. He wasn't refined at all. He was clearly a wolf with deep thoughts and extremely strong patience. The wolf had already made its move, but it still depended on whether the prey would take the bait. Moreover, Miss Jen was a girl who did not like to be the prey. She was very ambitious. However, it was undeniable that there was only one Xia Jinyuan like him in this world. His ability was also very admirable, and he usually took care of Miss Jen very carefully. Principal Chen, who seemed to have thought of something, moved his eyes slightly and revealed an unfathomable smile. "Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, you really don't show off. I have known you for more than a year, but this is the first time I know what the real Captain Xia is like." Chapter 307. I will not interfere with your relationship with Miss Jen. Just as Captain Xia said, Miss Jen is still young and should focus on her studies. She is not suitable for a relationship at all. She is an underage student. Even if Captain Xia is interested in her, he can only give up. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xia Jinyuan could always inadvertently hit the nail on the head. Wasn't that right? Would a soldier dare to pursue an underage student? Commander-in-Chief Xia was the first person who would not let Xia Jinyuan off the hook. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He sighed and said, "So, I have to ask Yi Qian to raise her standards for finding a boyfriend in advance. This will effectively prevent her from being seduced by a little boy who has nothing while she is still in school. If she is more focused on her studies, you and uncle will be more at ease." In the end, he just wanted to prevent Yi Qian from being seduced by other boys when he was not around. Principal Chen laughed and made the fire burn brighter. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "We have been out for more than 10 minutes. We will have to trouble Major Xia for the night." The conversation seemed to have ended just like that, but Xia Jinyuan knew that this conversation was just a test. "Uncle Chen, you are too polite. Yi Qian has never been a problem to me, and she will not be a problem to me." Xia Jinyuan stood up and bowed politely to the world-class sniper who had immediately set up a small trap for him. "I won't disturb your rest. I will take good care of Yi Qian. Don't worry." Trouble? How could taking care of his little fox be trouble? He was more than happy to do so. He was definitely not afraid of trouble. Principal Chen had indeed set up a small trap for Major Xia. If he dared to show any signs of being afraid of trouble, then he would really have to trouble him to take care of Yi Qian for the night. Tomorrow, he could forget about taking care of Yi Qian. At night, as soon as Yi Qian moved slightly, Xia Jinyuan, who was guarding beside her, immediately opened his eyes. He patted her shoulder gently and used his gentleness to drive away Yi Qian's struggles in her dream. This was the second time she had killed someone. Yi Qian's dream was still a sea of blood. The roar echoed in her mind, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She was in a very restless sleep. She murmured something vaguely. Xia Jinyuan stood up and leaned close to her. He was shocked after hearing what she said. She murmured, "Captain Xia is right, Captain Xia is right." She repeated it over and over again, as if it would calm her down. "My little fox, you're also right. In front of the greater good, your choice is very normal." He patted her shoulder gently and whispered in her ear in a calm and gentle voice. He drove away her fear, drove away her nightmares, and returned her to peace. There was only one Xia Jinyuan in this world, and there was only one Yi Qian in this world. No matter who fell in love with who, all they saw was an evenly matched contest. The next day, Yi Qian woke up to the sound of bells ringing. It was the herdsmen driving their property, the yaks, into the mountains. The crisp sound of the bells seemed to come from ancient times, waking her up to the arrival of a new day. "You're awake." She still had her eyes closed, unwilling to wake up from this tranquility. A low voice with a faint smile suddenly came into her ears. Yi Jian was so shocked that she opened her eyes abruptly and saw Major Xia with his upper body naked. Yi Qian didn't know if she should scream or fly into a rage out of humiliation. Her biggest reaction was to widen her dark eyes. She didn't know what to say or do. Chapter 308. In the past, when she worked in the security company, she often saw the special bodyguards training, and these special bodyguards were often topless. In the army in Fujian town, she often saw topless male soldiers training. Not only was she able to look straight ahead, but even if she did, she was very natural and not shy at all. However, when it came to Xia Jinyuan, there were always some things that were out of her control. What should she do to be more natural? What should she say to avoid embarrassment? It was rude to keep her eyes open, but if she closed them, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Moreover, she was still sleeping in the tent, so why was he changing while she was sleeping? Did he not consider that if she woke up, it would be awkward? In the end, it was Major Xia's bad taste again. Yi Qian, who had originally wanted to close her eyes, decided to open them instead. If he dared to take them off, how could she not dare to look? But this time, Yi Qian was overthinking things. Major Xia, who was pulling up his pants with both hands, wasn't familiar with Tibetan men's attire. When he saw Yi Qian wake up and stare at him with a confused expression, he raised his eyebrows slightly and explained, "I can only leave in 3 days. It's too obvious to wear a combat uniform, so it's better to wear a Tibetan attire." Oh, yes, it's better to wear a Tibetan attire. Me too. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was in the same room as a topless man who was changing clothes. Although they were in a tent, but this was still a room. In the past, even if she saw a topless man, it was always a few of them, and she wasn't facing him alone. In terms of relationships, Yi Qian, who was as pure as a piece of white paper with a foreign man, replied awkwardly in a dry voice. Then she realized, the problem wasn't that she dared to look at him even if he dared to take them off, but, if she opened her eyes and didn't look away, it would be indecent to look. After she realized what was happening, she immediately closed her eyes in shock. "Xia Jinyuan, hurry up and put on your clothes. I'm still sleeping, why are you changing?" These words were clearly meant to be humiliating, but just by listening to the literal meaning, there was something wrong with it. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's sexy thin lips curled into a perfect smile. He was originally standing in the middle of the room to change his clothes. When he walked over, he stopped right in front of Yi Jian. She could see his slender legs, his lower abdomen, his abs, and his strong chest. She could see his sexy body with her own eyes. Yi Jian looked up at Xia Jinyuan. His deep and mellow voice sounded doubtful. "Little fox, why do I feel that something is not quite right with your words? You're still sleeping, so why should I change? Are you saying that I can only change my clothes when you open your eyes?" She could already hear the hint of a smile in his voice as he said lazily, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have changed when you were awake. Nonsense. I didn't mean anything else. No, I didn't mean it that way at all. Yi Qian had closed her eyes tightly when he came closer. Now that she heard him spouting nonsense, she opened her eyes in embarrassment and anger. She looked up at the man who was looking down at her and said, "Don't misunderstand me on purpose." She even dared to open her eyes. She had improved a little. Although it was an accident that she woke up in the middle of changing her clothes in the tent, it was still a pleasant surprise. Chapter 309. He wanted to avoid her for a while, but when he saw her shy expression, he decided not to. In Fujian town, the little fox would spend her summer and winter holidays in the army. There were plenty of half-naked male soldiers training in the army. She spent her days in the army and had seen the upper bodies of countless male soldiers. The only one she had never seen was him. He was confident in his figure and wasn't afraid that it would be worse than the other male soldiers in the army. He had already taken it off, and it wasn't like he did it on purpose in front of her. It was fine to let her admire his figure. He had to let her know what a man's figure was. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sometimes, he felt ashamed of his dark heart. In order to improve Little Fox's taste and mate selection, he was even using his looks in front of a 15-year-old girl. Commander-in-Chief Xia, oh Commander-in-Chief Xia, I hope you won't get so angry that you'll have a heart attack when you find out. After Yi Qian finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Xia Jinyuan was standing too close to her, and she was still looking at him with her eyes wide open. Even when she hurriedly closed her eyes, her gaze still swept across his muscular chest. When she closed her eyes, her gaze fell on his sexy abs and his beautiful green pants. Yi Qian closed her eyes tightly, and her heart trembled. She knew that her face was burning hot. She steadied her voice and said softly, "Xia Jinyuan, why are you standing in front of me? Even if you're wearing clothes, you should wear them far away from me. Also, don't misunderstand me." Misunderstand? Little Fox, are you saying that I misunderstood you? Sigh, sometimes you have too many meanings and it's too hard to guess. So, I can only guess from your literal meaning. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and took the Tibetan robe from the rack. I'm not standing too close to you. That Tibetan girl put the Tibetan robe I wanted to wear on the rack beside you, so I had to come and get it. If I didn't come and get it, I would have been half naked, and you wouldn't have dared to open your eyes. She was really adorable. It was not like she had never seen a male soldier shirtless, yet she was still so shy. How did she get along with all the male soldiers in the army? Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in his heart, took the clothes and lowered his head to look at Yi Qian, who had her eyes tightly shut. He was so close that he could see her long and thick eyelashes clearly. When he saw that her face was abnormally red, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why is your face so red?" As he spoke, he had already bent down. His right hand was holding the Tibetan robe, and his left hand was already reaching out. The back of his slightly cold hand gently pressed against her forehead, and his brows furrowed even tighter. "You're having a fever. Do you feel any other discomfort? What about the wound? Does it hurt? Do you feel any nausea, vomiting, or powerlessness?" He closed his eyes to hide the uneasiness in his heart. Yi Jian's body stiffened again as she was not prepared for it. The hidden awkwardness and shyness instantly gushed out from her heart like spring water. At this moment, not only was her face burning hot, even her body was burning up. She subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to push his hand away from her face. Before she could raise her hand, he placed the Tibetan robe in his right hand to the side and quickly pressed down on her wrist. "Don't move. I just stitched up the wound. Do you want it to split open again?" His voice was cold and deep. At this moment, half of his body was above Yi Qian's head. He had taken a shower with cold snow water before coming back to change his clothes. At this moment, not only did he have the refreshing scent of mint, but he also had the coldness of snow. Chapter 310. Wisps of it drifted to Yi Qian's nose and melted into her chest. Yi Qian realized that she couldn't breathe normally. Her hands were held down, and all she could breathe was his scent. Even her shoulders could feel his body temperature. She tried her best to calm herself down and said slowly, "I won't move. Please, move away from me. Also, Although the sun is out, the temperature is still very low. Major Xia, I suggest you put on your clothes to prevent catching a cold. You know that it's dangerous to catch a cold on a plateau in no man's land. As he spoke, Yi Qian felt herself gradually calming down. Soon, the temperature on her face dropped. I'm fine. I don't have a fever. I'm just not used to you being so close to me. The wound is very good. You treated it very professionally last night. I can feel that the wound is not inflamed. There's no nausea, vomiting, or weakness. It's because you're too close to me. She explained it clearly. Only by explaining it clearly could she gradually calm down. When Xia Jinyuan felt the back of his hand on her face gradually cooling down, he looked at her again. Her eyes were closed, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. He naturally retracted his hand. For a man who always knew when to stop, he wouldn't anger his little fox so easily. Looking at her beautiful face, which was like a blooming hibiscus, he smiled casually and said, I was too worried. I took a shower by the river just now. It wasn't convenient to change outside, so I had to go back to the tent. I wanted to quickly change while you were asleep, but who knew? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qian, who still hadn't opened her eyes, hurriedly interrupted, I know. Captain Xia is a gentleman. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. Xia Jinyuan's character was absolutely guaranteed. It was just that, sigh, he always liked to show that vague ambiguity, which made her a little unable to handle it. Let her fight with him. It would be more satisfying. Xia Jinyuan, who had already been praised, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. His smile deepened. He was a gentleman. Towards others, he would definitely be a gentleman. However, towards his little fox, when she grew up, he would no longer be a gentleman. As a man, he had to take the initiative and never let the woman he fancied be snatched away by other wolves. Very good. It's good that you didn't misunderstand. Give me 3 minutes. The Tibetan robe is a little complicated. I need to fumble around before I can put it on. Xia Jinyuan took the Tibetan robe in his hand again and began to figure out how to put it on while trying to put it on. It had been more than a year since he came to the snowy highlands, and this was the first time he was wearing a Tibetan uniform. Unlike wearing the combat uniform, which could be done in 1 minute, this would take a little more time. When he was a few steps away, Yi Qian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Elegant men always exuded calmness and confidence. That kind of Xia Jinyuan would always inadvertently make her heart pound. Stay away from dangerous men, you must stay away from them. Yi Qian felt that his breathing had become much smoother after he left. There was not enough oxygen in the highlands, so he felt much more relaxed. However, an even bigger problem had arisen. There were 3 exigencies in life. Earlier, when she was shocked by his naked upper body, she didn't think of the 3 exigencies. Now that she had calmed down, Yi Qian began to feel a little anxious. Are you done? Hurry up. This time, Yi Qian's little face was tense. His voice was a little hurried. 3 minutes have almost passed. Are you done yet? She was very anxious. She was in a hurry to release her bladder. Chapter 3:11. Xia Jinyuan, who had his back to her, did not notice her predicament. He was thinking about which piece of Tibetan clothing to wear first and which to wear later. The Tibetan girl was holding the lei rui that Tibetans usually wore, which was also commonly known as labor clothes. Little fox, I'm stumped by the clothes of my fellow Tibetans. I'm wearing a white shirt, but the left lapel is big and the right lapel is small. Come, help me see if this is how I should wear it. Xia Jinyuan turned around and tugged at the white shirt. I can't imagine how much time my fellow Tibetans spend on clothes every day. You have to give me some pointers. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long I'll have to wear this in the tent. Just now, he and the others had taken a snow bath by the river. Now, he was changing his clothes alone in the tent and hadn't gone out yet. He didn't know what those guys were thinking under Han Zheng's intentional influence. When Yi Qian heard this, she had no choice but to open her eyes. When the scenery in front of her came into view, Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. Even though she had already calmed down, her eyes still swayed. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a white silk brocade shirt that reached his waist, was several times sexier than before. The wide lapel of his shirt was open, revealing the beautiful texture of his chest. The white shirt was translucent, and it vaguely outlined the outline of his strong and narrow waist. When he breathed, his chest rose and fell slightly, along with his sexy abs. One was moving and one was still and the other was moving. Yi Qian felt that the frequency of her breathing was rising and falling along with his abs. Put on the tuba, which is this cotton and woolen robe with wide sleeves. Put it on. Yi Qian gently raised her finger and pointed. Her smooth and slender arm, which was as smooth as jade, glistened under the sunlight that penetrated the tent, as if it was covered in a layer of lustrous pearls. Xie Jinyuan's gaze gently slid over her bare arm. He thought to himself, it was indeed a good choice to cover her up last night. He had too much foresight. The little girl's skin, under the high-altitude ultraviolet rays, it was as tender as a peeled egg. It was so tender that it was truly beautiful. Retracting his gaze, he began to put it on under her guidance. Then, tie that rainbow-colored ribbon around your waist. Yes, that's it. Tuba, Xie Jinyuan picked up a red, green, cyan, and purple long belt made of different colors and said with a smile, "This is beautiful. I used to think that I could bring one of these back after I went down the mountain." Art piece, hurry up. Yi Qian wasn't in the mood to chat with him, so he urged, tie the chupa around your waist, and tie the sleeves behind your waist. The drooping part of the long skirt is at your knees. Inside the tent, Yi Qian was instructing Xie Jinyuan on how to put on the Tibetan uniform. From the inside to the outside, he taught him which one to put on first, and which one to put on later. Outside, Han Zheng and the others, who had already put on their clothes, gritted their teeth and rubbed their fists as they waited for Q King, who didn't even know how to put on clothes, to come out. "I don't believe that he doesn't even know how to put on clothes," J5 said with a smile, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile looked sinister. "The four of us are already dressed, but he alone still needs a student to teach him. Isn't it embarrassing?" The four of them had come to bid farewell to Xie Jinyuan. The matters in the village had already been settled. The herdsman who had been killed had been brought to a forbidden area that only Tibetans could enter for a sky burial. They would immediately set off for the military station and report all the information they had. Chapter 312. This time, they discovered that the mercenaries weren't just mercenaries. The person who was killed by Yi Qian's sniper attack was an active duty soldier from another country. If they hadn't found the identification badge in the soles of his shoes during the body search, they wouldn't have known that the person who was killed was an active duty soldier. This was something that needed to be investigated. An active duty soldier from another country had appeared in China with a group of mercenaries and killed one of our soldiers. What did this country want to do and what did they want? They needed to investigate further in secret. The Snowfield Brigade didn't need to worry about how to investigate and how the military would deal with it after the investigation. Early in the morning, they showered together and went back to the tent to change. The four of them had finished packing, but the Soldier King was still putting on his clothes. What was he trying to do by dressing so slowly? The sound of teeth grinding outside was like that of wolves grinding their fangs, occasionally accompanied by the sound of hua hua. Xie Jinyuan, who had finally put on his Tibetan clothes, didn't wait for Yi Qian to admire him and said in a low voice, "I'll go out for a while. The others are outside." Yi Qian couldn't wait for him to go out quickly. When he heard this, he immediately urged him, "Go, go, they must have something to tell you." At this moment, Yi Qian didn't even think about what kind of psychological experience the Snowfield Brigade soldiers outside went through when she taught Xie Jinyuan how to put on his Tibetan clothes. After Xie Jinyuan went out, Yi Qian, whose bladder was about to reach its limit, gently turned his body so that his injured waist was facing up. Then, he supported himself with one hand on the bed and slowly got up. After supporting himself, he slowly placed one foot on the ground and stood up very slowly. The whole process seemed to be in slow motion until he stood up completely. After sleeping on his stomach for the entire night, Yi Qian stood up and let out a long, comfortable sigh. She didn't dare to delay at all, because she was now the one who was topless. It didn't matter if a man was half naked, But a girl was definitely not. In particular, Yi Qian had already developed. Although she was still young, her curves were already exquisite. The two balls were white and tender, just like a pair of cute little bunnies. Even though there was a bandage around their waists, they were still so slender that they could barely be held. Unable to put on any clothes, Yi Qian took out a large ethnic shawl from his bag that he had bought from an old man in the Tibetan area. It covered him from his shoulders to his hips. Once his upper body was fully covered, he slowly squeezed his feet into his shoes and moved out in small steps. As soon as she walked out of the tent, she saw 4 soldiers standing in a row about 30 meters away. They were dressed in combat uniforms and deep combat boots. Both their aura and height were the same. When Yi Jian looked over, the first person she saw was Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a gorgeous Tibetan uniform. He looked handsome and masculine in his masculine appearance. Even without his military uniform, he was still the center of attention. I will return to the army in 3 days. The 4 of you should be careful on your way back. Uncle Chen has borrowed some yaks from the herders. After you get out of this no man's land, release the yaks on the grassland. Someone will bring them back to the village. In front of his comrades, Xia Jinyuan had a cold expression on his face. After he finished giving instructions, he saw Han Zheng pouting at him and laughing. Your little fox came out to take a look at us. Where is she going? TSK, TSK, TSK. She was indeed a little fox. She even managed to tame Xia Jinyuan, the wolf. However, she was indeed a little girl who was worth waiting for. In her simple world, she could clearly distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 313. While Han Zheng reminded Xia Jinyuan, he also reminded the rest of his comrades. They all looked towards the tent. They saw a slender figure wearing a skirt and a shawl moving forward with small steps. Although it was slow, she didn't stop at a single step and kept walking forward. Just like this young lady, she didn't admit defeat and didn't give up easily. No matter how difficult it was, as long as she could persevere, she would definitely persevere. Q King, you have good taste. J5 retracted his gaze and gave him a thumbs up. This young lady is very outstanding. It's just that she's still a little young. If you really want to do something, you'll have to wait. He used to be an instructor. Even though he was now a frontline special forces soldier, he still couldn't change some habits, such as constantly reminding his comrades to remember military rules and military discipline. The young lady was indeed admirable. When facing the enemy, she was really an outstanding soldier. She could fight side by side with them and they could trust her with their backs. Therefore, it was completely understandable that Q King and young Master Xia wanted to make her his. After being reminded by his comrade, Xia Jinyuan turned around and looked behind him. He saw that the person who covered himself up was moving slowly step by step towards the shadowy direction. Over there was. Xia Jinyuan's pursed lips curved slightly. Over there was the direction where the Tibetans went to relieve themselves. No wonder she kept urging him to hurry up. It turned out that there were 3 urgent needs in life. The most dangerous time had passed. Now that she could move step by herself, it was obvious that her wound had recovered well. Walking slowly was actually more beneficial for the recovery of her wound. The man who was still cold just now instantly smiled and said to the 4 of them, I'm fine here. I'll return to the army on time in 3 days. Q King, can you please give your comrade a little bit of a spring breeze drizzle? The class difference is obvious. I'm going to protest. Han Zheng saw and felt depressed. What a big difference, and such an obvious one at that. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. His sexy thin lips curved into a smile like a spring breeze drizzle. Why don't I smile like this when the girl you like comes next time? There was a deep meaning behind it. The 4 of them were all smart people. They instantly understood what it meant to be an all-round soldier king. Even K7 gave him a thumbs up and said, awesome. As expected of the all-round soldier king, this kind of deep battle is indeed deep enough. In the future, whenever we meet a girl that our comrades like, we'll put on a black face the whole time to set off our comrades' spring breeze drizzle. Han Zheng was very smart. He immediately understood what it meant to prepare for a rainy day. He also guessed what Xia Jinyuan meant. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes had a slight flicker of light. He chuckled, "Brother, there are some meanings that can only be understood but not explained in words. Do you understand?" They were all smart people. As long as they understood it in their hearts, there was no need to say too much. "Sometimes, it'll lose the fun if I say it out loud. Thank you for your advice." J5 bowed and said with a pained expression, "Only now did I fucking understand why I've been single all this time. It wasn't that the hardware wasn't good enough, but that the external environment hadn't been improved. If I had Q King by my side, I'm afraid my wife and children would already be on the bed. Q King, I'll leave my marriage to you in the future. Also, help me ask around and see if Yi Qian has a girl who's the same type as her. I'll book her in advance." Chapter 314. G3 kicked him in return. "There's a first come, first served rule for everything. You, back off. My life's most important event has yet to be resolved. You, go away." After coldly scolding J5, he said to Xia Jinyuan in a pleasant manner, "Q King, I'm counting on you too. When my child is born, he will acknowledge you as his godfather. Count me in." It was rare for K7 to join in the fun. His thin but handsome face was absolutely serious. "I also need to resolve my life's most important event." One after another, Xia Jinyuan smiled elegantly. "The revolution has yet to succeed. We still need to work hard. Once I succeed, it'll naturally be easier for us to settle down." The four of them nodded solemnly, indicating that they would support the all-round soldier king in all aspects. At the same time, they also made a long agreement with a wolf that was good at attacking people's hearts. They would fight in all aspects and set up an inescapable net just to lock down one fox. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He just didn't know how little Fox would react when she found out. However, no matter what kind of reaction she had, he would deal with it accordingly. Waving his hand, Xia Jinyuan bid farewell to his comrades and hurried towards Yi Qian's direction. He didn't rush over rashly as he was afraid of alarming Yi Qian. Instead, he found Yang Jin and asked for her help. Yang Jin was making yogurt. After hearing his request, she tilted her head and looked at the handsome soldier with a high-nose bridge and wearing a lotus-embroidered Tibetan uniform embroidered with peace and blessings. She smiled. "You look very masculine in your Tibetan uniform. You look like a man from the grasslands." "Thank you." Xia Jinyuan smiled. He realized that the girls who could talk to Little Fox were all straightforward girls. "I'm worried that she won't be able to handle it herself. Please look after her for me." Standing below, Xia Jinyuan waited quietly. Yi Qian was so embarrassed by Yang Jin's gestures that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Why, does he know everything? Since he already knew, what else did she have to hide? When she came back, she saw him standing in front of her, waiting for her to go over. Yi Qian groaned in pain. Why was she so embarrassed every time she saw him? However, as soon as Yang Jin heard her cry out in pain, the kind-hearted Tibetan girl was so scared that she thought something had happened. She raised her voice and shouted. The Tibetans living on the plateau not only had a strong lung capacity, but they also had a golden voice. Xia Jinyuan could hear Yang Jin telling him to hurry over from afar. Yi Jian, who had yet to understand what was going on and had yet to recover from the awkward pain, saw a tall and straight man running towards her. His figure was vigorous like a swimming dragon, and his footsteps were steady as if he was flying. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Did the wound split open again? Don't move, I'll carry you back. He sprinted over without even catching his breath. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down in front of Yi Qian. With his broad back facing her, he said in a deep voice, "Come up. Let's go back to the tent and take a look." Yang Jin also thought that Yi Qian's wound had opened, so she immediately helped her up. She carefully sent Yi Qian onto Xia Jinyuan's back. "Stay close to me, don't put any weight on your waist. Wrap your arms around my shoulders, and don't place your center of gravity on your hips." Xia Jinyuan waited for her to stick close to his back and calmly instructed her. Then, he slowly and gently got up. He was worried that Yi Qian would lose her center of gravity, so he intentionally leaned his body forward so that her entire center of gravity could be on him. His hands were not supporting Yi Qian's hips, but rather, they were holding Yi Qian's thighs in a gentlemanly manner. Chapter 3:15. To understand a person, he had to use his attentiveness to resolve her awkwardness and make her relax in front of him. Xie Jinyuan had no experience in love, but he understood Yi Qian and knew how to get close to her heart. Yi Jian was not a bashful person. She had already carried him on her back. If she was going to come down for no reason, she might as well thank him. She pursed her lips and said softly, "I was fine just now. Yang Jin misunderstood me. You don't have to worry too much. I always know how to take care of myself. In a situation where there is no one to take care of you, you can only take care of yourself. But now, I am here to take care of you. You don't have to feel burdened. Take care of yourself and I can rest assured." Her words made Xie Jinyuan sigh softly. His love for her grew even stronger. His heart ached for this little fox. She really made his heart ache. She had been strong for so long that she had forgotten that she could rely on others. His words made Yi Qian fall silent. She had always been used to taking care of herself and knew how to take care of herself. She knew that there was no one else in her life that she could rely on other than herself. But she could not refute Xie Jinyuan's words. He had good intentions, so he should not be treated like a needle. Yang Jin saw that there was nothing else for her to do, so she said something to Xie Jinyuan and skipped away happily. The gunfight last night did not leave a shadow in this warm and generous Tibetan girl's heart. He carried her on his back all the way, avoiding sharp rocks. His steps were steady without any bumps. His back was like a mountain. He used all his strength to give Yi Jian support, but at the same time, he embraced her like the sea. Yi Qian's face was gently pressed against his back. When she felt his body temperature, her expression was a little unclear. She thought that Xie Jinyuan was special in her heart. He was so special and so dangerous. She wanted to run away as far as she could. She did not need kinship or love. What she needed was to be strong and brave. She needed to rely on her own efforts to stand high and far away. She needed to crush those who had bullied her with her own hands so that they would never have the chance to bully her, and humiliate her in this life. Yi Qian was a girl with a firm mind. She had even gone through a death tribulation, so she was able to maintain her original heart. Even if she had wavered before, she was able to quickly correct her mindset. When she returned to the tent, Xie Jinyuan did not ask her why she went out just now, nor did he mention that she could tell him in advance if she needed to go to the emergency room the next time. He knew very well that these words of concern would only embarrass Yi Qian even more if he said them out loud. Occasionally pretending not to know was also a way to protect the other party's dignity. Slow down, don't use too much strength. Xie Jinyuan gently squatted down until Yi Qian's feet could touch the ground naturally. He used his strong waist to support her body weight, then slowly let go. I'll let go now. Stand up slowly, don't rush. Yi Qian wanted to recover as soon as possible, so she did not dare to be too careless. As she stood up slowly, her hands had to keep the shawl from slipping down. When she lowered her head to cover it, Xie Jinyuan's helpless voice came clearly from above her head. Don't cover it, I'll close my eyes. I won't take a second look. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, but because of his words, her hands tightened around the shawl. Chapter 3:16. After that, Yi Qian felt that she had overreacted. Fortunately, Xie Jinyuan closed his eyes in a gentlemanly manner and did not notice her overreaction. After exhaling softly, Yi Jian said, "Please forgive me. I'm a little unnatural and I'm not used to being taken care of by others. That's why I sometimes overreact. Please forgive me, Captain Xie." Yi Qian felt that it would be easier for her to talk about her discomfort and that it would be easier for her to face him. Moreover, she didn't think that her abnormal behavior could be hidden from Xie Jinyuan's eagle-like eyes. He saw it clearly. That was why she chose to close her eyes and choose not to ask to resolve the awkwardness. Instead of pretending, she might as well tell him clearly and let him know that she was such a person. You are indeed a little fox. After opening his eyes, Xie Jinyuan raised his hand and flicked her forehead with his slender finger. I know you're not used to it. I believe you can see it too. I'm trying to get you used to it. It was natural that she was not used to it, So he needed to work very hard in this short period of time to leave an impression on her so that when she calmed down, he would appear in her mind. Comrades in arms help and assist each other. When you are injured, I will take care of you. This is not a process that you need to get used to, but a process that you must accept. In the future, you will not only take care of yourself on the battlefield, but also take care of the brothers who are fighting side by side with you. Remember, little fox, you are not alone. I, Dad, and Uncle Chen are all people that you can rely on. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at her toes. After he finished speaking, she slowly said, Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen are indeed family members that I can rely on. As for Captain Xia, she raised her head again and a sly look flashed across her starry eyes. She smiled and said, As for you, Captain Xia, I am not one for the time being. One day, when I put on a military uniform and become a real soldier, I will think that we are comrades who can rely on each other and help each other. Right now, we can only be considered as soldiers and civilians. Against Xia Jinyuan, she had no choice but to stall for time. It would take at least 3 years for her to wear a military uniform. 3 years, a few hundred days and nights, was enough to change many people and many things, including forgetting. The meaning behind her words made Xia Jinyuan fall silent for 3 seconds. Then, his thin lips curled up, and his elegant and handsome face was as calm as the wind and clouds. Now, you're just short of a military uniform. You've worked with us 3 times, right? Not only do I think of you as our comrade in arms, even Han Zheng and the others unanimously think of you as our comrade in arms. In our hearts, those who have fought side by side are comrades that we can rely on. All right, my little comrade, I need to check your wounds. Now, please be obedient and lie down gently. Uncle Chen, oh Uncle Chen, now I understand why you had that mysterious smile on your face before you left last night. The person who stopped him from being with the little fox was not Uncle Chen or Uncle Zhen, but the little fox herself. She had always wanted to cut ties with him and even said that they could only be comrades after she put on a military uniform. It would take at least 3 years for her to wear a military uniform. 3 years, a few hundred days and nights. She was thinking that as time passed, their relationship would fade. Chapter 317. Little Fox, oh Fox, you're so smart. I really have to deal with you at any time. Yi Qian knew that he had seen through her. She pursed her lips and sighed softly in her heart. She really wanted to ask, Xia Jinyuan, what's going on in your heart? Look at him now. Who knows what he's thinking? Comradeship, deal. Since he said they were comrades in arms, then they were comrades in arms. It was exactly what she wanted. Comradeship was the relationship she wanted the most. Next time, if he dared to do anything ambiguous or say anything ambiguous, she would just solve it with violence. Outside, Principal Chen had his hands behind his back and was whistling a Tibetan song. He had a cold smile on his face as he walked towards the yak herd. Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, no matter how fierce a wolf is, it has to tighten its claws when it comes to someone who can make it soft. What's more, Miss Jen isn't a prey that's easy to hunt down. She's smart. With Xia Jinyuan around, Yi Qian didn't have to rely on anyone else. The first day, after checking her wound and changing her bandages, he taught her how to speak Tibetan and occasionally mentioned some interesting things that happened in the army. During the winter break of my 2nd year at the military academy, I was sent to the army. The place was even more remote than Fujian town. The soldiers in the army only received 1 letter from home every 1 or 2 months. On the 15th day I was there was a letter from the army. A squad leader took the letters from a few classes to the field and told me and a few other classes that if they thought it was from their girlfriends, they should do 50 push-ups. When the recruits heard this, they all rushed to do push-ups. I didn't do it at the time. There were about 10 people doing it together. The squad leader had 4 letters in total, so only 4 people had letters. If the others didn't have letters, wouldn't they be doing it for nothing? Yi Qian listened to these interesting stories with great interest. Seeing him stop, he smiled and said, "Why don't you do it? What if it's from your girlfriend?" It was normal for such an outstanding and eloquent Captain Xia to have a girlfriend in school. Of course I won't do it. If I don't have a girlfriend, it would be for nothing. After 50 were done, The class leader asked the recruits to come up and pick up the letters. He asked each recruit, "Is she your girlfriend?" 2 of the recruits answered yes. The squad leader put on a fake smile and said, "Since it's such an important letter, then make a few more." After he finished speaking, he asked the other recruits how many would be suitable. Under normal circumstances, it should not be less than 200. Later, we heard that the class leader didn't have a girlfriend, so he felt unbalanced. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that her shoulder blades were slightly undulating, and her slender waist was trembling slightly. Xie Jinyuan, who was lowering his head to change the sterile gauze on her, couldn't help but laugh. "Is it that funny? Then I'll have you to laugh at." Fearing that she would laugh too much and open up the wound that had already begun to heal, he raised his head and reminded her. Just as he raised his gaze slightly, his deep black eyes instantly darkened. In front of him, her slightly undulating back glowed like a pearl under the sunlight. Her undulating lines were perfect and graceful. It was a gentle beauty that no words could describe. Her shoulder blades, which looked like they were about to spread out and take flight, gently trembled. He could faintly see the little white bunny in front of her chest as she crawled. It was also gently trembling with her laughter. He inadvertently raised his head and discovered her beauty. Suddenly, it fiercely crashed into his heart. From then on, it left the deepest, most beautiful, and most gentle memory in his heart. Chapter 318. This kind of inadvertent beauty was often the most direct and most memorable. Xie Jinyuan almost panicked and shifted his gaze away from her beautiful back. When he lowered his head, his sexy Adam's apple bobbed up and down slightly. He steadied his breathing and said, "Don't laugh so hard. Your wounds are starting to heal. You can't open them again." If this went on, he felt that he would become more and more of a beast. But when it came to matters in the army, Yi Qian was completely open. Her eyebrows curved like crescent moons as she laughed and said, "I realized that every big shot in the army is evil. Wasn't I in the army during the winter break last year?" When a recruit joined the army, the regiment commander went to the capital for a meeting. When he came back, he was wearing casual clothes. When it was time for dinner, the regiment commander went to the cafeteria to get a green onion and prepared to dip it in sauce. Uncle Tongzhen and I were making dumplings in the cafeteria when a recruit from Sichuan sneaked in and bumped into the regiment commander with a green onion in his hand. The recruit whispered to the regiment commander, "Sir, do me a favor. Bring me a cigarette when you deliver the food tomorrow. Just one cigarette to relieve my boredom." The regiment commander was afraid that I would say something, so he gestured to me with his hands behind his back, indicating that I should just watch from the side. He pretended to ask questions and clearly asked which platoon, squad, and class the recruit was from. As you can imagine, the platoon leader, captain, and squad leader led a group of recruits out to run with weights the entire night. Before the regiment commander gave the order, he only said, "I know you guys are too bored, so I'll relieve your boredom." After running with weights, the regiment commander, who had slept the entire night, stood at the entrance of the camp and waited for the platoon leader, captain, and squad leader to return with the recruits. When he saw them, the regiment commander smiled and said, "I'm just a delivery man, so I still have the authority to control you recruits. Until now, the platoon leader and the others still don't know which insensible recruit treated the regiment commander as a delivery man. I didn't say anything either, I just secretly laughed behind their backs." When it came to matters in the army, Yi Qian's entire demeanor changed. Like the rising sun, he was full of vitality. She spoke happily, but she didn't realize that she was like the most beautiful painting, slowly spreading out in front of Xie Jinyuan. His body, his heart, and his eyes could only see her beauty. After going through so much, she was the one he was looking for. The sterile gauze was gently covered. Xie Jinyuan looked up slightly and stared deeply at it. He lowered his head, closed his eyes sincerely, and kissed the gauze gently with his warm lips. It was an extremely light kiss, like a feather brushing past, but it only caused ripples in his heart. It did not startle Yi Qian in the slightest. "Are you done, Captain Xie?" Yi Qian didn't move when he felt Yi Qian put on the gauze. He was caught off guard and asked with a smile, "You don't have any more bandages? Why don't we just use tape? It should work too." "No, I'm thinking about whether I should tie a beautiful knot on the gauze, Xia Jinyuan replied calmly and asked very seriously, what do you think? Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled, no matter how beautiful the knot is, I won't be able to see it, so there's no need for that. She didn't know that he kissed her. Even though there was a layer of gauze between them, for Xia Jinyuan, this was the first time he had intimate contact with Yi Qian. After he kissed her, Major Xia sadly realized that it wasn't him who left a good impression in front of Yi Qian. His little fox didn't do anything. In the end, she didn't stay by his side that night and started thinking about it before she even fell asleep. Chapter 319. When Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes again, he got up with a bitter smile. Fortunately, he didn't need to take off his Tibetan clothes in the middle of the night, so he didn't need to tidy up and go out directly. When he walked out of the tent, he consciously walked towards Yi Qian's tent. Just a few steps away, he saw a faint red flickering under the bright moonlight. Still not resting? Headmaster Chen had already seen clearly who came out of the tent. He joked, with Yang Jin guarding tonight, Captain Xia can have a good night's sleep. Xia Jinyuan smiled bitterly and walked to Principal Chen who was smoking. He sighed and said, I finally understand why you smiled that night. You know Yi Qian well. It's not easy to win her heart. Captain Xia, you have to know that the older the wiser. As for me, I'm 2 rounds older than you. The amount of salt I've eaten is no less than the amount of rice you've eaten. She's not an ordinary girl. She's very powerful. Previously, there was a boy named Gao Yang. I could tell that this boy was interested in her. His family background was also very good. However, little Jen didn't have any feelings for him at all. In her eyes, family background isn't an advantage, and it's not worth it for her to waver. Captain Xia, you're on your own now. After that, Principal Chen smiled and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. He said earnestly, Uncle Jen and I both hope that little Jen is a responsible and independent girl. If she is really easily won over by you, ha ha ha, then she won't be the little Jen we like. This was the reason why Principal Chen and Uncle Jen didn't stop Xia Jinyuan at all. The truth was that they knew from the beginning that Yi Qian was not easy to win over. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. After a bitter smile, he revealed a calm and confident expression. It's good news for me. She doesn't like Gao Yang, and she doesn't like Xia Jinyuan. One is rich, and the other is handsome. Well, the little girl has high standards. It's really something to be happy about. Ha ha ha, you're right, you're right. As Captain Xia said, I really don't have to worry about little Jen falling in love at such a young age. Principal Chen laughed even louder. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his laughter. Good luck, Major Xia. Falling in love with little Jen? This was a test of one's patience. If he really persevered, it would be a good thing. Both of them were in the army. At least they could walk side by side and understand each other. Under the starry night sky, Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly and said elegantly, I never change my mind about the things I've decided on. No one will interfere. Not even my family can influence my decisions. This was to tell Principal Chen that he was definitely not doing this on the spur of the moment. Moreover, his family background was not a problem. That was why Xia Jinyuan was said to be a very reassuring man. He would always be the first to speak out other people's concerns. The certainty in his words made people feel his sincerity. Every word he said was powerful and resonant. Principal Chen did not immediately express his opinion. He would not be swayed by a few words from a young man. Distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. A person's heart was the most fickle. It was better to wait and see. On the 3rd day, under Xia Jinyuan's care, Yi Qian's injuries had recovered to the point where he could walk with lighter steps. He no longer had to worry about inflammation every day. Chapter 320. Yi Qian had been hoping for her wound to heal quickly, so she was especially careful. Now, she didn't need to lie on the bed and let Xia Jinyuan change the sterile gauze. She could sit down so that it would be more convenient for him. After changing the gauze this time, you don't have to change it again. Although the wound is healing, remember not to move too much. After changing the dressing, it was almost time for Xia Jinyuan to leave. Before he left, he reminded her in more detail, don't touch the water or climb the slope. If you want to go outside to get some fresh air, walk around the tent. Today is the 3rd day. After the 7th day, I'll drive over to pick you and Uncle Chen up. After changing the gauze, Yi Qian put on a shawl to cover the curves from her shoulders to her slender waist. She smiled and said, I'll be careful. Don't worry, I also want to leave as soon as possible. I have to report to school in a few days. Her high school life was about to begin. She was looking forward to it. Number 1 middle school is not bad. So far, there have been a few students from military schools. However, there are none from the National University of Science and Technology. If you can get in, you'll be the pride of the school. Xia Jinyuan found out from Principal Chen that she had given up on the provincial number 1 middle school and chose number 1 middle school because it was closer to Fujian town and she could come back anytime on Saturday and Sunday. High school is much more important than junior high school. You should take care of your studies while training. Otherwise, if your grades drop after training, it will be as difficult as getting into a military school. This time, there was a 1-month break after leaving the mountain. He would see if he could send her directly to number 1 middle school. Xia Jinyuan made up his mind and did not stay in the no man's land for long. After giving a few instructions, he stood up without hesitation. I'll be leaving first. Take good care of yourself for the next few days. When he stayed, Yi Qian really wanted him to leave quickly. Now that he was really leaving, she felt a little uncomfortable. She stood up quickly and turned around. She saw that his mountain-like figure had already walked to the curtain of the tent. Just as she was about to catch up, Xia Jinyuan stopped abruptly. He lifted the curtain with one hand and looked back with a deep gaze. Bon voyage, Captain Xia. All of a sudden, Yi Qian felt a little uneasy. Under his burning gaze, he said softly, return to the military depot safe and sound. Xia Jinyuan was about to take a step out of the room, but when he saw her looking at him with sparkling eyes that seemed to be filled with reluctance to part with him, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly turned back. Yi Qian was startled by him turning around. Dai Qing furrowed her brows and looked nervously at the man who was striding back. She couldn't help but purse her lips. His gaze was too scorching, bursting with light like the sun. The heat was so great that it seemed as if the slightest bit closer would cause one to turn into ashes. This feeling made her unable to get used to it. What a sly little fox. She always took a step back just as he was about to take a step forward. When he took a step back, she would carefully take a step forward. This kind of advance and retreat was really sweet torture. Xia Jinyuan walked closer with a faint smile on his thin lips. He was so close that she could feel his breath on her jade-like face. When he saw the faint blush on her face, he smiled and sighed. Oh, you. The word you was filled with inexplicable helplessness and endless affection. His slender and strong arms gently wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her gently into his embrace. I'll be safe and sound too. You too. Rest well. You're still young. Don't think too much. Chapter 321. I wanted to leave in a more natural manner without looking back. Who knew that when I turned around, I would see a little fox looking at me with teary eyes. Sigh, forget it. I'll just come back and comfort my little fox for a while. Yi Qian's body had been stiff ever since he suddenly pulled her into his arms. When she heard what he said, she immediately lifted her head and looked up. She was both angry and amused. Captain Xia, your eyesight is really bad. I just wanted to send you off to show how much you've taken care of me these past few days. Why, oh, it seems that I misunderstood again. He smiled and interrupted Yi Qian. A sweet misunderstanding. Little fox, if you really want to thank me, don't say anything in 3 seconds. His kiss fell softly along with his words, landing beside her forehead. His thin lips pressed against her skin, bringing a warmth that could make one's heart tremble. He paused for about 3 seconds before leaving. His voice was as clear as water as he smiled and said, I'll come to pick you up soon. A kiss goodbye as a way of thanking me. Yi Qian's body became even stiffer. Even after he left, she was still stiff in the tent and didn't move for a long time. Her eyes were still wide open in shock. Obviously, she still hadn't come back to her senses. A kiss as a way of thanking him? What a twisted logic. She raised her hand and wiped her forehead. Yi Qian was once again defeated by Major Xia's shamelessness. A kiss as a way of thanking him. She didn't want to use this method of thanking him at all. Yi Qian's hand stopped on her forehead. After standing there for a while, she slowly walked out of the tent. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking far away with a few herdsmen. He wasn't wearing his combat uniform. He was still dressed in his gorgeous Tibetan clothing. When he walked with the herdsmen, he looked like a noble young master. He had an imposing appearance and his every movement was incomparably noble. She didn't see the expression on Xia Jinyuan's face when he left. His elegant and handsome face always had a faint smile like the moon. When he was chatting with the herdsman, the smile in his eyes never disappeared. His gentle and elegant expression made his features even more exquisite and handsome. His mind was filled with the image of Yi Qian's confused expression after he kissed him. Yi Qian's wet eyes were wide open, and he looked so adorable that he wanted to kiss him a few more times. Unfortunately, he could only give her a little taste. If he kissed her again, it wouldn't scare her silly. Instead, it would make her angry. This time, Xia Jinyuan was much faster than when he came. After riding out of the no man's land, he immediately contacted the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Soon, he got into the jeep sent by the military station and rushed back to the base. On the 7th day, Yi Qian did not see him. He only saw a jeep from the military depot. The driver was a motorized soldier with 8 years of driving experience in the Tibetan region. He was a motorized soldier sent by the military station and was also the soldier that Xia Jinyuan had arranged to pick up Little Fox. Why didn't he come? Yi Qian didn't ask. If he couldn't come, he must be out on another mission. When he returned to Fujian town, there were still 3 days before the start of school. This time, he didn't go back to Yi Qian's base. The wound on his waist didn't need gauze anymore. After the military doctor from the base examined him, he smiled and said, "Captain Xia's skills are good. The stitches are done well. There will be a scar, but it's not a big problem. You don't have to worry about taking a bath. It won't affect the start of school." When Uncle Jen heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "That's good. Thank you for coming here." Chapter 322. Yi Qian hadn't returned yet, but the military doctor from the platoon had already arrived. It was as if he knew that Yi Qian would return today and had been waiting at home for a long time. When the military doctor mentioned Captain Xia, Yi Qian knew that he had specially arranged for this to happen. He wasn't there, but his presence was everywhere. "You're welcome. This is what we should do." The military doctor tidied up the simple medical kit and reminded him with a smile, "Yi Qian, don't come to the platoon for the next few days. The male soldiers in the platoon don't know how to hold back. Also, you still have a few days before school starts. Rest well at home." He looked at her and started joking again. "You've been missing for a month. The regiment commander and the political commissar have been nagging about why you haven't come to the platoon. Is it because you guys secretly roasted pheasant last time? They criticized you so harshly that you didn't dare to come over. As for me, even if I stayed in the infirmary, I was still nagged about it. The regiment commander kept nagging about me, and I really didn't dare to go. The first time I was caught secretly roasting pheasant, I was already traumatized." Yi Qian put down his t-shirt and smiled. "I'll return to the platoon after the regiment commander completely forgets about this incident." "Thank you for your hard work today." Everyone in the platoon knew who Yi Qian was. A little girl like her was even more hardworking than the male soldiers. Her shooting accuracy was the highest in the platoon, and she dared to compete with the elite soldiers. This little girl was born to be a soldier. Even the soldiers in the kitchen recognized her. Hearing this, the military doctor laughed and said, "I'll definitely pass on your message." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about this." As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his medical kit. "This is the pension from the military. You're the orphan of a martyr, so you'll receive a pension every year until you graduate from university. Here's $2,000. It's not a lot, but it's enough for your living expenses." When it came to money, the military doctor spoke quickly, afraid that Yi Qian would refuse. The political commissar said that if you have any objections, You can talk to him personally. Anyway, what he means is that he has fought with all kinds of soldiers for more than 10 years. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with a little girl like you. Yi Qian knew that they were doing this for her own good. She took the envelope and smiled. Okay, I got it. I won't let the army down. What she needed was not gratitude, but hard work. Only hard work would not disappoint her. We can all see that you are a good kid. Do your best. When the military doctor saw that she accepted it so graciously, he was even happier in his heart. The army had fought for it for her, so naturally, they hoped that she would accept it. If she rejected it, the army would probably not fight for her in the future. The little lass had always been able to differentiate clearly. It was no wonder that the commander thought highly of her. Yi Qian really needed the money. Her high school tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and the school gave her 100 renminbi a month for her living expenses. However, she still needed to pay for her study materials, especially since she needed to finish her high school studies within a year and a half. She needed countless materials and test papers. Don't feel burdened. This is the army's affirmation of you and their training for you. After the military doctor left, Uncle Jen looked kindly at Yi Qian, whose eyes were slightly red. Good kid, don't treat this money as a burden. Treat it as motivation. Work hard and walk steadily step by step. This is what the commander and the political commissar expect of you. Back then, the army gave a pension to Yi Zhifan. More than 10 years have passed. No matter how much money there is, Sun Dongqing will calculate it until there's not a cent left. Moreover, she might even say that she's been paying for it. That's why I haven't mentioned it. You don't have to think about it either. Just know what you're doing. Chapter 323. Yi Qian nodded. I'll listen to you. These aren't things I should care about. They're not worth my time. Don't worry. I know what I need. After a slight pause, she smiled. Actually, Sun Dongqing didn't take much of the money. Most of it was given to my aunt's family by my grandpa and grandma. A few years ago, when they came back, I only mentioned the money. My aunt cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang herself. She said that my niece was forcing her to her death. These things. I won't hide it from Grandpa General. I'll remember them. I won't get involved with my dad's relatives. Now that I've moved out, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Uncle Jen remembered what happened a few years ago. Yi Zhixiang, the woman from the Yi family who took away all of his sister-in-law's pension and didn't come back for a few years, sneaked back to the village on New Year's Eve. He didn't know what happened. She beat Yi Qian up and left him outside. If the village chief, Zhong Feud, didn't pick up Yi Qian on the way home from drinking, the girl in front of him would have been dead. That year, he was in the army for Chinese New Year. When he came back, it was already the 4th day of Chinese New Year. Yi Zhixiang's family had already left the village. Since then, he didn't go back to the army for Chinese New Year. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Girl, think about the future. Think about your future. Think about your future. Uncle Jen tapped his opium pipe on the ground. Behind the smoke, his eyes were cloudy. You live your life, and they live theirs. Let's mind our own business. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes. Her hand that was rolling the cigarette for Uncle Jen paused. Her eyes gradually darkened. She looked up and saw Uncle Jen leaning to the side and smoking. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about the Yi family. Yi Qian wanted to ask about Yi Zhixiang's family and her uncle, but she didn't know what to say. Because every time she mentioned the Yi family, Uncle Jen didn't want to talk about it. Forget it. She shouldn't think too much about the Yi family's matters. She wouldn't even ask about tuition fees or living expenses. To Yi Qian, money was not her main concern, but to Sun Dongqing, money was her life. Ever since she found out that Yi Qian had returned to the village, she had been packing her luggage at home, preparing to return to town early the next morning. Ying, quickly call your father and ask him to send a car to pick us up tomorrow. You talk to us every day about being incorruptible, but in the end, you only know how to enjoy yourself. I heard that that wretched girl Yi Qian has returned to the village. I wonder if she came back to ask for tuition fees. She's born to be a debt collector. I won't give her a single cent. During this period of time, Yi Ying was very popular in the village. As the only junior high school student in the village who was admitted into the province's #1 middle school, if it weren't for the fact that her father was the mayor and needed to maintain his integrity, he would have held a banquet. Hearing this, she looked up from her English book and said coldly, "Didn't Dad give the money to Grandpa? Now that Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie are living in the big city, even if Yi Qian comes to ask for living expenses, just tell her that Grandpa and Grandma took the money. Wouldn't that be enough? Those two old farts are enjoying themselves outside. When did they ever come back to see you, their granddaughter? If you say that they took the money, the first one to jump at you is your father. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ying, remember this. You can mess with anyone, but never make your grandpa and grandma angry." When Sun Dongqing mentioned her parents-in-law, even a shrewish woman like her was a bit scared. Chapter 324. Yi Ying did not have much of an impression of her grandparents. She had only met them a few times. If they had not been brought up today, she would have forgotten that she had them. What can I do to provoke them? I'm enjoying my life with my aunt's family. In their eyes, only my aunt's son is their grandson. What am I? Provoking them? Phut, I still want to live for a few more years. Yi Ying recalled what had happened a few years ago. She could not help but shudder at the memory. At that time, she used to bully Yi Qian as well. However, compared to her aunt's family, it was nothing, especially her aunt's husband. He looked like a fiend and kicked Yi Qian away as if he was an enemy. However, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Her grandparents even said, "Jinx, you're a good-for-nothing. At least you're dead." After shivering, Yi Ying grabbed Sun Dongqing's hand and said in a low voice, "Mom, let's not provoke my aunt's family. If anything happens, let's push Yi Qian out. Do I need you to tell me that? I know what I'm doing." Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter proudly. Daughters were their parents' sweethearts. This saying was not wrong at all. If she really comes over and asks us for her living expenses, I'll just tell her that the money is for your grandparents. If she wants it, she can call them herself. Based on how much your grandparents and your aunt's family hate Yi Qian, they'll come back and beat her to death. When Yi Ying heard this, she frowned in confusion. Hate? Why would my aunt's family hate Yi Qian? I remember when I was in the 5th grade, Yi Qian was almost beaten to death by my aunt's husband. Also, how did my aunt's husband become blind in his right eye? Why have I never heard you mention this to Dad? At this point, a trace of panic flashed across Sun Dongqing's face. She brushed her hair to cover it up and said, "You're a child. Why do you care so much? Just remember, don't provoke your aunt's family. Let those two old farts live outside. We'll be happy to have some peace and quiet." Yi Ying, on the other hand, was cautious. It seemed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Her aunt's family didn't come back for years. When she was in the 5th grade, they came back in the middle of the night. After the Lunar New Year's Eve, they left again on the first night of the Lunar New Year. Back then, he was young and didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, it was quite abnormal. 2 days before school reopened, Yi Zhifan drove a small sedan back to Shuiku. He came back to pick up his daughter, Yi Ying. The next morning, he personally drove his daughter to the provincial high school to study. That night, Yi Zhifan reminded his daughter a lot of things. The gist of it was that she had to keep a low profile when she went to the province. She shouldn't be like the eldest daughter who didn't know how to deal with people. He had inquired about the provincial first high school. The sons and daughters of the provincial leaders were all studying there. He was just a small-town mayor. If something happened, don't expect him to step in. Yi Ying wasn't scared, but Sun Dongqing was scared. She stuttered, "Why don't we not let Ying go to the provincial high school? What if they're a bunch of bullies? How can we make decisions for Ying?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that studying in the provincial high school wasn't a good thing. "Mom, don't talk about making decisions for me. I know how to get along with them." Yi Ying pouted unhappily and said to Yi Zhifan, "Dad, tell me everything you know. I know whose son and daughter are." Chapter 325. More than a year had passed. Yi Qian was not the only one who had grown. Yi Ying had grown as well, and she had grown according to Yi Jifan's arrangements. In comparison, Yi Qian was much calmer. After having dinner with Uncle Jen, they drew many detailed pictures of famous guns from different countries under the light before climbing into bed to sleep. The next morning, Yi Qian arrived at the entrance of the village at 6 o'clock. She waited for the boys from the same village to report to number 1 middle school. She did not ask Uncle Jen to send her off. Instead, she woke up early and waited for them at the entrance of the village before Uncle Jen woke up. There was still half an hour before the appointed time. Yi Qian sat by the road at the entrance of the village. She did not feel bored. She listened to the morning birds and quietly waited for the boys from the same village to arrive. The sound of a car engine came from the village. After a while, Yi Qian saw a black car coming through the mist. Yi Qian did not get up or look at it. She sat there leisurely. In the car, Sun Dongqing sat in the passenger seat and sighed. This car is so nice. When Ying is on vacation, we'll drive this car to pick her up. It's comfortable and we don't have to squeeze into the train. Jifan, remember this. We'll use this car to pick Ying up every month. Mom, this is a government car. Do you really think it's our family's car? Yi Ying sat alone in the back. It was spacious and very comfortable. She put down the car window and the morning breeze blew in with the mist. It was indeed much more comfortable than squeezing into the train. Yi Jifan looked at Yi Ying from the rearview mirror and praised her. Ying, you've grown up. Remember what Dad said. When you get to number 1 middle school, you need to have your own circle. No matter what other people's identities are, you're all students. This identity is your biggest advantage. You don't have to suck up to them. You have to think of a way to make them want to stay away from you. Remember the names Dad told you last night. They're all bad students. They all got in because of their family's connections. You, on the other hand, are a top student. If you want to get along well with them, you have to start with your studies. Is there a need? Yi Jifan, who was preaching attentively, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Yi Ying, who was listening attentively, was caught off guard. Her whole body slammed into the back of the seat. Sun Dongqing, who was also caught off guard, was also thrown forward by the inertia of the brakes, and then fell back heavily. She was shocked and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Why did you stop?" As they spoke, they stopped as well. The couple looked at the figure sitting on a rock at the entrance of the village about a meter away from the car. Sun Dongqing had already unbuckled her seatbelt. She pushed open the car door and rushed over aggressively. "Hey, you wretched girl. No wonder he didn't see anyone when he came back. He must have planned to get stuck in a traffic jam early in the morning. Let me tell you, there's no way." When the car stopped abruptly, Yi Qian naturally saw who was driving. When Sun Dongqing rushed over, she also got up from the rock. Yi Qian looked coldly at Sun Dongqing, who had nothing good to say. She lowered her eyebrows slightly and looked down at her. "The road is so wide. Just drive your car. What does it have to do with me if you stop? Auntie Sun, don't ask for trouble in front of me, okay?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that Yi Qian, who had been calling her a wretched girl, had grown a lot taller after not seeing her for a summer break. She was now half a fist taller than her precious daughter. Yi Jifan also got out of the car, followed by Yi Ying, who appeared victorious. Chapter 326. The father and daughter walked over together. Yi Ying was the first to speak with a smile. "So it's sister. Why are you sitting here so early in the morning waiting for us?" "Mom, it's rare to see sister. Just give her something. 2 days ago, a beggar came to our house asking for rice and you gave him 50 cents out of kindness. You can't be too stingy with sister. Just give her 1 yuan. She was treating Yi Qian as a beggar who was easy to get rid of. Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was acting all high and mighty in front of him. He sneered and said indifferently, "You've done too many bad things. Even if you occasionally show kindness and accumulate some virtue, it's useless. Am I right, Mayor Yi? You damned girl, I." Sun Dongqing could tell that he was mocking her. She was instantly enraged and raised her hand to slap Yi Qian's face. She had just raised her hand when Yi Jifan fiercely pressed it down. She heard him say in a low voice, "You've suffered so much at her hands. You still dare to mess around." Sun Dongqing suddenly remembered what had happened in the past. She immediately withdrew her hand from Yi Qian's hand. However, she was unwilling to give up and scolded, "I'm her aunt. I'm still her aunt. What, can't I teach a disobedient thing a lesson? Your daughter is here. You can teach her a lesson however you want. Also, Auntie Sun, don't try to claim kinship here. The next time you dare to reach out, you can see who's more powerful." Facing Yi Jifan's family, Yi Qian would never be soft-hearted. He glanced at them coldly and stopped at Yi Ying. He said slowly with a faint smile, "You can see who's the one who's going to be taught a lesson." These words were full of threat. Yi Ying, who had a smug smile on her face, suddenly shivered. She asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" "What I want to do depends on what Auntie Sun wants to do." Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked at Sun Dongqing, who was scared by his words and didn't dare to speak. The coldness in her eyes was like 1,000 feet of snow, and only a frightening chill could be seen. Not to mention Sun Dongqing, even Yi Jifan couldn't help but shiver. Frowning, Yi Jifan said with a gloomy face, "Breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. Yi Qian, don't go overboard." "Am I going overboard? Mayor Yi, since you've received benefits from me, you'd better behave yourself. The reason why I don't want to settle accounts with you is not because I'm afraid of you, but..." "Mayor Yi, you're so smart, so you should know what I mean." Her words made Yi Jifan's heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered that his niece had a monstrous memory. He had originally wanted to suppress her with a few words, but now he gave up. When Yi Ying heard that her parents had been forced into silence by Yi Qian's words, she gritted her teeth and said scornfully, "What are you so proud of? Just you wait, Yi Qian. I will make you inferior to me for the rest of your life. Let's wait and see." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. He had an indescribable wildness. "I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. Yi Ying, I've told you to wait. Just wait for me for the rest of your life. Someone who can't even get into the provincial first high school dares to compete with me. Ha, you overestimate yourself." When Yi Ying heard this, it was as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She giggled, "You've been inferior to me since the beginning, and now you want to compete with me? Dream on." Hearing this, Yi Jifan saw Yi Qian's smile gradually deepen, as if there was an indescribable meaning behind it. He didn't stop him, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He then heard Yi Qian say calmly, "The school that you treat like a treasure is a school that I can do without. With it, it won't be the icing on the cake. Without it, I will still be me." Chapter 327. Yi Ying, you're still as ridiculous as ever. You've wasted Mayor Yi's painstaking efforts on you. After Yi Qian finished speaking, Yi Jifan finally realized why her smile was so deep. To his daughter, the provincial first high school was a treasure, but to Yi Qian, it was a worthless place. This was the difference, the biggest difference. She could easily get it, but she could also easily give it up. But his daughter, Yi Ying, couldn't, because the provincial first high school was her goal. Yi Ying also reacted. Her delicate face instantly twisted, and she screamed, "Yi Qian, don't even think about surpassing me. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Hurry up and take her to the car." Yi Jifan clenched his jaw. He looked at Yi Qian's calm expression, then looked at his daughter's hysterical expression. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. After Sun Dongqing dragged Yi Ying into the car, the scheming Yi Jifan sneered, "Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree." He originally wanted to threaten Yi Qian, but who knew that when he turned to get into the car, he heard a voice behind him that was deeper and colder than his own, with a hint of murderous intent. "Behave yourself, Mayor Yi. Don't provoke me." The voice was cold and murderous, instantly making Yi Jifan's footsteps quicken. He turned his head and stared at the little girl who repeatedly threatened him, the mayor of a town. He saw that the smile on her face was still as calm as ever, and her posture was straight. She was clearly still a child, but she had an aura that made him tremble in fear. And her eyes were dark and cold. She wasn't joking. She was seriously warning him not to provoke her. On the way to the car, The gloomy Yi Jifan's mind was still filled with this meaningful sentence. It was filled with a threat that only he could understand. She must know something. He turned his head and looked at his daughter, whose face was full of unwillingness, and said in a low voice, "Yingying, remember, you must keep that jade pendant well. Don't take it out for others to see." Sun Dongqing, who had always been taken advantage of by Yi Qian, got into the car with a straight face. At this moment, she was about to vent her anger on her husband. "You gave me a fake. Mom, can you keep your mouth shut?" Yi Yingying, who was being dragged into the car, shouted, "If you didn't get out of the car, I would have been humiliated by Yi Qian, right? You don't have a brain, don't implicate me and me." Yi Jifan, who was driving, was livid. It was not because of Sun Dongqing, but because of Yi Ying. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted, "Yi Ying, who gave you the guts to scold your own mother?" Yi, Yixi, Yingying, Yingying, Yi, and Yingying, Yingying, and Yingying. Yi Qian's mood was not affected at all. The boys from the same village arrived at 6:30 sharp. Compared to the boys' excitement, Yi Qian was much calmer. When the car drove onto the winding mountain road, Yi Qian's line of sight towards the village suddenly froze. She saw Uncle Zhen standing at the entrance of the village where the children often played, waving his hand. Yi Qian's tears flowed down her face. She stretched her hand out of the car window and waved at Uncle General even though she knew that he was too far away to hear. Yi Qian still shouted, "Go back quickly, I'll come back to see you soon." Chapter 328. Number 1 Middle School was the best middle school in Anyang City. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. For the people of Anyang City, being admitted to number 1 Middle School's senior high school was equivalent to being admitted to one of the top universities in the country. In addition, 6 students from number 1 Middle School had been admitted to Hua University and Shi University, which made the school even more famous. It was also because of this that number 1 Middle School's enrollment this year was so strict that it was almost harsh. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, many students who were originally studying at number 1 Middle School did not get admitted to number 1 Middle School. And those who did get admitted had to retake the exam and be assigned to different classes based on their grades. Yi Qian had been in the Tibetan area all this time, so he had no idea that number 1 Middle School had caused a big commotion recently. Parents whose children were studying at number 1 Middle School's junior high school but did not get admitted to number 1 Middle School's senior high school all gathered at the school gate on the first day of school. They held up red banners to protest the unfairness of this enrollment. "Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? Our children are studying at number 1 Middle School, but they are not allowed to go to high school." Protest, protest, protest against the school's completely inhumane enrollment. Being assigned to different classes based on grades is clearly harming the students. All of us parents are protesting. These parents were not the only ones causing trouble at the gate of number 1 Middle School. Some people who wanted to stir up trouble also joined in. Someone threw an egg at the school sign of number 1 Middle School, and then the whole school gate became even more chaotic. As long as someone had something in their hands, they threw it at the school to show the unfair treatment of their children. Before Yi Qian and the boys from the same village could enter the school gate, the bus that was supposed to stop at number 1 Middle School was stopped by the police. A policeman wearing a light green 95 police uniform walked up and glanced at Yi Qian. "Student, your parents didn't send you to school?" The boys from the same village had never dealt with the police before, but they had grown up in a village with an army, so they had some guts. Hearing this, he walked over and shielded Yi Qian behind him. He was a little scared, but he maintained his composure. His voice was a little tense as he replied, "No, both of us came here by ourselves. We didn't have any parents accompanying us. We are students from the town. We don't have an adult to send us off." When Yi Qian saw this, he gently patted the boy's tense shoulders and said with a smile, "Did something happen at school?" "I think," she pointed outside the bus. "These students didn't go to school. They're all standing outside. Something must have happened at school. What could possibly happen at school?" In 1996, other than the return of Hong Kong, there didn't seem to be any major events that happened. However, the internet was still not developed in 1996. If something big really happened, it was normal for her not to know. Usually, it was the parents who asked if something had happened at school. Now that a student took the initiative to ask him, the policeman who stopped the car smiled and said, "You're quite smart. No wonder you could get into number 1 middle school." As he said this, the policeman looked at Yi Qian. Why did he look a little familiar? Where did he see him? A criminal? Definitely not. But he did look familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. "Come on, student. Get off the bus with him. Remember to take your luggage." The policeman had an occupational disease and did not intend to let Yi Qian get off the bus just like that. Instead, he motioned for her and the boys from the same village to get off the bus with him. Chapter 329. The boy from the same village had the surname Zhong, and his name was Jingyi. Shuiku village was a village with the surname Zhong, so there were quite a lot of people with the surname Zhong. When he saw that he still had to follow the police, he was still a high school student. No matter how brave he was still a young high school student. When he heard this, his legs went weak. Why do I have to get off the bus with you?" He was stuttering a little. When Yi Qian saw this, he turned around and smiled at him. "You're still a student. Nothing bad has happened. What are you afraid of? Something must have happened at the school. They're here to protect the students and their parents. Girls are more meticulous than boys. Your classmate is right. Hurry up and get off the bus. Don't waste the bus driver's time." When the police heard this, they turned around and smiled. "It has nothing to do with you students. Get off the bus. It has nothing to do with the students. Could it be the school and their parents?" Yi Qian's gaze froze for a moment. Encountering such a situation at the beginning of school was indeed not something to be happy about. After getting off the bus, Yi Qian and Zhong Jingyi went straight to a convenience store on the road. The store was supposed to be a grocery store, but the police had temporarily recruited them to be on duty. There was also a group of students and parents outside the convenience store. The police walked quickly through the crowd and entered the convenience store. They lowered their heads and said a few words to their colleagues on duty. When they came out again, they waved at Yi Qian, who had not yet entered. Come. The sun is bright outside. Come here and enjoy the fan. Also, the two of you, pass the admission notice to Teacher Fu. Let him help you with the registration procedures." It turned out that the school could not handle the normal admission procedures. In order not to delay the start of school, the registration could only be done by 2 police officers and a school teacher outside. This was one of the registration points. There were 2 more registration points outside. The parents were causing trouble at the school entrance, but the school's normal admission procedures were still carried out. It was not much of an impact. Yi Qian took out the notice from his bag and handed it over. The policeman took the notice and opened it to take a look. His gaze immediately fell on the name Yi Qian. He then looked up and passed the notice back to Teacher Fu. "You don't have any students with the same name, right?" "Yi Qian, this girl is here to report." Although they were communicating in a low voice, Yi Qian had undergone hellish training after all. For someone like Yi Qian, who was close to the level of a world-class sniper, even the slightest movement could not escape her eyes and ears. Not to mention, the teacher and the police were talking right under his nose. How could he not hear them clearly? "I'm Yi Qian, Teacher Fu. Is there a problem?" The indifferent Yi Qian smiled and asked politely, "I'm reporting according to the date on the notice. I've already prepared all the other materials for the report." She did not want to ask too much, but she remembered Yi Zhifan's harsh words early in the morning. "Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree or not." These words clearly showed that he did not want her to have an easy time at number 1 middle school. Now that she asked one more question, if she could find out something, she might as well not go to number 1 middle school. Teacher Fu looked at Yi Qian. Her expression was slightly dark and unclear. She stood up with the authority of a teacher and said, "Go and sit on the side. I'll call the school management." The change in her expression was only a matter of a few breaths, but it made Yi Qian's eyes darken instantly. Based on the current situation, there was an 80% chance that he did something. Chapter 330. Especially when Teacher Fu took away her acceptance letter, Yi Qian instinctively took a few steps forward and blocked Teacher Fu's way with a smile. "Teacher, you should pass me the acceptance letter. You can help me with the process after you finish your call." Zhong Jingyi was dumbfounded. Yi Qian had guts. She was really brave. She even dared to block the way of a teacher. "Yi Qian, you." He didn't know what to say. He only felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he subconsciously called out. Then he went silent. The students and parents outside didn't notice anything strange. They were still squeezing in front of other teachers to complete the process. The police officer who brought Yi Qian in was also a little confused, but he knew the importance of an acceptance letter to a student. He smiled and said, "Teacher Fu, go ahead. I'll take the acceptance letter and let my colleague register it." "No, you don't have to register it for now. Wait for me to call back." Teacher Fu probably didn't expect a student to dare to block a teacher. After the initial shock, she panicked a little when a police officer joined in. She stuffed the acceptance letter into Yi Qian's hands and hurriedly said, "Wait here." Holding the crumpled acceptance letter in her hand, Yi Qian sighed softly in her heart. It seemed like there were some things that she couldn't decide. Yi Jifan's ability had once again exceeded her expectations. He was actually able to extend his hand into the city. In her previous life, Yi Jifan was a successful government official. He was promoted to the position of deputy governor. If he wasn't capable, how could he become the deputy governor of a province? Moreover, Grandpa Zhen repeatedly reminded her not to go against Yi Jifan. She only needed to give him a proper warning. It was clear that Grandpa Zhen also knew about Yi Jifan's ability. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Yi Qian was glad that she hadn't fallen out with Yi Jifan to the point where they would be at each other's throats when they met. Number 1 Middle School. She definitely couldn't stay. "Zhong Jingyi, you go ahead and register first. We were so focused on rushing to school that we didn't even call home. I'll go out and make a call first." After Yi Qian made up his mind, he completely gave up on the idea of studying at number 1 Middle School. He then said to the policeman, who was still confused, "Hello, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later." Although the police officers didn't understand what was going on, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. They didn't stop Yi Qian. After he left, they asked their colleague who was in charge of registration, "What happened?" "I'm not sure. A person who looked like the head of the school came over at around 9 o'clock. He said that if he saw a new student named Yi Qian registering, he told us not to worry. He said that there were some problems with her exam." The police officer in charge of the registration didn't know what happened either. He shook his head and said, "The school's matters are not something we can figure out. Everyone had their own duties. If it weren't for the parents protesting against the school today, these civilian police officers wouldn't have been able to register the students for the school." The police officer who brought Yi Qian over frowned. There's such a thing. How could they send the notice if there were problems with the exam? "Hey, don't you think that girl just now looked a little familiar? She's the girl that Sister Zhong mentioned before. She's very good. She represented the country in the Australian Mathematical Olympiad. She's the only Chinese student, Yi Qian. Of course you'd recognize her. We've all seen her in the newspapers. She's quite a good student. How could she have problems with the exam?" Chapter 331. While the two policemen were discussing in low voices, Yi Qian ran to a supermarket in front of them and called Principal Chen. "Uncle Chen, I'm afraid I won't be able to study at number 1 Middle School. Yi Jifan has reached out to number 1 Middle School, and there's a problem with the registration process." "Tell me more details." Today was also the first day of school in Fujian town, so Principal Chen was very busy. However, when he received Yi Qian's call, his expression turned cold, and he put all his work aside. "Don't worry, tell me slowly." Yi Qian told him about his temporary guesses one by one. He chuckled and said, "No wonder Yi Jifan said those harsh words to me this morning, saying that I can't compare to Yi Ying. It turns out that he's been waiting for me for a long time. Since he had frequent contacts with the city's leaders, it was indeed possible for him to reach out and tamper with her enrollment. His hands are indeed long. Girl, you should continue with the registration process and find out what's going on and what they're trying to do. Also, I'll call the leaders of number 1 middle school and report your enrollment first. Principal Chen still didn't know that Yi Qian wasn't even considering number 1 middle school. As he spoke, he took out his phone book and looked for the leaders of number 1 middle school. Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, Uncle Chen, since Yi Zhifan is forcing me to not be able to study peacefully, I don't plan on letting Yi Ying be peacefully anymore. Don't call the leaders of number 1 middle school. If they've tacitly agreed to this, then it's useless even if you call them. Are you sure? Principal Chen had always respected Yi Qian's decisions. He said in a low voice, if you miss this registration, you might not even have the chance to attend high school this year. Her words were meant to remind Yi Qian to reconsider, but who knew that when Yi Qian, who was frowning slightly, heard her words, a light flashed across his eyes. His dark eyes suddenly shone like stars. If I don't study this year, next year, I'll retake the exam and directly enter year 2. What do you think? There was silence on the other end of the line. After at least 3 minutes of silence, Principal Chen laughed out loud. Little Jen, do you know what you look like? In the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Peng. The rock's back was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, and its wings were like the clouds in the sky. You are this Kuan. In the future, you will be the Peng that hits 3,000 miles in the water, and flies 90,000 miles in the air. I don't have any objections. As long as you think you have the ability to train while completing high school, I don't have any objections even if you take 2 years off from school. His deep, powerful, and kind laughter rang out. Yi Qian also laughed along. With the support of an elder, she had the right to be willful. After laughing, Yi Qian's expression gradually became more serious. Although her clear voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. In 1 year, I won't be worse than them. I definitely won't. Taking a year off from school was indeed not a difficult thing for her. Don't call first. Wait for me to confirm things on my end, then I'll come back and tell you. In any case, I have to let some people know that the things they do are not a threat to me at all. With someone supporting her, Yi Qian's voice became lighter. If they want to control me academically, they can dream on. By they, she was naturally referring to Yi Zhifan. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian returned to the small store. At this time, she saw a middle-aged man wearing a shirt, a bow tie, and a pair of glasses. He looked like a school leader standing under the shade of a tree and looking around. Chapter 332. After Yi Jian glanced at him, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was the vice principal of number 1 middle school. She had seen him in the photo before and recognized him at first glance. Even the vice principal was here. Her application was quite interesting. Yi Qian was not in a hurry, so she did not push her way in. Instead, she waited in line for the parents and students in front of her to register first. What was the hurry? Zhong Jingyi, who had finished the registration, came out and saw Yi Qian still in line. He was sweating profusely as he pulled her out. Yi Qian, why are you still waiting in line? Hurry up and go. I saw the vice principal. He's waiting for you. Then he said enviously, you're still the best. It's good that your grades are good. Even the vice principal is here. Don't be envious. My instincts tell me that my application today is not going to go well. Yi Qian handed her luggage to Zhong Jingyi. Help me look after this. Go rest under the tree. I'll be out soon. It was better not to let him know about her relationship with the school. It was not a good thing anyway. Why should she ruin his impression of the school? Zhong Jingyi thought she was joking. He took her luggage and said, okay, I'll wait for you outside. The application is quick. All you have to do is hand in your acceptance letter, your photo, and fill in the application form. It'll take a few minutes. It might take a few minutes for others, but not for Yi Qian. After she sat down, Teacher Fu immediately stood up and asked the vice principal, who was also sweating profusely, to sit down. She even gestured for Yi Qian to take out her acceptance letter. Take out your acceptance letter. The vice principal will speak to you personally. For the vice principal to speak to you personally, it meant that you should feel honored. In front of the school teachers, Yi Jian had always been a well-behaved student. Hearing this, she took the notice without hesitation and maintained the courtesy of a student to a teacher. She first greeted the teacher and then said, "Principal, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I came alone without my parents. It's like this." The vice principal cleared his throat and looked at Yi Qian sternly. "After we sent out your acceptance letter, the school received a call reporting that you helped someone cheat in the exam. Student Yi Qian, your actions have already seriously violated the code of conduct that a student should have. Through our investigation, combined with the descriptions of several students who were around your seat at the time, we can completely confirm that you have indeed violated the exam rules. However, due to your excellent grades and the fact that you have won a gold medal in the World Mathematical Olympiad, our school has decided to make an exception and admit you." However, the vice principal's voice was as serious as that of a judge in a courtroom. His one word could decide Yi Qian's life and death. He paused intentionally, but when he saw that the student sitting opposite him had no change in expression and even had a slight smile on his face, the vice principal's intentional pause became somewhat awkward. What were students most afraid of hearing? The number one thing was cheating in exams. That was even more frightening than skipping class. Therefore, when he said this, Yi Qian should have been afraid and should have been quite anxious. After all, this had to do with whether or not he could enter high school. However, Yi Qian did not panic and even smiled. This was not something the vice principal could accept. Chapter 333. What? Do you think I'm joking? The vice principal tapped his clenched fist on the table. His expression was solemn as he rebuked, "This is not a joke. If it weren't for your good grades, the school would have taken back this admission letter, and your grades would be nullified." Yi Qian was unmoved, but the parents lining up behind him were shocked. What was going on? Good grades. How could they be nullified? Copied. Discussions broke out as they looked at Yi Qian inquisitively. Some people began to point at him and even stopped the registration process. But this was not the result the vice principal wanted. He didn't want to scare the other students or parents. He wanted to scare Yi Qian. "This is not a joke, Yi Qian. We know that your grades are good, but your actions have discounted them. After discussion with the school, we have decided to be lenient with you." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. She didn't say a word and looked much calmer than the vice principal. At the very least, in the eyes of the police officers who were helping with the registration process, this girl had a faint smile on her face. She was even calmer than a leader. The vice principal felt his back drenched in sweat after hearing her raise her eyebrows. He wanted to drink some water to moisten his throat, but his hands grabbed empty air. This was not his office. Naturally, there was no cup of water on his desk. Yi Qian, who hadn't said much the entire time, chuckled softly when he saw this. Finally, he showed mercy and said, "So, what's the result?" As if a noble had opened his mouth, the vice principal let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "The result is that you will still be accepted by our school, but you will only be an auditing student. The preferential treatment that the school gave you will also be nullified." So this was the result of the punishment. It did sound very lenient. The expressions of the police officers changed slightly. This sounded like preferential treatment, but in reality, it was too unfair. The status of an auditing student would make the student unable to raise his head in front of his classmates. The school's method of punishment was worse than directly rejecting the student. Their gazes fell on Yi Qian. Now it was up to this student to see what he thought. If he wanted to stay and study, he could only accept it. After the vice principal finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on his face. For a student, he had no choice but to accept such a method. Not only would the school not lose an outstanding student, but it would also give the leaders an explanation. It was the best of both worlds. When the parents and students who were listening in from behind heard this, their faces immediately showed expressions of disdain. It was disdain for Yi Qian. His ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds to be able to become an auditing student at number 1 middle school with his good grade. Countless people outside wanted to enter number 1 middle school, but they couldn't. Everyone had calculated everything well, but they had overlooked Yi Qian. Would she accept it? Oh, so that's how to deal with it. Yi Qian smiled slightly and stood up. Then he lowered his eyes and looked down at the vice principal like a high and mighty god. He said slowly, "The way to deal with it sounds pretty good. At least I can still study at number 1 middle school." The vice principal thought that she had agreed. When he heard this, he immediately said, "That's right. This is the biggest exception that the school can make for you. You have to cherish this rare learning opportunity. In the future." Chapter 334. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the notice that was supposed to be on the table was already in Yi Jian's hand. With a tearing sound, the notice that represented a student was allowed to enter the school was directly torn into 2 halves by Yi Jian. "What should I do? Do you think this method is helping me?" "Unfortunately. I'm sorry, Vice Principal, I'm not interested anymore." Amidst the gasps behind her, Yi Jian smiled brightly. Her dark eyes were filled with disdain. She used her actions to reject this so-called generosity. "I'm not interested in number 1 middle school. I can even reject the capital's experimental number 1 middle school and the provincial number 1 middle school, let alone a small number 1 middle school. Don't be angry. I'm a talent. Isn't it a little arrogant? I've always been humble. Today, I'm being arrogant. It feels pretty good." The notice wasn't just torn in half. Under the vice principal's wide eyes and everyone else's incredulous gaze, Yi Qian tore the notice to the point that it couldn't even be pieced back together. With a light wave of her hand, the notice turned into a paper butterfly. With a blow from the fan, it scattered everywhere. She giggled and said, "I'm not coming to school anymore. As for the books, I'm not going to study anymore. Don't be surprised. I'm definitely not an impulsive person. Don't be angry. Although I'm a student, I've always made my own decisions. Don't glare at me. If the school can frame a student like this, I really don't want to study anymore." After the notice was torn and blown by the fan, the parents and students were dumbfounded. This was too much. Why was this child so impulsive? "Aya, you're too impulsive. Everything was fine. Where are your parents? Quick, get them here. You've already been admitted. If the school wants to talk to you, you should get your parents here. How can you tear the notice yourself? Vice Principal, shouldn't you discuss this with the students' parents? How can you tell a child directly?" Once the notice was torn, the parents' reactions weren't normal. Thinking of their own children, the parents were worried. If something happened to their children and the school didn't look for the parents, then wouldn't it be a mess? The vice principal didn't know that Yi Qian had such a trick up her sleeve. No one expected this. At this moment, it wasn't the school forcing Yi Qian, but Yi Qian forcing the school. Yi Jian didn't care so much. She smiled and said calmly in the midst of the discussion, "In the exam, they said that I was copied by other students. Vice Principal, why don't you call all the students around me to come here? Zhu Yong, Liu Yang, Beijing, and Jiaojiao of Beijing. And Beijing Middle School. And Jiaojiao was taking a math exam at 11:13 in the morning. She did hint at me to copy her answers, but the invigilator soon found out and warned me at 11:15. That teacher is Mr. Song from Chengtang Middle School. Other than that, no other students have asked me. Because we've checked their answers before, it's a piece of cake for them to get into number 1 middle school. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely come to school today. Why don't we confront them?" She was truly amazing. She remembered everything so clearly. She could even remember the time and names of the people. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to have come prepared. Chapter 335. The vice principal, who had finally stopped sweating, was now sweating profusely. Seeing that Yi Qian still dared to force him, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "How dare you? Do you still want to study?" "Yes, of course I do." In the face of the angry vice principal, Yi Jian's smile was still so indifferent. When she answered yes, the vice principal snorted and pointed at the torn letter. He said angrily, "You want to do it? You still know how to think. Look at what you've done. I do want to study, but even if I do, I definitely won't study at your school." Yi Qian was not in a hurry. She spoke slowly and with a smile on her face. She replied slowly, "So, I really don't plan to study. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here personally. I don't need the school to make things so difficult for me. I won't study, and I won't enter the school. Everyone will be happy." After saying that, Yi Qian winked playfully at the vice principal. She turned around and left the vice principal's line of sight in a path that automatically opened up for her. This outcome was really something that no one could have expected. By the time the vice principal, whose face had turned the color of pig liver, chased after her, Yi Qian had already disappeared. As for the people behind him, he received the adoration of Yi Qian from the students. What a character! She tore the notice and didn't want to study in high school. How could she be so cool? So unique. If it were them, no one would dare. It's that girl who won the gold medal in Australia. Oh my God, so awesome. So awesome. No wonder, with her results, only she has the right to choose the school. If I were that good, I could also say something so unique like I won't study. But I didn't. I tried so hard to get into number 1 middle school. She even rejected the provincial number 1 middle school and the capital's number 1 middle school. The vice principal, who had not left yet, almost vomited blood when he heard this. A student tore the notice and even said she didn't want to study in front of him. This, how was he going to explain it when he got back? "Principal, this is a little troublesome." Yi Qian directly tore up our school's acceptance letter and directly said in front of the students and parents that she didn't want to study. Standing under the scorching sun, the sweaty vice principal immediately called the principal, who was in a discussion with the city leaders. "This matter is completely out of our school's expectations. What do you think we should do?" The principal of number 1 middle school was already very busy at this time. When he heard this, his head hurt even more. Why doesn't this child listen to the teacher? So what if she became an auditing student? She could enjoy all the educational resources that the school should have. "I'm still in a meeting here. When I'm done, I'll come and persuade her personally. Tell her first that the school has its own difficulties. We can only try our best to fight for her." The principal of number 1 middle school was also helpless. Of course, he wanted to keep a good student, but the higher-ups had secretly given the order. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only do this. The main point was, he was the one who got the auditing student. The vice principal's expression became even uglier. She left. When I chased after her, she was already gone. Yi Qian, who had made up her mind to leave, of course would not let the vice principal find her. She found Zhong Jingyi and said to him in a carefree manner, "I'm sorry. I can't stay with you in number 1 middle school for the 3rd year of high school. I'm going to take a break from school. Study hard, Zhong Jingyi. I have faith in you. All the best." Chapter 336. The boy from the same village, Zhong Jingyi, who was standing outside, did not know what had happened. He saw Yi Jian carrying her luggage as if she was stepping on hot wheels and directly jumping onto a bus that was going somewhere. Goodbye. She was not afraid of not studying. She was afraid that she would be in trouble if the vice principal caught up with her if she did not walk faster. "Yi Jifan, oh Yi Jifan, I will grant you your wish this year." She did not want to study in high school for 3 years. Yi Qian had never wanted to be too far away from Principal Chen and Uncle General. She had enough excuses to take a year off from school. That night, she happily returned to Fujian town. She did not know that she had once again become the biggest news in the city. She tore up the notice in front of so many classmates and announced that she was not going to study anymore. She had to have the right to be arrogant. Coincidentally, Yi Qian had the right to be arrogant again. In an instant, the entire Anyang city was in an uproar because of Yi Qian. Number 1 middle school, which was already at the center of the storm, was once again suppressed by public opinion. When Secretary Wu found out about this, he smashed 3 cups and even broke a chair in his office. Corruption. Bureaucrats. Bureaucrats. Incurable. Incurable. All their efforts were in vain. It was a huge setback to the education system in the city. It was no wonder that Secretary Wu was angry. Principal Chen took Secretary Wu's call and said, "Secretary Wu, I was worried that the child would be ruined if she went to school. I am relieved that she did not. This girl is smart. If she does not go to school this year, then so be it. It will be the same next year." There was an arrogant Yi Qian. She had to have a family behind her to support her. Secretary Wu had nothing else to say. He sighed and said, "It was my fault. I almost caused Yi Qian to fail." There was no mistake. At least, Yi Qian was happy to take a leave of absence, so it was not considered a mistake. Secretary Wu was not the only one who called. The next day, Principal Chen received a call from Principal Cao of Provincial First High School. The moment he opened his mouth, the principal questioned, "Old Chen, what the hell is going on? Did number 1 middle school have an explanation? He even forced a good student to drop out of school?" He tore up the notice on the spot. There must be an explanation for this. Their provincial first high school had gritted their teeth and swallowed their blood to let go of a good seedling. Who would have thought that the school that had accepted her didn't cherish her and actually forced her to drop out? Get Yi Qian to report to the provincial first high school in the next 2 days. Our school's doors will be open to her unconditionally. Principal Cao had seen Yi Qian's abilities with his own eyes. He had even personally sent her to Beijing before going overseas to participate in the competition. He had 100% confidence in Yi Qian's character. He firmly believed that Yi Qian was worth waiting for. When Principal Chen heard this, his eyes were full of smiles. He said in a clear voice, "Old Cao, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. As for where this child will study next year, we haven't decided yet. To tell you the truth, this summer, Yi Qian went through all the high school textbooks. I also gave her a test. A typical key university won't be a problem for her. So, it's not a big deal for her to take a leave of absence for a year. I'll thank you on behalf of that child." After listening for a while, Principal Cao asked tentatively, "So, Yi Qian wanted to take a leave of her own accord?" "You guessed right. I just found out that this child doesn't want to study for 3 years in high school. She thinks it's a waste of her time. As for me, I support her." Principal Chen did not hide anything and chatted with Principal Cao with a smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, Principal Cao leisurely took a sip of herbal tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. On such a hot day, a sip of herbal tea is really cooling and comfortable. Chapter 337. There was a call from the provincial government, followed by a call from Dean Li in Beijing. Like Principal Cao, they hoped that Yi Qian could report to their school within the next 2 days. The examinee's file had to be entered into the education system as soon as possible. Once the time limit was over, it could not be submitted again. Principal Chen's answer was still, let Yi Qian take a year off from school. If there was anything else, they could talk about it next year. Who was the happiest about this? Naturally, it was Yi Zhifan's family. Yi Zhifan, who was still handling the admission procedures at the provincial first school, received the call. He suppressed his happiness as he bought daily necessities for Yi Ying. Instead, he said sadly, this child. Hey, I just wanted her to admit her mistake. Who knew that she would be so rebellious and disrespectful to the teachers? She even dared to tear up the notice. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will definitely apologize to you when I get back. It's really. Hey, I didn't think that she would be so presumptuous. He sighed and apologized, as if he was really heartbroken. After the call ended, Yi Zhifan laughed heartily as he paid the bill. This little girl dared to compete with him. This time she will remember. Yi Ying still could not believe it. Dad, are you sure she really tore up the notice? Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Yi Zhifan placed the toothpaste and toothbrush on the table and said to his overjoyed daughter, Yingying, Yi Qian was never your opponent. You don't have to treat her as your opponent. Do you see that? I usually don't do anything. Once I do, I will directly destroy her future. Remember, Ying, if you don't do anything, you must plan. If you plan before you act, that is the best plan. You were the only one who suffered losses in the past. His words were much more profound than Sun Dongqing's. It also made Yi Ying more convinced. Yi Ying was so happy that her entire face was flushed red. She said excitedly, I know. I will listen to you, Dad. Yi Qian, what right do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha, what right do you have? I am now studying at the provincial first school, and you can only quit school. Ha ha ha, you want me to wait? Fine, I'll wait. I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm waiting to see you live a life worse than a pig or a dog. His smile was not only sinister, but also ferocious. It was as if she could already see Yi Qian's miserable days in the future. She would be the king, and Yi Qian would be her slave. Work hard, Ying. Dad can help you now, but you have to rely on yourself in the future. Yi Qian is no longer a threat. She didn't even study in high school. No matter how good she is, she can only live at the bottom of society. Yi Zhifan constantly reminded Yi Ying that she needed to use her own means to get the life she wanted. Don't always think about Yi Qian. You need to become someone that she can never match up to. When she thought about how Yi Qian would never be as good as herself, Yi Ying felt that the haze from before was swept away. She hugged Yi Zhifan's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, I know. Don't worry. I used to throw tantrums because of Yi Qian, but I won't anymore. She was already inferior to me, and she will still be inferior to me in the future. I will work hard for you. I definitely will. Sun Dongqing, who was hanging the clothes outside, didn't know about this. When she found out that they had returned to Fujian town, Yi Zhifan told her. She knew, and not long after, the villagers of Shuiku village found out. They all felt sorry for Yi Qian. He was such a good child, and he had a bright future, but he ruined himself. Chapter 338. 2 months after school started, the news of Yi Qian's suspension from school still hadn't died down. Yi Zhifan, who had always been cautious, asked around for 2 months and confirmed that Yi Qian's name was not in any of the high schools in the city, nor Yi Qian's name in any of the high schools in the province. He was still worried and used his connections to check Yi Qian's household register. It was only when he found out that Yi Qian was still in Fujian town that he truly felt relieved. Yi Qian didn't repeat his studies, nor did he enter any of the high schools. It was as if he had completely disappeared. In October, the principal Chen of Fujian town resigned due to health reasons, and the position of the high school principal was handed over to another veteran who could continue to guard the underground oil depot. In October of the same year, Uncle Jen, who had lived in Shuiku village for more than 20 years, said that he was going to look for his relatives in Sichuan province. He left Shuiku village with the village chief, Zhong Defu. Yi Qian, Uncle Jen, and Principal Chen's figures faded out of Shuiku village and Fujian town. Even the people in the army didn't know where the 3 generations had gone. They only knew that they had gone to wherever the hardships were. Heavy snow was already falling. In one night, the entire Anyang city became a world of silver and white. Winter of 1996 had arrived. Anyang city of the southern province welcomed its first snow of the winter. Children were happily having snowball fights in the snow. The children's laughter added the most vibrant colors to the entire city. Drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians were all very careful for fear of accidents. Only a jeep suddenly appeared at the intersection. It sped up again, stirring up waves of snow, and disappeared around the bend in the road in the blink of an eye. The driver's deep black eyes contained a faint smile. His elegant and handsome face contained a smile like the spring breeze in March. He steadily drove the car to the entrance of No. 1 Middle School. Hello, I'm looking for Yi Qian from grade 1 class. A tall man in a military coat casually rested his arm on the windowsill of the guard post. He took off his gloves, revealing a pair of slender hands that were as long as a pianist's. He picked up the ballpoint pen used for registration and wrote down his name stroke by stroke. He smiled at the guard at the door. Yi Jian, grade 1, class 1. The guard at the gate was a security guard in his 30s. When he heard this, He glanced at the young man in a military coat. When his gaze landed on the man's military cap, his eyes flickered slightly. Xie Jinyuan put down the ballpoint pen. He could see something strange from the other party's expression. There was a hint of seriousness in his soft voice. What's wrong? What happened to her? Comrade, this Yi Jian. The guard opened his mouth awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he lowered his voice as if he was afraid that someone would overhear him. She didn't come to our school. Why don't you go outside and ask around? Ask around at the small store in front. I'm just a security guard. There are some things that I can't say. If you ask someone else, they will know. She didn't come to school? Xie Jinyuan clenched his fists. He said, "Thank you." Then he strode away. He started the car and stopped in front of a roadside convenience store in the blink of an eye. He stopped the car and bought a pack of chewing gum. He fiddled with it without eating it. Looking at the shop owner, who was sitting by the fire, bored, Xie Jinyuan pointed at the stove and smiled. "Brother, let's go to your store to warm up. I'm waiting for someone." In his military uniform, he took off his military cap and naturally placed it flat in the palm of his hand. He then fastened it to his waist. His actions were indescribably dignified and masculine. Seeing this, the shop owner laughed loudly. "Whatever. Do you want some hot tea? I'll make you a cup." His action, dressed in military uniform, won the shop owner's favor. Chapter 339. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm just waiting for someone. Class is about to end. Xie Jinyuan sat down. Even his sitting posture was a habit of the army. His hat was gently placed on his knees to maintain his military posture. He was always cautious that he was a soldier and would never spoil his military image outside. More importantly, this was also a characteristic of physics. When one's hands were placed on his knees, it formed the most stable triangle. When one stood up, it was easy to immediately exert force to stand up. Xie Jinyuan's plan was to leave immediately after asking about Yi Qian. The shop owner warmly poured tea and came over. When he sat down and saw Xie Jinyuan's appearance, he subconsciously straightened his back and started to chat with him. Number 1 middle school is really good. This year, 6 students from Tsinghua University and Western University took the college entrance examination. Now that it's famous, all the students outside are squeezing their heads to get in. Everyone wants to go to number 1 middle school and enter the top universities. The shop owner was bored guarding the shop alone, so when a soldier came to chat with him, he warmly introduced number 1 middle school while drinking hot tea. Xie Jinyuan wanted to know what exactly happened to Yi Qian here, so naturally, he deliberately guided the shop owner around number 1 middle school. Hearing this, the shop owner smiled and said, "Not everyone wants to study at number 1 middle school. I just went to the school to look for someone and heard 2 parents delivering clothes to a student outside. They heard a student named Yi Qian. She seems to be Yi Qian. This little girl was a celebrity in Anyang City some time ago." Since they were talking about other people's affairs, the shop owner described the scene that happened that day in detail. "It's a pity for the little girl. It's really a pity. I even specially looked up last year's People's Daily. She was really the little girl who won the gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad. She was stingy with the school and left as soon as she tore the notice. Say, why are children nowadays so temperamental? It wasn't easy for her to get into the school. Since the school didn't cancel her results, they still admitted her. So what if she's an auditing student? As long as she's studying at number 1 middle school, it's fine. Tore the notice. Didn't cancel her results. Auditing student." Xie Jinyuan, who had grasped the main point, asked in detail what had happened. After listening to him, his handsome face turned cold. His little fox was being treated so unfairly. How could someone as prideful as her be broken by a basin of groundless dirty water? It was even more impossible for him to be a mere auditing student. After drinking the tea, Xie Jinyuan was clear about the ins and outs of the matter. After he left the snack bar, he took out a black and white mobile phone that had been popular in Beijing recently and was worth more than 10,000 yuan. He dialed a set of numbers. "Help me investigate someone. Yi Qian, she just turned 16. Find out which school she's studying at in Nan province. I'll give you a call in 10 minutes. After the phone call, Xia Jinyuan, who had not slept for several consecutive nights, closed his eyes and rested. He did not panic, for he knew very well that it was impossible for his little fox to drop out of school. If she wanted to be admitted to a military academy, she had to be studying at a high school. Regardless of high school or junior high school, as long as she was in school and her student ID was there, he would be able to find her. In less than 10 minutes, the phone rang. The person on the other end said something, and Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression just now, suddenly opened his eyes. His voice was as cold as the snow outside. Have you checked all the schools in the province? Chapter 340. The person on the other end of the phone was a woman with a gentle voice. She was dressed in an expensive suit. She was wearing a suit and a pair of black heels that were at least 8 centimeters high. She leaned against the desk and said calmly, "I did. Her student ID hasn't been changed and her file is still in the province. In other words, she's suspended from school. She didn't attend high school or repeat her 3rd year of junior high school. She's suspended from school to retain her student status." Suspended from school to retain her student status. After hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's tense nerves were all relaxed at once. Uncle Chen leaving Fujian High School, Uncle Jen leaving the village, and little Fox suspending from school. All of this made sense. The 2 old revolutionaries didn't take any action and left immediately. This meant that they supported Yi Qian's suspension. Now that they left Fujian town together, it looked like 3 generations of people had agreed to go on a trip together. His thin lips curled into a smile. She was really daring. She could even do something like taking a leave of absence. Little Fox, what medicine are you selling in your gourd? With Uncle Chen's abilities, weapons, Little Fox, and Uncle Jen, the 3 generations of people wouldn't have to worry about anything. He bet that she would only suspend from school for a year. After a year, his little fox would definitely return. Help me investigate what happened with Yi Qian. Just investigate Yi Zhifan. There's no need to investigate anyone else. He didn't believe that little fox's admission to school was simply because she cheated on the exam. Someone must have done something. There wasn't a second suspect. Yi Zhifan was the only one. The woman on the phone obviously had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. She laughed when she heard this. Young Master Xia, you seem to care a lot about this young lady. Aren't you going to chat with me? Miss Xia, as a career woman, you're not suitable to talk about this. Old Master Xia is still waiting for you to bring back a brother-in-law. Xia Jinyuan finished speaking lazily. As he started the car, the woman said coldly, "Goodbye." He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, and the car dashed into the heavy snow. This time, the speed of the car was much slower than before. It did not exceed 30 kilometers per hour and steadily drove out of a city. Xia Jinyuan already knew the reason for what he wanted to investigate even before the car left a city. You want to ruin Little Fox's future? Mayor Yi, oh Mayor Yi, the military already has Little Fox's file. Do you think you can destroy it just because you want to? She's a little fox that the country wants to nurture. What ability do you have to destroy her? But what was the little fox going to do? Did he need to make a move? Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving the car out of AY City, could not make up his mind. It would be convenient for him to make a move, but he could not figure out what Little Fox was thinking, so he had to be more cautious. It was better to wait until he got in touch with Little Fox. It would be easier for him to make a move once he knew how she was doing. After driving for a few hundred meters, the car stopped by the roadside. Without turning off the engine, he picked up the phone again and dialed a group of numbers. This group of numbers was to find out where the 3rd generation was. Brother, check on the 2 elders and the girl. I'll give you their ages and names later. Photos? Yes, but I have to wait until I have a computer. As his clear and lazy voice rang out, a man's joyful laughter could be heard from the other end of the line. Chapter 341. The man said something that made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. You're full of nonsense, aren't you? Goodbye then. No, I'm scared of you. I was just talking too much. Send it to me and I'll check it immediately. The man on the other end of the phone panicked. Who would dare to reject Mr. Xia? He was a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but when he was ruthless, he had single-handedly destroyed a hooligan's nest, and the hooligans had to thank him for it. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked outside. Thank you, brother. It's not convenient for me to show my face now. I'll thank you when I get back to Beijing. All right, with Mr. Xia's words, I'll go through fire and water for you. The man on the other end of the phone agreed without hesitation. His tone was familiar, and it was obvious that he was close to Xia Jinyuan. With Mr. Xia's ability, it was easy for him to find out where Yi Qian and the others were. Even though the internet was not developed in 1996, and there was no real name system for buying tickets, it only took half a day to find them. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the snow in Anyang City was getting heavier and heavier. The snow was so heavy that the pedestrians could not see the road clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already received news, knew that although it was snowing heavily in the southern province, the place where his little fox was located was scorching hot. 3 generations had gone so far away. The training arranged by the world-class sniper was indeed hellish training. After leaving the highlands and arriving at the desert, he admired the little fox's perseverance. It was unrealistic to go to the desert with only a week's leave. Xia Jinyuan returned to Beijing for 2 days of leave and invited the friends who had helped him out for dinner. On the 5th day of leave, he returned to the Snowfield Brigade. Damn! You came back early. You should have given me the extra leave. When Han Zheng saw him appear at the base with his luggage, he said bitterly, I feel like I haven't rested enough and I have to report back. Hey, how did you come back early? Seeing Xia Jinyuan's expressionless face, Han Zheng took a closer look and frowned. That's not right. You didn't look for your little fox. Fuck, little fox is ignoring you. You guys broke up. Ha ha ha, did they really break up? From puzzlement to schadenfreude, it only took a few seconds. When have I ever dated an underage girl? If there's no pursuit, how can there be a breakup? Xia Jinyuan, who had been ignoring him, finally glanced at him and sneered, Do you think I'm like you? When you return to Beijing, 3 girlfriends will break up with you. Young Master Han, the news about you has spread all over the capital. Fuck. Who the fuck is spouting nonsense and ruining my reputation? What do you mean by breaking up with me? I'm the one who doesn't want them. Han Zheng's face was a little pale, especially when he heard Xia Jinyuan's chuckle. His self-esteem took a big hit, and he jumped up to explain, Damn it, I've always been the one to dump people. When have you ever seen me being dumped by a woman? Xia Jinyuan chuckled at Han Zheng's explanation. He didn't care about this kind of thing. Before he returned to the dormitory, J5, who was dressed in a training uniform, walked towards him. You're back at the right time. There's an important meeting at 7 p.m. Someone from the top is here, a big shot. The mission is A-level in Hearts. A-level in Hearts represented a mission within the country. Okay. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. There were still 46 minutes to 7 p.m., which was just enough time to check the map. Chapter 342. After putting away the luggage, Xia Jinyuan took out a map and looked at it carefully. They were looking at military maps, which were very detailed and accurate. He ran his finger across the map, took out a pen, and wrote down a few places Yi Qian might go next month. Hey, you know a little. So fast. Who told you? G3 asked from behind him, took out a pen from the desk, and ran it across the map. This is a flight mission. We will depart from Machati at 77 degrees 28-79 degrees 05 east longitude and 38 degrees 25-39 degrees 22 north latitude. We will cross the entire Taklamakan Desert and arrive at Ruoqiang at 86 degrees 45-93 degrees 45 east longitude and 36 to 41 degrees 23 north latitude. As for the specific aircraft type, it is top secret. Choosing a desert was like choosing Area 51 in the United States. There was nothing but secrets. Xia Jinyuan picked up the map, slowly turned to look at G3, and raised his eyebrows slightly. G3, I was wondering why you immediately dragged us to flight training before we came down from the plateau. So you were waiting for us here. Don't look at me like that. I just found out too. The Snowfield Brigade is always at the forefront. You should have known on the day you joined that we take priority in everything. G3 smiled, his low voice full of pride. Let's have a meeting. We will depart in 3 days. All the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were all-rounders. They had to be trained in fighter jets, tanks, and even naval combat. Be loyal to the motherland, surpass yourself, challenge your limits, and win every battle. This was the Snowfield Brigade's slogan. At 7 o'clock, the Snowfield Brigade's 2 teams had a meeting. It was not held in an outside conference room, but in an underground conference room. They turned on electromagnetic shielding and tracked the radio waves of unknown origin to prevent the meeting from being eavesdropped. Xia Jinyuan's gaze was cast on the screen. He watched as the red laser light swept across the sky and the flight path that the fighter jet had to pass through. His thin lips were already smiling slightly. He and his little fox were really fated to meet in the same place even though they were thousands of miles apart. 3 days later, when Xia Jinyuan set off, Yi Qian was lying on the sand that was scorched by the sun. The endless yellow sand was the only scenery she had seen in the past month. Other than the flying yellow sand, she would occasionally see cactus in the desert. She was now in the Taklamakan Desert, and it was the golden season to cross the desert. What she needed was not to cross the desert, but to train here. Just as Principal Chen had said, he had brought her across the plateau, desert, plains, and across forests. Now, they were undergoing desert training. They did not have a fixed time, but they could leave when they wanted to leave. The beautiful golden scenery of the poplar leaves did not enter Yi Jian's eyes. In her eyes, she was sniping Headmaster Chen, who was hiding in a golden world. The sound of a camel ringing a bell came from the sand dune. Yi Jian looked ahead through the scope and saw a group of desert explorers carrying backpacks. They climbed over the sand dune and slowly walked towards them. Hatian He. Their target was Hatian He, who was behind her. The Hatian River was one of the 3 main sources of the Tarim River in China. It originated from the Kunlun Mountains and the Karakoram Mountains, flowed north into the Tarim Basin, passed through the Taklamakan Desert, and joined the Tarim River. Yi Qian began to wriggle in the yellow sand with her body. She did not get up. If she got up to avoid these travelers, Principal Chen, who was in hiding, would not hesitate to shoot. Chapter 343. Yi Qian's body wriggled like a snake, and soon, a human hole appeared. She then used her arm to rub against the sand. As the layers of sand covered her, Yi Qian's entire body was hidden under the yellow sand. Her gun was also hidden under the sand under the protective cover. Not a single foreign object could enter the gun, not even a grain of sand the size of salt. Protecting the sniper rifle in her hand was also protecting her own life. Soon, the group of 12 people walked past one by one under Yi Qian's nose. Her anti-dust glasses were stained with sand from the travelers' footsteps. She even smelled the smell of the camels. It was a little unpleasant, with the smell of urine. After passing through 2 more sand dunes, we'll reach the Hatian River. My dear, walk faster. God, I see a huyang tree. Quick, look. A huyang tree. A huyang tree whose leaves are like gold. This was a group of foreign travelers. They had passes that allowed them to enter China, so their identities were travelers. Yi Qian held her breath and didn't move until she finally couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Then she slowly revealed her body from the sand dunes. They were also the only travelers that Yi Qian had seen in the dozens of days that she had been here. It was as if they had suddenly broken the silence of the entire desert, breaking the cold isolation of the world, and instantly pulled her back into the crowd. If it weren't for the special circumstances, she thought that she would have rushed forward to give them a warm hug and welcome their arrival. Being happy was only a matter of time. Soon, hiding, moving forward, hiding, moving forward, the same thing happened again. Yi Qian, who had already learned how to remain calm and collected in the cold, stayed parallel to the sand so that she wouldn't be exposed to the sniper's range. Learn to search in the cold, learn to calm your heart in the midst of the bustle. You need to be above your emotions and allow yourself to fully adapt to the environment. This was the true meaning that Yi Qian had learned in this desolate desert. The footprints left behind by the travelers on the yellow sand were blown away by the wind. Yi Qian, who had been there just a moment ago, also disappeared in the wind. Hey! The little girl escaped. Not long after, Principal Chen's figure appeared. He stood where Yi Qian had been hiding and laughed. Not bad at escaping, with something hard pressed against his back, Yi Qian said with a smile, I didn't run away. I just changed my position. Uncle Chen, you've lost this time. This sniping training lasted 46 hours. At this time, she and Principal Chen were covered in yellow sand. If they used their hands to scrape their faces, they could scrape off a layer of sand. His lips had not drunk any water for 46 hours and had been supported by the cactus juice. Not only were his lips bleeding, but they were also covered in white scabs. It was cactus juice stain. Not bad, 46 hours. It's 5 hours earlier than before. You've made some progress, girl. Uncle Jen handed the military water bottle to Yi Qian and took the sniper rifle from her. I'll take care of the gun. You guys rest. The old man in his 70s resolutely accompanied Yi Qian and Principal Chen on this arduous training journey. Beside their feet was the Hetian River. Yi Qian lowered his head and used his hands to wash off a layer of yellow sand. His small face was red from the sun. He said to Principal Chen, Uncle Chen, you rest for the endurance test tomorrow. I'll be fine by myself. No matter where they were, Yi Qian had to carry out the endurance test. Crawling backward, navigating obstacles, fully armed stealth, completing a 2,000-meter race in a fixed time, and so on. Yi Qian had to carry out all of these endurance tests. Chapter 344. There was no time to rest. It had to be done in one go. Yi Qian was worried about Principal Chen's stamina, so he proposed to do it alone at night. You want to try it alone? After washing his face, Principal Chen smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, who was as tenacious as a vine growing on a cliff. He used his stable roots to dig into the crevices of the rocks step by step. His gaze was kind as he asked, You plan to do it alone at night? Yi Qian knew there was hope. He winked playfully and smiled optimistically. I can't always have you by my side. I need to learn how to face the darkness alone. I'll bring the compass with me. I won't get lost. Okay, then Uncle Tongzhen and I will wait for you here. Her courage and perseverance made Principal Chen feel that no matter how hard and tiring it was worth it. Here, Principal Chen not only trained Yi Qian to be a world-class sniper, but he also trained him to be a Special Forces soldier who could join the Special Forces directly after graduating from military school. Now, he was training Yi Qian to snipe on the ground. When it was over, he would bring Yi Qian to the jungle for training next spring. Night fell. The night view in the desert was even more pure than in Tibet. Yellow sand stretched under his feet, but the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Yi Qian used his binoculars to look at the Milky Way. The sky was so vast and magnificent that he felt like he was just a drop in the ocean. The sky was like a mirror. Among the twinkling stars, he could even see shooting stars whizzing past, leaving behind the most beautiful scenery. With only a few minutes to admire the beautiful night sky, Yi Qian dove into the desert and began his endurance test. Stars twinkled in the sky. Yi Qian, who was admiring the night view, didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was sitting in the co-pilot seat, ready to go. Under the command of Xia Jinyuan, the jet rose into the night sky at an angle of 60 degrees, then flew parallel to the finish line. Under the command of the control tower, he and his 4 comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, as well as 5 pilots, flew the 5 newest fighter jets and began a series of maneuvers and drills. Simulating the dropping of a bomb, rushing up at an angle of elevation, and rapidly descending at an angle of elevation, these were all things that they had to use their lives to practice and complete. When Yi Qian, who was lying prone in the desert, heard the rumbling of the fighter jets, he couldn't help but pick up his binoculars and look up at the sky. In her eyes, she saw several airplanes flying over her head at an extremely fast speed. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, he knew that he was in the desert, and he didn't know where he had met his little fox. The difference was that he was in the sky while she was on the ground. At the same time, at the same place, they would definitely meet. As for her, she would hear the sound of fighter jets. No matter which one it was, His figure would always fly past her, pass through the Hetian River and complete the defensive roller. His voice couldn't reach Yi Qian's ears, but it was clearly transmitted to the control tower. The test flight of a fighter jet was full of unpredictable dangers, but he still maintained a calm and unruffled composure. Yi Qian didn't come back that night, and Principal Chen and Uncle Zhen didn't sleep the whole night. They sat there until the sun rose. In the ground line, Yi Qian appeared with the sun, with his back against the rising sun, walking over the sand from afar. She saw 2 black dots standing in the distance. They were her closest family, the elders she respected the most in her life. What she didn't know was that someone had met her at a certain moment last night. After staying in the desert for 4 months, in February of the following year, the 3 generations of people arrived at the vast forest in the southern part of the Xi province. This was a place full of legends and dangers. Yi Qian began his 4-year training program, which was originally in the middle of the 3rd year.